Lord Madara, the plan has reached its most critical step. Obito, that pawn can be activated at any time. In a cold underground cave, a pitch-black mud-like creature crouched in a corner muttering. Madara Uchiha opened his heavy eyelids. He felt a decaying smell all over his body. Behind him several thick tubes were inserted like a patient kept alive by a respirator. He had transmigrated. Not only that, but he had become the elderly Madara Uchiha from Naruto, who had been deceived all his life and died miserably after pulling out the tubes. And this pitch-black creature in front of him was the filial son Black Zetsu. The will of Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. Madara sneered inwardly. The Madara from the original story who was played like a fool was already dead. Now inside this crippled body there was a modern soul who knew the plot and refused to be anyone's pawn. Seeing Madara not speaking, Black Zetsu quickly wriggled closer. Lord Madara, how long can your current body last? If we can't wait for Obito to awaken his eyes. Before Black Zetsu finished, a cold mechanical voice suddenly rang in Madara's mind. Ding. Detected host soul fusion complete. Interstellar Hegemony system bound successfully. Main quest released, eliminate the schemer Black Zetsu in front of you. Mission reward, 50 years of lifespan, body restored to peak condition. Hearing the voice in his mind, Madara's withered lips curled into a terrifying grin. This cheat came just in time. Black Zetsu felt uneasy seeing that smile. It retreated half a step, its black mud-like body writhing nervously. Lord Madara. What are you laughing at? Our plan is flawless. Madara raised his bony hand and grabbed the thick tube connected to the ghetto statue behind him. I am laughing at how tired you are from acting. And laughing at my own blindness back then. As he spoke, Madara's wrist suddenly exerted force. With a dull puff, it was the sound of flesh and tube being forcibly separated. Black Zetsu's single yellow eye instantly widened. It screamed hysterically. Lord Madara. You are insane. Pulling out the statue's tube will kill you. It was completely panicked. This was not how the script was written. The old man had not yet handed over the Rinnegan or entrusted the Infinite Tsukuyomi plot to Obito. How could he just pull the plug himself? Madara ignored it, not even bothering to look at it. The moment he pulled out the tube, the feeling of life rapidly draining swept over his body. But he marshaled his last breath, his figure flickered like a ghost and his bony fingers tightly gripped Black Zetsu's neck area. Although Black Zetsu was a blob of mud, Madara's chakra-infused iron grip forcefully seized its core. You. Black Zetsu struggled desperately, black mud spreading along Madara's arm, trying to counterattack. Do you think I don't know what you are? Madara leaned close, his voice hoarse like sandpaper on glass. The third son of Kaguya. To resurrect your mother you have gone to great lengths. Black Zetsu's single eye trembled violently. All its disguises were stripped away in this moment. You. How do you know? Let me go. I am your will. My will. Madara snorted coldly. Veins bulged on his hand. He had no patience to listen to this mud's nonsense. His 5 fingers suddenly tightened. The remaining chakra exploded in his palm. Bang. A dull explosion. Black Zetsu didn't even have time to utter a final word, it was directly crushed into a pool of stinking black water, splashing onto the cold rock floor lifeless. Ding. Quest complete, kill Black Zetsu. Reward issued, can be claimed anytime, 50 years of lifespan, peak physical body. Madara released his grip, disdainfully flicking the black mud from his fingertips. He panted heavily. After all, his 80-year-old body was too old if that last move had nearly exhausted his final energy. He turned and walked towards the exit of the underground base. It was a heavy stone door blocking the sunlight outside. This damn place, he didn't want to stay a second longer. Madara lifted his withered leg, gathered the last of his physical strength and kicked the stone door. With a loud rumble, dust flew. Dazzling sunlight poured into the dark chamber. Madara squinted instinctively and took a deep breath of the fresh outside air. There was no decayed moldy smell of the ghetto statue, only the fresh fragrance of wind through leaves. But in this fragrance there was a strong scent of blood. Just as he stepped out of the cave entrance. Bang! A figure fell heavily from the sky, landing right at Madara's feet, raising a cloud of dust. Madara looked down and saw the person at his feet. It was a female ninja in a damaged tight suit. Her teal hair was disheveled, her beautiful face stained with blood. There was a deep gash on her left abdomen, revealing bone with blood gushing out, staining the grass beneath. The female ninja struggled to get up, but her arms were weak, she tried several times and fell back heavily. Chingmu Kue panted heavily, tightly clutching her wound. She looked up in despair and her eyes met a pair of aged, deep eyes. Standing before her was an old man in his 80s with white hair and a hunched figure. He wore a tattered black robe looking like he was already half in the grave. "Old man, run." Shinmu-kue bit her bloodied lip, her voice trembling. She closed her eyes in resignation. She was willing to die herself, but now she had dragged an innocent civilian old man into this. From the distant woods came a series of sharp sounds. More than a dozen ninjas wearing IWA village forehead protectors leaped down from the treetops surrounding them. The leading IWA ninja curled his lips into a cruel grin, pointing at Shinmu-kue and cursing, "You stole our IWA village's intelligence and still want to escape. Shinmu-kue, accept your death." His subordinates chimed in, their eyes mocking. "Captain, this old man looks like a gust of wind could knock him over. We don't even need our fire style, he'll be scared to death." The leading IWA ninja sneered, forming a few hand signs. "Run. No one is running today. Kill this old thing too." Blazing fire-style chakra gathered in the air, forming several huge fireballs that slammed down towards Madara and Shinmu-kue. A wave of heat rushed at them, instantly curling and scorching the surrounding leaves. The air itself was distorted by the heat. Shinmu-kue completely gave up resistance. The leading IWA ninja's strength was far above hers, even if she had wings she couldn't escape now. She turned to look at the old man beside her, who seemed frozen in place as if scared stiff. Madara didn't even look at the falling fireballs. He simply gave a command to the system in his mind. "Claim reward." Ding. Starting rejuvenation, body restoration in progress. Watching the fireballs about to hit them, Shinmu-kue sighed. "Old man, I'm sorry, I'll keep you company on the road to the underworld." Blazing hot fire release chakra crashed down with a scorching heatwave. Ban stood motionless, looking at Shinmu-kue's face flushed red by the firelight. She bit her lip hard, tears mixed with blood streaming down her face. "Old man, run." Shinmu-kue screamed at the top of her lungs, despair in her voice. "Run." Ban sneered inwardly. Anyone who could make this old man run had long turned to dust in their coffins. A grating crackle echoed from deep within his bones. His skin peeled off like dried bark. Explosive power surged wildly through every limb and bone. It was not the feeble chakra but the vast star energy bestowed by the system roaring through his meridians. Ban let out a low contented growl from his throat. The Iwanine captain on the tree branch burst into wild laughter. "Ha! Still howling when you're about to die? Old fool, you don't even know how to dodge. Next life remember to keep your eyes open." The underling ninja chimed in with, "The captain's fire release will scatter his ashes." Just as the fireball was about to engulf the two, a brilliant azure pillar of light exploded outward. It carried no heat yet exuded a pressure that made the soul tremble, blasting straight through the forest canopy. Boom! The fierce fireball struck the blue light and vanished on the spot without even a spark. The Iwanine captain's laughter stuck in his throat. He stared wide-eyed at the pillar, the kunai in his hand nearly slipping from his grip. What kind of technique is this? A living person transformation. Within the azure glow, the dying husk of a body was being reshaped. His gray-white hair turned black inch by inch, fluttering wildly like a dark waterfall in a gale. His shriveled chest rapidly filled out and taut muscles stretched the tattered black robe into a perfect silhouette. Shinmu-kue lay on the ground staring blankly ahead. Absent-mindedly she rubbed her eyes, forgetting the pain of her wound. The old man who was 1 foot in the grave was gone. In his place stood a tall, upright young man. Sword-like brows and starry eyes, a face carved like marble, every move radiating an arrogant dominance that looked down on the world. The Iwanine captain swallowed hard, a chill rising unbidden in his heart. But relying on his numbers, he suppressed his fear and raised his voice to bolster his courage. "Stop playing tricks. You think changing your skin can save this woman? She stole the highest secret of our Iwagakure village. Whoever stands in our way dies today. Hand seals. Earth release Earth Dragon Bullet." The dozen Iwanine moved as one, earth churning as several enormous earth dragons roared toward the man at the center of the pillar of light. Ban lazily rolled his neck, joints popping with crisp cracks. He raised his head, deep black eyes filled with disdain. No hand seals. To him who had mastered star energy, such hand-waving gestures were as laughable as a child playing in the mud. He simply waved his hand. A blue energy storm like a solid wave slammed head-on into the rampaging earth dragons. With a few brittle cracks, the hardened dragons shattered into powder, filling the sky. The storm did not lose momentum, it swept through the dozen Iwanine midair with devastating force. "Ah, help!" The screams lasted only half a second before abruptly ceasing. Dozens of elite ninja turned into drifting ashes on the spot, not a single drop of blood left behind. Around them dozens of giant trees thick enough to need 3 embraces were flattened by the force, leaving a terrifying chasm of unfathomable depth in the ground. The forest fell into dead silence. Only the rustle of wind through leaves remained. Shinmu Kuei's mouth hung open, unable to close for a long time. She looked at the deep chasm, then at the man so handsome she couldn't look away. What kind of monster was he? Without hand seals he wiped out a squad of elite IWA Nin in one move. The so-called genius youths she had seen in the underground black market were nothing compared to this man, not even worth a potato dug from the dirt. She swallowed and tried to push herself up, but the movement pulled at her abdominal wound, making her gasp in pain. Yet she ignored the ache, feeling her ears growing hotter and hotter. Ban lowered his head and glanced down at her with cold, detached eyes, as if examining an inanimate object. Caught by that gaze, Shinmu Kuei's heart skipped a beat. She quickly turned her face away, her fingers unconsciously digging into the dirt. Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life. Her voice was soft and weak, completely lacking the toughness she had shown while protecting the old man. Ban ignored her. This woman carried an Iwagakure scroll, but he had no interest in such petty affairs. Seeing the man silent, Shinmu Kuei dared to steal a glance at him. His jawline was sharp and perfect, his black robes snapping loudly in the wind. The heat on her face grew and her breathing quickened. My name is Shinmu Kuei. I am a wandering ninja. Benefactor, which village do you belong to? She stammered, her palms sweating. Shut up. Ban spat out the 2 words coldly. Shinmu Kuei flinched quickly, covering her mouth and gazing at him with wide eyes like a frightened rabbit. Ban no longer paid attention to this unwanted romantic interest, all his focus was on the system panel that had popped up in his mind. Ding. A follow-up chain quest has been triggered. Quest objective: change the tragedy of Kannabi Bridge, save Rin and recruit Minato Namikaze's team. Quest reward: evolution blueprint of the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Ban stared at the virtual panel, a wild smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Infinite Tsukuyomi. This reward is more to my liking. That fool Obito. In the original story his body was crushed by a falling rock and later he was deceived into becoming a tool of revenge. By my estimate the conflict between Konoha and Iwagakure should be at its most critical moment right now. Even a dead last from the Uchiha clan is still my junior. No one is allowed to bully him except me. Not even a stone. Ban turned around, knees slightly bending as violent star energy began to gather under his feet. Seeing that he was about to leave, Shinmu Kuei quickly uncovered her mouth. Benefactor, where are you going? I have important intel about Iwagakure village. If you take me with you, all the intel is yours. She wanted to keep the man with her information, reaching forward to grab his robe but grasped empty air. Ban's feet suddenly pushed off the ground. The ground instantly collapsed into a huge pit, debris flying. Like a black meteor he tore through the air and shot into the sky, racing toward the distant horizon. The shockwave rolled Shinmu Kuei twice on the ground. In midair only a proud voice echoed through the forest. Kannabi Bridge. By my calculation that fool named Obito should be about to get hit by a rock. High above, the gales scraped past his cheeks like blades. Madara did not even blink, his speed tearing a long wake through the clouds. From afar he heard a dull muffled rumble. It was the sound of explosive tags being triggered in a relentless chain, even the earth shook and the heavy scent of soil was carried into the air by the wind. Madara abruptly clenched his fists, knuckles cracking. In this body restored to the age of 20, star energy heaved and roared like a runaway stallion. The sensation of explosive power made his blood burn. Almost there. The faint yet familiar aura of Uchiha blood was right ahead. He wanted to see exactly what a shameful, pathetic state that sniveling crybaby Obito from the original manga had fallen into now. At this moment in the underground cave beneath the Kannabi Bridge. The air was thick with the stench of blood and the acrid choking of limestone dust. Earth release, rock shelter collapse. An IWA Nin hidden in the dark let out a sinister laugh. As soon as the hand seals were completed, the entire load-bearing structure of the underground cave collapsed. The rock overhead gave out with a teeth-grinding crack. Kakashi clutched his bleeding left eye and staggered down into the muddy water. He gasped for breath, his one remaining right eye full of defiance. A 10,000 gene boulder broke free from the rock layer, trailing the shadow of death as it slammed straight toward Kakashi's face. Kakashi. Obito's eyes were bloodshot, his Chutomo Sharingan spinning wildly in their sockets. Without a moment's hesitation he kicked off with both legs and crashed into Kakashi like a fired cannonball, shoving him completely out of the falling boulder's path. Obito, however, was fully engulfed by that huge shadow. Obito. Noera Rin sat collapsed not far away, her voice splitting the instant she screamed. She crawled and stumbled forward, ignoring the skin scraped raw on the rough ground. She reached out to grab something but her fingertips only barely grazed the corner of Obito's clothes. Tears washed through the dust on her face leaving long muddy streaks. Obito stared at the boulder hurtling down above him then closed his eyes in resignation. He refused to give up. He hadn't confessed to Rin he hadn't earned the village's recognition and his dream of becoming Hokage was only half realized. Was he really going to be buried in this dark broken cave? Rin Kakashi. Please take care of everything from here. He silently recited his final words waiting for the end of crushed bones and torn flesh. Just as the rough underside of the boulder was half an inch from Obito's nose. Boom. An earth-splitting crash exploded. More than 10 meters of rock overhead was kicked through from the outside by an unreasonable terrifying force. Blinding sunlight poured through the huge opening forcing everyone to squint. Countless broken stones clattered down only to dissolve into powder the moment they touched an invisible barrier. The expected pain of broken bones and torn sinews never came. Obito cautiously opened a slit of an eye. He froze. A fair powerful hand with clearly defined knuckles was braced steadily against the bottom of that 10,000 gene boulder. Azure star energy spread out from the hand like a glowing spiderweb locking the entire boulder motionless in midair. The boulder's surface sizzled as star energy scorched at a sound that made one's scalp crawl. Obito followed the hand upward. What he saw was a tattered black robe snapping in the wind. A wild untamable mane of black hair danced recklessly in the air currents. The man did not even look up at the 10,000 gene boulder in his hand. He kept his head lowered, his scarlet Sharingan filled with undisguised contempt as he looked down upon Obito who lay sprawled on the ground. Since when did the Uchiha clan produce a spineless coward like you who simply closes his eyes and waits to die when danger arrives? The man's voice was not loud but it carried the natural overbearing pressure of a born superior making Obito's eardrums ring and his heart pound without end. The cave fell into deathly silence. In the distance the Iwanin's hand seals froze midair, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Cold sweat poured down their foreheads. Where did this monster come from? Catching a collapsing boulder with one hand without even turning red or losing his breath. This was the famous earth release lethal technique. Why did it look like he was just holding a piece of tofu? Hey! Who are you? The Iwanin captain forced down the panic in his heart and bellowed to embolden himself. Meddling in our hidden stone village's mission, are you tired of living? Madara did not even spare him a glance from the corner of his eye. Mere ants like this with so little chakra were unworthy of making him turn his head. Rin finally snapped back to her senses. She crawled over to Obito on her hands and knees, grabbed his arm and sobbed so hard she could barely breathe. Obito! You scared me to death. You're alive. Rin buried her head against Obito's shoulder, smearing her warm tears into his clothes. Kakashi also struggled to his feet using the broken white fanged short sword as a support. Enduring the searing pain in his left eye he shielded Rin and Obito behind him, his only remaining right eye locked on the mysterious man. Sharingan. An Uchiha. Kakashi rapidly ran through every prominent Uchiha expert he could name in Konoha but none matched this man. The pressure around this man was 100 times more terrifying than the Hokage's. Obito sat on the ground staring blankly at his face. He even forgot to notice Rin's embrace around his shoulder. Up close earlier he hadn't been able to see clearly, now with a bit more distance the more he looked the more certain he was that this man's features were maddeningly familiar. Those oppressive Sharingan, that iconic wild mane and that arrogant temperament that looked down on the world and never deigned to notice anyone, all of it was a perfect match. In Obito's mind flashed the illustration in the Ninja Academy history textbook followed by the giant waterfall statue in the Valley of the End outside Konoha. This man was far too young and his face was more handsome than any Uchiha Obito had ever seen. But that arrogance carved into his very bones was unmistakably stamped from the same mold. Why you? Obito swallowed a big mouthful of saliva mixed with limestone dust, choking into several coughs. He raised a mud-caked hand and pointed tremblingly at the man. Madara raised an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth curling with amusement. This dead-last brat was weak beyond measure, but at least his eyesight was not completely blind. When the Iwanin captain realized he was being utterly ignored, his pride as a shinobi drove him into a humiliated fury. He waved his hand and ordered through gritted teeth, no matter who he is. All of you attack. Bury them all here. A dozen Iwanin drew kunai simultaneously and charged with savage howls, looking for all the world like they would chop the group into mincemeat. Obito paid no attention to the charging Iwanin at all. His trembling finger was still pointed at Madara's nose. Because he was so shocked his voice cracked and came out especially shrill in the empty cave. Why you? You're that old ancestor from the Valley of the End who came back from the dead. Madara let out a cold snort. The 5 fingers supporting the boulder suddenly tightened. The azure star energy in his palm erupted outward in a blinding flash. Today this old man will teach you how an Uchiha should speak to his elders. Madara's fingers which had been bracing the boulder suddenly clenched tight. His knuckles popped with crisp sharp cracks. Boom! A thunderous shattering sound detonated throughout the underground cavern. That enormous hard rock weighing 10,000 pounds and heavy enough to drive even Kakashi to despair burst apart in an instant under the crushing pressure of sapphire stellar energy. The larger stone fragments never even had a chance to fall. They were shredded into fine stone dust in midair by the terrifying energy. The powder fell like a gray-white blizzard rustling down. Obito still hadn't recovered from the shock of the old ancestor's corpse jumping out of its grave. The stone dust that blasted into his face covered his gaping mouth and cheeks. Cough cough cough. Obito coughed violently. Wiping the dust from his face he stared hard at the man in front of him. Amid the flying dust Madara didn't have a single strand of hair dirty. An invisible stellar energy barrier kept every speck of dust away from him. He casually brushed off his tattered black robe. His gaze swept the ground ahead as if he were looking at garbage. The IWA shinobi charging at the front screeched to a halt. They held their kunai aloft, the blade still swaying in midair. Their war cries caught in their throats and turned into comical hiccups. The IWA captain swallowed hard. What the hell, how could this be something a human had done? Sea captain. The small IWA shinobi beside him was trembling. His hand went slack and his kunai clattered onto the stone with a clang. Then an acrid fishy stench spread through the air. A large wet patch stained the short shinobi's crotch and yellow liquid streamed down his thighs. His legs gave out and he dropped to his knees. You disgraceful piece of trash. Stand up, with the IWA captain roared, desperately keeping up appearances. But his own calves were cramping uncontrollably. The killing intent emanating from this man was 100 times heavier than that of the third Tsuchikage Inoki he had seen. This was not the suppression of chakra. This was an apex predator crushing the very souls of insects beneath its feet. Madara hadn't even assumed the opening stance of a hand seal. He merely tilted his head slightly. His crimson Sharingan cast a cold glance at the IWA shinobi. Scram. Just one word. It hit every IWA shinobi in the chest like a sledgehammer. A few with weak nerves rolled their eyes, foamed at the mouth and passed out on the spot. Obito sat on the ground, his mind a complete mush. He tugged at Kakashi's pant leg. Stupid Kakashi, pinch me. Have I already been crushed to death by the rocks and landed in the Pure Land? Kakashi ignored him. His remaining right eye stayed locked on Madara, his knuckles white as he gripped the broken blade. Obito, keep quiet. This man is unbelievably dangerous. At that moment Rin Nohara, who had been clinging to Obito and weeping like a pear blossom in the rain, suddenly went quiet. Obito turned his head and saw that Rin's hands had already slipped from his arm. She knelt there, her cheeks flushing with 2 eye-catching patches of red. The tears at the corners of her eyes hadn't dried, but all the despair from moments ago had vanished from her gaze. Rin stared fixedly at Madara's sharply cut face. That world-disdaining gaze, that wild and unruly long hair, and that aura of heaven-shaking earth-destroying dominance when he raised his hand. Compared with the same-aged people in the village who only went through the motions of doing missions, this man was like an ancient god stepping out of a painting. Rin unconsciously lifted both hands to her chest, covering her wildly thumping heart. She tucked the dust-stained strands of hair behind her ears, straightened her disheveled collar, and even her breathing became careful, afraid of startling the man before her. Obito's heart lurched at the sight of Rin like this. A strong surge of sour jealousy rushed straight to the top of his head. Rin. Why do you keep staring at him? Obito grew anxious. As if she hadn't heard him, Rin couldn't help but curl her lips upward. So handsome. She whispered under her breath. The voice was soft, but in the silent cave Obito heard it loud and clear. His face instantly turned beet red. He sprang up from the ground and pointed at Madara's nose, shouting. Hey! What kind of old monster are you? Don't think that saving us lets you hit on Rin. Madara found it a little amusing. A dead last who couldn't even wear his forehead protector straight, daring to point and shout at the nose of the Azura of the shinobi world. The Uchiha clan's bloodline truly got more degraded with every generation. Madara didn't even lift an eyelid, his tone laced with undisguised mockery. Boy, if your skill were even half as tough as your mouth, you wouldn't have been lying on the ground waiting to die just now. Obito was choked speechless, his face reddening. He instinctively stepped forward, wanting to argue. I was caught off guard. I'm the man who's going to become Hokage. Hokage. Madara looked as if he had heard the world's biggest joke. A wild arrogant smile curled at his lips. That kind of playing house village chief game is only worth treasuring by fools like you. Taking advantage of their bickering, the IWA captain quietly stepped back 2 paces. He signaled to the few remaining subordinates. Retreat. This is nowhere near our level, hurry back to the village and report to the Ōtsutsuki-sama. The IWA shinobi, as if granted amnesty, scrambled and crawled toward the cave exit. Madara glimpsed the fleeing rats from the corner of his eye. I told you to die standing, yet you insist on running. He slowly raised his right hand. A cluster of sapphire stellar lightning danced at his fingertip. This power was even more violent than when he had just crushed the boulder. Even the air was filled with a scorched smell. Kakashi keenly sensed the world-destroying fluctuation of energy. He shoved Obito to the ground. Get down. He's about to strike. Obito sprawled into the mud, getting a mouthful of dirt. He struggled to turn his head toward Rin. Rin. Get out of the way. But Rin seemed frozen as if under a spell. Cupping her face in both hands, her eyes were full of the man whose every movement radiated lethal charm. Even his fighting stance is so nice to look at. Rin murmured once more. Hearing that, Obito's heart broke into pieces. He felt that not only had his thunder been stolen, but the goddess he'd loved in secret for years was about to be whisked away. Damn it. You old trickster of an ancestor. Obito was so angry he slapped his thighs. Madara ignored Obito's impotent rage. The stellar lightning at his fingertip was just about to shoot out and wipe out all those IWA shinobi. At that very moment, a blinding yellow flash suddenly blazed through the dim underground cave. The light came without any warning at all. It was so fast that even the air didn't have time to cry out in friction. A specially crafted 3-pronged kunai inscribed with the unique Flying Thunder God spell formula. Cut through the darkness underground. The kunai precisely curved past Kakashi and Obito. The edge gleamed with a cold, deadly light. It flew straight for the back of Madara's head. Obito, lying on the ground, felt a burn at the corners of his eyes at the familiar yellow light. Clinging to it like a lifeline, he yelled at the top of his lungs. Minato-sensei. You finally came. Kakashi also let out a relieved breath. Sensei, be careful. This man is absurdly strong. The kunai was less than an inch from the back of Madara's head. The sharp gust even stirred Madara's long black hair. But Madara did not turn around. The stellar lightning at his fingertip didn't waver at all. Another clownfly here to play tricks. Minato's kunai did not stop. The yellow flash refracted a blinding halo in midair. Obito clenched his fists in excitement. Minato-sensei's speed was second to none in the entire shinobi world. No matter how strong this man who looked like the old ancestor was, there was no way he could dodge a surprise Flying Thunder God attack from behind. Minato-sensei. Hit him. Let him taste Konoha's power. Obito kept cheering from the sidelines. Only then did Rin come to her senses. She gasped and instinctively opened her mouth to warn him. Watch your back. The moment the words left her lips, she froze. She was actually warning a strange man she had only just met. Yet the attacker was her own squad leader. Hearing Rin's cry, Obito's eyes reddened. He turned and stared at Rin in disbelief. Rin. Whose side are you on? Minato-sensei is on our side. Rin flustered. She lowered her head, fingers nervously twisting the fabric of her clothes. I didn't mean it like that. But our benefactor just saved us. Madara listened to these brats quarreling, and a flicker of impatience passed through his eyes. He hadn't been resurrected to listen to you kids whisper sweet nothings. The sound of the special kunai tearing the air behind him was already right on his heels. The sharp edge had even touched the strands of his flying hair. The yellow flash was rapidly gathering at the end of the kunai. The spatial fluctuation of something being torn apart grew ever stronger. Kakashi stared fixedly at that spot. Sensei's Flying Thunder God's second stage is about to launch, he muttered, tightening his grip on the broken blade. Once Sensei appeared, even if it cost him his life, he would join Sensei to bring down this dangerous man. Obito simply clambered up from the ground. He didn't even bother to brush off the dirt and made a face at Madara. Hey mister. Show off. Your back is wide open. The IWA captain, taking advantage of this moment, had already reached the edge of the cave entrance. He looked back, a gloating smile crossing his face. Konoha's yellow flash had come. Now it was dogs biting dogs, each getting a mouthful of fur, perfectly buying them time to escape. The air in the cave seemed to solidify at that instant. The yellow light blazed to its peak. A crisp clang of metal was about to ring out. Madara still didn't turn around. He just slightly raised his free left hand. Two long fingers casually reached back and pinched shut. The smile on Obito's face hadn't fully spread before it froze solid. He was like a duck with its neck caught. A strange croak caught in his throat. Kakashi's only remaining right eye flew wide, his pupil shrinking to a pinprick. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Obito, who did you say had openings all over his back? Madara's two long slender fingers clamped tightly around the blade of the three-pronged kunai. The razor-sharp custom steel ground against his fingertips with a teeth-gritting screech. Sparks sprayed along the blade. A blinding yellow flash suddenly collapsed at the end of the kunai and Minato Namikaze's figure coalesced into view like a phantom. Minato held the pose of a forward thrust, his hand clamped around the kunai's leather grip. In his ordinarily unshakable azure eyes a storm now raged. A bead of cold sweat slid down his golden temple and struck the gravel at his feet. Since the Flying Thunder God technique was first used, this was the very first time someone had used only two fingers to force a slash, carried by the inertia of spacetime transfer, to a dead stop in midair. The half-spread grin on Obito's face froze entirely. It was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head, his teeth chattered uncontrollably. Kakashi's palm holding the broken blade was slick with sweat. The hilt grew so slippery it nearly slipped away, he could only clutch it desperately with both hands. How is this possible? He murmured, his right eye flying wide open. The speed his teacher had always prided himself on was nothing but a joke before this man. Madara tilted his head slightly, his jet-black hair sweeping across Minato's cheek. Those crimson Sharingan were fathomless as they studied Minato, who was inches away, with a mocking smile. That treacherous little schemer Tobirama's spacetime jutsu. Madara's voice was low and hoarse, carrying an arrogance born of centuries of vicissitudes. The fingers clamped around the kunai did not move a hair's breadth and his gaze was filled with contempt. Not a bad imitation, I suppose. But in this old man's eyes it's as slow as a turtle crawling. Minato took a deep breath, his arm muscles suddenly tensing. He tried to pull the kunai back and create distance. But the specially forged kunai seemed to have grown into Madara's fingers. No matter how much strength he used, it would not budge. Who exactly are you? Minato demanded in a low voice. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Madara's two fingers suddenly flexed. Crack. That three-pronged kunai, forged by Konoha's finest craftsmen and laced with chakra-conductive metal, was crushed by Madara's bare fingers into several pieces of scrap iron. Minato, thrown off balance, reacted in a flash. Using the recoil from the snapping kunai, he twisted his body in midair. With a clean backflip he landed firmly in front of Kakashi and Obito. He immediately spread his arms and shielded all three students behind him, staring at the man before him as though confronting a great enemy. Shattered steel fragments rained clattering onto the ground. Madara disdainfully brushed the iron filings from his fingertips without even giving Minato a direct glance, as if he had just crushed a biscuit. Minato kept his eyes locked on this dangerous enemy, his mind spinning like a fully wound clockwork gear. He quickly swept his gaze over every feature of the man, a face in his early 20s, sharp, nearly flawless features, and a wild, unruly mane of spiky black hair. The most alarming thing, though, was the pair of Sharingan radiating an overwhelming pressure. The sheer weight of that chakra was far heavier than even Lord Third Hokage's. Minato turned Konoha's intelligence archives upside down in his mind. Since when had the Uchiha clan hidden away such a young peak-level powerhouse? If this man was Konoha's hidden ace, why would he draw his blade against them? If he was a rogue ninja, someone of his caliber would have already thrown the entire shinobi world into chaos. Minato could not make sense of it, his brows twisted into a knot. Minato-sensei. Obito, hiding behind Minato, swallowed hard, his voice trembling. He stretched out a dust-covered finger and secretly pointed at Madara. Look closely at his face. Doesn't he look just like that old ancestor on the waterfall at the Valley of the End? Minato's pupils shrank sharply. He looked at Madara's face again, superimposing it over the enormous time-worn statue outside the village. Identical. Too identical. It was as if the same unbridled arrogance had been carved from a single mold. But that was impossible. That legendary Uchiha Madara had died at the hands of the first Hokage long ago. Even if he had faked his death and survived, by now he should be a frail old man on the verge of the grave. Yet the man before him seethed with surging vitality and stood in the most glorious prime a shinobi could ever reach. Obito, don't spout nonsense. Plenty of people in this world look alike, Minato said in a low, hard tone. He pulled out two more specially forged kunai from his tool pouch and held them in a reverse grip. In the brief lull of the standoff, the IWA Nin captain, who had been cowering at the edge of the cave entrance, finally seized his chance. He shot a glance at the two men facing off and ecstasy surged through his heart. So the yellow flash of Konoha really was pinned down by that monster. Now. Let's go. The Iwa Nin captain whispered to his remaining men, scrambling and tumbling as he charged out. Minato's brow furrowed. He was just about to throw a kunai to block them. These Iwa Nin were the key to the Kannabi bridge mission. He absolutely could not let them carry their intelligence away. Before Minato could raise his hand, Madara, without even turning his head, casually kicked a piece of gravel on the ground. Did this old man give you permission to leave? That thumbnail-sized pebble wrapped in azure star energy transformed in an instant into a blinding streak of light. Thunk. A dull thud. The streak of light pierced through the back of the Iwa Nin captain's head and burst out from his forehead. Without even a scream, the captain pitched face-first into the mud at the cave's mouth. The remaining Iwa Nin were scared out of their wits, their legs buckled and they dropped to their knees, too terrified even to plead for mercy. Watching the fallen captain, Minato felt cold sweat instantly soak through his Jonin flak jacket. What kind of attack was this? No hand seals, no chakra nature transformation, just a pebble, and yet it had pierced with a sharpness even greater than wind release. The arm he used to shield Obito and Kakashi tightened involuntarily. Your strength is extraordinary, Minato said, taking a deep breath and attempting to defuse the situation with words. He stared hard into Madara's eyes, his tone neither servile nor overbearing. Since you are also a member of the Uchiha clan, we're comrades from the same village. You saved my students just now. Minato is deeply grateful. Comrades. Madara looked as if he had just heard an absurd joke. He let out a low cold laugh, his wide black sleeves snapping in the wind. Now a bunch of weaklings playing at house are worthy of calling this old man their comrade. Madara walked toward Minato step by step. With each step the gravel underfoot was crushed to powder under the oppressive might of his star energy. The contempt in his Sharingan was impossible to hide. That flying thunder god move just now, when Tobirama used it could at least make this old man put in a little real effort. As for you. Madara halted, the corner of his mouth curling into a cruel arc. Your speed is merely a child's parlor trick. In the face of absolute power all your little antics are meaningless. Rin, kneeling beside Obito, clutched the hem of her clothes tightly with both hands. Watching Madara's supremely arrogant bearing, her heart beat faster and faster. Although the man's words were unbearably rude, his domineering presence was truly impossible to look away from. Obito was grinding his teeth in fury. If not for Kakashi holding him back, he would already have charged at Madara with his life on the line. Minato knew that this matter would not end peacefully today. Not only did this man have no sense of allegiance to Konoha, his words even overflowed with contempt for the second Hokage. Such a reckless madman must never be allowed inside Konoha. Azure chakra spun and condensed rapidly in Minato's free right hand. The high-density chakra flow let out a piercing shriek. Kakashi's eyes brightened. It's the Rinnegan. Minato lowered his center of gravity, his azure eyes filled with unwavering resolve. If Flying Thunder God was useless, then he would have to clash head-on with his most destructive jutsu. Since you refuse to heed my words, I will have to show you no courtesy. Minato said in a low voice. Watching the fully formed Rinnegan in Minato's hand, Madara lazily twisted his neck, his joints popping with crisp cracks. Far from evading, he spread his arms wide and let the violent chakra gale whip his long hair. He looked down at Minato, who braced himself like a man facing a great enemy, and released a sneer of boundless arrogance. Little yellow-haired brat, it seems this old man will have to personally teach you what true submission means. Madara spread his arms wide, lounging in place with languid indifference. His jet-black hair streamed wildly behind him, whipped by the onrushing gust from ahead. Minato had already dissolved into a yellow afterimage too elusive for the naked eye to track. The Rinnegan in his palm spun at a dizzying velocity. Torrential chakra collided and compressed, rending the air itself. The shrill piercing shriek seemed poised to impale every living creature in this underground cavern. In the blink of an eye, Minato had already reached Madara. He dropped his center, his right hand gripping the Rinnegan, and thrust it forward with explosive force. Straight toward Madara's chest. Got him. Obito pumped his fist in exultation from behind. Kakashi, however, pressed his lips into a grim line, his eyes unblinking. Madara did not dodge. He didn't even so much as shift the Sharingan in his eye sockets. His black pupils were like a stagnant pool mirroring the azure orb hurtling ever nearer. Just as the Rinnegan was about to graze the fabric of Madara's robes, Madara moved. He raised his right hand, his palm veiled in a faint halo of sapphire stellar energy. No hand seals. No elaborate opening stance for taijutsu. Just a plain simple forward slap. Smack. A crisp ringing sound split the air. The Rinnegan, Minato's vaunted sealless ninjutsu, was swatted apart like a fragile glass marble by the force of Madara's palm. The violent chakra current collapsed in an instant, dissolving into a harmless breeze that ruffled Madara's cheek. Minato's sapphire pupils constricted to pinpricks. Impossible. Dispelling a Rinnegan with a bare hand. It defied every axiom of ninjutsu. But he was after all a shinobi tempered by countless battles. Having missed his mark, Minato instantly leveraged his forward momentum, pivoting with explosive force at the waist. His right leg arced high, a savage whistle tearing the air, a crushing roundhouse kick aimed at Madara's temple. Taijutsu is it? Madara's eyelids drooped, his voice laced with faint boredom. He didn't even raise his hand, merely bending his left knee a fraction. Thud. Minato's shin collided brutally with Madara's kneecap. It was like kicking an unyielding slab of 10,000-year-old ice. A violent recoil shot up his shin bone and detonated in his skull. His entire right leg went numb in an instant, the deadness crawling all the way to his hip. Madara gave a cold snort. He set his left leg down, and the hand that had been tucked into his pocket lashed out like a bolt of lightning. Minato had not yet managed to stabilize himself in midair. The next thing he knew, his collar was seized. His entire body pitched forward under an irresistible force. Madara held Minato by the collar with one hand as casually as one might carry a young chick. Then Madara's arm swung down with brutal force. Crash! Minato's back smashed into the unyielding rock floor. The ground around Minato instantly fractured into a dense mesh of spiderweb cracks. Shards of rock sprayed outward as dust billowed. Minato's mouth flew open and a large mouthful of blood sprayed out, dyeing his jonin flak jacket crimson. His organs felt as though they had all been knocked from their proper places by that one throw. His brain swam with vertigo and he could not summon the strength to rise. From Minato's charge to being ground into the floor, the entire affair spanned less than 3 breaths. Madara had used only 3 moves. A slap. A block. A slam. Clean and decisive, with not a single wasted motion. Pure physical strength amplified by the crushing dominance of stellar energy. The entire underground cavern fell into a deathly silence. The smile on Obito's face had not yet faded before it froze solid. His mouth hung open, his Adam's apple bobbing with difficulty. That was Minato-sensei after all. Minato-sensei, the man who apart from the Lord Hokage was virtually unmatched in all of Konoha. And yet this man who bore the face of the village's ancient ancestor was tossing him about like a rag doll. Kakashi's breathing grew coarse and heavy. His remaining right eye was shot through with blood-red veins. The broken blade in his hand trembled, emitting a subtle metallic hum. Sensei, Kakashi bit through his lip, the taste of rust flooding his mouth. He took a sudden stride forward, both hands clenching the broken blade. He was ready to charge in and fight to the death, no matter the cost. Obito snapped back to his senses as well. His hands flew through hand seals at a rapid pace, the Tsutomu Sharingan in his eyes spinning wildly. Fire style, he had barely uttered 2 syllables. Madara released his grip on Minato's collar and slowly straightened to his full height. He tilted his head, his pitch-black eyes sweeping coldly over the 2 brats preparing to act. It was just that one glance. There was no surge of chakra whatsoever. Only a terrifying killing intent, as tangible as substance, coupled with the oppressive pressure of stellar energy blanketing the entire cavern in an instant. Kakashi's foot froze in midair. He felt as if the surrounding air had turned into a thick, sticky swamp. An invisible pressure like a colossal phantom hand clamped tightly around his throat. Cold sweat instantly soaked through his back and dripped from his chin to the ground. The broken blade fell with a clatter at his feet, and he no longer even had the strength to pick it up. Obito's hands, still forming seals, froze before his chest. His legs trembled uncontrollably. That killing intent had pierced straight through his soul. He felt like a rabbit pinned beneath the stare of an ancient apex predator. If he so much as twitched a finger, he would be torn to pieces on the spot. Rin slumped to the ground, her hands pressed firmly over her mouth to hold back her tears. In her gaze at Madara, beyond the earlier infatuation, there was now a hint of reverence. This man was strong enough to drive one to despair. Madara withdrew his gaze and dusted off his hands. He looked down imperiously at Minato, who lay in the pit. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, Minato propped himself up on his elbows and tried to rise. But twice he tried, and twice he collapsed heavily back down. "You! What exactly is your purpose?" Minato demanded between ragged breaths. Madara crossed his arms over his chest, an arrogant smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. "My purpose? Even if I told you insects like you wouldn't understand." He lifted his foot and used the tip of his toe to flick up a broken kunai lying beside Minato. The kunai spun once in the air before Madara caught it with perfect ease. "However, I've just changed my mind." He casually tossed the broken kunai into the dirt beside Minato's face. "You brats, weak as a litter of unweaned mice. Still you might barely be worth keeping around as errand boys. Obito swallowed then plucked up the courage to ask. Errand boys. What do you want us to do? Madara sneered at Obito's simpleton expression. I intend to establish a new order in this rotten broken shinobi world. He extended a finger and pointed in sequence at Minato, Kakashi and Obito, finally coming to rest on Rin. From this day onward you four are my direct subordinates. When I bid you go east you must not harbor even a single thought of straying 1 inch off course. Minato coughed twice, coughing up yet more bloody spittle. He looked at his students pinned in place by that murderous aura in the distance and his heart was filled with bitterness. He knew that if he did not agree today none of the four would leave this cave alive. As the Jonin sensei leading the team he could not stand by and watch his students march to their deaths. Fine. Minato squeezed the word out through his teeth. I accept. But you must promise not to harm them. Making terms with me. You are not qualified for that. Madara turned away, his black robe slicing a fierce arc through the air. He strode out of the cavern. Sunlight poured through the collapsed opening, gilding Madara's silhouette with a golden halo. He stopped, tilted his head slightly and offered them a profile of incomparable dominance. If you don't want to die in this pit, get up now and follow. Now lead the way. Back to Konoha. Madara strode out of the dim underground cavern, his thick-soled shinobi boots pressing into the damp forest grass. The scent of fresh earth mixed with decaying leaves invaded his nostrils. He lifted his head and a breeze happened to sweep through his wild mane of spiky black hair. The feeling of being reborn was not bad at all. Behind him came the sound of disordered footsteps. Minato clutched his chest and followed, supported by Kakashi, his face ghastly pale. Obito and Rin trailed close behind. The four elite shinobi of Konoha looked like frostbitten eggplants, all crestfallen, not daring to breathe too loudly. Madara crossed his arms and did not look back. Aren't you going to lead the way? I have no interest in being mosquito bait with you in these woods. Minato gave a wry smile and was about to point out the way back to Konoha. Suddenly a rustling sound came from the bushes on the left. Kakashi and Obito instantly tensed, instinctively reaching for their ninja tool pouches. Benefactor. Wait for me. A slender figure pushed through the leaves and staggered out. It was Aoi Aoki, the wandering kunoichi Madara had casually saved outside the underground base. She clutched the bandaged wound on her abdomen, her dewy eyes fixed tightly on Madara's face. That look was like a person parched for 3 days in a desert suddenly setting eyes on an oasis. When Obito saw who it was, his eyes widened. Though the woman was wounded, her face and figure were unquestionably those of a great beauty. Madara frowned slightly, his pitch-black pupils full of disgust. Aoi Aoki ran up to him panting and dropped directly to one knee. Benefactor, you walked too fast. I could only catch up by following the footprints on the ground. I never told you to follow, Madara said icily. I carry classified intelligence from Iwagakure. Staying at this border will only get me killed sooner or later. You saved my life and I, Aoi Aoki, have no way to repay you. All I ask is to remain by your side as a maidservant. I will fetch tea and pour water, do anything. At those words the members of Minato's team exchanged glances. Rin's alarm instantly went through the roof. She looked at Aoi Aoki kneeling on one knee, then at Madara's expressionless face, and her fingers unconsciously tightened around the water flask at her waist. This woman of unknown origins came here and immediately wanted to serve her benefactor as a maid. The benefactor has just gone through battle, he must be thirsty. Rin hurried forward. She yanked off her water flask and held it out before Madara, her voice gentle. Lord Madara, please drink some water. She even used a respectful form of address. Obito, standing nearby, ground his back teeth audibly. Seeing this, how could Aoi Aoki be willing to fall behind? She pulled an orchid-embroidered handkerchief from her bosom and stood up, ignoring the pain from her wound. She raised the handkerchief to around Madara's chin. Lord Madara, there is dust on your forehead. Let me wipe it off for you. The two women now stood one on each side, looking as if they were about to sandwich Madara between them. A smokeless gunpowder scent began to spread faintly through the air. Kakashi, supporting Minato with one hand, twitched the corner of his mouth twice. What was all this? The Azura of the shinobi world had taken them in as subordinates, and in the blink of an eye it had turned into a matchmaking scene. Madara looked at the water flask and the handkerchief shoved in front of his face, his brows twisted into a tight knot. With a thought he summoned the system panel that only he could see. At the very bottom of the personal attributes column he was startled to find a line of small characters glowing with a faint pink light. Peak Charm Aura, a side effect of rejuvenation that increases one's appeal to the opposite sex by 500%. Madara's face blackened like the bottom of a wok. What kind of trash attribute did this blasted system give him? This old man was here to conquer the universe and establish a new order. What did he need this accursed romantic luck for? Women would only slow down his hand seals and the drawing of his blade. All of you get lost. Madara let out a low bark, his voice carrying undisguised irritation. A wave of stellar energy suddenly blasted outward. Rin and Aoi were pushed back several steps by the invisible force, nearly dropping the things in their hands. The two women exchanged a glance, then each gave a cold snort and turned away, neither willing to concede. Madara walked at the front with large strides without even a sidelong glance at them. The group set out once more. On the remaining road back to Konoha, the atmosphere became inexplicably strange. Madara walked ahead, his posture straight, radiating a cold aura that warned people to stay away. Aoi and Rin followed 3 paces behind, one on his left and one on his right. The instant Madara slowed even slightly, the two perked up as if injected with adrenaline. They vied with each other to ask whether Madara wanted to rest, whether he was hungry, whether he was tired. Obito trailed at the very back, carrying a tree branch. As he walked, he whipped the innocent plants by the roadside in a frenzy. He had snapped the branch into several pieces. Why? Why is it like this? Obito poured out his grievances to Kakashi in a low voice. He's an old monster who nearly beat Minato-sensei to death. Why is Rin far from being afraid of him, rushing to serve him hand and foot? Kakashi shot Obito a look reserved for an idiot. If you could crush a 10,000 gene boulder with your bare hands, disperse the teacher's Rinnegan with one slap, and have a face like that, Rin would give you a second glance too. Obito was choked speechless. He could only stomp the broken branch hard into the dirt. Minato, enduring the dull ache in his organs, listened to his students whispering behind him and felt deeply worried. This man who called himself Madara was unfathomably powerful and acted without any restraint. Now he was actually going back to Konoha with them. The village was bound to experience a huge earthquake. After several hours of trekking, the dense forest gradually thinned. At the edge of their vision, 2 enormous green wooden doors came into view. A giant shinobi character was written on the doors in bold ragged strokes. They had arrived at the gates of Konohagakure, the hidden leaf village. Madara stopped, looking up at the gate that seemed faintly familiar. A mocking arc curled at the corner of his mouth. Hashirama, this old man has returned to the village you built. In front of Konoha's gate, 2 chunin on guard duty were yawning lazily. They were Izumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu Hagane. Hearing footsteps, both looked up. When they saw the bedraggled, miserable state of Minato's squad, they were taken aback. Lord Minato. What happened to you? Did you encounter a large enemy force? Izumo Kamizuki hurried forward. Kotetsu Hagane's eyes, however, skipped past Minato and fixed on the man in front with his arms crossed. The man wore no forehead protector and his clothes were tattered. But the arrogance and pressure pouring out from the depths of his bones stung the eyes. And that scantily clad kunoichi clinging to his side didn't look like a Konoha shinobi either. Kotetsu snapped to alertness, drew the kunai from his back and held it crosswise before his chest. Halt! Lord Minato, who is this man without a forehead protector? The tip of the blade pointed straight at Madara. Izumo Kamizuki also snapped into focus and swiftly assumed a defensive stance. This is a restricted area of Konoha. Unauthorized personnel are strictly forbidden to enter. State your name now. Minato's face changed drastically. He was about to stop these 2 gate guards who had no idea what they were facing. But Madara was the one who laughed first. Without even taking his hands out of his pockets, he took a nonchalant step forward. He looked at the 2 guards who were reacting as if facing a great enemy. Are you interrogating this old man? Ban's descending foot landed firmly on the ground. The thick-soled shinobi boot struck the bluestone slab with a dull muffled thud. The kunai crossed in the hands of Shinua Chuyun and Gang Ziti clattered with a metallic click-clack under the strain of their nerves. Ban lifted his chin slightly and the disdain in his pitch-black pupils burned even brighter. Interrogate. He looked as if he had just heard the most absurd joke on earth. The corners of his mouth twisted into a wild, arrogant grin and his gaze scraped across the faces of the 2 guards like a blade. In front of this old man, even the first Hokage Chienshojujin would have to greet me with the greatest courtesy. And you 2 ant-like gatekeepers, do you think you deserve to ask this old man's name? Shuemen clutched his chest, wincing as he sucked in a sharp breath from the pain. Bearing the searing agony in his internal organs, he staggered forward a full step, trying to put himself in front of Ban. Chuyun Ziti, lower your weapons. This is... Shuemen's voice trembled as he trailed off, choking on the words. How could he possibly introduce him? Should he say this was Yuzhibo Ban, the legendary man who had died long ago? Or that this was a monster who could crush their entire squad with a single brush of his hand? Gang Ziti furrowed his brow. Instead of loosening his grip on the kunai, his fingers tightened even harder. Lord Shuiman, you're injured. This man has no known origin and is even accompanied by a woman from another village. According to Mai's regulations, he must disarm and undergo interrogation. Shinue Chuyun chimed in from the side. Exactly. Just look at his insolent demeanor, he might well be a spy sent by a hostile nation. Step back, Lord Shuiman will take him down. Take him down. Kakaxi's scalp crawled as he listened from behind. His sole remaining right eye twitched wildly. Did these two idiots have the slightest clue who they were talking to? That was a monster who could swat aside the teacher's spiraling sphere with a single backhand. Dai Tu meanwhile was so anxious he was practically jumping. Cupping his hands around his mouth, he screamed desperately toward the gate. You two morons, shut up right now. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Chinmu Kue and Lin stood behind Ban. The two women were eerily in perfect sync, both staring at the guards as though they were already corpses. In their eyes, anyone who dared speak to Lord Ban in such a manner had exactly one fate awaiting them. Ban did not look at the alarmed Shuiman, nor did he pay any attention to Dai Tu's shouting. The only thought in his mind was that the mosquitoes buzzing around his ears were far too noisy. Rules. Interrogation. Ban let out a scoff. This old man will teach you today what genuine rules are. His hands remained tucked into the pockets of his black robe, showing no intention of coming out. He merely bent his right knee slightly. A visible vortex of azure stellar energy swirled and converged beneath his foot. The air around him was instantly sucked dry, creating a small zone of vacuum. Shuiman keenly felt the violent chakra fluctuations and his face went stark white in an instant. Get out of the way. Shuiman shouted with a heartrending roar, activating the Flying Thunder God technique with all his might in a desperate attempt to pull the two guards away. But it was already too late. Ban's right leg shot out with the force of thunder and a mountain falling, a brutal barebones straight kick with not a single ounce of flashy taijutsu. Boom, rumble, rumble. A deafening detonation erupted as if a thunderclap from the ninth heaven had exploded directly before Mai's gate. That towering solid wood gate, tens of meters high, supposedly impenetrable, emblazoned with a giant, Nin character, shattered into a sky full of flying splinters the instant it came into contact with the stellar energy storm, as if it were nothing more than paper. The berserk force continued without losing the slightest momentum. The massive towering bluestone walls flanking the gate collapsed for a full half of their length under that single kick like crumbling tofu. Broken stones and wooden debris shot into the village like cannon shells. The billowing dust instantly obscured half the sky. The ground of my village trembled violently underfoot. It was as if a magnitude 12 earthquake had struck. Shinue Chuyun and Gang Zidi stood frozen in place. That apocalyptic stellar energy storm howled past just above their scalps. It did not harm so much as a hair on their heads, nor even blow away the kunai in their hands. Ban's control over power had reached a state of exquisite, almost supernatural exactitude. But just because their bodies had escaped injury did not mean their minds could withstand it. Staring at the wall that had now become a pile of ruins, both of their brains completely shut down. This was Mai's face and pride. A wall that had survived 3 great ninja wars had lost half of it to a single kick. And worse still. As the dust gradually lifted, that man's figure emerged slowly from the ruins. Ban's black hair lashed wildly in the still unsettled chakra storm. That pair of scarlet Sharingan exuded the arrogance and icy contempt of one who looked down upon the entire world. Sunlight pierced through the dust and fell across a face as coldly perfect as sculpture. Combined with his overbearing, world-destroying aura, the sight delivered a visual shock that transcended gender and struck straight into the soul. Shinue Chuyun's jaw dropped wide enough to fit a duck egg. The kunai in his hand hit the ground with a clatter. Gang Zidi's Adam's apple bobbed twice, giving off a series of meaningless dry guttural clicks. The two exchanged a glance. Their hearts overwhelmed by incomprehensible terror, and the overload of that shocking image slammed into an explosive rhythm. This is too. Gang Zidi's eyes rolled back. Before he could finish his sentence, his legs went weak and he toppled straight backward. Shinue Chuyun was no better off. He felt his breathing grow labored, his brain starved of oxygen, and together with Gang Zidi he collapsed limply to the ground with a heavy thud. The proud Chunin guards of Mai, they had not even grazed the enemy's sleeve, were left utterly overwhelmed by the sheer power of Ban's gate-shattering kick and a face so breathtakingly handsome it defied logic. Shocked so profoundly that they both fainted on the spot. Qingmu Kue watched from behind, stars practically bursting from her eyes. She cupped her cheeks with both hands and let out a soft squeal. Lord Ban's kick was simply dripping with masculinity. Lin refused to be outdone and stuck out her flat chest. Benefactor's footwork is as clean as it gets, Not like those villagers who spent forever weaving hand seals just to throw a punch. Dai Tu rolled his eyes fervently from the side. This was no time for those two women to be fawning. That was Mai's great gate. There was no way to keep this under wraps any longer. An ear-piercing air raid siren split the calm above Mai. Red warning flares shot skyward one after another. Countless Umbu ninjas like a swarm of startled hornets converged toward the gate from every corner of the village. Kakashi supported the tottering Shuimen both with faces ashen as death. "Teacher, how are we supposed to settle this?" Kakashi's voice was heavy with despair. Shuimen shook his head with a bitter smile. "Settle this. This almighty ancestor has plainly come here to cause a scene. You'd better prepare for the wrath of the higher-ups." Ban stepped across the litter of broken timber and stone. He did not even glance at the two knocked-out gatekeepers on the ground. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping past the masses of my ninjas assembling and locked squarely on the towering Hokage building at the village's center. "Unfei Risen, let this old man see what kind of godforsaken state you've turned Mai into over these years." At that moment in the top-floor office of the Hokage building, the atmosphere was so weighty it might have dripped water. The third Hokage Unfei Risen sat behind his broad desk, a signature pipe clamped between his lips and his brow furrowed deeply. The violent tremor from the gate being blasted away had even spilled the tea from his cup. What the hell is going on? Is the main army of another village attacking? Risen abruptly rose to his feet, snatched the crystal ball for the telescope technique from the desk and rapidly wove hand signs to pour chakra into the orb. White mist churned inside the crystal ball. The scene at the gate, a veritable hellscape of ruins, came into sharp focus before Risen's eyes. He saw the gravely injured Shuimen. He saw Kakashi and Dai Tu stunned senseless by fear. He saw Shinua Chuyun and Gang Ziti lying unconscious on the ground. Then as the dust gradually dispersed, a young man in a black robe, unbridled and arrogant, walked with slow leisurely steps into the center of the crystal ball's image. The pipe in Risen's mouth began to tremble violently. His dim old eyes shot wide, the corners laced with bloodshot horror. "Lord Hokage, the Umbu are in position. Awaiting your orders." An Umbu wearing a fox mask suddenly appeared in the office, dropping to one knee to report. Risen paid no heed to the Umbu's report. He stared intently at the face in the crystal ball, young yet a face he could recognize even if it were burned to ashes. It was the nightmare carved upon the waterfall at Zhongjia Valley. It was the lifelong archenemy of the first Hokage Qianshou Zhujian. It was the Azura who sent shivers of terror through the entire ninja world. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Risen's voice trembled uncontrollably. He definitely died. Dozens of years ago. Hiruzen stared hard at the crystal ball on his desk. Within the sphere white mist churned and the ruins of the gate were clearly visible. The dull rumble of falling stones reached his ears through the connection of the ninjutsu. That wild unrestrained face grew larger in the center of the image. Clatter. The old tobacco pipe that had been clenched in his mouth for decades suddenly slipped from Hiruzen's slack lips. The smoldering tobacco landed squarely on his crotch. The smell of scorched fabric flooded the air at once. A searing pain shot from his upper thigh straight to the crown of his head. Ouch. Hiruzen shot up from his spacious office chair. He slapped wildly at the sparks on his crotch and hopped in place twice. The Umbu kneeling before the desk was startled. He was about to step forward to help extinguish the flames when Hiruzen shoved him away. "Forget these blasted sparks." Hiruzen's aged face flushed deep red and cold sweat poured down his forehead like a waterfall. He couldn't even bother to put on the Hokage's robe. He snatched the adamantine staff from the wall and stumbled toward the window. "Notify all Umbu. Assemble at the gate immediately. Whatever you see, no one moves without my order." Hiruzen's voice cracked, carrying an unmistakable tremor. The Umbu ninja froze, then hurriedly bowed his head in obedience. His figure vanished from the office in an instant. Hiruzen planted a foot on the windowsill and leaped out of the Hokage building. The wind howled past his ears. He used the body flicker technique desperately across the rooftops of Konoha. His old heart pounded wildly in his chest as if about to break through his ribs. Impossible. That man had died beneath the first Hokage's would release long ago. Even if he hadn't been completely dead, then he should be a decrepit old man unable to walk by now. How could he appear as a man in his 20s at the peak of vitality? The scene ahead grew clearer. The once towering gate of Konoha was gone without a trace. All that remained was a stretch of debris and two broken sections of wall. Hiruzen landed heavily at the edge of the ruins. The moment he landed, his legs gave way uncontrollably and he nearly fell to his knees. He clutched the adamantine staff tightly, using it to brace his swaying body. Sunlight poured without obstruction beyond the gate. Madara stood with his hands in the pockets of his black robe surveying his surroundings with keen interest. Around him a large number of Umbu wearing animal masks had formed an encirclement. But not one of them dared to take a step forward. That oppressive pressure of stellar energy towering above chakra weighed on everyone present like an invisible mountain crushing the breath out of them. Even the hands holding kunai trembled uncontrollably. Hiruzen pushed aside two Umbu blocking his way. He staggered to the very front of the encirclement. He gasped for breath, his murky eyes fixed tightly on Madara's face. Those brows, that expression. That wild arrogance that regarded the world as nothing. It exploded in the depths of Hiruzen's memory. It merged perfectly with the cold statue at the Valley of the End. Hiruzen raised a withered finger. His fingertip trembled violently in midair as he pointed at the young man before him. You. He said, you, twice but could not force out the rest. His throat felt as if stuffed with dry hay. Madara tilted his head slightly. His pitch-black pupils settled on the little old man in the tight combat suit. He looked him up and down, then let out a soft mocking laugh. Oh. Isn't this the monkey? That casual address. It struck Hiruzen's heart like a heavy hammer. Monkey. That was the affectionate nickname the first and second Hokage had given him. In the entire shinobi world only that man still dared to call him that to his face. The curve of Madara's lips widened. Decades without a meeting, how have you withered into this half-dead ghost of a man? I almost didn't recognize you, monkey. The adamantine staff in Hiruzen's hand fell to the ground with a clang. All color drained from his face. His lips trembled like autumn leaves torn apart in the wind. Are you really? Uchiha Madara. When the surrounding Umbu heard that name, a collective hiss of indrawn breath burst from the crowd. Several young Umbu could not even hold their ninja swords steady. The blades clattered against their scabbards. This was a legendary figure said to be able to crush mountain peaks with his bare hands. Hiruzen forced himself to stand straight. You tore down Konoha's gate just to declare war on the village. His voice was hoarse, every word seeming to be squeezed from between his teeth. Madara watched Hiruzen's expression of facing a great enemy, and the contempt in his eyes deepened. Declare war. Madara stepped forward, planting his foot on a broken beam. Monkey, you think too highly of today's Konoha. That one step sent the dozen or so Umbu in the front row stumbling back 3 paces in unison. The encirclement instantly expanded by a wide margin. Even breathing became cautious. Madara stopped and swept his gaze across the trembling ninja. He gave a cold snort. Hashirama once bragged to me that he would build a village full of hope. And what came of it? Madara extended a finger and pointed at Hiruzen's nose. A weak, incompetent waste like you has turned Konoha into a garbage dump of filth and corruption. Hiruzen clenched his jaw, veins bulging on his forehead. Konoha carries the will of fire. Where leaves dance, fire burns. Madara, you understand nothing of these bonds, you only know destruction. Hiruzen tried to use the well-rehearsed words to restore his confidence. Will of fire. Madara threw back his head and burst into wild laughter. The laughter echoed before the ruined gate, rattling eardrums until they hurt. Spare me those pretty words you use to trick children into dying. The shady things you do in the dark have filled this village with poisonous filth. I can smell that stench of decay from miles away. The Umbu squad leaders behind Hiruzen were thoroughly enraged by these words. They had undergone strict brainwashing, the will of fire was their creed. Don't insult the Lord Hokage. An Umbu roared and drew the sword from his back. The blade glinted coldly. Chakra erupted under his feet as he moved to charge. Everyone stop. Stand down. Hiruzen turned and spread his arms, blocking the hot-blooded Umbu. His eyes were bloodshot like an old lion protecting its cubs. Anyone who rushes forward to die will have their ninja status revoked immediately. The Umbu were cowed by Hiruzen's severity. They stopped dead in their tracks, their hands still trembling in frustration around their swords. Hiruzen knew better than anyone Madara hadn't even used ninjutsu, yet he could crush these elites with mere presence. Charging forward wouldn't even qualify them as cannon fodder. Madara watched the farce, the mockery at the corner of his mouth deepening. Monkey, you're still as sickeningly hypocritical as ever. You put on a kindly show of protecting your subordinates to hide the cowardice in your bones. Just as Madara opened his mouth to sneer. In the shadows to the left of the ruins, a venomous single eye stared fixedly at Madara's back from behind a broken wall. Shimura Danzo crouched in the rubble. His body was wrapped tightly in bandages, leaving only one eye full of scheming exposed. He licked his dry lips, greed and madness flickering in his eye. Hiruzen, that soft-hearted fool, did not dare to act. This was the perfect opportunity for Danzo to establish his authority. If he could kill or gravely wound Uchiha Madara here, then Danzo would be the hero who saved Konoha. The next Hokage's seat would unquestionably be his. Danzo tucked his hands into his wide sleeves. His fingers flew through hand seals as fast as lightning. Wind release chakra compressed violently in his mouth. The airflow spun with the sharpness of a blade. He held his breath, suppressing his killing intent to the absolute limit. His gaze locked onto the blind spot behind Madara's head. Hiruzen, your feeble will of fire cannot save Konoha. True peace must be cut from the darkness by my own hand. Danzo hid in the deep shadow of the broken wall. His withered fingers had already formed the last hand seal. Wind release chakra was being frantically compressed in his mouth. A piercing shriek exploded into the air like 1,000 birds screeching in unison, stabbing painfully at the eardrums. Die! Phantom of Konoha! Danzo roared inwardly. He flung his mouth open and a wind blade as solid as a physical blade burst forth. Wind release vacuum sphere. This hyper-compressed wind blade tore through the air. It shot toward the back of Madara's head with an icy killing intent. The distance was too close, the speed was too fast. Just moments ago Hiruzen had been holding the Umbu back with outstretched arms. Hearing the air-splitting sound behind him, he whipped his head around and his pupils abruptly contracted. Danzo! Stop! Hiruzen roared, his voice cracking. He knew that man's nature too well. A sneak attack on Uchiha Madara would only rouse his appetite for destroying everything. The Umbu ninja around him all stared with wide eyes. They held their breath, staring fixedly at the wind blade. Some even prayed silently in their hearts, prayed that this one strike could slice the madman's head clean off. The wind blade closed in on Madara's long hair. Yet Madara showed no sign of turning around. He remained with his arms folded, his stance loose and idle. Only at the instant the blade was about to touch a strand of his hair, he tilted his head slightly, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. A rat hiding in a gutter dares bare its fangs at me. Before the words had faded, Madara pulled his right hand out of his pocket. He didn't even glance behind him. As if shooing away an annoying green bottle fly, he swung his hand back and slapped. No hand seals. No change in chakra nature. Only pure suffocatingly blue star energy erupted from his palm. The star energy instantly coalesced in midair into an invisible giant palm several meters wide. Boom! The vacuum sphere wind blade that could shear through steel smashed against that giant palm without even splashing a ripple. It shattered on the spot into chaotic scattered breezes. A flicker of shock passed through Danzo's lone eye. Before he could change the expression on his face, the star energy giant palm pressed down on him with the force of an avalanche. Smack! A brittle noise that nearly burst the eardrums exploded over the ruins. Danzo felt as if a mountain hurtling at full speed had slammed into his face. The bones on the right side of his face let out a teeth-grinding crack. His mouth full of teeth mixed with blood sprayed out in a single breath. Bandages scattered and his old face instantly twisted out of shape. His whole body turned into a solid cannonball just leaving the barrel. His feet left the ground and his body spun in midair like a top at dizzying speed. Dragging a long miserable scream, he flew straight toward the heart of Konoha village. The ruins at the main gate fell into deathly silence. Everyone's gaze involuntarily followed that parabolic arc across the sky. Hiruzen stood with his mouth open, his jaw nearly dislocated. The Umbu all tilted their heads in unison, necks growing sore from staring. Whoosh! Danzo's figure streaked across several streets in the sky. The wind howled past his ears. He didn't even have the strength to adjust his posture. All that remained in his head was a droning roar. Konoha Public Bathhouse. The afternoon sunlight was just right. Inside, the women's bath steam coiled in the air and the pool water was pleasantly warm. A few Konoha aunties leaned against the edge of the pool, scrubbing their backs and chattering about everyday trifles. Several young kunoichi were splashing water playfully at one another. It was a tranquil scene filled with women's idle chatter and laughter. Did you hear? Something seems to have happened at the main gate. Who cares? A plump auntie said, scooping water onto her shoulder. With the third Hokage here, the tallest will hold up the sky even if it falls. A young kunoichi beside her laughed and joined in. Just then the wooden beams overhead let out an unbearable groan. Bang! The roof burst open with a big hole. Broken tiles and rotten wood clattered down. Immediately after, a black shadow descended from above. Splash! The dark shadow crashed hard into the hot pool at the center of the bathhouse. Water splashed more than 2 meters into the air, slapping the plump auntie full in the face. The air in the bathhouse instantly solidified. Everyone stopped what they were doing. They stared blankly at the figure thrashing in the middle of the pool. Danzo choked down several mouthfuls of bathwater. He struggled to lift his head out of the water. His once meticulously combed hair now lay plastered against his scalp. Half his face was swollen like a leavened bun with a clear reddened giant handprint stamped across it. His lonely eye glanced around in bewilderment. All he saw was a blur of white flesh. The aunties got a clear look at his face. Swollen as it was, the cross-shaped scar on his chin was all too recognizable. It's Lord Danzo. No one knew who shouted first. The next second. Ah! You lecherous old man. Shameless pervert. Help. Catch the molester. A scream powerful enough to lift the roof burst out of the women's bath. Wooden basins, towels, soap bars and even scrub mitts rained down like raindrops on Danzo in the center of the pool. A hot-tempered auntie grabbed a long-handled wooden brush and smacked it straight against his forehead. Shameless old fool. At this age you still come peeping. Danzo saw stars. He, the dignified leader of Root the Shadow of Konoha. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? He opened his mouth to explain, but only 2 broken teeth came out. The auntie's wooden brush came down again. Danzo's eyes rolled back. Amid the countless women's screams and curses he finally passed out cold in the bathhouse pool. The scene shifts back to Konoha's main gate. A cold wind blew across the ruins. Apart from the wind, no sound of any living thing breathing could be heard. A dozen Umbun ninja felt their hands and feet turn to ice. Cold sweat soaked the palms gripping their ninja swords. That was Lord Danzo, a village higher-up, standing shoulder to shoulder with the third Hokage. He hadn't touched a single hair of that man's head yet he had been slapped flying with one blow. How could they keep fighting? Even piling up their lives would not be enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Madara placidly lowered his right hand. He shook his wide sleeve as if merely flicking off a speck of dust. With these cheap filthy sneak attack tricks you wouldn't even touch the hem of my robe after another 100 years of practice. He looked at Hiruzen, who was sweating coldly, and let out a snicker. Hiruzen's Adam's apple rolled up and down with difficulty. The hand gripping the adamantine staff trembled slightly. Madara. Hiruzen spoke, his voice as dry as if he were chewing sand. What exactly do you want? He was buying time, his mind racing for a way to break the deadlock. But that way did not exist at all. Just then, in the midst of the suffocating standoff, the sound of uniform footsteps came from afar. Dense and steady they struck the blue stone street. Their crisp echoes rang out. Hiruzen turned to look, and his face turned several shades whiter. A huge crowd of shinobi wearing Konoha military police force uniforms were advancing in force toward the main gate. Leading them was Uchiha Fugaku, his expression cold and ruthless. On every one of their clothes was the red and white Uchiha fan clan emblem. The Uchiha clan had finally arrived. And they were fully armed, nearly the entire clan mobilized. The Umbu instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. The situation had become even more complicated. If the Uchiha clan joined forces with this founding ancestor at this moment, Konoha might be completely overturned today. Madara raised his eyelids and looked at the clan crests drawing nearer. His pitch-black long hair scattered in the wind. The cold smile at his mouth slowly receded and his gaze grew deep. Fugaku stopped more than 10 meters from the ruins. He saw the half-wrecked gate and the disheveled third Hokage. Finally his gaze, his Sharingan eyes, locked tightly onto Madara's face. A tremor born in the very depths of his bloodline instantly seized Fugaku's heart. The Uchiha clansmen behind him also sucked in cold air one after another. Suppressed cries escaped the crowd. That face. How is it possible? Hiruzen looked at Fugaku and spoke urgently. Fugaku. Have the police force spread out immediately and set up a quarantine line. This man. Before Hiruzen finished his words, Madara folded his arms across his chest and stared coldly at Fugaku. He cut off Hiruzen's order directly. Uchiha brats, look at the uniforms you're wearing now. You look like a pack of guard dogs waiting at a gate. Madara's voice was not loud. Yet it reached the ears of every Uchiha clearly. Do you still remember what the name Uchiha truly means? Fugaku's pupils quaked violently. He took a deep breath, slowly pressed his hand onto the hilt of his blade and asked in a low voice. Who exactly are you? Fugaku's hand clamped around the sword hilt. His knuckles blanched, veins bulged one by one across the back of his hand. When he met those bottomless black eyes his heart lurched and skipped a beat. An indescribable shiver chased all the way up his spine and slammed into the back of his skull. It was bloodline suppression etched into the bone. Like a lone wolf that had wandered from the pack for years suddenly coming face to face with the undisputed Wolf King. It was not only Fugaku, the Uchiha elites behind him normally so arrogant they looked down at the world were also shaken. Now all of them stood as if frozen by a spell, feet stuck to the ground, afraid even to breathe deeply. The three Tomo in Madara's eyes linked in an instant and began to spin. Then they resolved into a complex ominous Mangekyo pattern. An Uchiha origin pressure so pure it bordered on monstrous swept over the police force like a physical tsunami. The young hot-blooded Uchiha in the front rows felt their knees give way on the spot. If they had not grabbed one another they would already have knelt in the ruins. The chakra they usually prided themselves on was nothing more than a firefly before a blazing sun under this pressure. Not even a single thought of resistance could form. You. Who on earth are you? Fugaku gritted his teeth, forcing down the instinct to submit. His three Tomo Sharingan trembled violently in their sockets. He tried to find a single crack of disguise on Madara's absurdly young face. Madara did not answer. He slowly lowered his arms from his chest, his black robe snapping loudly as star energy surged around him. He swept his gaze over every Uchiha present with the air of a man looking down from on high to inspect the weeds in his own courtyard. A pack of spineless wretches. Madara's voice was not loud, but it possessed a piercing force that struck directly at the soul. You bear the Uchiha name, yet you wag your tails in a dog pen drawn by someone else. Back then why didn't I crush every last one of you weak-boned wretches in their cradles? The words hit like a bomb exploding in the middle of the police force. Several Uchiha elders instantly went pale. They looked at those signature Mangekyo eyes. They looked at that proud unbridled bearing. A terrifying name long sealed within the clan's forbidden archives suddenly hovered on the verge of being spoken. Hiruzen stood nearby and closed his eyes in despair. The worst had come to pass after all. He had tried with all his might to keep the Uchiha away from Madara precisely because he was afraid of this resonance of blood. For years Konoha's upper echelon had suppressed the Uchiha until a fire had long been smoldering in their hearts. Fugaku. Don't listen to his nonsense. Hiruzen snapped his eyes open and shouted with all his strength. He was fighting for his last chance. This man's origins are unknown and he has wounded the village guards. He is an enemy of Konoha. Madara did not give Hiruzen even a single glance. He simply lifted his hand slightly and poured a wisp of star energy into those Mangekyo eyes. A faint supremely pure violet-red chakra light flickered across the depths of his gaze. It was the origin aura of the Susanoo, belonging solely to Uchiha Madara. There was no need to release it fully. Just a leak of that aura was enough to shatter the mental defenses of every Uchiha on the scene. At that instant a wondrous chemical reaction occurred within the Uchiha clan. The fear that had clouded their eyes under the pressure began to fade with astonishing speed. What replaced it was an almost pathological fervor and reverence. The Uchiha were by their very nature a clan that worshipped strength above all else. They exalted absolute force and despised every weakling. And this man before them not only possessed a terrifying power that stood far above everyone else. He also had that imperious aura that treated the heroes of the world like grass. Most importantly, that face, that presence enhanced by the peak charm halo. For Uchiha who were naturally a little proud and aloof, it was a fatal allure that felt like an attack from a higher dimension. Is this the true power of the Uchiha? A young Uchiha boy murmured to himself. The eyes he raised to Madara no longer held the slightest hostility, only a sky full of stars. So handsome. This is what an Uchiha should be. Another female clan member pressed her hands to her heart, her cheeks as flushed as a ripe apple. Like a plague, that sentiment spread rapidly through the police force. The safety of Konoha, the orders of the Hokage, before absolute power and that damned charisma, all of it became worthless. They had had enough of the cold stares and marginalization from the higher-ups. Now they only wanted to follow this man who could lead the Uchiha to the summit. Hiruzen watched these Uchiha transform into instant fanatical followers. His heart slowly sank to rock bottom. The thing he had most feared had not only happened, it had happened in the most absurd way possible. Are you all insane? Hiruzen roared at the Uchiha ranks. Are you going to betray the village? Nobody cared about Hiruzen's roars. Every pair of eyes was glued to Madara. Hidden behind Minato, Obito watched the clansmen who usually looked down their noses at everyone now wearing the faces of starstruck fans. His lips twisted sourly. TCH, a bunch of bootlickers. I was the first to recognize the ancestor. Kakashi drove his elbow into Obito's side, signaling him to shut up. The situation was no longer something a few genin like them could control. Minato however watched everything without a word. He knew that today Konoha's power structure would be completely rebuilt. Fugaku's hand slowly released the sword hilt. The three tomo in his eyes stopped rotating and returned to ordinary black pupils. He drew a deep breath. As the clan head he bore the fate of the entire clan. He understood all too well how the village's higher-ups had doubted and oppressed them. If he chose the wrong side at this juncture the Uchiha would be hurled into an abyss from which there was no return. But looking at the man shining before him with boundless radiance. Then he looked back at his clansmen whose eyes had rekindled with hope. In Fugaku's heart the decision was already made. He stepped forward walking around the scattered rubble. He stopped less than 5 meters from Madara. Hiruzen watched Fugaku's back and called out in a trembling voice. Fugaku. Do you realize what you're doing? Fugaku did not turn back. He stared straight at Madara, his eyes carrying a determination that had burned all bridges. Then under the shocked gaze of everyone present this always steady and proud Uchiha clan leader's knees buckled. With a heavy thud he knelt hard in the dirt of the ruins. Thud. Fugaku's knees slammed heavily into the dirt amid the ruins of the gate. The dull sound of kneecaps striking rubble was especially jarring in the dead silence. The current Uchiha clan leader who had always maintained an air of dignity and never cracked a smile now bowed his noble head deeply like the most devout believer. That dull thud seemed to be a unified signal. With a rustle the hundreds of fully armed military police force members behind Fugaku stirred in unison. Without the slightest hesitation they followed their clan leader and dropped to one knee in a vast sweeping wave. Even the half-grown kids still attending the ninja academy at the very back of the formation imitated their seniors and pressed themselves to the ground, their eyes filled with barely concealed fervor. Your unworthy descendant Fugaku Uchiha leading the entire clan. Fugaku took a deep breath and spoke in a loud voice, deliberately infusing his words with chakra so that they resounded through the ruins. Welcome back, great ancestor. Hundreds of Uchiha clansmen shouted in unison, their voices soaring into the clouds. We welcome Lord Madara back. That display and that overwhelming pressure sent the nearby Anbu ninja who had been struggling to hold their ground staggering back several steps. Hiruzen closed his eyes in pain, the veins on his forehead twitching. It was over. Completely over. The internal balance of Konoha had been torn to shreds at this very moment. Before the Hokage and the Anbu, the Uchiha clan had openly sworn allegiance to a dangerous man who could raze the village to the ground. This was no longer mere betrayal, it was grinding the faces of Konoha's leadership into the dirt. Madara lowered his eyelids and looked at Fugaku kneeling at his feet. His long black hair swayed gently in the breeze. A satisfied arc curled at the corner of his mouth and some of the coldness in his eyes receded. Rise. Madara's voice was not loud, yet it carried unshakable authority. At least you haven't been a complete fool. Fugaku rose to his feet and brushed the dirt off his knees. Without a single glance at the ashen-faced Hiruzen beside him, he turned to face all the Uchiha clansmen and declared in a loud voice. From this moment on the Uchiha clan withdraws from the Konoha military police force. We will no longer obey any orders from the Hokage. We will follow only Lord Madara's commands. These words were like a stinging slap across the face of Konoha's high command. Hiruzen trembled with rage, his fingers clenched tightly around the adamantine staff until his knuckles turned white. Fugaku. Are you going to lead the Uchiha clan into ruin? Hiruzen roared hoarsely. Fugaku let out a cold laugh, his gaze firmly meeting Hiruzen's without retreat. Destruction. Third Hokage, don't you know exactly how your leadership has treated the Uchiha all these years? We've had enough of being Konoha's watchdogs. Now we will take back the glory that belongs to us. Madara listened to this declaration of loyalty and clapped his hands twice lightly. Well said. That's more like the Uchiha. He savored the feeling of being utterly obeyed. This was exactly the opening he wanted. Not playing political games in this broken village, but ruling everything with absolute force. Aoki, Aoi and Rin stood behind Madara watching this grand spectacle with stars in their eyes. Obito curled his lip and muttered, too late. I was the first to call him great ancestor. If we're ranking seniority, I'm the #1 underling. Kakashi rubbed his temples with his bandaged hand, his head splitting with pain. This world had gone insane, even the Uchiha clan leader had gone insane. After declaring his loyalty, Fugaku turned back to face Madara. A subtle light flickered in his eyes as he looked Madara up and down, taking in his young, tall, straight figure. Those perfect muscle lines, a face handsome enough to drive any woman crazy, and that fathomless reserve of star energy. A strange thought suddenly flashed through Fugaku's mind. Lord Madara. Fugaku rubbed his hands together and his tone abruptly turned fawning, a world away from the hardened image he had shown before. Your body has recovered to be so. Young and vigorous. This is a tremendous blessing for the Uchiha clan. Madara raised an eyebrow, feeling that the atmosphere was not quite right. Spit it out. Fugaku hurriedly pulled out a beautifully bound little black book from his robes. He opened it and offered it to Madara with both hands, his face covered in fawning smiles. Lord Madara, take a look. This is the roster of all eligible unmarried women in the clan. Now that you have been reborn, continuing the pure Uchiha bloodline is the clan's #1 priority. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire ruin fell silent. Even the breeze seemed to freeze. Hiruzen, who had been trying to find a way to recover the situation, nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. This Uchiha Fugaku, the dignified clan leader, was actually running a pimping scheme in front of the whole village. The smile on Madara's face instantly froze. His Mangekyo Sharingan stared fixedly at the little book in Fugaku's hand and his temples throbbed. Fugaku, still unaware of Madara's change, continued introducing candidates with great enthusiasm. Lord Madara, look at this page. This is the Grand Elder's granddaughter. She is 18, fair-skinned and beautiful with a great figure, and she has already awakened a Tsutomo Sharingan. Her genes are absolutely excellent. If you are not satisfied with this one, look at the ones further along. This is the third elder's youngest daughter, gentle as water and best at managing the household and finances. Of course, if you prefer something wilder, these Kunoichi, who just retired from ANBU, are also pretty good. Fugaku continued his introductions. The Uchiha women kneeling behind him all blushed. Some shyly lowered their heads while others boldly threw flirtatious glances at Madara. A few of the bolder Kunoichi had even started comparing their figures and silently vying with one another, the once solemn tense surrender scene now charged with a whole different kind of tension. The mood abruptly changed, turning into a massive forced marriage and matchmaking convention. Aoki, Aoi and Rin ground their teeth in the back. United in their fury, the two women glared fiercely at the Uchiha Kunoichi. Shameless. A bunch of vixens. Aoki Aoi muttered. Rin chimed in, exactly. Our benefactor would never be interested in those vulgar painted women. Obito, never one to mind a good spectacle, sidled up to Kakashi and whispered with a smug grin, Kakashi, which one do you think the great ancestor will choose? I think the Grand Elder's granddaughter is quite nice actually. Kakashi rolled his eyes and ignored him. Madara's patience had run dry. He watched Fugaku, who was still endlessly recommending pretty women, and felt a blaze of anger rush straight to his head. What bullshit, peaked Charmora. This lousy system's romantic luck was insulting the very dignity of the Shura of the ninja world. With a dull thud, Madara lifted his foot and viciously kicked Fugaku's wrist. The beautiful black booklet flew out of his hand, traced a sorrowful arc through the air and landed in a muddy puddle far away. Fugaku flinched and hastily retreated 2 steps, staring blankly at Madara. Lord Madara. What are you? Madara's handsome face had already turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Pointing at Fugaku's nose, he unleashed his star energy pressure without restraint, making the air around them tremble with a dull hum. Enough. Madara's furious roar echoed across the sky over Konoha. Did this old man come back to life for this kind of fussy, trivial nonsense? Did I resurrect to deal with all this wishy-washy nonsense? The roar, carrying the oppressive might of star energy, echoed back and forth across the ruins. All around was deathly silence. The delicate little black book traced a parabola through the air. Thud. The little book fell into a muddy puddle in the distance, splashing up several drops of murky mud. Madara narrowed his Mangekyo Sharingan eyes. The killing intent deep in his pupils condensed once more. Like a tangible blade, it scraped inch by inch across Fugaku's scalp. Fugaku knelt on the ground, cold sweat dripping from the tip of his nose into the soil. He lacked even the courage to reach up and wipe it away. At that moment he wished he were dead. His flattery had been like shoving his hand straight into a tiger's mouth. The Uchiha Kunoichi, who had been casting amorous glances, shrank together like quails, not daring to breathe. Madara-sama, please calm down. Fugaku stammered, his voice dry and tight. Madara let out a cold laugh and stepped directly in front of Fugaku. His heavy shinobi boots trod on the broken stones, producing a grating sound that set one's teeth on edge. I slept for decades, and the moment I open my eyes you shrunk your ambitions to this. Madara extended 2 fingers and casually gestured at the crumbling buildings behind him. Konoha. Nothing more than a game of make-believe invented by that naive fool Hashirama. The shinobi world. 5 villages squabbling over a few scraps of broken land, how dare that be called the world? Fugaku looked up, his face full of bewilderment. Hiruzen stood in the distance. Hearing this, the hand gripping his adamantine staff was trembling. Are you trying to start a 4th shinobi world war? Hiruzen demanded through gritted teeth. Madara did not spare him a single glance. He spread his arms wide, his black robe snapping loudly in the wind. Blowing up a few villages is what you call a great war. The empire I intend to build will rule the entire universe. Every living thing beneath this starry sky will dance to my rules. His voice was not loud, yet it exploded like muffled thunder beside everyone's ears. Fugaku was completely stunned. Rule the universe. That phrase was completely beyond the cognitive ceiling of a ninja clan head. But to the ears of the Uchiha clan members these words were the most potent stimulant. A sharp collective intake of breath burst from the crowd. Then came the shout of a young Uchiha shinobi, his face flushed red. Lord Madara, awe-inspiring. Crush the shinobi world. Rule the universe. That shout was like a spark dropped into a powder keg. Several hundred Uchiha clan members plunged into a frenzy of collective madness. Follow Lord Madara and build a new empire. The Uchiha are number one in the world. Wave after wave of fanatical cries rose, almost shaking the birds passing overhead out of the sky. Several elders were even moved to tears, trembling with excitement. The ancestors have manifested. This is the true Uchiha spirit. Hurry and withdraw all the clan funds to build Lord Madara an interstellar warship. Right. If we can't build a warship, a Gundam will do. Madara watched his clansmen, who were pumped up like they had been injected with adrenaline. His temples throbbed. That damn charm aura was still at work. It had dragged their intelligence down to an inconceivable level. Aoki Aoi stood behind Madara, cupping her burning red cheeks in both hands. A man who will rule the universe. Even when he's angry he's so manly. Noera Rin clutched the hem of her clothes, her eyes full of stars. My benefactor is not only handsome, even his dreams are so grand. So much better than those village boys who only know D-rank missions. Obito rolled his eyes so hard he nearly hurt himself. He yanked Kakashi's sleeve. That old geezer has definitely lost his mind. Universe Empire. Why doesn't he just fly up and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Kakashi clapped a hand over Obito's mouth and dragged him back 2 steps. If you want to die, don't drag me with you. I still want to live a few more years to read Make Out Paradise. Madara took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to crush every one of these brainless fanatics. He turned to look at Fugaku, who was still kneeling on the ground. I'm going to have a drink and find a quiet place to think over the Empire's blueprint. You, clean this place up. If you dare bring up matchmaking again, I'll crush you along with it. Fugaku, as if granted a pardon, hastily knocked his forehead against the ground. Yes. Madara-sama, rest assured. We absolutely won't let anyone disturb you. Aoki Aoi's eyes lit up at these words and she hurried closer. Madara-sama, I'll pour your wine. Noera Rin refused to be outdone and took a big step forward. Benefactor, I know Konoha's taverns well. Let me lead the way. Who needs you to lead the way? I spoke first. Aoki Aoi glared. You're an outsider. What do you know about Konoha's taverns? Rin refused to back down. Madara watched these 2 women sticking to him like sticky candy. His brow twisted into a hard knot. What an absolute pain in the neck. Without saying a word, star energy flashed beneath his feet. A faint whoosh of displaced air. Madara's figure vanished into thin air on the spot. All that was left was a breeze that stirred up dust and blew into both women's faces. Aoki Aoi and Noera Rin grabbed at empty air and stared at each other dumbfounded. It's all your fault. The benefactor got annoyed with you and slipped away. Aoki Aoi stomped her foot viciously. It was you dressing so provocatively who scared him off. Rin shot back loudly. Another round of inexplicable catfighting broke out among the ruins. Hiruzen watched Konoha's gate descend into a complete mess. A mouthful of old blood surged into his throat and he swallowed it back down with effort. Konoha. What sin has it committed? Meanwhile, at the edge of Konoha, in a remote rundown alley, there sat a tavern whose signboard was about to fall off. Madara's figure slowly materialized at the tavern's entrance. He raised a hand and pushed open the old dust-covered wooden door. With the creak of rusted hinges, the smell of cheap sake mixed with cheap grilled meat washed over him. Inside, the tavern was dimly lit and had only a few customers. The owner was dozing on the counter, drool spreading across the tabletop. Hearing the noise, he groggily raised his head. Seeing Madara's cold, stern face and that tattered yet imposing black robe, the owner snapped awake and straightened up, trembling. See, customer, what would you like to drink? The owner stammered. Madara walked to an empty seat against the wall and sat down, casually crossing his legs. Just bring me 2 bottles of something drinkable. Don't bother me. The owner agreed repeatedly and scrambled off to the cellar to fetch sake. Madara leaned back in his chair and rubbed his throbbing brow. Everything he had experienced in the past half-day was more mentally exhausting than that 3-day 3-night battle with Hashirama back then. The Uchiha clan head. The Konoha high-ups. They were all brainless fools. What I want are warriors who can pilot Gundams on an interstellar battlefield and sweep through thousands of enemies. Not a bunch of animals in heat who think only about breeding. Madara closed his eyes and tapped his fingers lightly on the greasy tabletop. He began sketching the blueprint of his Star Energy Mecha army in his mind. He had just formed the seed of an idea for the mecha's power core. Bang. A violent crash exploded from the corner of the tavern, startling the owner, who had just come out with the wine, into knocking over the tray in his hands. The sound of a wooden table being smashed to pieces followed right after. Wood splinters sprayed to Madara's feet. He opened his eyes in displeasure, a cold glint flashing through his pitch-black pupils. His gaze sharp as a sword swept toward the corner from which the sound had come. Standing there was a blonde woman reeking of alcohol. One foot planted on the shattered remains of a stool, her pose was wild and uninhibited. Her loose green overcoat was draped half off her shoulders, revealing the gray sleeveless top beneath. The proud curve of her chest rose and fell with her rapid breathing. Her long blonde hair was a tangled mess. Drunken color flushed her cheeks and her hazy eyes simmered with irritability. "Boss." The woman slammed the empty bottle in her hand hard onto the remaining corner of the table. The sound of shattering glass was piercingly harsh. She hiccuped, then jabbed a finger toward the counter. "Get me more booze. Bring out every last bottle of the strongest liquor in this place." The owner hid behind the counter, trembling with fear, not daring to show his head. "Tsunade-sama, you're out of money," he muttered softly. The woman called Tsunade flew into a rage. She grabbed her own collar and yanked it hard. "Bullshit. How could I possibly have no money?" She fumbled over herself for a long time, only to pull out 2 pitiful coins that fell to the ground with a clink. Tsunade stared at the coins and yanked her hair in frustration. She kicked the remaining half of the table over as well. "What the hell? How did I lose everything again today?" Madara sat quietly nearby, watching this woman throw her drunken tantrum. He recognized the character for Gamble on the back of her long coat at a glance. Hashirama's good-for-nothing granddaughter. A cold smile curled at the corner of Madara's mouth as he casually picked up a clean cup from the table. "Want money for a drink?" Madara said, coolly toying with the cup. Tsunade whipped her head around and stared at him through bleary drunken eyes. "Kid, who the hell are you? How dare you meddle in my business?" Bam! The heavy solid wood bar table gave out a dull bang. Years of grime embedded in the wood grain were jarred loose, puffed into the air. "Boss. More sake." The woman's voice carried a hysterical edge of violence. With a casual kick she shoved aside an empty sake cask blocking her way. The cask rumbled into the corner and knocked over a stack of empty bowls. "Why the hell did I lose everything again today? 10 more bottles of sake, put it all on Nawaki's tab." Madara sat in the dimmest corner of the tavern, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. He had originally come to escape the Uchiha clan members clustered around the hidden leaf like flies. He'd wanted a quiet place to drink tea and sort out his plan to rule this continent. But he'd barely been sitting for 2 minutes before this woman shattered the peace. He lifted his eyelids and let his gaze drift across several empty tables, locking onto the woman throwing her drunken tantrum. Her golden hair was bound in twin ponytails lying loosely across her back. A baggy green coat hung crookedly on her with the word Gamble faintly visible on the back. Her chest was almost absurdly prominent, heaving violently with every slam on the table. Madara recognized her. This was Hashirama Senju's disappointing granddaughter Tsunade. He sneered and took a sip from his coarse porcelain teacup. That fool Hashirama's rotten gambling habit really had been passed down intact to this girl. Tsunade was in the middle of pounding the table when she suddenly noticed the gaze from the corner. That gaze carried a tangible pressure, stabbing coldly into her back. She let out a drunken hiccup and turned her head unsteadily. Even though the dim light hit his face, the cold aura radiating from the man snapped her attention awake at once. "Hey, tea drinker in the corner." Tsunade grabbed the 3 dice on the table and staggered over. She slapped the dice down on Madara's table. Then she pulled out a chair and dropped into it with a swaggering sprawl. "What's the fun in drinking water alone? Come gamble with me a couple rounds." Madara set down his teacup. There was not a single ripple in his pitch-black eyes. "I have no interest in child's play. Get out of my sight before I change my mind." Tsunade froze for a moment, then her temper flared. In the Hidden Leaf village, anyone who dared speak to her in that tone was either dead or still lying in the hospital. "Who are you calling a little girl?" She slammed the table so hard it rattled and the 3 dice bounced wildly across the wood. I've swept through every gambling hall around, they call me the legendary big fat sheep. No wait. The legendary gambling goddess. Tsunade's cheeks were flushed red and alcohol-tainted breath burst from her lips. Today you gamble whether you want to or not. Madara watched her make a drunken spectacle of herself and a faint playful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He had time to kill anyway. He might as well teach Hashirama's granddaughter a lesson. How do you want to die then? Madara's slender fingers tapped twice on the table. High roll wins. Tsunade rolled up her sleeves with heroic flair and grabbed the bamboo dice cup. Best of 3. I'll roll first. The dice clattered crisply inside the cup as she performed a flashy flourish twirling it through the air. Bam! The dice cup slammed onto the table. Open. 5 6s and 1 5, high. She raised her chin smugly and pushed all the bills she had left in front of her to the center. Your turn. Madara never even touched the dice cup. He merely looked at the 3 still dice. An azure star energy seeped silently into the dice along the path of his gaze. I'll bet small. The instant the words landed, the dice on the table gave a faint clatter. The original 5 6s flipped over in a flash. And settled steadily into 3 1s. Tsunade's smile froze. She rubbed her eyes and leaned closer, refusing to believe what she saw. What the hell? Is this table uneven? Madara unhurriedly swept the bills to his side. Continue. In the second round, Tsunade gritted her teeth and shook harder than before. A fine sheen of sweat broke out on her forehead. This time I bet high. Open. 3 1s lay glaringly among the wood grain. Madara didn't even move his hand and the chips on the table changed owners once again. Tsunade's breathing grew ragged. Her chest heaved even more violently. She unfastened a jade pendant from her waist and slammed it down on the table. I don't believe in luck anymore. This round settles everything. I bet all triples. The dice cup scraped fiercely across the table. Tsunade stared at Madara's face, trying to spot any sign that he was cheating. But Madara simply rested his chin on one hand, looking at her like she was a jumping buffoon. Open. Tsunade ripped the cup away. 1 2 3, small. Madara hooked the jade pendant over with one finger. You lost. His voice was utterly flat. Impossible. Tsunade was now truly frantic, patting her body down. There wasn't a single valuable item left on her. She yanked off her green coat and flung it onto the table. All that remained was a gray sleeveless top clinging to her skin. This coat as collateral. Again. You're out of chips. Madara stood up, preparing to leave this boring place. Who says I don't have any? Tsunade's drunkenness surged into her head, wiping out all reason. She slammed the table hard and used the momentum to leap into the air. Her right fist came whistling toward Madara's face with fierce force. I'll teach you manners with my fist. The punch was heavy and devastating. The tavern owner was so scared he dove straight under the bar. Madara didn't dodge. He only tilted his head slightly, his icy gaze meeting Tsunade's. At that instant the tavern's dim lamplight happened to illuminate his profile. His jawline was sharp as carved by knife and axe, and his pitch-black eyes were as deep as an abyss. Then there was that arrogant, untamed magnetism radiating from every line of his face. Tsunade's fist stopped dead 1 inch from the tip of his nose. The punch's breeze stirred the loose hair on Madara's forehead. Time seemed to stand still. Tsunade's eyes went wide, her pupils violently constricting. The nameless fire in her heart was suddenly doused as if by a bucket of ice water. No. Not ice water. It was an old jar of strong wine that got her drunk all the way down to the marrow of her bones. She looked at that face and felt her heart slam against her chest with a single heavy thud. How could a man be so unfairly handsome? The overbearing dominance in his bones was 100 times stronger than her grandfather Hashirama Senju's. Tsunade's suspended fist slowly loosened. Her face, already flushed from anger and alcohol, now reddened to the point it seemed ready to drip blood. She swallowed hard, and the arrogance she had shown moments ago vanished without a trace. Tsunade opened her mouth, stumbling over her words. Her voice was so soft that even she barely recognized it. You. What's your name? She pulled her hand back in a fluster. Nervously she tucked the golden strand of hair hanging by her cheek behind her ear. She tucked it twice and the hair still slipped back down. Madara cast her a cold glance, a flicker of disgust flashing through his eyes. This cursed luck with romance caused nothing but trouble wherever he went. Get lost. Unwilling to bother with this drooling drunk, Madara stepped toward the exit. Wait. Tsunade instinctively reached out and grabbed Madara's sleeve. Just then a deafening boom. The tavern's 2 battered wooden doors were violently kicked open from outside. 5 thuggish men charged in, gripping gleaming short blades and exuding menace. The one-eyed man at the lead scanned the room, then fixed his gaze directly on Tsunade beside the table. Well well. Finally got you. The one-eyed man pointed his short blade at Tsunade's nose and spat viciously. You fat sheep, you owe us 300,000 ryo from the next street over. And you still have the leisure to pick up a man here. Tsunade, whose conversation had just been interrupted, was simmering with anger. She turned around with a murderous look. I'll pay you back sooner or later. Don't bother me now. Hey. With what? The one-eyed man laughed coldly and marched forward. Today it's either the money or those hands of yours as payment. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Tsunade's shoulder. Tsunade, her attention still fixed on Madara, reacted half a beat too slowly. She turned sideways to dodge. The one-eyed man swung his short blade. The sharp edge scraped across her right arm. Rip. The sound of tearing fabric rang out. An instant later a bloody gash appeared on Tsunade's fair arm. Warm blood surged from the wound. 1 drop. 2 drops. Crimson beads of blood landed on the rough wooden table with a faint tap. The one-eyed man looked at the blood on his blade and laughed proudly. What's the matter? The great Sannin of the Hidden Leaf, I think those hands of yours aren't long for this world today. Drip. A warm bead of blood fell onto the rough wood grain. The metallic stench of rusted iron nails slowly filled the air. Tsunade's face, previously flushed from intoxication and rage, turned as pale as parchment in an instant. She stared fiercely at the crimson pool spreading across the table, her pupils shrinking to 2 tiny black dots. Blood. It's blood. Her lips began to tremble, her teeth chattering relentlessly. A chill from the depths of her soul instantly drained all strength from her body. Images of Ryushi's brutal death and Kato Kotaro lying in a pool of blood danced through her mind. They swirled frantically like a revolving lantern, tearing at her nerves. With a loud crash, a wooden chair toppled over, the sound piercingly harsh in the quiet tavern. Tsunade staggered backward, tripping over a stool. She fell heavily to the ground, too weak to even crawl back up. Instead she scurried away on hands and knees, retreating until she reached the corner. Her hands clutching her head, face buried in her knees, her entire body shaking like leaves in the wind. Well well. What seems to be the matter with the legendary Sannin? The one-eyed dragon twirled the short blade in his hand, watching Tsunade's shivering form with uncontrollable laughter. Weren't you so tough just now? Scared stiff by a little blood of your own? His hoodlums behind him joined in the raucous laughter. Those lecherous eyes swept shamelessly over Tsunade's body. Boss, since she can't pay, why don't we take her back and teach her a lesson? A blonde thug licked his lips, leaning closer. He reached out to grab Tsunade's ankle. She hugged her knees tightly, squeezing her eyes shut in despair. She wanted to form seals, wanted to strike out, but a deep-rooted psychological fear locked every inch of her muscles. Madara observed the scene coldly. He still held the cup of already lukewarm coarse porcelain tea. Senju Hashirama, behold your proud granddaughter. Reduced to this disgraceful state before a handful of street thugs with not even a shred of chakra. Truly bringing shame upon the Senju clan. Hey, you pretty boy over there. Only now did the one-eyed dragon notice Madara sitting quietly in the corner. He pointed his blade at Madara's nose, spraying saliva everywhere. What are you staring at? Scram before you ruin what we're doing. Madara's hand holding the cup froze midair. He slowly turned his head, his deep black eyes meeting the one-eyed dragon's gaze. Just one glance. The one-eyed dragon's taunts were abruptly choked off mid-throat. What kind of eyes were those? Devoid of emotion, devoid of warmth, only an unfathomable abyss and the oppressive weight of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Madara didn't even move a finger. An invisible pressure of stellar energy radiated outward from his center like ripples on water. Crack. The short blade in the one-eyed dragon's hand shattered into 7 or 8 fragments, clattering to the floor. Then his knees buckled. Before he could even make a sound, he collapsed face forward onto the wooden floor. His 4 hoodlum companions met the same fate. Like clay stripped of bone, they collapsed in a heap, foaming at the mouth and unconscious. In the entire tavern, aside from Tsunade's suppressed sobs, there was not a single other sound. Madara set down his teacup, rose and walked toward the corner. He looked down upon the woman with her face buried in her knees. Her pitiful state truly made one lose their appetite. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Madara impatiently clicked his tongue. If not for the blueprint he wouldn't even bother glancing at this woman. He bent down and extended his well-defined hand. Without hesitation he grabbed Tsunade's collar and lifted her entirely off the ground. Let me go. Don't touch me. Tsunade flailed blindly with her eyes shut, her hands swinging wildly. Madara ignored her struggles and pressed his left hand directly against her forehead. Azure stellar energy flowed steadily from his palm into Tsunade's mind. This power was domineering and irresistible. Like a sharp surgical scalpel it sliced directly into the festering wound that had festered in Tsunade's heart for years. Ryushi's blood, Kato Kotoro's blood. Those nightmares that had tormented her through countless days and nights shattered bit by bit under the stellar energy's scouring, dissolving into nothingness. Tsunade's struggling gradually ceased. She felt as though a heavy stone had been removed from her mind. That suffocating palpitation triggered merely by the sight of blood disappeared completely like receding tide waters. She opened her eyes and stared blankly at the handsome face before her. The cold indifference and impatience in the man's eyes were clearly visible. Yet the hand pressed against her forehead carried a reassuring strength that brought a sense of security. Once you're awake, stand on your own. Don't hang off my arm like a pile of mud. Madara released her collar and flicked his fingers in distaste. Tsunade stumbled but managed to steady herself. She glanced down at the pool of blood on the table, then at the wound on her arm still seeping blood. No panic, no trembling. She even wiped the blood from her wound with her thumb and brought it to her nose to smell. I'm not afraid of blood anymore. Tsunade's eyes widened. She looked at her hands, then suddenly raised her head to stare at Madara. Years of untreatable illness cured by a single touch to her forehead. This man was not only exceptionally handsome and monstrously powerful, he also possessed such miraculous healing abilities. Combined with her charm, affinity, and this life-saving grace. Tsunade's inherently fierce and assertive nature mixed with a trace of dependence she hadn't even noticed herself exploded all at once. Hey, who exactly are you? Tsunade grabbed a rag from the table and loosely wrapped it around her arm. She strode confidently to Madara and slapped his shoulder, striking a friendly posture. No matter who you are, I won't forget what you've done today. You not only helped me deal with those debt collectors but also cured my illness. From now on I'm sticking with you. Madara gave a cold glance at the hand resting on his shoulder. Remove your hand. Rather than removing it, Tsunade leaned even closer. A mischievous smile spread across her radiant face. What not happy about it? I'm the princess of Konoha. Being my companion is an honor. I don't care. Wherever you go I go. I'll provide all the food, you just cover the drinks. Oh, I don't even know your name yet. I can't keep calling you pretty boy. Madara chuckled at her bandit-like logic. People of the Senju clan were indeed all like Hashirama, missing a screw somewhere. I have no time for a burden like you. Madara's shoulder gave a sudden shake, dislodging Tsunade's hand. He turned and headed for the tavern exit, intending to simply abandon this troublesome woman there. Hey, don't go. I said I'm following you from now on. Tsunade chased after him like an inseparable piece of dried sticky rice cake. The moment they crossed the tavern's dilapidated threshold, Madara was about to use Rim World to toss her 3 streets away when suddenly the ground beneath them shook violently. The bluestone-paved street undulated like waves. From the center of Konoha in the distance erupted a terrifying fluctuation that made one's heart tremble. A pillar of dark red chakra light shot straight into the clouds, dyeing more than half the sky in ominous crimson. The air filled with a frenzied evil and tyrannical aura. Then a shrill female scream tore through the night sky, echoing across the entire Konoha. Tsunade's expression turned grave as she fixed her gaze on that direction. That's the location of the Nine-Tails seal. Kushina is in trouble. Madara halted his steps and narrowed his eyes at the heavens-reaching red light. A smirk of keen interest curled his lips. He cracked his knuckles, the joints popping sharply. Oh. Getting impatient to come out for some fresh air. Let's go. Take me to see how much temper this little beast has now. A violent gale swept in, acrid and suffocating with the stench of burning. The streets of Konoha fractured like a spiderweb, every inch of ground split apart. Madara and Tsunade moved swiftly across the rooftops, each landing sending tremors through the tiles beneath their feet. The air was thick with the Nine-Tails' malevolent chakra, so intense it felt like it might ignite one's lungs. This is wrong. The signs are all off. Tsunade wiped the wind tears from her eyes as she ran. Kushina's seal has always been rock solid. How could it suddenly cause this much chaos? Madara walked with both hands in his pockets, his steps as casual as if he were strolling through his own garden. He didn't even raise an eyelid, only let out a faint contemptuous sneer. A barrier set up by a bunch of incompetents. what could it possibly contain? To me it's nothing more than a paper lantern that shatters at the slightest touch. The moment the words left his mouth, shink. A yellow flash burst open on the rooftop before them. Minato stumbled out of thin air, clapping a hand over the still bleeding wound on his chest, his face deathly pale. He couldn't even stay upright. Dropping to one knee on the tiles, he gasped for air. His once pristine Jonin vest was now slashed with a dozen gaping cuts, dark red blood seeping through the fabric. Minato! What are you doing here? Tsunade halted and rushed to support him. Aren't you supposed to be guarding Kushina in the sealing chamber? Minato raised his head, his blue eyes filled with despair and desperation. When he spotted Madara behind Tsunade, his body instinctively recoiled, but he forced himself to stay steady. Tsunade-sama. The seal. The seal is loosening. Minato gritted his teeth, pointing at the crimson pillar of light erupting from Konoha Center. Some sinister unknown chakra seeped up from underground and destroyed the core of the four-symbol seal. Kushina. She's lost her mind. Unknown chakra. Tsunade's brows knitted tightly as she mentally ran through the roster of the barrier squad. Someone who could bypass the ANBU and strike directly at the heart of the sealing chamber. That can only be someone from the top brass. She didn't finish the sentence, but the chill in her eyes said everything. Madara yawned, rubbing his ear. He had absolutely no interest in the petty internal squabbles of these villagers. Enough. Stop stewing in your stale conspiracies. Stepping forward, Madara grabbed Minato by the back of his collar with one hand. Lead the way. Let this old man see just how much that little fox has grown after all these years locked away. Minato was lifted like a helpless chick with no room to resist. He let out a wry smile, then immediately activated the flying Raijin technique. A flash of azure light. 3 figures vanished from the rooftop in an instant. Deep beneath Konoha, the sealing chamber. By now the place had been completely transformed into a living hell. Most of the chamber's ceiling had been torn away by the rampaging chakra. Several support pillars, each thick as a water vat, had been snapped into jagged chunks. Rubble and twisted rebar lay scattered across the floor. Hiruzen, along with a dozen masked ANBU, was holding the line at the chamber's entrance with everything they had. The adamantine staff in his hands had been extended to its absolute limit. Earth-style earth flow wall. Several ANBU joined hands to form seals, raising 3 massive stone walls. Boom! The stone walls had barely stood for a second before a colossal foxclaw, formed of pure dark red chakra, smashed through all 3 like they were brittle crackers. A violent shockwave of rubble sent the nearest ANBU flying, their bodies crashing heavily into the walls, unconscious or worse. Hokage-sama. We can't hold. An ANBU captain screamed at the top of his lungs, his face twisted beneath the mask. The Ninetales chakra is too powerful. Ordinary sealing jutsu can't even get close. Hiruzen bit his finger and rapidly formed hand signs. Summoning jutsu Enma. As the white smoke cleared, Enma barely poked his head out before recoiling from the scorching blast of heat. Hiruzen. What kind of trouble have you dragged me into this time? Enma's scalp crawled as he stared at the small figure at the center of the chamber, completely enveloped in surging dark red chakra. This is a partial tailed beast transformation, and she's already grown 4 tails. At the very heart of the sealing chamber, Kushina hovered in midair. Her signature crimson hair now thrashed wildly like a swarm of venomous snakes. A layer of viscous blood-like tailed beast chakra coated her entire body. 4 enormous dark red tails swept frenziedly behind her. Every lash against the walls carved out a massive crater. Roar! Kushina opened her mouth, but the sound that came out was no human cry, it was a deafening savage beast's howl. Dark red chakra rapidly condensed around her jaws. Black and white particles of energy compressed and fused at a terrifying speed. No. It's a tailed beast ball. Hiruzen's eyes bulged as his voice tore apart. Get out of the way. If that thing fires, half of Konoha will be gone. At that critical moment a yellow flash exploded beside Hiruzen. Minato was tossed to the ground like a piece of trash by Madara. Tsunade followed closely behind, and the moment she saw the tailed beast ball taking shape, a cold sweat broke out across her back. This is seriously bad. Tsunade gritted her teeth, ready to charge forward. A single hand stopped her. Madara walked past Minato with his hands still in his pockets, taking his sweet time. He hadn't even activated his Sharingan. His pitch-black eyes held not a single ripple of emotion. The world-destroying tailed beast ball before him might as well have been a worthless glass marble. Madara. Hiruzen nearly bit his own tongue off at the sight of him. His mind was a whirlwind, a rampaging Ninetales outside and now a demon from the underworld standing in front of him. Was this truly the end of Konoha? Shut that noisy mouth of yours, monkey. Madara didn't even glance at Hiruzen. He strode directly into the heart of the chakra storm. Those violent currents that could tear an ordinary shinobi to shreds parted on their own the moment they came within 3 feet of Madara, as if fleeing from a natural predator. Kushina's beast-driven vertical pupils locked onto the audacious man approaching her. A low threatening growl rumbled from her throat. The basketball-sized tailed beast ball of her mouth radiating annihilation shot straight at Madara's face. No! Minato shouted from the ground, his eyes cracking with desperation. He tried to activate the flying Raijin to intercept, but his injuries were too severe, his chakra wouldn't respond. The tailed beast ball tore through the air with a piercing shriek. Just as it was about to collide with Madara, he slowly extended a single hand. No hand seals. No elaborate ninjutsu preamble. That pale slender hand simply reached forward and grasped. Pluff. A dull muffled sound. The tailed beast ball brimming with catastrophic destructive power burst like a water balloon squeezed in his palm. It disintegrated instantly. Wispy strands of black smoke slipped through his fingers and vanished. The entire sealing chamber fell into utter deathly silence. Even Enma's eyes went wide, forgetting to breathe. Crushing a tailed beast ball with his bare hand. Was that even something a human could do? Kushina was frozen too. For the first time the instinct-driven woman felt a deep primal terror from the very core of her soul. The 4 tails behind her stiffened, instinctively recoiling. Trying to run already? Madara sneered. With a sudden surge of force from his legs. Bang! The ground beneath him cratered. His figure vanished in an instant, turning into a black lightning bolt that tore straight through the viscous barrier of the tailed beast chakra. He passed through the dark red chakra barrier, a defense that even ninjutsu couldn't break, without the slightest resistance. Under everyone's horrified, disbelieving gaze, Madara extended his right hand and seized the scruff of the giant fox phantom's fate with an iron grip. Roar! The Ninetails phantom let out a pain-agonized howl. It thrashed desperately, its 4 tails whipping at Madara's body like frantic scourges. But each strike failed to leave even a single crease on his tattered black robe. Madara's fingers tightened like forged steel clamps, millimeter by millimeter. Azure starlight flowed through his fingertips, flooding directly into the Ninetails chakra source. What's the matter? Been locked in a cage too long that you've forgotten this old man's scent? Madara's voice was low, yet it struck like a death curse booming across the depths of the seal space. Inside that dark, damp cage sealed behind iron gates, the true form of Kurama, who had been sprawled on the ground arrogantly unleashing his chakra, suddenly jolted violently. His colossal fox eyes flew wide open. This chakra. This bloodthirst that made even his very bones turn cold. A miserable memory buried for decades and deliberately forgotten came flooding back like a tidal wave. It was a man in crimson armor standing atop a mountain peak. Those abyss-like Sharingan eyes merely spared him one cold glance. And then his pride, his power, even his will, were stripped away mercilessly as if he were nothing but a common guard dog. He had even been grabbed by the neck like a little chick by a man named Hashirama. Kurama trembled inside the seal space. The 9 tails that had been raised so arrogantly instantly drooped, tucked tightly between his hind legs. Outside, the massive violent phantom of dark red chakra deflated under Madara's gaze like a punctured ball. It shriveled and shrank rapidly. In just a few short seconds the Ninetails chakra, powerful enough to level Konoha, was forcibly yanked out of Kushina's body by Madara. It compressed and condensed in midair. Finally it transformed into a tiny palm-sized fluffy red puppy. The little fox dangled in midair, scruff pinched in Madara's grip. Its 4 little legs paddled helplessly in the air. The eyes that had once blazed with murderous intent were now filled with nothing but grievance and terror. A faint pitiful whimper escaped its throat. It stared at Madara with a pathetic pleading look, not daring to breathe a single breath. Bon pinched the crimson flesh sphere in his hand, tapping impatiently against the little fox spirit's skull. A pitiful mewling cry wailed weakly from its throat. Those once fearsome vertical-pupiled fox eyes now glistened like a drowning creature's, oozing absurd sick. Its 4 tiny legs scratched helplessly in the air, tail clamped firmly between its hind paws. Bon looked upon this wretched sight, his eyes brimming with derision. Not even the spine to struggle. You wretched beast, truly living further backward with each passing day. Deep within the sealing chamber, the immense true form of the Ninetails pressed its face tightly between its forelegs. Beyond that colossal cage seethed a star power pressure as solid as stone, piercing straight into the soul. It understood far too well what manner of man this was. Back at the valley end, that hypocritical Manju of righteousness, Hashirama at least had the decency to say, "Your power is too dangerous," before striking. Even if he did ultimately crush it like a chick between his fingers. But the man before it, this Uchiha ban, was an absolute madman from tip to tail. He skipped all preliminaries, entirely forcefully subjugating its will with his Sharingan and treating it as mere battlefield ammunition. That fear of having one's thoughts stripped away reduced entirely to a living weapon, it would never endure such torment a second time in this life. This old one concedes. This old one concedes all right. The Ninetales muttered timidly within the sealing chamber, not even daring to gasp for breath. Afraid the living ancestor out there might lose his temper and drag it out to be used as a punching bag again. With the complete extraction of Kurama's chakra, Kushina, who floated mid-air, lost her power anchor and went limp, falling like a marionette with cut strings. Minato scrambled forward and caught her in his arms. Kushina's face drained of color as she gulped ragged breaths. She blinked her bewildered eyes open, her gaze passing over Minato's shoulder to fix on the broad black-robed back. And that crimson indistinct creature dangling half in the air, whimpering, woof woof. Minato. That's the Ninetales. Kushina's voice floated unsteadily. She rubbed her eyes, certain she was hallucinating. That terrifying monster that had raged within her body, ready to devour her mind at any moment, how could it possibly be so docile as a weaned pet under this man's control? Minato managed a bitter smile and gently helped her sit up. It's the physical manifestation of the Ninetales chakra. This gentleman is. Minato paused, truly at a loss for how to address Ban. Using his name directly felt presumptuous, calling him ancestor was impossible to utter. This honored one just burst a tailed beast bomb single-handedly and extracted the Ninetales chakra. Kushina sucked in a sharp breath. She bore the Uzumaki bloodline, more than anyone she understood how terrifying tailed beast power truly was. Had that level of rampage continued unchecked, even Minato, risking his life, might not have survived unscathed. Yet this man didn't even wrinkle his garments. Watching Ban's back, her wariness slowly melted into reverence, and even a trace of fervor. To worship the strong was an iron law carved into the ninja world's bones. Moreover, that flamboyant and domineering aura radiating from him, unexpectedly matched perfectly with this crimson chili of hers. I thank this honored one for saving my life. Kushina pushed past Minato, stood straight and bowed deeply to Ban without hesitation. Should you ever need me, Uzumaki Kushina, speak the word and I will face fire and water without flinching. Minato, standing nearby, felt cold sweat prickling his scalp. He quickly tugged Kushina's sleeve. This was an ancestor who had nearly demolished the Konoha gates. How could she so casually pledge allegiance to him? Ban didn't turn around. He had no interest in such cheap loyalty or gratitude. He merely weighed the trembling little fox in his hand. Noisy. Ban's fingers shifted slightly. A wisp of star power flowed along the Ninetales chakra connection, injecting directly backward into the four-symbol seal array's pivot point within Kushina's body. The seal, previously shattered and riddled with holes, instantly reformed under the star power's restoration, even stronger than before, shimmering with a faint blue radiance. Kushina felt the raging presence within her body completely suppressed. Even her chakra circulation flowed smoother than ever before in her life. She clenched her fists in delight. Her gaze toward Ban had escalated from reverence to blind worship. Danzo, standing at the seal chamber's entrance, watched the entire scene, finally feeling the stone in his chest settle. Konoha was preserved. The Ninetales hadn't fully broken free. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and stowed the golden staff back into his scroll. He adjusted the Hokage's ceremonial robe and forcibly shouldered the demeanor of a village headman. Danzo cleared his throat and strode with measured steps toward Ban. The surrounding Umbu also pressed forward a few steps as the Hokage advanced. Ban. Danzo began, his tone carrying a self-satisfied gravity. I admit the village may have gone too far regarding certain matters back then. But the fact that you intervened during the Ninetales rampage today, preserving Konoha, preserving the lives of over 1,000 civilian households. Danzo paused, his eyes growing eager. He felt this was an opportunity, a chance to pull the Uchiha Ban back into Konoha's fold. As long as the village's righteousness could bind him, Konoha wouldn't just avoid civil war, it would gain an absolutely supreme combatant. This proves that although you refuse to admit it outwardly, deep in your heart you still care for this village. The will of fire left by the first Hokage has still planted a spark within you. Danzo grew more and more impassioned, even extending a hand toward Ban. Come back, Ban. As long as you're willing to let go of past hatred, the doors of Konoha's leadership stand open to you at any time. We can together. Thwack. Danzo's words hadn't finished. A crimson fluffy projectile carrying a razor-sharp whistling wind slammed directly into his face. That Ninetales chakra form reduced to a puppy shape by Ban's grip. It stuck to Danzo's nose and mouth like a slimy dough ball. Humph. Danzo staggered backward 2 steps, nearly sitting down hard on the rubble. He frantically peeled the Ninetales puppy off his face. His dignified Hokage ceremonial robe was now smeared with dark red chakra slime, looking utterly wretched. The seal chamber fell deathly silent. The Umbu's hands shaking around their ninja blades, neither daring to advance nor retreat. Minato and Kushina were equally dumbstruck. Bon leisurely withdrew a black silk handkerchief from his robes. He carefully wiped the hand that had gripped the fox. Then casually tossed the handkerchief to the ground. He turned, his deep black eyes filled with contempt and disdain, as though looking at a pile of putrid garbage. Did this old one not make myself clear earlier? Bon's steps were slow, but with each one the pressure in the seal chamber dropped another degree. You little monkey, does your head run full of water? Danzo clutched the Ninetales puppy, his face flushing crimson. Bon. Just what exactly do you want? I am the Hokage. Hokage. Bon sneered, his voice dripping with undisguised mockery. You trash who only knows how to play balance in the sewers and brainwash children to maintain control, you dare call yourself Hokage? This old one saved that red-haired woman only because the old friend sealed within her belly was being too noisy. Bon stopped less than a half step from Danzo. His towering frame completely blocked the sunlight filtering from above. Star power pressure descended like an invisible mountain, pinning Danzo's spine, forcing him involuntarily to bend. Don't disgust this old one with such hypocritical trash. Bon lowered his head, his eyes sharp as blades. The will of fire. Absolute nonsense. This old one will tell you plainly, this wretched village this old one doesn't care for at all. Danzo grit his teeth, forcing his head up against the pressure. Then what do you want? To rule the ninja world. Bon's lip curled, a fanaticism gripping all who witnessed it. The ninja world. Does this tiny planet deserve to hold this old one's ambition? Bon turned and spread his arms wide. This old one will forge an absolute empire transcending all laws and rules. Hiruzen scrambled to hold on to the wildly twisting nine-tailed puppy. The warm touch pressed into his palm and the scorched scent of chakra lingering under his nose both told him how utterly absurd what had just happened was. Absolute empire. Those 4 words clung to Hiruzen's nerves like thorn vines, echoing again and again through the empty sealing chamber. Madara did not bother to look at Hiruzen's face, which was uglier than if he had bitten into a bitter gourd. He lifted his hand and snapped his fingers with a crisp pop in midair. Pop. The sound was not loud, but like a signal it instantly ignited the heavy air of the underground chamber. Madara turned and strode toward the blasted open top of the sealing chamber. The broken stone stairs beneath his feet were as smooth as level ground, and his black robe snapped loudly in the wind. Tsunade did not think twice, she immediately followed behind him, a perfect little sidekick. Minato holding Kushina exchanged a glance with her, then they too steeled themselves and trailed along behind. Konoha Village Central Plaza. Because of the Ninetales rampage just now, a large number of civilians and shinobi had been urgently evacuated to this area. The crowd was thick and panic spread like a plague. Only when the red glow faded from the sealing chamber's direction did the people quiet down, but all manner of guesses and hushed whispers still buzzed without end. Boom! A sudden tremendous sound came from the high platform in front of the plaza. Several enormous chunks of rock were hurled away by a colossal force and crashed heavily onto the open ground. When the dust dispersed, Madara's arrogant all-conquering figure stood steadily on the highest point of Konoha. His gaze like 2 icy blades swept across the vast seething crowd below. The plaza fell into dead silence in an instant. Everyone looked up, staring at the unfamiliar man who had appeared out of nowhere. Hiruzen, climbing up after Madara, was pallid and clutched the golden staff in his hands. He tried to open his mouth to restore order, yet found his throat so parched that no sound would come. People of Konoha, this old man wants you all to listen well. Madara's voice was not loud, but wrapped in stellar energy. It detonated with perfect clarity beside every ear. The so-called will of fire that you hang on your lips every day, in this old man's eyes it is nothing but a lump of poison coated in sugar. An uproar instantly burst from the crowd. A few elderly shinobi flushed crimson and could not help but start cursing. But when they met Madara's pair of scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan, every curse was forcibly blocked in their throats. A mocking smile curled at the corner of Madara's mouth. What? No one dares to talk back. Your higher-ups told you that wherever leaves dance, fire will burn. But they never told you that this fire burns the flesh and blood of you young people. Madara stretched out a finger, pointing at the crowd below from afar. You fight desperately to complete missions, devoting yourselves entirely to the so-called village. And what do you get? All you get is those old relics sleeping easy in the Hokage building, continuing to invent fresh lies and trick the next bunch of idiots into throwing away their lives. Preposterous. Hiruzen could endure no longer. He suddenly stepped forward, striking the golden staff heavily into the ground. Madara! Stop deceiving the people here. The will of fire is the bond that keeps Konoha alive for generations. Madara did not even glance at Hiruzen, only letting out a disdainful cold snort. A bond. This old man only sees an iron chain locked around a dog's neck. He crossed his arms over his chest, his posture unbearably arrogant. Peace has never been shouted into existence by deceitful slogans. Only one thing can bring about absolute peace. Madara spread his arms wide and laughed up to the sky. That is absolute force, so overwhelming that people would not even dare to have the thought of resisting. Before his voice faded, a dazzling star suddenly lit up between Madara's brows. The light shot straight into the sky and burst open above Konoha. Ding! Detected that the host is reshaping his worldview, the Infinite Tsukuyomi Evolution Atlas has been materialized. High in the sky, the once clear clouds were torn apart by an invisible power. A holographic projection so enormous it stole one's breath slowly emerged among the clouds. It was a metal colossus over 100 meters tall. Cold mechanical lines, armor shimmering with sapphire stellar energy, and colossal light wings unfurling at its back, all seemed capable of cutting the void itself. What kind of monster is this? Someone in the plaza fell to their knees with a thud, their finger pointing at the sky, trembling without end. More and more civilians and shinobi were cowed by this unnameable leviathan, their legs turning weak. It was something that had no place in the ninja world. The aura it emitted, equal parts science fiction and apocalypse, shattered everyone's understanding of ninjutsu. Light and shadow rippled. Around the giant mech, one after another, several smaller armored phantoms emerged, each with a different form but each radiating the same suffocating pressure. Some were shrouded in pitch-black flames, some flickered with violent thunder. Every one of them exuded a dreadful aura powerful enough to fight a tailed beast alone. Kakashi stood at the edge of the crowd, head raised, his one remaining eye fixed tightly on the thunderbolt glimmering mech in the sky. He touched the broken blade on his back, his heart pounding like a drum. Obito was shaking with excitement and could hardly speak. Oh my god, did the old ancestor bring the gods themselves down from heaven? So cool. So freaking cool. Kushina, leaning in Minato's arms, was stunned. The ninetails inside her curled up into a ball, not daring to make a single sound. It could sense that any random lump of that floating iron in the sky could grind it into the ground 100 times over. Madara looked down at those awestruck, speechless people below. He was very pleased with the result. This was the presence a ruler ought to have. Do you see? Madara planted his hands on his hips, his voice rumbling like thunder. This is this old man's stellar energy mech. No need for you to form those tiresome hand seals, no need to risk your lives and exhaust every bit of your chakra. Just wear it and even a mere genin can kick a whole mountain flat. The plaza was dead silent for a few breaths. Then, like cold water splashed into a pan of boiling oil, it burst into total chaos. Those civilian ninja who usually could not even learn a C-rank jutsu instantly blazed with greedy fanatical green light in their eyes. Hiruzen watched in despair. He knew that the foundation of Konoha in the face of these dazzling metal leviathans had already been shaken to its core. No one could resist the temptation of such heaven-reaching power. Looking at the churning crowd below, Madara's smile grew even deeper. This frenzy was exactly what he wanted. This old man now announces one thing. Madara raised his voice, pressing down all the noise. The new empire I am about to build has no need for the useless. But I will select the first batch of mech pilots from among you. The instant these words were spoken, the atmosphere of the crowd was shoved straight to the peak. Especially the female shinobi, they suddenly burst into a storm of screams that nearly lifted the roof. Lord Madara! Look at me! I have great stamina. Pick me, pick me. I can do anything. Ah! Lord Madara! Pick me. I'll cooperate in any position. The shrill female voices rose like a tide, wave upon wave, piercing the skies. Konoha's central plaza had instantly become a massive idol-chasing scene, and not just any but the most rabid, reckless kind of fan frenzy imaginable. Madara stood on the high platform. It was as if 10,000 mating cicadas had been stuffed into his ears, buzzing endlessly. His brow twisted into a knot and a flicker of impatience flashed through his pitch-black eyes. He had expected this crowd to be driven mad by the power of the star energy mecha. What he had never expected was that their madness would veer off in an utterly wrong direction. These women were not looking at the world-shattering mecha projections in the sky at all. Instead, they were staring fixedly at his face, at the faintly visible contours of muscle beneath his open black robe. At this moment, the peak charm aura was nothing less than a death sentence. What a load of nonsense! Madara cursed under his breath. His gaze swept to the very front of the crowd. Tsunade, who had been obediently following behind him just a moment ago, had completely transformed into a different person. She somehow produced a palm-sized mirror from who knows where. She was hurriedly applying bright lipstick to her lips. Even while doing so, she swept her hand through her golden twin tails, trying to make herself look a little more feminine. I must take one of the mecha pilot slots. This is the perfect excuse to stay by Lord Madara's side every day. Tsunade pressed her lips together in front of the mirror, her eyes filled with a fierce determination to win. Aoki Aoi, standing beside her, refused to be outdone. Her clothes were already torn, but now she deliberately pulled the neckline even lower, exposing a large expanse of snow-white skin. Her fingers wove quickly through her tangled teal hair, and in a few deft motions she swept it up into a gentle bun. My benefactor saved my life, by all rights I should offer myself to him. Mecha or no mecha, as long as I can stay by my benefactor's side and fetch tea and water for him, I'll be perfectly content. Aoi's voice was not loud, but just loud enough for every woman around to hear, a blatant declaration of ownership. Even Kushina had been drained to the point of collapse by the Ninetales. Yet now she had miraculously regained her strength. Leaning against Minato's shoulder, she held a comb that had somehow appeared in her hand and was running it through her signature red hair. Minato, what kind of hairstyle do you think would make Lord Madara see me as more reliable? I think the Uzumaki clan should claim one of the first pilot slots. Minato gave a wry smile at his wife, opened his mouth and yet had no idea what to say. He couldn't help feeling that the reliable Kushina had in mind and the reliable Lord Madara had in mind were probably two very different concepts. As for Noera Rin, there was no need to say more. She simply shoved Obito, who was in her way, aside. With both hands cupping her cheeks, her eyes were filled with little pink stars. Lord Madara's profile is too perfect. Even if I only ran errands by his side, I'd be willing. Obito staggered from the shove and nearly crashed to the ground. He looked at these female ninjas around him, fierce as wolves and tigers, women who in normal times were too proud to even cast a proper glance at him. His heart felt cold to the bone. What kind of mecha pilot selection was this? This was basically an ancient emperor grandly choosing concubines. And an off-the-books audition that ignored family background and looked only at face and figure. The entire square descended into chaos. Women even began shoving one another to squeeze closer to the front. Stop pushing me. With those elephant legs of yours, can you even fit into a mecha? Who are you calling elephant legs? You flat-chested freak, Lord Madara would never like someone as flat as you. Curses and quarrels mixed with the pungent smell of cheap perfume. All of it drifted up to the high platform on the wind. Madara's patience had reached its absolute limit. He abruptly raised his hand and slammed it onto the fractured stone pillar beside him, one that weighed several tons. Boom! The stone pillar instantly exploded into a cloud of fine powder. A ferocious pressure of star energy swept down from the platform like a hurricane. It sent the women still tearing at one another, reeling in every direction. The square fell silent in an instant. Everyone raised their heads in terror to stare at the man whose face was full of murderous intent. All of you shut up. Madara's voice was icily cold, carrying an oppressive force that made the soul tremble. Are your heads stuffed with mush, you pack of idiots? He pointed at the mecha phantoms in the sky, radiating an aura of annihilation. I am selecting warriors. Madmen who can charge through artillery fire and fight alien monsters hand to hand in outer space. Not a bunch of fools who slather on makeup and pull each other's hair over petty jealousy. These words were like a basin of ice water thrown squarely over the heads of those fervent female ninjas. Tsunade's hand, lipstick in mid-application, froze and the mirror almost slipped from her grasp. Aoi instinctively pulled her collar back up, her face turning slightly pale. Put away those disgusting little schemes of yours. Madara ruthlessly tore their fantasies apart. I have no interest in women. Even if I did, it would never be your turn, you worthless bunch who can't even control your chakra steadily. He set his hands on his hips, his pitch-black eyes rapidly sweeping across the crowd. What he needed were people who genuinely thirsted for power and carried a ruthless streak deep in their bones. Such people certainly existed in Konoha. They had simply been suppressed for too long by that hypocritical will of fire. What I want are ruthless fighters who can control these lumps of iron. Madara's gaze roamed back and forth across the crowd like a searchlight. I care nothing for origin or appearance, only whether you can take a beating. Whoever survives the baptism of star energy will earn the right to ascend this invincible throne. Dead silence fell over the crowd once more. This time no one dared to scream. Everyone could feel the coldness and madness in this man's very bones. Baptism of star energy. Just by the name one could tell it was definitely not some gentle process. It might well cost people their lives. Obito swallowed hard. He looked at those dazzling mechas in the sky and felt a blaze of heat in his heart. But he knew exactly how much he was worth. Never mind the baptism of star energy, just a moment ago in that underground cavern a mere trace of Madara's killing intent had nearly made him piss his pants. Madara looked at the frightened cowards below and the disdain in his eyes deepened. He was just about to seize a few unlucky fools and drag them up for experiments. In that moment his gaze suddenly landed on the masked white-haired youth in the crowd. This kid, just now in the underground cavern he had been so scared he couldn't even hold his blade. But now in his only remaining right eye an unyielding flame was burning. It was the kind of ferocious will that even if his body were ground to powder would still tear a chunk of flesh from the enemy. It suited Madara's taste perfectly. To prove that I absolutely do not play any damned under-the-table games. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Madara's mouth. He raised his hand and pointed his index finger from afar at Kakashi. You. Madara's voice thundered across the square. The masked white-haired brat. Get the hell up here and be tested. Kakashi, whose name was called, jolted all over. He looked left and right to make sure there was no other white-haired person nearby. Then beneath the crowd's gazes, some sympathetic some envious, Kakashi braced himself, took heavy steps and climbed onto that high platform which felt like an execution ground one step after another. Kakashi's heavy footsteps fell upon the stone slabs of the high platform. Tap. Tap. With every step the scraping of sole against stone rang out with stark clarity. The wind swept across the platform. Madara's black robe snapped and billowed in the gusts. Kakashi could hear Madara's long steady breathing. His palms were slick with sweat. Cold sweat had long soaked through the bandages wrapped around his palms. He walked up to stand before Madara, then stopped. He raised his head. His lone remaining right eye fixed on the man before him. I'm ready. Kakashi's voice was hoarse. A cold smirk tugged at the corner of Madara's mouth. You've got guts. Let's hope your bones are harder than your tongue. Madara wasted no words. He did not even bother with hand seals. Slowly raising his right hand he extended his index finger and pressed it directly against Kakashi's forehead. Hum. A burst of azure starlight exploded from Madara's fingertip. The light was blinding. In an instant it flowed through Kakashi's forehead and into his brain without the slightest obstruction. Ah! Kakashi's head snapped back. A heart-rending scream tore from his throat. This was by no means a gentle transfer of power. It was like a red-hot dagger scraping his marrow raw. Vicious star energy rampaged through the meridians of his body. Wherever it passed his originally fragile chakra pathways were torn apart then rapidly rebuilt. Kakashi's body folded into a shrimp-like curve. Veins bulged one by one across his forehead. Sweat poured down like a waterfall. Minato below the platform clenched his fists. He wanted to rush up. But his legs felt as heavy as lead. Reason told him that rushing up now would only harm Kakashi. Kakashi. Minato gritted his teeth. The veins on the back of his hands bulged. Obito among the crowd was likewise losing his mind. He pointed at the high platform. Hey! What exactly did you do to Kakashi? If he dies I'll never let this go. Obito yelled at Madara. Madara did not spare him a single glance. He merely watched the youth struggling amid the starlight. There was no trace of pity in his eyes. If you cannot withstand this power that only proves you are a complete waste. Madara withdrew his finger and took half a step back. The starlight wrapped around Kakashi began to change. The once formless energy. Gradually solid lines began to take shape in midair. Armor plates gleaming with cold metallic light materialized out of thin air. Clang. 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 Dull metallic collisions rang out. The armor snapped onto Kakashi's shoulders by itself. His chest. His limbs. They clicked shut in seamless precision. Blinding blue lightning raced through the seams of the armor, crackling and hissing. The purity of this lightning far surpassed the combined power of all lightning-release ninjutsu in Konoha. The light faded completely. Kakashi's screaming stopped. He gasped for breath. Slowly he straightened up. A battle suit of cold science fiction-like metal now covered his entire body. Its streamlined design was painted in a cold scheme of silver white and deep blue. Inside the energy core at his chest azure star energy revolved slowly. It supplied an endless stream of power. Kakashi's original mask had been replaced by a high-tech tactical visor. At the position of his right eye, cold streams of data light flickered. Across his back hung a short blade over a meter in length. High-frequency plasma arcs danced along its edge. Kakashi raised his hands and clenched his fists. He felt the vast ocean-like power surging within him. This was not something chakra could compare to. This was pure destructive force. An illusion of holding absolute power over life and death rose unbidden. This battle suit is called White Fang Thunder. Madara put his hands in his pockets. His tone was flat as if he had just given away a trivial toy. The blade on your back is the high-frequency White Fang short blade. Try taking one swing. Madara flicked his chin toward a barren mountain outside Konoha. The mountain was dozens of kilometers from the square. Kakashi took a deep breath. The energy core in his chest erupted with dazzling blue light. He reached back and grasped the hilt. Shing! The high-frequency White Fang short blade slid out of its sheath. The screech of metal made many below cover their ears in pain. Kakashi gripped the blade with both hands. The thruster valves on his leg armor instantly snapped open. Two streams of deep blue exhaust flames burst out. He lowered his center of gravity. Star energy wildly flooded into the blade. The electric light instantly swelled to more than 10 meters long. It looked like a sword of light that could split the sky. Slash! Kakashi swung the short blade fiercely. No hand seals. No complicated preliminary movements. It was merely one simple downward cut. Boom! A crescent-shaped blade of lightning flew off the edge. The blade light tore through the air. The ground along its path was plowed into a deep blackened trench. With the momentum of utter destruction it hurtled straight toward the mountain beyond the village. Dozens of kilometers. With star energy enhancing it, the distance was crossed in an instant. Boom! The earth shook violently. Every stone slab beneath the crowd trembled. That barren mountain covered with towering ancient trees was like butter cut by a hot knife beneath the thunderous blade light. Clean and decisive. It was split directly in two from the middle. The cut surface was as smooth as a mirror. On the charred black rock residual electric sparks still jumped. The enormous mountain toppled to both sides. A cloud of earth-yellow dust filled the sky. The sound of trees snapping. The sound of rock collapsing. Even from afar the sounds transmitted clearly back to the square. The square fell into deathly silence. The drop of a needle could be heard with perfect clarity. Everyone's mouth hung open. They stared blankly at the distant split mountain. Was this truly something human power could accomplish? A mere teenager at Genin. Put on this suit of iron, swung one blade and split a mountain in two. Minato's breath caught. He stared blankly at the familiar yet unfamiliar student on the high platform. No matter how fast his flying thunder god was, its destructive power could never reach such an earth-shattering level. This was no longer the fighting style of a ninja. This was an entirely new dimension. The kunoichi below swallowed hard. The way they looked at the high platform had completely changed. Earlier they had only wanted to climb up through beauty. Now their eyes burned with a crazed thirst for this invincible power. Rin Noera stood beside Obito. She looked up, watching Kakashi on the platform surrounded by lightning. Then she glanced at Madara standing beside him, his face cold and arrogant. Rin's hands unconsciously folded together over her chest. Two blushes bloomed on her cheeks. Pink hearts in her eyes were almost overflowing. The scene was overwhelmingly striking. A domineering cold creator. A dazzling cool armored warrior. It was the ultimate fantasy lurking in every young girl's dreams. So handsome. Rin murmured. Her voice was especially distinct in the silent square. She was completely lost in her fantasy. She could not bear to blink even once. Those words were like a rusty dagger thrust straight into Obito's heart. And then twisted twice. Obito turned and saw Rin clutching her chest in that lovesick daze. He felt as if the heavens had fallen. Kakashi had always been popular with girls. It was bad enough that he normally wore a ragged mask just to act cool. Now with that dazzling thunder armor he had raised the standard of coolness to a cosmic dimension. How could he possibly compare? Compare with what? His head. Obito's eyes reddened instantly. Two rivers of noodle-thick tears poured down his cheeks. He clenched his jaw. Sour jealousy surged violently in his heart. No. He absolutely could not let Kakashi steal the spotlight. He could not let that guy take Rin away. This was a battle to defend a man's dignity. Obito wiped his tears roughly. A beast-like roar tore from his throat. He shoved aside the people blocking his way. Like a deranged cannonball he charged at the high platform. Move. Out of my way, all of you. Obito climbed the stone steps using both hands and feet. under the stunned stares of the crowd. He dashed in front of Madara. He slid to his knees on the stone. Obito threw himself at Madara's feet and clung to his thigh with both arms. Great ancestor. Tears and snot were smeared all over Madara's black robe. He lifted his head and howled. I want a battle suit too. Please give me a battle suit that can help me get out of singlehood. Obito shamelessly wiped his snot and tears on the black robe. The coarse fabric scraped across his cheeks, leaving streaks of moisture. Ancestor. You can't play favorites. He sobbed uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down his face as his arms locked around Madara's left leg like iron hoops. Kakashi's already such a show-off and now you give him such a cool mech. Obito sniffled, stealing a sidelong glance at Rin Noara below the stage. How am I supposed to hold my head up in front of Rin after this? As expected, Rin's gaze was still glued to that glowing tin can, not even a sliver of peripheral attention for him. Obito's heart shattered with a crack scattering into a pile of glass shards. Madara looked down at the sticky attachment on his leg, a vein throbbing violently on his forehead. Get off. A cold snort burst from Madara's nose, carrying a bone-freezing chill. Before Obito could clamp his mouth shut, he felt the back of his collar suddenly yanked tight. The whole of him dangled in midair like a chick seized by the scruff of its neck. Madara held him up with one hand, shaking the soiled hem of his robe with undisguised disgust. That look was exactly one would give a moldy sweet potato dug out of a muddy ditch. You've disgraced the Uchiha name completely. With a grim face, Madara swung his arm and mercilessly flung Obito onto the hard stone floor. A dull thud followed. Obito rubbed his aching rear, about to throw another tantrum. He looked up only to meet Madara's crimson Manjikyu Sharingan. The howl at the tip of his tongue died in his throat, turning into a loud hiccup. Ancestor. Obito swallowed hard, shuffled back 2 inches tremblingly, and obediently placed his hands on his knees. Want a mech suit? Madara looked down at him, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Fine. But you should have seen my rules clearly just now. Madara slowly raised his right hand. A mass of pitch-black star energy danced rapidly at his fingertips. This energy was even more violent than the thunder that had been injected into Kakashi moments ago. Even the surrounding light seemed to be devoured by it, exuding a deathly stillness that could annihilate everything. Obito's scalp went numb at the sight of that black glow. He had clearly heard Kakashi scream himself hoarse just now. Ancestor, can this thing come with anesthesia? Obito shrank his neck weakly, trying to negotiate. What answered him was Madara's merciless finger. Buzz. The black starlight instantly plunged into Obito's brow. A scream like a stuck pig tore through the sky above Konoha Plaza, startling distant birds into scattering and fleeing. Obito writhed wildly on the stone floor, black flames bursting from every pore of his body. The violent black star energy poured into Obito's forehead like a torrent. Surpassing the very dimension of chakra, it tore through his obstructed meridians like a red-hot dagger, incinerating the cowardice and impurities buried deep in his bones. Every inch of his bones felt as though it were being hammered on an anvil. The agony made even his breath taste heavily of blood. Below the stage, Minato clenched his molars tightly. He clenched his fists, the veins on the backs of his hands bulging one by one, yet he held himself back from stepping forward. Rin covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes, her whole attention fixed on the black flames on the stage. Kakashi tightened his grip on the white fanged short blade, crackling thunder bursting from his mech suit as his emotions surged. Obito. He murmured under his breath, his brow furrowed deeply beneath his tactical eyepiece. This living hell lasted a full minute. The screaming on the platform finally began to fade. The black flames slowly contracted inward, solidifying into tangible armor pieces on Obito's body. Clang. Heavy metallic impacts rang out in succession, accompanied by the cold mechanical sound of gears interlocking. A massive black mech suit, its edges burning with dark red flames, covered Obito's body. It was utterly unlike Kakashi's streamlined white fanged thunder armor. This suit was a pure embodiment of brutal aesthetic violence. The broad pauldrons and thick arms were studded with fierce barbs like a savage beast ready to devour anyone. Within the energy core at its chest, a mass of black flame roared like an enraged animal. Obito gasped for air, struggling to his feet with his hands on his knees. He lowered his head and looked at his hands wrapped in black armor. Sensing the surging power within him like an ocean, his muscles filled with the urge to tear everything apart. He grinned, letting out a wild manic laugh. Ha 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 ha. This great one has finally stood up. Obito suddenly clenched his fist, black flames erupting around it and distorting the very air with their heat. Kakashi. You smug punk, see this? My mech suit is 100 times cooler than yours. He turned around and waved at Rin below the stage with a smug grin. Rin. Don't I look awesome? I'm the Black Flame Warrior. Rin stared at the mech suit on stage which resembled an enormous spiky black coal ball. Rin forced a smile. Just as Obito was about to keep showing off even considering a dance, Kakashi stepped forward 2 paces. He stared at the back of Obito's mech suit, data streams flashing rapidly across his tactical eyepiece. Obito, don't move for a second. What? Jealous of my glorious figure? Obito snorted, puffing out his chest deliberately. On your back. There seems to be a line of text. Kakashi's voice carried an irrepressible hint of laughter, his shoulders trembling slightly. Text? What text? Obito spun around excitedly, trying to see his own back. Is it a title like Strongest in the Ninja World or Konoha's War God? Kakashi shook his head and pointed at the black backplate. No, it says. Kakashi cleared his throat and read it aloud. Exclusive for single dogs, automatically uninstalls upon finding a partner. The glowing dark red words stood out harshly against the black armor plate. Not only that, beside the text there was even a glowing effect of a crying dog head. The dog head flickered on and off, emitting a pinkish glow as if afraid that no one would notice his miserable romantic situation. Obito's laughter abruptly cut off. As if struck by lightning, he stood frozen in place, his hands still raised in midair, stiff as a stone. A gentle breeze swept across the platform. He seemed to hear the sound of his heart shattering into 10,000 pieces, clattering to the ground. He reached back to scratch at the armor on his back, trying to peel off the words, but the glowing letters didn't budge. The crowd below fell silent for 2 seconds. Then a wave of suppressed snickering broke out. Even the perpetually serious Minato couldn't help turning his head aside and clamping his hand over his mouth. Tsunade in particular pointed at Obito with complete frankness, clutching her stomach as she howled with laughter until tears streamed down her face. Oh my, I'm dying laughing. That kid's mech suit even comes with a taunt ability. Tsunade laughed, slapping the shoulder of Aoi Aoki beside her. Rin stood in the crowd, awkwardly picking at her fingers. She wanted to laugh but felt it inappropriate, so she could only hold it in until her face turned red and lower her head. Madara stood off to the side, arms crossed, watching Obito's utterly hopeless expression with a malicious smirk curling at his lips. The mech suit this old man gives is only worthy of a true madman. All that fills your mind, you brat, is lovey-dovey garbage, a complete waste of a gift from heaven. Madara strode over to Obito on his long legs and patted his hard shoulder armor, producing a dull thud. The core of this black flame armor was forged from endless loneliness and rage. As long as your mind still dreams of romance, this armor's power will be greatly diminished. Madara leaned down, his voice dripping with condescending mockery. If you want to grow stronger, cut off those unworthy thoughts. Being single is a man's strongest weapon. Obito felt a mix of tears and despair, his legs gave way and he knelt directly on the stone floor. He looked at Rin below the stage, whose expression was awkward. Then he glanced at Kakashi beside him, barely suppressing his laughter. Suddenly he clutched his head with both hands and let out a despairing wail. Ancestor. You set me up. I'd rather not have this crappy armor. I want to fall in love. Madara couldn't be bothered to deal with this embarrassing buffoon. He turned around, his black robe slicing a sharp arc through the wind. His gaze swept coldly over the platform toward the still chuckling Konoha higher-ups below. The chill in his eyes immediately dropped the temperature of the plaza to freezing. Hiruzen Sarutobi's facial muscles stiffened and the surrounding laughter abruptly stopped. The air itself seemed to solidify in that moment, making even breathing difficult. Madara looked down at Hiruzen's ashen face. Call the little farce just now a little demonstration. He slowly extended his right hand, palm upward as if grasping the air. Now let this old man see which of you dares to test whether his blade is still sharp. Hiruzen Sarutobi gripped the adamantine staff tightly. His knuckles turned a glaring white from the force. Now let this old man see which of you dares to test whether this old man's blade is still sharp. Madara's icy piercing voice echoed over Konoha's central plaza like a heavy hammer, pounding again and again into every heart. Sweat seeped cold and clammy from Hiruzen's palms, sliding along the lines of his hands and leaving the grip of the adamantine staff slick with moisture. A dead silence gripped the plaza. The wind stopped and even the rustle of leaves vanished without a trace. Thousands of eyes, some terrified, some bewildered, some even fanatical, darted back and forth between Madara and Hiruzen. This was no longer a simple display of strength. It was a naked power play, a declaration of war ground into the faces of Konoha's high command. Hiruzen's Adam's apple bobbed with difficulty. He knew he could not step back. One step back and the authority Konoha had built over decades would come crashing down. He drew a deep breath, suppressed the terror rising in his chest, and drove the adamantine staff down hard upon the stone slab. Clang! A crisp ring barely broke the suffocating silence. The shinobi of Konoha will never yield to a tyrant. Hiruzen's voice was hoarse, but he packed it with every shred of his being to sound tragic and unyielding. He turned his head, bloodshot eyes fixed on Namikaze Minato standing not far away. Minato. You are the hope of this village's future. Tell this madman that the legacy of the will of fire is not something a man who only knows how to threaten with force can ever understand. Hiruzen had placed every last bet on Minato. As long as this young man, a figure of immense prestige among civilian shinobi universally regarded as the only choice for the fourth Hokage, was willing to stand forward, then Konoha's heart would not yet be lost. All eyes instantly turned to Minato. He stood there motionless. His jonin flak jacket torn open in more than a dozen places fluttered softly in the wind. He did not look at Hiruzen. Those azure eyes slowly lifted, settling on Obito high upon the platform, wrapped in black flame armor and crouched on the ground tracing circles. Then they moved to the white fanged thunder mech beside him, a machine crackling with lightning that had split a desolate mountain with a single slash. Kakashi's mask concealed most of his face, but his exposed right eye was as calm as a stagnant pool. There was no lingering attachment to Konoha's high command, only pure obedience to power. Minato closed his eyes. In the underground cavern beneath the Kannabi bridge, the 10,000 gene boulder that had crashed down toward Obito. And the image of Obito and Kakashi in that lightless ruin waiting in despair for death, flashed through his mind like a madly spinning carousel. The will of fire. Minato murmured those words. A smile of unbearable bitterness twisted at the corner of his mouth. Lord Third. Minato opened his eyes. His voice was not loud, but it was strangely steady. The intelligence for the Kannabi bridge mission was provided by the High Command. Hiruzen froze, his brows drawing together. Minato, this is not the time to discuss mission details. Minato continued as if he had not heard. The intelligence said the place was guarded by only a dozen or so Chunin from Iwagakure. But in reality we encountered Iwagakure's elite explosion corps, no fewer than 50 of them. Minato raised his head and looked straight into Hiruzen's clouded aged eyes. If not for Lord Madara's intervention, Obito would have been crushed to pulp by that boulder. Kakashi would have died beneath the combined assault of the IWA shinobi. And I would not even have had the chance to collect their remains. Hiruzen's face went white in an instant. That was just an intelligence failure. Such things are unavoidable in war. He argued urgently, trying to salvage the situation. A mistake. Minato shook his head, a rare cold glint flickering in his azure eyes. A friend of mine in the ANBU told me that root operatives had already scouted the movements of Iwagakure's main force 3 days earlier. But to secure bargaining chips for talks with the Land of Earth, the High Command chose to hide that intelligence. You turned our squad into pawns meant to draw fire. As soon as those words were spoken, the plaza burst into an uproar. The civilian shinobi exchanged looks, and the trust in their eyes started crumbling. The ninja who had once gone through fire for the village now found their hands trembling around their kunai. So the will of fire they chanted every day in the eyes of the High Command was nothing but pawns to be sacrificed whenever convenient. Minato. Don't listen to rumors. Hiruzen grew frantic. He stepped forward and reached out, trying to grab Minato's arm. Minato retreated half a step and avoided Hiruzen's hand. He raised his hand and slowly untied the Konoha forehead protector from his brow. The iron plate stamped with the leaf insignia felt extraordinarily heavy in his hand. I used to believe that if I was fast enough I could protect everyone. Minato's voice grew low with a hint of self-mockery. But I couldn't even protect my own students. He turned to look at Kushina, who had been close beside him all along. Her face was still pale, but her eyes were exceptionally determined. She did not speak. She simply stepped forward, reached out with both hands and clutched Minato's arm tightly. He was her only support in this chaotic age. Minato felt the warmth from her grip, and the last shred of hesitation in his eyes dissipated completely. Today, if not for Lord Madara's suppression of the Ninetales. Minato turned back to Hiruzen, his voice now utterly cold. Kushina would have died. The village would have been destroyed. And what has the High Command done besides scheming in the shadows? Minato's fingers slowly loosened. Clang. The Konoha forehead protector struck the hard stone slab with a crisp metallic ring. The sound was not loud, yet like a heavy hammer it shattered the last shred of hope in Hiruzen's heart. From today I, Namikaze Minato, resign my post as a jonin of Konoha. Minato straightened, his voice ringing out across the entire plaza. A village that cannot protect its own people is not worth dying for. He turned to face Madara on the high platform. He did not kneel. He did not flatter. He simply placed one hand on his chest and bowed slightly. Lord Madara. Minato's voice carried the finality of a man who had burned every bridge behind him. If the new empire you intend to build can truly bring absolute force and order, I Namikaze Minato together with my wife am willing to serve you with devoted loyalty. Kushina, who still held Minato's arm, bowed slightly as well. She looked at Madara on the platform, her beautiful eyes blazing with undisguised zeal. Lord Madara. Just give the order. If anyone dares to stand in your way, I'll be the first to truss them up with my sealing arts. Hiruzen watched the backs of Minato and Kushina. His mind was a blank. The Namikaze Minato he had always regarded as the perfect successor to the Hokage, the one who always wore a gentle smile, had in front of the entire village torn the fig leaf off the high command without a care and gone over to that arrogant tyrant. You. All of you. Hiruzen's trembling hand pointed at Minato, his lips quivering, unable to form a complete sentence for a long time. His chest felt as if it were stuffed with a waterlogged sponge, suffocating him. A violent surge roiled within his ribcage. He suddenly doubled over and a dull muffled gurgle escaped from deep in his throat. Pwa. Hiruzen bent at the waist. His aged body resembled a worn wooden bowstring drawn taut, convulsing in torment. Spew. A jet of crimson blood erupted from his lips. The muffled splashing sound rang out harshly in the silent plaza. Scarlet droplets speckled the white Hokage's ceremonial robe, the symbol of Konoha's highest authority. As though blood-red plum blossoms had burst open upon that sacred garment. A pungent coppery scent of blood instantly permeated the air, overpowering the dust-laden wind. Lord Hokage. The ANBU operatives behind him immediately grew flustered. Wearing animal masks, they hurried forward, reaching out to steady Hiruzen as he teetered on the brink of collapse. Scatter. Hiruzen sharply swung his left arm, swatting away the extended hands. His back bent, he gripped that Naudol Rui Bangura gold-banded cudgel with both hands, jamming it firmly against the ground to bear his weight. Gasping for breath in ragged gulps, his chest heaved violently. Each inhalation produced a hoarse bellows-like rattle in his throat. He raised his head. Eyes webbed with crimson veins scanned the entire plaza in despair. From the Uchiha faction, Fugaku led hundreds of elites kneeling in neat formation below the raised platform. Their gazes burned with fanatic resolve, as if they had completely forgotten Konoha's former authority. Minato Namikaze, the one Hiruzen regarded as his own grandson, groomed as the perfect successor to the fourth Hokage, now stood guarding his wife Kushina, his spine rigid, unyielding position squarely between the Konoha elders and Madara. It was a complete and irrevocable schism. Looking further aside, that girl Tsunade showed no sign of coming to help. Instead, she stood with arms folded beside that mysterious female kunoichi at the platform's edge, watching the spectacle with detached amusement. Orochimaru had vanished entirely, likely lurking in some dark corner scheming. What chilled Hiruzen to the marrow, however, was the reaction of the civilian ninja in the plaza. They did not charge forward as they once had, chanting the will of fire to protect their Hokage. Instead, they watched the star-energy armored mechs gleaming in the sky. They looked at the man on the platform who wielded absolute power. Their eyes danced with greed, yearning, and even a secret thrill at the crumbling of the old order. The people's loyalty had fractured. Hiruzen felt the world spin, double images blurred before his eyes. Konoha's delicate balance, carefully maintained over decades, had become nothing but a soap bubble. In the face of absolute power, it burst without even a splash. What? A chillingly cold laugh escaped Madara on the platform. Looking down upon Hiruzen, his Sharingan eyes, swirling with the tomo of the Mangekyo, held undisguised mockery. Can't withstand it already. Madara strolled deliberately 2 measured steps, his black haori cutting sharp arcs in the wind. Monkey, look at yourself now. Doesn't it remind you of an old dog that couldn't guard its home and got its leg bitten off by its own pups? Madara's words struck like poison daggers, piercing straight into Hiruzen's most vulnerable core. That will of fire you wove from brainwashing and lies. It's less than nothing before true power. Madara raised his hand, pointing at the silent Konoha ninja below. Look at them. Look at these, family, you speak of. Is there anyone willing to die for your hollow slogans? Hiruzen's body trembled violently. Madara's ridicule was like a hammer blow, shattering his last rationality. His teeth ground together until his mouth filled with the iron tang of blood. Konoha shall never fall to a brute like you. A bestial roar tore from Hiruzen's throat. He forced himself upright, squeezing out every remaining scrap of chakra from his body. The gold-banded cudgel spun rapidly in his grasp, summoning a vicious whirlwind. All ANBU, heed my order. Hiruzen's eyes burned crimson, his voice shrill with desperation. For the village. For the will of fire. Attack in a suicide charge. No retreat. The ANBU ninja stiffened. Their expressions shifted behind the masks, but years of conditioned obedience compelled them to draw the ninjato blades from their backs. Steel blades gleamed coldly in the sunlight as chakra gathered at their feet preparing for a suicidal assault. Minato's eyes narrowed, stepping forward to intervene. But on the platform Kakashi had already gripped the Kobikurabocho's short blade, lightning crackling across the mech's armor. Stop! In that tense instant, two aged yet authoritative voices erupted from the plaza's perimeter. Their commands overlapped with unquestionable authority. The crowd parted like the sea. The Konoha High Council elders Shunka and En strode forward, aggressively flanked by dozens of rude elite guards. Shunka leaned heavily on her sandalwood staff. Her ancient face, mapped with deep wrinkles, was twisted in fury. Hiruzen! Have you lost your senses? Shunka shouted as she walked, her staff striking the stone path with sharp clicks. As Hokage, you lead armed conflict within the village itself. Do you wish to see Konoha destroyed in civil war? En chimed in beside her. We've heard what happened at the main gate. Whoever this person is, any misunderstanding can be settled through discussion. This rash suicide charge, what do you take the village's foundations to be? Hiruzen looked at these former classmates as if grasping for his last lifeline. Shunka. En. You're just in time. Hiruzen pointed at Madara on the platform, his voice shrill. That person is. Regardless of who he is. Shunka interrupted him without hesitation. She slammed her staff hard onto the ground, raising that sharp-featured face toward the platform. In Konoha there is nothing we two elders cannot handle. Her words cut off abruptly. Her gaze crossed the platform's edge, locking onto Madara's face, superior, defiant and utterly arrogant. A light breeze stirred the stray hairs upon his forehead. Those eyes, deep as abysses, exuded a ruthless disdain for all beneath them. His towering figure and perfectly defined muscles were draped in an aura that treated all things as worthless. Shunka's voice died in her throat. Her mouth hung frozen mid-open, producing only meaningless guttural sounds. En noticed something was wrong. Shunka. What's the matter? He nudged her shoulder and followed her gaze to the platform. The moment his eyes landed on Madara's face, cold sweat drenched his back. You. Uchiha. Before he could finish, a crisp clatter echoed. Shunka's sandalwood staff slipped from her fingers and fell straight onto the stone tiles. Koharu Yutate's gaze locked onto the high platform. Sunlight pierced the thin morning mist and poured without reserve onto the man standing there. His face was as flawless as a god's, carrying an arrogance that regarded all creation as mere weeds. His black hair lashed wildly in the wind like a black flame burning at the edge of an abyss. Clatter. The agarwood cane that symbolized the authority of Konoha's high command and had supported her for decades slipped from her withered fingers. It struck the bluestone slab with a crisp sound. It rolled several meters away. Koharu felt as if her heart had skipped a beat, then began pounding like a war drum. On that weathered face, furrowed by years and marked by mean-spirited calculation, an eerie blush of girlish red bloomed the moment she saw Madara's face clearly. Even her perpetually hunched spine unconsciously straightened by a few degrees. Peak charm aura activated. This damn system's passive skill drew no lines of age, friend or foe, its whole point was an indiscriminate mental critical hit. So long as the target was of the opposite sex and took a fancy to him, even an old woman with one foot in the grave could be dragged back into the bloom of a maiden spring. Koharu. Hamura Mitokado stood at her side and looked at his companion's abnormal behavior in confusion. That man looks familiar, and the chakra fluctuations coming off him are absurdly powerful. Should we send Root to sound him out first? Hamura pushed up his glasses and his hand was already reaching for his ninja tool pouch. Sound him out. You blind old relic. Don't offend our honored guest. Koharu whipped her head around and glared at Hamura. Her voice was so loud that she seemed like a different person from the one who had just been shouting at Hiruzen. Hamura was stunned by the scolding. Before he could react, Koharu had already turned back, the ferocity on her face vanishing without a trace. She stretched out her withered hands and awkwardly smoothed the creases in her clothes. Then she clutched her hem and put on a smile she thought was shy and charming, but which was in reality enough to make one's skin crawl. My lord. Koharu spoke. Her voice was pinched and cloyingly sweet, alive as honey that had been soaked in aged vinegar for 3 days. It carried not the slightest dignity but a strong air of the pleasure quarters. May I ask your lordship's honored name? I can tell at a glance that you're a man of striking appearance and imposing bearing, no ordinary wandering ninja. As she spoke she shuffled forward 2 steps and even threw a flirtatious wink at Madara on the high platform. The wrinkles squeezed together on her face were enough to crush flies to death. The entire square fell into dead silence. It seemed as if the wind carried the cry of crows. Hiruzen clutched his still-throbbing chest and stared at his old classmate of several decades. The expression on his old face was uglier than if he had swallowed a green-headed fly alive. He had originally counted on these two advisors en route to rescue the situation and salvage some of Konoha's dignity. Yet that dignity didn't last 3 seconds before being shattered utterly by Koharu's coquettish outburst. "Koharu! Are you insane? He's Uchiha Madara." Hiruzen roared hoarsely, trying to snap Koharu back to her senses. "What about Uchiha Madara?" Koharu spun around, changed expression again and jabbed a finger at Hiruzen's nose, cursing. "Hiruzen, you useless waste. Konoha has been thrown into chaos under your stewardship. If you ask me, Madara-sama is the true hero of far-reaching vision and bold ambition." After cursing Hiruzen, Koharu turned around and put on that shy face once more. She even gave her hips a little sway. "Madara-sama, don't listen to Hiruzen's nonsense. We of Konoha's leadership have always been open-minded. If you're willing, I can make the decision right now to remove Hiruzen from the Hokage seat." The more she spoke, the more excited she became, the fanaticism in her eyes burning even hotter than that of the surrounding civilians. "You can become the shadow. Together we can rule Konoha. I, Koharu Uchiha, have spent decades building my network and resources in Konoha. Once we join hands, the entire shinobi world will be ours." This shocking confession exploded like a heavy bomb and threw the plaza into an uproar. The Leaf villagers watching exchanged dumbfounded looks. The anger they had felt moments earlier over the higher-ups hiding information was instantly scattered by the eyesore unfolding before them. Ugh! A retching sound drifted up from beneath the high platform. Obito, clad in his black flame armor, bent over and gripped a pillar, vomiting as though he was going to turn himself inside out. Good heavens! What's wrong with that old hag? Ugh! Obito felt like even the food he'd eaten the night before was about to come up. "Ancestor, your romantic luck has truly awful taste." Kakashi's mask twitched slightly and he quietly turned his head away, pretending not to see anything. Minato and Kushina also turned their faces away in embarrassment. Even the usually blunt and boisterous Tsunade couldn't stand it anymore. "Koharu Uchiha. Do you still want that old face of yours?" Tsunade planted her hands on her hips and pointed at Koharu's nose, laying into her at full volume. "How old are you? Half your body is already underground and you're still playing the lovesick young maiden. Rule Konoha together. I think you're insane, an old cow craving young grass." With her true thoughts seen through by Tsunade, Koharu flew into a fury of wounded pride. "Shut up, you damned girl. You have no place speaking here." She shot Tsunade a vicious glare, but when she turned back to Madara she immediately put on a wronged expression. "Madara-sama, pay no attention to that vulgar girl. What do you think of the terms I proposed just now?" On the high platform, Madara stood there, his black robe stirring not at all in the wind. There was no killing intent or mockery in his Mangekyo Sharingan, only an abyss-deep disgust and nausea. One by one the veins on his forehead bulged with each cloying word Koharu spoke. What was this? Madara Uchiha, the Shura of the ninja world, was being publicly teased by a wrinkled old hag. This was an even greater humiliation than when Hashirama Senju had stabbed him at the Valley of the End. That accursed system, this romantic luck attribute, was positively toxic. Madara drew a long deep breath. He forcibly suppressed the nausea churning in his stomach. He didn't even feel like opening his mouth to curse, afraid of dirtying his tongue. Madara slowly raised his right leg. A savage killing intent erupted from his dark eyes like something physical. The air around him twisted in an instant. Azure star energy surged into his raised right leg in a frenzied vortex. The light was so blinding that no one dared look directly at him. This old man's eyes are about to give out. Madara ground his teeth, each word forced out through clenched jaws. He fixed his gaze on the old woman below, who was still casting flirtatious glances. "Get the hell out of my sight." Madara's right leg, cloaked in azure star energy, slammed outward. Bang! The air was forcibly torn apart, producing a piercing sonic boom. The violent surge of air was like a typhoon rising from the ground. It instantly flung a sky-filling cloud of dust into the air, blinding the crowd. The coy blush on Koharu Uchiha's face was still frozen in her wrinkles. The nauseating confession had not yet fully faded from the air when her whole body became like a kite with its string snapped. Her feet left the ground. She could not even manage half a scream. Koharu's body spun wildly in midair, blurring into a dark streak. With a sharp whoosh she shot straight over Konoha's walls, disappeared into the clouds at the edge of the sky, and dwindled into a tiny black dot barely visible. Silence. A deathly silence fell over the square. Only the rustle of the wind sweeping up fallen leaves remained. Hamura Mitokado was still frozen in the position of adjusting his glasses. His fingers hung motionless in midair. The lenses reflected the path of Koharu's vanishing flight. He swallowed hard, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The confidence built up over decades of privilege and ease was shattered into pieces by that kick. This. Hamura opened his mouth but no sound came out. Tsunade smashed the sake bottle in her hand against the ground. Serves her right. She pointed toward the direction where Koharu had disappeared and cheered loudly. That old hag has been ordering everyone around the village every day, relying on her seniority. Today she finally got what she deserved. Kakashi quietly pulled his tactical eye patch down a little. Minato gently patted Kushina's back. He signaled that she did not need to be nervous. Madara slowly withdrew his right leg. He looked down at the tip of his shoe, his eyes filled with thick disgust. Filthy. Madara gave a cold snort. This disgust was aimed not only at Koharu but at the entire Konoha High Command, which was rotten to the bone. He raised his head. His gaze swept across the square over the low-lying houses and locked precisely onto the stiff impersonal building in the distance. It was the High Council building that represented Konoha's highest circle of power and decision-making. All the so-called greater good, sacrifice and the will of fire were all concocted inside that gloomy building. To leave a structure that reeks like this standing, it is an eyesore to these old eyes of mine. Madara muttered to himself. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers pressed together to form a blade. Star energy from all around surged wildly toward his palm. Compressed and compressed again. The dazzling blue light cast the side of Madara's face into the image of an Asura descending into the mortal world. Madara. What are you trying to do? Hiruzen sensed that something was wrong. When he saw the direction Madara was aiming at, his heart clenched violently. That's Konoha's council building. The classified archives of all generations are in there. Hiruzen staggered forward, leaning on his adamantine staff, trying to stop him. Shut up, monkey. Madara did not even look at him. His arm slashed downward. Kaboom. 100-meter-long crescent beam of star energy erupted from his blade hand. Carrying a devastating, irresistible force, it screamed along the ground, sending every bluestone slab in its path flying into the air. The radiant blue light was so intense that no one could keep their eyes open. Seconds later the beam slammed into Konoha's High Council building with unerring precision. There was no fiery explosion. Only pure energy annihilation. Sturdy reinforced concrete was as fragile as a sandcastle on a beach before star energy. The instant the beam touched the building, a teeth-grinding rumble of collapse erupted. From the top down to its foundation it fractured inch by inch. A vast cloud of dust shot into the sky, covering half of it. The earth trembled underfoot. Thud. The adamantine staff slipped from Hiruzen's hand and landed on the ground. His knees gave way and he collapsed completely onto the stone slab. He watched helplessly as the building that had witnessed Konoha's transfers of power collapsed into a heap of rubble. Hamura also slumped to the ground beside Hiruzen. The two once arrogant Konoha elders now looked like a pair of old men whose souls had been drained dry. All their prestige, hidden trump cards and political scheming had become a complete joke before that single beam of light. Madara clasped his hands behind his back, coldly watching the rolling dust in the distance. Old trash belongs in the trash heap. He turned around and prepared to continue arranging the deployment of his mecha warriors. Just then the distant dust gradually dispersed. A light breeze blew away the lingering haze. The building was gone, leaving only a huge deep pit in its place. The root's secret passage, originally hidden under the building, was now fully exposed to the sunlight because the foundation had been destroyed. In the pit of the ruins, a charred scrap of plank suddenly moved. Crack. Gravel rolled down. A hand wrapped in bandages reached out from beneath the rubble. It gripped the edge of the pit. Everyone's eyes in the square were instantly drawn to that movement. Even Hiruzen and Hamura collapsed on the ground. Raised their heads in a daze. Cough, cough, cough. Accompanied by violent coughing, a disheveled figure crawled out of the tunnel entrance. The man was covered in mud and ash from head to toe. His originally dark kimono had been torn into strips of cloth. The most striking thing was, the exposed half of his old face was swollen with a bright red enormous handprint printed clearly across it. He crawled out of the pit, patted the dust off his clothes and tried to put on a slightly dignified posture. The villagers in the square got a clear look at his face. The air froze for a brief second or two. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Hey, isn't this the old pervert from the women's bathhouse a moment ago?" The one Auntie Wong whipped out with her bath scrubber. Tsunade looked closely, then laughed so hard she slapped her thigh. Ha! Elder Danzo, what an original way for you to make an entrance. Danzo's one eye looked around in bewilderment. All he remembered was being knocked out in the women's bathhouse. After waking up he had heard a commotion outside and crawled through the root's underground passage to escape. But halfway through the council building overhead had collapsed. He was almost buried alive. After digging his way out of the debris to see the daylight again, he looked up and discovered the entire village of Konoha staring at him. And in those eyes there was no reverence, no fear, only brimming contempt and mockery. You people. Danzo gritted his teeth. The red handprint on his face throbbed with pain at every movement. What are you staring at? I am the root of Konoha. Hiruzen. Is this the village you govern? He bellowed, trying to restore the dignity of his title, the darkness of the shinobi. Hiruzen sat on the ground, covering his face, unwilling to even look at Danzo. Today the face of Konoha's leadership had been completely disgraced by the lot of them. Hamura Mitokado also turned his head away, pretending not to know this mud-covered old comrade. Tisk tisk tsk. Madara stood on the high platform, looking down at Danzo in the ruins, the mockery at the corner of his mouth growing thicker. So it's you, the rat hiding in the gutter. Madara's voice was not loud, but it reached Danzo's ears with perfect clarity. What's the matter? Did the bathhouse fail to please you, so you crawled out for a breath of fresh air? Danzo snapped his head up, his one eye fixed fiercely on Madara above the platform. He recognized the man who had dealt him that slap. Fear and humiliation twisted together in his heart. You. Madara Uchiha. Danzo forced himself to stand upright. He reached for his ninja tool pouch, intending to draw a kunai. For the future of Konoha I will never bow to you. The instant Danzo's words left his mouth, his foot suddenly slipped. The mud at the edge of the ruins could not support his weight at all. Ryup. Accompanied by the sound of cloth tearing. Under thousands of watching eyes, Danzo's two legs slid sharply apart. His entire body performed a full split on the spot. His hip bone struck the broken stones with a dull, crisp sound. Danzo's one eye flew wide open, red veins crawling across the white of his eye. He sucked in a sharp breath, clutching his groin with both hands, his mouth twisted by the pain. The crowd burst into thunderous laughter. Their previous fear of the high command evaporated completely before this chain of absurd farce. This is the root of Konoha. I think it's Konoha's laughingstock. On the platform Obito pointed at Danzo, laughing so hard he nearly doubled over. Kakashi, look at that. The handprint on his face shines even brighter than my mecha. Kakashi sighed. Obito stopped staring. You'll get a sty. Madara lowered his blade hand and looked at the old man sprawled in the ruins. He shook his head. This is what they call Konoha's high command. Madara looked at Hiruzen collapsed on the ground and asked coldly. Monkey, for these past decades you've been playing politics with clowns like this. Hiruzen buried his head even deeper. Just then a hoarse ice-cold laugh came from the shadow of the ruins. Orochimaru stepped out, flicking his long slender tongue. The old man's judgment has always been rather deplorable, wouldn't you say, Lord Madara? Cough, hack, cough. A violent, wretched fit of coughing echoed up from the massive crater left where Konoha's high-level council meeting hall once stood. A hand bound in deathly white bandages clawed savagely at the broken stones at the crater's edge. Amid the gritty skitter of tumbling rubble, Shimura Danzo, his face gray with dust and grime, crawled out from the mouth of the underground passage. He looked utterly battered, like a drowned rat just fished out of a swill bucket. His once solemn deep-colored kimono had been torn into ribbons of hanging rags by the sharp stones. His clothes could no longer cover his frame, let alone conceal the withered flesh beneath. Most striking of all was the half of his old face exposed for all to see. The right side of his face was swollen like a steamed bun that had risen too long, stamped with a blazing red slap mark so distinct that the outlines of the fingers and the traces of the palm were clearly visible. Danzo crouched at the edge of the ruins, shaking his head vigorously to rid himself of the dust and clear his dazed mind. He could only remember being knocked senseless in the women's bathhouse. When he woke to find the outside world in utter chaos, he had crept through Root's underground escape route. But halfway along, the building over his head simply caved in. It nearly buried him alive. It had taken every ounce of his strength to use wind style to claw through the rubble and behold the sky once more. Hiruzen, you fool, what on earth are you playing at? Danzo swore under his breath. Pressing his hands against the ground, he rose unsteadily, swaying to his full height. He had anticipated the reverent, admiring stares of his Root subordinates. But when he finally looked up, he froze. Thousands of people crammed the square, every ninja and civilian in the village staring fixedly at him. The air grew so still that the wind's lonely moan threading through the ruins was audible. Among the crowd a few matrons with vegetable baskets muscled their way to the front. The plump matron in the lead peered at him. The white radish in her hand slipped and hit the ground with a slap. She smacked her thigh, her voice loud enough to carry 3 streets away. "Io! Everybody come look. Isn't this the old Lek who was hiding in the women's bathhouse pool peeping just now? The one we drove out with our scrub towels." A single stone stirred 1,000 ripples. The atmosphere of the square transformed in an instant. The matrons who had pushed their way out began chattering in a ragged chorus. "You said it. See that red mark on his face? That was me smashing him with a wash basin. So old and still shameless, he was blowing bubbles in the water. Bah! Old pervert. Disgusting immoral trash." The surrounding civilians and ninjas exchanged bewildered looks. They glanced at Hiruzen who sat slumped on the ground, his face ashen. Then they looked at the tattered dirt-covered Danzo in the ruins. The lofty reverence they had once held for these high council elders disintegrated completely amid the sharp jeering abuse of the street matrons. On the high platform Obito was bent over laughing uncontrollably, his black flame armor clattering as he pointed at Danzo. "Kakashi, hurry up and look. This is an elder of Konoha. I think he's the village's #1 pervert." Tsunade was even less courteous. With one hand on her hip she pointed at Danzo's nose and cursed him to his face. "I've long since tired of that shifty slimy old face of yours. Who knew you were so deviant behind closed doors? You'd even crawl into the women's bathhouse." Danzo's single eye bulged to its limit, interlaced with furious red veins. He, the commander of Root, the man called the darkness of Konoha. When had he ever suffered such public humiliation at the hands of common street harpies? "Shut up, all of you!" Danzo thundered, his voice as hoarse as sandpaper scraped over coarse glass. He had to restore his standing. He had to reassert the dignity of the village's leadership. He turned his gaze to Hiruzen, still collapsed in the distance, his face a mask of bitter disappointment. "Hiruzen. So this is the village you govern. You allow these insolent commoners to heap insults on the village's high elder." Danzo bit back the sharp pain in his cheek. He forced his stooped back to straighten, assembling an expression of fathomless authority. Then he reached toward the tool pouch at his waist and closed his fingers around the handle of a kunai. "For Konoha's future I have always marched forward through the darkness bearing the heaviest load. You ignorant people. Today a formidable enemy has invaded, yet you turn your minds not to driving him off, and instead you," as Danzo was delivering his righteous high-sounding speech. He swept forward with an imperious stride. He wanted to walk out onto the broad open ground, proving at once his willingness to face death. But he had taken no notice of the decayed plank coated in sewer sludge beneath his feet. The instant his weight came down, his foot shot out from under him. His balance broke in that same heartbeat. A rip, the sickening tooth-jarring sound of tearing cloth, erupted harshly across the wide square. Danzo's 2 skinny old legs, before thousands upon thousands of eyes from the entire village, were forced apart in a single savage jerk. There was not the slightest buffer. He dropped cleanly into a full split so perfect it could have been inscribed in a gymnastics textbook. His hip bone smashed brutally onto the pointed rubble with the dull report of bone striking stone. Danzo's lofty righteous speech came to an abrupt end. The kunai in his hand dropped into the muddy water. Both hands flew up to clutch his groin. His single eye rolled back until a wide expanse of white showed. His mouth hung open. But the pain locked his throat, no sound would come. All that managed to escape was a thin whistling suck of breath from deep in his lungs. His body bucked like he'd been struck by lightning, shivering and convulsing in the filthy muck of the ruins. The square was silent for 2 heartbeats. Then a wave of laughter, so vast it could capsize the sky, burst out. It swept into every crack and corner like a tsunami. Even Madara on the high platform had to tilt his head back. Ha 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 ha. His wild unbridled laughter was filled with open scorn and mockery. It thundered without restraint over the broken walls of Konoha. So this is the true foundation of Konoha. Madara lowered his gaze to the prostrate Hiruzen. You expect a shameless old lecher and a clown who cannot even walk steadily to bear the burden and march onward. Madara pointed at Danzo, still splayed in the mud with his eyes rolled up. Riffraff like that isn't fit to carry this old man's shoes. Hiruzen shut his eyes in misery, tucking his head low into the crook of his arm as his shoulders shook violently. All he could feel was that the dignity Konoha had amassed over decades since its founding had been flung away utterly by these old cronies today, down to their very underpants. Hamura simply turned around, pretending to admire the distant clouds, having completely abandoned any attempt to salvage that shattered dignity. Danzo's eyes swam with tears of agony. He wanted to climb upright. but the terrible tearing pain in his hips made even shifting a finger excruciating. He could only lie there like a grotesquely flattened frog, sprawled forlornly in a muddy puddle. Just as everyone's attention converged upon this aging comedian from somewhere deep in the ruins. In a patch of shadow that sunlight could not touch there came the delicate crunch of feet treading over broken stone. He he he. A laugh seeped out hoarse, icy and smeared with an oily viscosity. It floated slowly into the air. A white viper wriggled out from the gaps in the stones, its scarlet forked tongue flickering. Closed behind Orochimaru's face, pale as paper. Slowly materialized from the darkness of the ruins. He trod across the rubble into the sunlight without sparing a single glance at Danzo, who lay frozen in his split on the ground. Nor did he pay any heed to his despairing teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen. In Orochimaru's golden-slitted pupils burned an unadorned feverish greed. His gaze was fixed fast on Kakashi. More precisely on that lightning-veiled white-fanged mecha armor. He extended his long tongue. He licked his dry lips, a frantic desire for the unknown mysteries of science dancing in his eyes. These immaculate metal textures, this energy undulation that surpasses chakra. Orochimaru tilted his head upward. His gaze swept past the crowd and came to rest directly on Madara atop the high platform. Madara-sama, this scientific technology you have brought is truly captivating. Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils rolled greedily. His slender forked tongue flickered rapidly in the air. A hoarse voice carried an excitement he could not hide. He walked over the scattered rubble and debris. From the shadow of the ruins blasted apart by star energy he strolled unhurriedly into the sunlight. Long black hair spilled down both sides of a pale face. He did not look at his former teacher Hiruzen Sarutobi lying limp in the distance. Nor did he look at Danzo Shimura frozen in a painful split in a mud pit, eyes rolled white in agony. He treated those former high-ranking Konoha figures as if they were nothing but air. Orochimaru's gaze was glued to the high platform. More precisely, to the white-fanged thunder mech enveloping Kakashi, its surface seething with wild lightning. Then his gaze slowly drifted upward. It came to rest on Madara Uchiha's young age-defying face. A perfect creation. Orochimaru stopped at the foot of the platform. He tilted his pale throat upward. A long tongue extended to lick his cracked lips. His eyes danced with a sick fervent obsession. Whether it is this metal exoskeleton that transcends chakra, or this young body of yours that has reversed the river of time, both exude a fragrance that intoxicates me. Orochimaru spread his arms wide, holding a pose he thought elegant. Kakashi tightened his grip on the hilt of the white-fanged short blade. The gaze beneath his tactical eye patch turned icy in that instant. The energy core in the mech's chest emitted a low hum. He was ready to draw his blade at any moment. Obito stood on the platform with his arms crossed, looking down at Orochimaru. His black flame armor clanked and clattered. Hey! Long-tongued freak! Stop giving our ancestor that disgusting look. Careful or I'll punch your teeth out. Orochimaru didn't pay the slightest attention to Obito's threat. He did not even spare these two juniors a glance. Lord Madara, how about we make a deal? Orochimaru bowed slightly. A calculating smile curved at the corner of his mouth. I have no interest in Konoha's power struggles. I don't care who becomes Hokage either. But truth, I have an endless thirst for it. Orochimaru's Adam's apple bobbed. Give me the technology behind that mech and the secret of your regained youth. In exchange, I can offer you the most advanced genetic modification technology in the entire ninja world. I can even perfectly fuse the first Hokage's cells into your ranks. Then every subordinate of yours would wield the power of wood release. The moment those words were spoken, Hiruzen in the distance dug his fingers fiercely into the mud. His nails broke and blood seeped out. Orochimaru! You renegade! Hiruzen roared, veins bulging on his aged face. You dare use the first Hokage's cells for human experimentation? Orochimaru tilted his head slightly. His peripheral vision swept over the disheveled Hiruzen. He sneered. Shut up, old man. Your era has already rotted and stinks. Only science is eternal. Orochimaru turned his gaze back to the platform. Lord Madara, what do you think of my proposal? My science will make the empire you build flourish for all eternity. On the high platform, Madara heard Orochimaru's self-promoting speech. An undisguised mockery flickered in his eyes. He did not answer Orochimaru's question. Instead he took a step forward. The hem of his black robe fluttered in the wind. Madara leapt down from the high platform a dozen meters above the ground. He used no ninjutsu to cushion his fall. He formed no hand seals. Boom! A dull heavy impact rang out as his feet landed firmly on the hard bluestone. With his landing point as the center, spiderweb cracks instantly spread in all directions. Shattered stones bounced in the air. At the moment of landing, Madara unleashed the aura of his star god body without the slightest reservation. There was no violent chakra turbulence. There was no gale of flying sand or hurtling stones. Only a sense of life leaping beyond what any three-dimensional being could comprehend, as deep as the sea of stars, as blazing as the scorching sun. The smile on Orochimaru's face stiffened. His outstretched hands jerked violently in midair. The serpentine sensory nerves he was so proud of let out a piercing cry of agony at that moment. Orochimaru stared fixedly at Madara, who was close enough to touch. That body shrouded in black robes. Every line of muscle was arranged according to the most perfect golden ratio in the universe. There was not a trace of excess fat, nor a single patch of aged, decaying skin. Orochimaru could even hear the blood racing through Madara's veins. The sound was not a human heartbeat. It was a miniature star blazing violently. This was no monster patched together by genetic modification. This was a masterpiece sculpted by the hand of the Creator himself. The scientific common sense Orochimaru had always prided himself on was shattered to pieces before this perfect body. His pupils contracted violently. His breathing turned rapid like a drowning man gasping for air. He recalled the foul deeds he had done in his underground laboratory. Sewing human organs to venomous snakes. Soaking corpses in every kind of disgusting potion. In his quest for immortality he had even developed a forbidden art, corpse reincarnation. He had tried to prolong his life by stealing the bodies of others. In the past he had believed his science was the pinnacle of the ninja world. But now before Madara's star god body, a body that seemed born from nature itself. His corpse reincarnation seemed like a sewer rat piecing together rotten scraps of flesh people had thrown away. Ugly. Absurd. Pathetic. Orochimaru's pale cheeks flushed crimson. Not from shame, but from the crazed heat of seeing a true miracle beyond all dimensions. Every cell in his body was quaking, screaming at him to bow down before this perfect life form. Genetic modification. Madara stepped forward. He looked down at the trembling Orochimaru from above. His voice carried a bone-piercing coldness. With those cheap third-rate tricks of sewing people and snakes together, you dare speak of science before me? Orochimaru opened his mouth, but found that he could not force out a single word of retort. His knees gave way. Thud. He knelt straight down in front of Madara. Those knees had never bent for the third Hokage. They had never bent for heaven-earth gods or ghosts. But now he smashed them willingly onto the sharp gravel. He did not even notice the scraped skin on his knees. Orochimaru lifted his head. In his golden vertical pupils there was no trace of the old cold calculation. Only a wild obsession remained, like a moth throwing itself into flame. He pressed his hands to the ground, fingers digging into the cracks between the stone slabs. His nails broke and seeped blood. Lord Madara. Orochimaru's voice turned shrill and cracked with excitement. I was wrong. Everything I once called science is worthless garbage. He lifted his head like a fanatical believer, staring at Madara, the muscles of his face contorted. I want to touch the ultimate truth of this universe. Please grant me this knowledge. No matter what it costs. Even if it means crushing my soul to dust. The entire place fell utterly silent. The wind ceased. Orochimaru, the cold-hearted one of Konoha Sannin, knelt on the ground begging without a shred of dignity. The shock this scene brought to the people of Konoha was no less intense than the collapse of the Hokage Tower earlier. Hiruzen shut his eyes and a single turbid old tear slipped down his face. Tsunade clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. Madara looked down at the frenzied scientist beneath his feet. A cold glint of satisfaction flashed through his eyes. He planned to build an interstellar empire. He had more than enough brawling brutes. What he truly needed was a madman with a bit of technical skill. Although the things Orochimaru had created were a little too crude for the spotlight. If guided in another direction, he could barely qualify as the Empire's chief repairman or an assistant for mech research and development. Madara slowly raised his right hand. Pure star energy swirled quickly in his palm. A star energy core glowing with a faint blue light condensed into being. With his other hand he pulled a holographic mech blueprint from the system space. Madara tossed them casually. The core and blueprint arced across the air and landed precisely in front of Orochimaru. Like a starving dog pouncing on food, Orochimaru scooped up the star energy core with both hands. Feeling the boundless mechanical knowledge and higher dimensional energy within it, he shook and convulsed with excitement. His tongue frenziedly licked his lips. Want to learn? Madara turned around his back to the kneeling Orochimaru. His black robe snapped loudly in the wind. His voice carried undeniable authority and deep contempt. First shed that revolting skin of yours. Orochimaru held the faintly glowing azure star energy core in both hands with reverence. The core emitted a subtle high-frequency hum that made the skin of his palms tingle. Dazzling blue light instantly wrapped his paper-pale body as if drowning him in a vast ocean of pure energy. Ah! Orochimaru let out a hoarse low moan. It was not a scream of pain but an indescribable bliss, as if his soul were being scoured clean and every cell remolded. The serpentine cartilage and muscles he had always prided himself on began a fierce metamorphosis under the surge of star energy. The sound of bones snapping and reknitting echoed clearly across the silent plaza. Orochimaru's pale skin peeled off piece by piece like dried snake slue. In its place bioarmor grew from his flesh, gleaming with a cold metallic luster. This mecha was unlike Kakashi's streamlined model or Obito's heavy berserker type. It was the Ouroboros mecha filled with an eerie biomechanical beauty. Its entire body was a deep dark violet covered in nanoscale energy circuits as fine as snake scales. Behind it, two mechanical tentacles like metallic pythons drifted slowly through the air. Orochimaru closed his eyes and took a deep breath of the cold filtered air inside the mecha. He could feel it. This armor did not merely grant him overwhelming all-crushing power. It was also like a living supercomputer ceaselessly analyzing for him the energy laws of this world. This feeling of overlooking everything from a higher dimension made the ninjutsu he had taken pride in all his life seem as laughable as primitive men drilling wood for fire. The blue light gradually faded and Orochimaru slowly opened his golden slit-shaped pupils. His originally cold and venomous gaze had now been replaced by a morbid obsession. He did not even bother to test the mecha's power. Instead, he reached out both hands and caressed the glowing star energy core on his chest with an almost perverse reverence. So perfect. His hoarse voice carried a perverted tremor. These smooth lines, this flawless energy conversion rate. This is the true miracle of creation. He turned and looked toward the aloof godlike man on the high platform. The fanaticism in his eyes had completely surpassed the desire for power. It was worship of absolute perfection. Orochimaru made the dark violet mecha slither forward. With an eerie gait like a metallic viper walking upright until he stood before Madara. He knelt down once more. But this time his movements actually carried a hint of coyness. Hiruzen lay slumped in the distance watching the disciple he had once been most proud of. First he had begged without an ounce of dignity, and now he was putting on this revolting posture. The flesh on his aged face twitched violently. Orochimaru. You treacherous disciple. What exactly are you doing? Hiruzen closed his eyes in despair. He truly could not bear to look any longer. Tsunade also rubbed the goosebumps rising on her arms. What's this sick pervert doing now? That look of his is making my skin crawl. Obito chimed in, exactly. The way he looks at the old ancestor is even mushier than the way Rin looks at Kakashi. On the high platform, Madara watched coldly as Orochimaru knelt at his feet. He had expected this fellow to ask about setting up a laboratory or demanding more blueprints. After all, a scientist who got his hands on something good would definitely want to research it. But who could have guessed that Orochimaru's next words would nearly make Madara draw his blade on the spot. Madara-sama. Orochimaru folded his hands over his chest, a watery luster shimmering in his golden slit pupils. Your greatness has completely won me over. This mecha is the supreme grace you have bestowed upon me. But I feel that this coarse male body of mine. Orochimaru paused. His tongue licked across the cold metal faceplate. Is utterly unworthy to serve a creator as perfect as you. The entire plaza fell into dead silence. Even the wind stopped. Everyone pricked up their ears, eager to hear what wild words this science maniac would say next. With just one word from you. Orochimaru's tone unexpectedly carried a trace of coy bashfulness. I will immediately go and find the most gorgeous female body in the entire ninja world. Using my living corpse reincarnation technique, I will switch into it. From then on, I, Orochimaru, will be your most devoted, most docile female. Bang. The word servant had not yet escaped his mouth when a shoe sole wrapped in azure star energy accompanied by a sonic boom that tore the air landed squarely on his face. Madara's perennial ice mountain face was now black enough to drip ink, and the veins on his forehead bulged like earthworms. In his life he had cut down Hashirama Senju, split the nine tails, and even crushed a mountain peak with one hand, but he had never seen anything so nauseating. A scientific maniac. This was a goddamn pervert. The ferocious force of that kick sent Orochimaru flying away like a ball. The newly donned Ouroboros mecha let out a harsh screech in midair as Orochimaru spun more than a dozen times in the air. He slammed heavily into a stone wall at the edge of Konoha Central Plaza. With a thunderous crash the wall collapsed, burying him under a pile of bricks. "If you dare pull any sex change trick in front of me." Madara gritted his teeth and pointed at the pile of ruins, his murderous intent nearly solidifying into frost. "I swear I will use star energy to burn your soul to ashes, not even a speck left. From this moment on you are the Empire's chief scientist. Get back to your lab and research mechas. Without my order don't hang around in front of me." In the ruins. Orochimaru pushed the bricks off his body. The mecha's defenses left him completely unharmed. Far from being angry, he instead touched the faceplate that had just been kicked. His gaze grew even more dreamy. "Madara-sama. Even the way you lose your temper is so full of power," he muttered under his breath. He hastily put away that coy posture and kowtowed respectfully toward the high platform. "Yes, Madara-sama. This subordinate will serve with utter devotion." Finally this eye-searing episode came to an end. Obito rolled around on the ground laughing, and Kakashi could not help turning away, his shoulders shaking. Minato wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling that the future of this new empire seemed somewhat hard to describe. Madara took a deep breath. He forcibly suppressed the nausea churning in his stomach. He felt he must not have checked the almanac before going out today, for everyone he met was a bizarre oddity challenging the limits of human physiology. Once he had taken in these few subordinates who were at least somewhat useful, he turned away, no longer looking at the old Konoha high-ranking officials sprawled on the ground nor paying attention to the civilians driven mad by the mecha blueprints. Madara's gaze swept over the ruined plaza and over the rubble of the high-rise conference building he had just kicked flat. Finally it locked tightly onto the most iconic massive structure behind Konoha village, the Hokage Rock of successive generations. The mountainside carved with the four giant faces of Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Minato Namikaze was silently looking down at the scarred and battered village. A cruel sneer curled at the corner of Madara's mouth. He slowly extended his right hand and drew the star energy light blade from his back in a reverse motion. The moment the blade left its sheath it let out a piercing hum. The old garbage has been almost completely swept away. Madara gripped the hilt with both hands and raised it high. The starlight along the blade flickered like tangible flame. "Now it's time to put up a new signboard." Madara gripped the hilt of the energy sword tightly with both hands. The high-frequency vibrating blade tore through the air, letting out a shrill ear-splitting shriek like a flock of birds. Wild azure star energy rushed through his wrists and poured into the blade like floodwater bursting through a breached levee. He could feel the muscles in his arms swell as they bore the enormity of that power, his blood thundering through his veins like war drums. The light of the sword swelled as it met the wind. 1 meter. 10 meters. 50 meters. In the blink of an eye a colossal energy sword 100 meters long stretched across the sky over Konoha like a pillar supporting the heavens. The cold blue glare cast Madara's wild unbridled face in the light of an Asura descended into the mortal world. Slowly Madara raised his head. His abyss-deep black eyes crossed the ruined plaza and locked onto the towering rock mountain behind Konoha. Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Minato Namikaze. For colossal stone had silently watched over this shattered village. The old junk has been swept clean. Madara's voice was not loud. Yet borne by star energy it exploded like rolling thunder beside everyone's ears. Now it's time to change the sign. Hiruzen had been slumped on the ground like a sodden heap. When he heard those words and followed Madara's gaze, his clouded old eyes shot wide open, pupils contracting violently. A chill raced from his tailbone to the crown of his head. "Madara. What are you trying to do?" As if in a final flash of life Hiruzen lurched up from the ground. Ignoring the searing pain in his chest he staggered toward the high platform. His arms flailed in the air as if a drowning old man were grasping for the last straw. "Those are the statues of all the Hokage. They are Konoha's spiritual symbol. You can't destroy them. Destroy them and Konoha's roots will be cut off." Hiruzen roared, his voice twisting into a shrill scream, the corners of his eyes even bursting with blood vessels. Madara did not so much as spare him an extra glance. A cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Spiritual symbol. A pack of failures who couldn't even protect their own village, do they deserve to be enshrined on a pedestal for others to worship? Madara tightened his grip on the hilt. The colossus of an energy sword drew a blinding blue arc in the sky. "The new empire I'm going to build has no need for these stinking statues staring down at the world. A true god doesn't need stones to prove his greatness. Stop him. Stop him now." Hiruzen rushed forward recklessly, even trying to form hand seals. But the instant his withered hands came together, two shadows dropped from the sky. Thud. Thud. Two Umbu wearing animal masks pinned Hiruzen's shoulders, one on each side. "Forgive me, Lord Hokage," one Umbu said quietly. There was no trace of the old reverence in his voice, only cold mechanical obedience. Then several Uchiha elites closed in. Their eyes blazed with fervent three-tomo Sharingan, and the ninja swords at their waists were already half drawn. The cold gleam of blade light reflected Hiruzen's face of despair. "Third Hokage, the times have changed," an Uchiha said coldly, his gaze like that which one would give a pathetic clown. "That worthless will of fire of yours should have been retired long ago." Hiruzen struggled with all his might, but caught between the Umbu and the Uchiha he was like a toothless old beast. All he could do was watch helplessly as Madara slowly raised that 100-meter energy sword, enough to destroy heaven and earth. "Hashirama, you weak and pathetic fool." Madara gazed at the first Hokage's stone statue. Complexity flickered in his eyes for a moment, then gave way to unalloyed arrogance. "The village you built, I'm taking it. As for this ridiculous statue of yours, it shall serve as the stepping stone for my new empire." Madara suddenly twisted at the waist. The veins in his arms bulged and vast star energy exploded along the blade. "Shatter for me." The colossal 100-meter energy blade came down with devastating, irresistible force. Like a hot knife slicing through butter. One horizontal slash. Boom. The energy sword sank into the hard rock mountain without any obstruction. The deafening roar was like 10,000 explosive tags going off simultaneously. Across Konoha the entire earth trembled violently as if hit by a magnitude 10 earthquake. Dazzling blue light and billowing yellow dust instantly swallowed the Hokage rock. Rocks flew and sand churned as wild winds raged. Huge chunks of stone peeled off the mountain like cannonballs and slammed into the ground. Hiruzen stared fixedly at the Hokage rock, biting his lip until blood flowed. "No, no," he murmured in despair, tears and dust carving muddy gullies down his old face. The light gradually dimmed. When the wind blew aside a gap in the dust, everyone held their breath, staring hard at the mountain that had once stood for Konoha's supreme glory. The first thing to collapse was Hashirama Senju's great stone nose. That boulder, dozens of tons in weight, had been sliced by the energy sword. A dull cracking sound rang out. Crack. Then like a severed piece of rotten wood it tumbled and thundered downward. It struck hard into the woods at the foot of the mountain, kicking up a towering plume of dust. Next came Tobirama Senju's half cheek. Then Hiruzen Sarutobi's own statue. Last of all Minato Namikaze's stone face, still carrying its gentle smile. The four Hokage statues that embodied Konoha's lineage and faith. Under that single slash from Madara, they fell like toppled dominoes. From top to bottom they shattered inch by inch, collapsing into a sky full of rubble and fine dust with a thunderous crash. All strength left Hiruzen's legs. He went limp like a heap of mud in the Umbu's hands. In his clouded eyes the Hokage rock, now a ruin, was reflected. He knew that from this moment onward Konoha's old era had been erased in the most literal physical sense. The plaza fell into deathly silence. Townspeople and shinobi alike stared blankly at the scene. Decades of spiritual symbols appeared so fragile, so laughable before that sword slash. Fear, confusion and a secret thrill at the shattering of the old order seeped into every heart. Hiruzen shut his eyes, tears sliding soundlessly down his cheeks. Konoha's glory, the legacy of the will of fire. All of it was destroyed. There in that suffocating silence. Just as Hiruzen wept in despair. In the silent plaza. A crisp ringing burst of clapping and cheering suddenly erupted. Clap. 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 Against the empty square the sound was jarringly conspicuous, almost grating. It was like someone suddenly playing a cheerful suona in the middle of a solemn funeral. Everyone turned in astonishment, wondering which reckless madman would dare to provoke the old powers of Konoha at such a time. The crowd parted like the sea before Moses, revealing a woman in a green gambler's coat with golden twin pigtails. Everyone turned in stunned bewilderment. Incredulous gazes cut through the swirling dust following the direction of that sudden applause. The crisp resounding claps echoed back and forth over the deathly silent plaza, each one like a ringing slap struck hard across the face of Konoha's old order. Tsunade stood at the very front of the crowd. Her golden twintails whipped wildly in the wind and her green gambler's coat slipped slightly from the force of her exuberant movements. She wasn't just clapping. Her fair hands had been slapped red by her own applause, yet her face was split by a loud elated laugh laced with liquor and unbridled wildness. A fine demolition. Tsunade shouted, her voice still clear amid the trembling aftershocks of star energy. These wretched stones should have been smashed long ago. Hiruzen was pinned to the ground by two Ombu. He struggled to raise his head, and the moment those turbid old eyes made out the person clapping, his pupils contracted sharply. If the Uchiha clan's defection was a knife driven into his chest, then Minato's resignation was salt ground into the wound. And now the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju's own granddaughter, was leading the cheers as her grandfather's statue was destroyed. This was nothing less than ripping off Konoha's last shred of decency in front of the entire world, then stomping it underfoot without mercy. Tsunade. Have you lost your mind? Hiruzen roared in a hoarse voice, his tone thick with incredulous despair. That is the first Hokage's statue. He was the pioneer who founded this village. How can you watch it be destroyed and still clap in approval? Tsunade stopped clapping. She turned and looked down at Hiruzen, who had collapsed to the ground. In those beautiful amber eyes there was no trace of the respect she once held for her teacher. Only thick mockery and years of accumulated resentment. Pioneer. Tsunade let out a cold laugh, took the gourd from her waist and tilted her head back for a fierce swig. The harsh liquor spilled down her chin and dripped onto her collar. Old man, don't try to use my grandfather to suppress me. She pointed at the smoking ruins of the Hokage rock. When my grandfather built this village, it was to protect his family and to keep children off the battlefield. But what about you? Tsunade's voice suddenly rose, carrying a tremor she could barely suppress. These broken statues, apart from serving as your brainwashing tools, what good are they? You point at these stones and tell us this is the will of fire, tell us that sacrifice is glorious. And what did that bring? Tsunade's eyes reddened. She gritted her teeth as if seeing once more those two lives lying in pools of blood slowly turning cold. My little brother Nawaki, for the sake of your ridiculous will of fire, didn't even leave behind a complete corpse. My beloved Dan gave his life to protect this village, his insides torn out. Tsunade hurled the gourd in her hand to the ground, sending shards flying everywhere. These stones have brought me nothing but tragedies and despair beyond counting. They are no spiritual totems, they are a nest of monsters that devour people without spitting out their bones. Tsunade took a deep breath, her chest heaving fiercely. She turned and looked at Madara on the high platform. The man held 100-meter blade of light, his stance as straight as a pine, his eyes blazing with a pride that looked down on all under heaven. Lord Madara is right. Tsunade announced loudly, her voice echoing through the plaza. True peace is forged through absolute force, not tricked out of a few broken stones. These hypocritical statues ought to be torn down completely. The entire plaza fell dead silent. Civilian shinobi looked at one another, and some even lowered their heads in shame. Tsunade's words were like a sharp blade piercing the lie that Konoha's high command had carefully woven for years. Even the first Hokage's granddaughter thought that doctrine was bullshit. What reason then did they, the cannon fodder at the bottom, have to give their lives for it? Hiruzen opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He watched Tsunade's resolute back as the last shred of hope in his heart was extinguished. He knew that from this day forward Konoha had not only been destroyed physically. It had been utterly erased spiritually. On the high platform, Madara heard Tsunade's unbridled denunciation, and a glint of unexpected approval flickered in his eyes. This woman could be annoying at times, but the wildness and clarity in her bones made her far more agreeable than that fool Hashirama who was forever prattling about bonds. Well said. Madara slowly withdrew the star energy light blade in his hand. The 100-meter radiance dissolved into points of blue light and fused back into his palm. He lifted his head and looked at the ruins of the Hokage rock, which had been completely reduced to rubble. The old era has been buried together with these stones. Madara spread his arms wide as a surging flood of star energy erupted from his body. Now let this old man show you what a true cornerstone of an empire should be. Sapphire blue star energy swept out like a tsunami. It rushed straight toward the haze of dust. The gale ceased instantly, and the flying debris and pulverized grains hung eerily motionless in midair. Then, under everyone's stunned gaze, the rubble began to madly reassemble under the pull of star energy. Clang! Clang! Accompanied by the piercing scrape of metal. A colossal pedestal of futuristic metal, imposing and vast, rose hard from the ruins. Cold steel lines flickered with azure blue energy circuits. It was like an iron beast dormant in the darkness, radiating an almost suffocating pressure. This pedestal not only covered the former Hokage rock, it dwarfed it several times over. It resembled a giant pyramid turned upside down and pressed into the earth. At the center of its summit a steel throne condensed purely from star energy hovered in silent stillness. This was no longer a statue for people to revere. It was the seat of authority over all things. The heart of an empire. Madara tapped his toes against the platform and shot into the air like a great black eagle. He traced a fierce arc through the sky and landed steadily upon the cold steel throne. Madara leaned casually against the backrest, one hand propping up his chin. His crimson Mangekyo Sharingan swept down from on high over the thousands of ninja and civilians below, subdued beneath his gaze. A breeze ruffled his wild black hair. In that moment he was the only god in this world. I've taken over this broken mess. Madara's voice was low, yet it reached every ear with unmistakable clarity. So let's set some new rules. He swept his hand broadly, pointing at the crowd below. Now reward according to merit and established positions. The crowd in the plaza suddenly stirred. Every Uchiha clan member straightened their back. Minato also took a deep breath, tightening his grip on Kushina's hand. Everyone knew this was the critical moment that would decide the power structure of the new empire. Madara's gaze swept across the crowd before finally settling on one corner. A flicker of mockery passed through his eyes and he raised his chin slightly. You little brat with the goggles, snot all over your face. Get out here. Obito stood in the least noticeable corner of the crowd, keeping his head low and trying to use the broad shoulder guards of his black flame armor to hide the flickering weeping dog head effect behind him. Suddenly Madara's unmistakable voice rang out from the iron throne atop the high platform to call the roll. That brat with the goggles and a face full of tears and snot. Get the hell out here. Obito felt every pair of eyes around him snap over at once like a spotlight sweeping onto him. Some gazes were startled, some envious, and most were the jeering looks of people waiting to watch a show. He swallowed hard. The power valves on the mech's feet vented a weak stream of air. Wearing the black flame armor with the marquee light spectacle flashing on his back, Obito walked out of the crowd, glancing back at every step. With each step the words "single dog exclusive" flashed once in the sunlight. Muffled laughter kept spilling out of the crowd. Obito endured the marquee light effect on his back that was utterly mortifying him and forced himself to straighten up. His mind had already begun to run wild with fantasies he couldn't control. Once he was made Dark Grand General or Imperial Grand Marshal, Rin would look at him with eyes full of worship and adoration, a breathtakingly beautiful scene. With such a title, Kakashi and his Thunder Mech would be nothing. He walked to the foot of the dais, knelt on one knee in imitation of an adult, and slammed his right hand heavily against the armor over his chest. A thunderous clang rang out. Venerable ancestor. No, wait, Lord Madara. Obito shouted at the top of his lungs, and his voice could not hide his excitement and anticipation. Uchiha Obito, ready at any moment to charge into battle for you and take the heads of your enemies. Madara sat on the cold iron throne, chin propped on one hand. The Mangekyo Sharingan looked down at Obito from on high, watching the ridiculous look on his face as if he could hardly wait to write the words "I want to" show off across it. The corner of Madara's mouth twitched involuntarily. The kid's talent was passable at best, but his thought process was even more bizarre than Hashirama's. Charge into battle. Madara gave a derisive sneer and tapped his fingers lightly on the Iron Throne's armrest. With that pathetic attitude of yours, a head full of nothing but romantic fantasies. Madara's voice, amplified by stellar energy, echoed across the entire plaza. This old man thinks your greatest talent isn't cutting off enemies' heads. It's making the enemy laugh themselves to death on the battlefield with that stupid look of yours. Obito's smile stiffened. He raised his head blankly and stared at Madara through his goggles. Lord Madara. What do you mean by that? A bad premonition spread like weeds in his heart. Madara withdrew, his smile straightened up and his tone became unarguable. Uchiha Obito, hear my command. Obito instinctively straightened his back and held his breath. This was the moment that would decide his fate. This old man hereby formally appoints you as. Madara deliberately dragged out his final syllable, a glint of wicked amusement flashing through his eyes. The first Comedy Vanguard officer of the new Galactic Empire. You will be specially responsible for charging the front line, taking hits and drawing all the enemy's firepower. In layman's terms, a meat shield and a live target. As soon as those words left his mouth, the entire plaza fell into an eerie, deathly silence. Everyone's mouths gaped, wondering if their ears were malfunctioning. The first Comedy Vanguard officer. What in the hell kind of position was that? An honored founding minister of the great new empire had been granted this. Obito felt like a bolt of lightning had struck him. He knelt there, frozen, the world spinning around him and a ringing noise buzzing in his ears. His dream of becoming Dark Grand General burst like a soap bubble, pop. Leaving nothing behind. See Comedy Vanguard officer. Obito's voice trembled. He jumped up from the ground. Pointing at his own nose, he protested loudly, I don't accept this. Why am I the Comedy Vanguard officer? I'm the man who has the black flame armor. I want to be Grand General. I want to be Grand Marshal. Madara gave him a cold look, not even lifting an eyelid. Protest denied. Mech execute the Empire's primary directive. No sooner had Madara spoken than the black flame armor on Obito suddenly let out a piercing electronic synthesized voice. Ding. Highest authority command received. Activating Vanguard Officer Taunt Mode. Obito had no idea what was going on. The helmet's faceplate suddenly slid open to both sides with a whoosh. The next moment a holographic red nose the size of a fist radiating red light popped out with unerring precision and firmly attached itself to Obito's nose. Not only that, the barbs on the mech's shoulders started spinning wildly, making fart-like sounds. The word "single dog" exclusive on his back doubled in brightness and flashed crazily. Obito reached up to rip off the holographic red nose, but his hand passed right through it. No matter what he did, it wouldn't come off. He stood there in the wind, utterly shattered, with that ridiculous red nose on his face and the farting sounds at his shoulders. Ha 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 ha. In the quiet plaza someone couldn't hold it back any longer and burst out with a snort of laughter. Then, like a flood breaking through a levee, several thousand people simultaneously exploded into laughter that threatened to overturn the sky. Tsunade laughed until tears streamed out. Leaning against a stone pillar, she pointed at Obito, unable to straighten up. "Oh, I can't take it, my stomach is cramping from laughing. This kid is wasting his talent if he doesn't join a circus." Kakashi didn't laugh out loud, but his shoulders were trembling at a frequency comparable to a sewing machine. He silently turned around, afraid that if he opened his mouth he would go into convulsions along with the mech. Even Noera Rin, who had been standing behind Minato, was now covering her mouth, her shoulders shaking violently as she desperately held back a laugh. Obito saw Rin's face flushed red from suppressing her laughter. His vision went black and he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. "No. Venerable ancestor. Just kill me." Obito howled at the sky, shrill as a cuckoo weeping blood. He clapped his hands over his face and turned to dive back into the crowd. But two Uchiha clansmen blocked him with smirks, claiming they were protecting Lord Vanguard Officer. In this bizarre, comical yet somehow inexplicably light-hearted atmosphere, Madara sat on the Iron Throne and a genuine smile finally appeared at the corner of his mouth. The oppression, hypocrisy and scheming of the Hiruzen era were washed clean by this cascade of laughter. The framework of the new empire began to take shape amidst this laughable scene. There were no tedious formalities, only absolute power and rule at whim. Just as everyone was laughing together and Obito had lost all hope of living, a wild roar that could split eardrums exploded from the edge of the crowd. "The flames of youth will never retreat. Please let me also experience this burning mech." The voice was full of vigor and cut through everything. With sheer force it drowned out the plaza's roaring laughter. Everyone instinctively turned toward the sound. It was a green blur tearing through the air at a terrifying, unprecedented speed, leaving a piercing howl behind. Like a green meteor it savagely broke through the crowd's resistance. The green blur slammed heavily onto the stone slabs beneath the pedestal. A crisp crack rang out as the hard bluestone split like a spiderweb, fragments of stone flying in all directions. Accompanying the resounding crash was another crisp ring, the sound of sunlight glinting off a row of snow-white teeth. A cloud of dust rose into the air. Before the dust could settle, a rough and vigorous voice called out from within. "The sweat of youth. It never dries up from fear." A breeze swept past, blowing the dust away. Might Guy remained kneeling on one knee, one hand braced against the ground while the other extended, a thumb pointing at his sparkling white teeth. His signature green bodysuit gleamed brilliant green under the sunlight. His thick eyebrows jutted out like a pair of brushes and his bowl cut was trimmed with absolute precision. Obito had just recovered from his breakdown over being utterly embarrassed when he caught sight of that familiar green and could not help rolling his eyes. "Guy. What are you doing here, causing a scene? Can't you see I'm already the #1 funny man? Ahem, the #1 vanguard here." Obito tried to use the mech's mechanical voice to mask his awkwardness. Guy sprang to his feet, completely ignoring Obito's taunts. He stared intently at the Iron Throne atop the high platform, two flames named Youth burning fiercely in his eyes. "My lord." Guy bellowed, his voice so sonorous it echoed across the plaza. "I may not know ninjutsu or genjutsu, but I possess a body tempered through 1,000 trials. Please witness my taijutsu. I too yearn to burn my youth across the sea of stars." Madara, seated on the throne, felt his nerves, which had slackened at Obito's antic snap, taut once more at this thunderous shout. He narrowed his eyes and appraised the strange bowl-cut figure before the stage. Taijutsu. Deep within Madara's memory a flash of blood-red steam suddenly surged to the surface. The man who had once nearly kicked the storyline into its finale seemed similar in style to this brat before him. Madara had always appreciated those who honed their bodies through sheer training. That was true power forged from sweat and blood, far more substantial than all those flashy ninjutsu. Interesting. Madara straightened up, propped his chin on one hand, and a hint of curiosity crept into his eyes. Then let this old man see just how much weight this tempered body of yours truly carries. Show me your power. If you can satisfy me, a mech is yours for the taking. At those words, Guy's eyes instantly blazed like twin searchlights. He drew a deep breath and clenched his fists before his chest. Of course. Watch this. 8 gates released formation. First gate of opening open. Guy let out a low growl as his muscles instantly swelled and veins bulged across his skin. A violent surge of chakra erupted from his body, sending the surrounding civilians stumbling backward. Second gate of rest open. Third gate of life open. Guy did not stop opening 3 gates in rapid succession. His skin began to flush with an unnatural crimson, and the chakra fluctuations were so intense that the very air around him appeared to warp. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Guy roared as his body transformed into a green tornado on the spot. His fierce leg wind howled with the shriek of tearing air, instantly grinding the scattered stones on the ground into dust. That speed. That power. Even Kakashi standing nearby could not help but turn his head, tactical eye patch data flickering wildly. This guy's physical stats. They've grown stronger again. Kakashi murmured under his breath. Madara calmly watched Guy's performance. This brat's taijutsu foundation was indeed absurdly solid. That explosive power squeezing the body to its absolute limit, if paired with a mech capable of channeling and amplifying such kinetic energy. It would make for a pure killing machine comparable to a tailed beast. A faint smile even tugged unconsciously at the corner of Madara's mouth. He was already beginning to envision which set of close combat heavy armor to assign to this brat. And yet, just as Madara was about to nod in approval, Guy finished his whirlwind kicks and landed steadily. Eager to display his muscle definition, he deliberately struck an exaggerated bodybuilding pose. That nauseatingly green bodysuit clung tightly to his form, tracing certain indescribable contours with unmistakable clarity. Combined with that reflective bowl cut and eyebrows as thick as caterpillars, the smile at the corner of Madara's mouth froze. The muscles of his face twitched violently. The appreciation he had felt moments ago for a true martial artist was utterly shattered by this eyesore of an outfit. Stop. Madara waved his hand abruptly, his brow furrowed deeply enough to crush a fly. Put away those disgusting poses. Guy froze, still holding the bodybuilding pose, staring blankly. Lord Madara, is my youth not passionate enough? Guy asked with a hint of grievance, tears glistening in his large eyes. Your taijutsu is passable. Madara drew a long breath, restraining the urge to punt this brat across the sky. But that outfit of yours. Madara pointed at Guy's green bodysuit, his voice dripping with undisguised disgust. It is atrociously ugly enough to shake heaven and earth. My empire may tolerate madmen, may tolerate fools. But it will never tolerate a freak like you, lowering the aesthetic standard of the entire army. Those words doused Guy's burning passion like a bucket of cold water. Tsunade snickered from the side. I told you. That green frog's fashion sense was bound to cause trouble sooner or later. Madara glared coldly at Guy. If you want to wear a mech, fine. Now. Immediately. This instant. Take off that wretched green rag and put on normal clothes. Guy looked as though he had been struck by lightning. He stared at Madara in disbelief, both hands clutching the hem of his outfit. No. That's impossible. Guy's voice trembled as if he had suffered the ultimate humiliation. This bodysuit is the battle robe of youth passed down to me by my mentor and my father. It embodies my unyielding will and the sweat I have shed. Guy thrust out his chest and declared at the top of his voice. Even if I must forego a mech, even if I must die, I will never take off my youth. The entire plaza fell silent. Obito drew a sharp breath. He looked at Guy and silently raised a thumb in his heart. This thick-browed fool actually dared to talk back to that old butcher. He really has a death wish. Madara gazed at this stubborn green frog, his eyes turning exceedingly dangerous. Nothing infuriated him more than defiance. Yet damn it all, the fool's boneheaded unbending tenacity happened to strike a chord with him. Kill him. Too wasteful. Keep him. Too painful on the eyes. Madara stared at Guy for a full half-minute. In the end he let out a sigh. Why was it so damn hard to pick a few decent people from this broken village? Fine, you win. Madara gave a cold snort and flicked his wrist. A star core seething with wild red light appeared in his palm. This old man will give you armor. Madara flicked his finger and the crimson core transformed into a streak of light shooting straight toward Guy's chest. But mark my words. Madara's voice carried a gnashing threatening edge. If the mech is still that stomach-churning green when you transform, I'll shove you armor and all straight into the planet's core to keep magma company. The crimson star energy core sank precisely into Guy's chest. The next moment a violent visible shockwave burst outward in the air. Roar. A roar of supreme satisfaction tore from Guy's throat. The sound was like an ancient beast trapped in a cage for years finally breaking free of its shackles and howling at the sky. Crimson light erupted from the spot where he stood like a volcanic explosion shooting straight toward the clouds. Wild star energy surged madly along Guy's battle-tempered meridians. He felt the latent injuries from training in the 8 gates heal in an instant under the raging wash of this power. Those restrictive gates of the body had once required burning through life force to open. But now as if meeting a master key they opened completely and without hindrance. In the blinding light a set of heavy close combat armor began rapidly reassembling and covering Guy. Clang. Clank. The heavy power-laden sound of metal locking together rang through the entire plaza. Kakashi narrowed his exposed right eye as data cascaded down his tactical eye patch like a waterfall. He drew in a sharp breath. This chakra. No, this pure kinetic response has already exceeded the peak output of my white fang armor. The light gradually faded. Everyone's gaze was locked onto the figure walking out of the pillar of light. Even Madara seated on his iron throne leaned forward slightly. He had already mentally prepared himself if this kid really conjured up some green turtle-like mech he would unhesitatingly kick him straight into the planet's core. When the dust settled Guy's new look made the entire crowd draw in a cold breath. There was no sickly green. A suit of 8-gate star armor dark gold all over with magma red light flowing along its edges clung perfectly to Guy's explosive muscle contours. Small star energy thrusters were mounted on the armor's shoulders and knees. The energy core in its chest pulsed like a red star radiating suffocating heat and oppressive pressure. Most importantly his signature bold cut and enormous thick eyebrows were now perfectly covered by a sleek crimson full-coverage tactical helmet. Guy now looked exactly like a heavily armored war god stepping off an interstellar battlefield. Whoa! Obito gawked from the side so envious he was almost drooling. He glanced down at his own black flame armor covered in barbs and flashing with a "Forever Alone" marquee light on the back. Suddenly the mech in his hands didn't seem so appealing anymore. Why? This thick eyebrow guy actually gets to wear armor this cool. Obito muttered in discontent. Guy ignored Obito's complaint. He lowered his head looking at his hands wrapped in the dark gold armor clenching and unclenching them hard. He felt the terrifying power within him, the power that perfectly converted backlash force into endless kinetic energy. He jerked his head up. Though his expression was hidden behind the helmet his blood-boiling aura pierced through the armor. So this is the power of the stars. Trembling with excitement Guy blasted upward from where he stood. The star energy thrusters beneath his feet instantly spat out 2 crimson exhaust trails launching him more than 100 meters into the air. Amazing! My youth is burning. Lord Madara. Please allow me to show you this unrivaled power. Take this. Star energy kinetic prelude. In midair Guy twisted his waist violently. His right leg like a burning crimson steel whip lashed toward an empty patch of ground below with a shrill air-rending shriek. The sheer kinetic force even scraped tangible outlines of flame from the air. Minato and Kakashi's faces changed drastically and they instinctively moved in front of Kushina and Rin to shield them. A physical attack at this level, even just its aftershock, could destroy half the plaza. Madara sat on his throne and nodded in satisfaction. This kid's taijutsu combined with that kinetic conversion armor truly made him a worthy vanguard slaughter god. He was just about to see how big a crater Guy's kick could make. However, at that instant as Guy's right leg was about to touch the ground, the dam system, specifically its dormant peak charisma halo, triggered a bizarre bug due to excessive star energy resonance. Boom! A dull massive impact rang out. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no deep crater with debris flying everywhere. At the moment that kick, one powerful enough to shatter a mountain, touched the ground, the energy twisted bizarrely. The raging crimson kinetic energy instantly transformed into holographic pink light fluttering across the sky. With a soft puff, a massive formation of pink peach blossoms formed from pure star energy burst open in midair. Holographic peach petals scattered down over the entire Konoha Plaza like a romantic spring rain. A faint sickly sweet fragrance even drifted through the air. Guy remained frozen in that fierce downward strike stance, standing dumbfounded. The pink peach blossoms falling around him formed a painfully stark contrast with his cold dark gold armor. The entire plaza was dead silent. Everyone was dumbstruck. After a brief silence, the kunoichi in the crowd were the first to react. They looked at the peach blossoms filling the sky, then at the cold, proud, domineering man on the high platform. The thread in their minds called reason snapped completely. Lord Madara is so romantic. This isn't a mech test at all. This is Lord Madara declaring his love to us. I want to be Lord Madara's pilot. Even if I die inside the mech, I'd be willing. The insane consort selection frenzy that had just been suppressed erupted exponentially once more because of the pink peach blossom rain. The women pushed forward like mad, and some even began trying to climb the base of the platform. Obito stared at the scene dumbfounded, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. He turned to Guy and gave a thumbs up. Thick brows, you've really done it. One kick and you've created a massive blind date event. Guy's expression was hidden behind his helmet. But his stiff body and slightly trembling legs had already betrayed his crumbling heart. This was not the youth he wanted at all. Madara sat on the iron throne watching the pink petals fall across the sky and listening to the ear-piercing screams of the women below. The veins on his forehead throbbed violently, making his temples ache. In his entire life the thing he could tolerate least was this kind of sticky, soft, mushy nonsense. Enough. Madara stood up abruptly. He reached back and drew the star energy beam saber from behind him. The humming sound of the blade leaving its sheath barely suppressed the commotion below. He was full of pent-up fury with nowhere to vent, and he desperately needed something hard to cut. This old man has had enough of this damn place. Madara growled through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with irritation. I must go destroy a country right now just to get some peace. He turned to look at Orochimaru, who had been hiding in the corner all along. Where's the next target? Just pick one with a thick hide. Orochimaru immediately slid out from the shadows. His dark purple Ouroboros armor looked somewhat eerie in the rain of peach blossoms. He extended his long tongue, licked his lips, and handed over an intelligence scroll with a dark, unreadable gaze. Lord Madara. Orochimaru's hoarse voice carried a hint of amusement at the spectacle. The land of water lies isolated beyond the sea, shrouded in a bloody mist all year round. Its environment is very quiet and secluded. Moreover, I hear its current Mizukage Mei Taroni is a very moist woman. Orochimaru held the intelligence scroll respectfully in both hands. The dark purple Ouroboros mech gleamed with an icy sheen beneath the sunlight. With a sharp whoosh, the parchment of the scroll was slowly unrolled, producing a faint yet distinct rustling sound. Murderous intent and irritation churned like boiling magma in Madara's scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan, his undisguised gaze fixed upon the island circled by rippling azure lines on the map. The land of water. An isolated realm beyond the sea, a dark place wrapped in dense fog and blood. That old bastard Inoki actually allied with Kimogakure to make trouble for me. A cruel sneer curved across Madara's lips. Since they want to play, I'll take this most remote punching bag first and use it as a live fire test for these hunks of iron. Without a single trace of hesitation, Madara pressed one long slender finger hard against the map. Orochimaru, is the warship ready? Orochimaru extended his long slender tongue and licked the cold edge of his mech's faceplate. Lord Madara, the Hajura hover warship combining star energy technology and remnants of the divine tree, is standing by at full power. His hoarse voice carried an irrepressible scientific fervor. It can take off at any moment and pour your wrath upon that barren land of the land of water. Very well. Madara swept his hand and the star energy light blade behind him dissolved into scattered points of blue light. Transmit my order, everyone boards the ship at once. Kakashi, Obito, and that monkey in the gold-red mech, come with me. Today I will make this sea boil for the birth of a new empire. At Madara's command the plaza shook with earth-shaking tremors. From behind the base of the newly built Imperial Command Center, an interstellar hover warship so vast it blotted out the sky rose slowly amid a deep muffled roar. The pure black metal hull shimmered with dim blue star energy circuits, while the colossal main cannon muzzles loomed like cyclopean eyes devouring the abyss, radiating a despair-inducing aura of annihilation. The warship's enormous shadow fell across the plaza, nearly swallowing Konoha's entire central square. Obito tilted his head back, his mouth so wide it could fit a fist. He wore that black flame armor with a flashing, "Forever Alone" marquee on the back, hopping and bouncing like an ecstatic man weighing several hundred pounds. Oh my god. This giant toy is way too awesome. Obito slung an arm around Kakashi's shoulders. Kakashi, did you see that? This is the true romance of a man. What are ninjutsu and genjutsu compared with this hunk of iron? Kakashi shoved Obito's hand away with disgust. The gaze beneath his tactical visor stayed calm, but the pulse of the energy core in his mech's chest betrayed the shock within. Indeed, with this warship's firepower configuration, if it were to open up at full force. Kakashi murmured, analyzing. A single salvo would probably level the entire land of lightning. Minato stood nearby watching the warship with a complicated gaze, a symbol of absolute military force. He knew that from the moment this warship ascended the old order and rules of the shinobi world had been reduced to scrap paper. Kushina clung tightly to Minato's arm, her eyes filled with blind adoration for Madara. The troops began boarding one after another. Obito walked along the metal boarding ramp. He jabbed Kakashi with his elbow and lowered his voice, a barely contained nosiness in his tone. "Hey Kakashi, have you heard? That pervert Orochimaru just said that the current Mizukage of the land of water Mei Terumi is an absolute beauty." Kakashi kept his eyes straight ahead, his pace steady. "I'm not interested in boring rumors like that. We're going to war, not to a matchmaking event." Obito curled his lips scornful of Kakashi's sanctimonious air. "Keep putting on that act. I heard from the old intelligence officer in the village that Mei Terumi is not only a beauty who could topple cities, her figure is also top-notch and smoking hot." Obito leaned close to Kakashi's ear, lowering his voice with obvious excitement. "And her strongest Kekii Genkai is lava release. They say the acid mist she breathes out can melt even bones. Most importantly, she's famously moist." Obito even smacked his lips unconsciously as he spoke. As luck would have it, those words were carried on the draft through the boarding ramp and landed word for word in the ears of the women walking behind them. The kunoichi, who had just been driven into a frenzy of infatuation with Madara by the peach blossom bug, were now chattering about whose lipstick color better matched Lord Madara's battle robe. When they heard Obito's words, the surrounding air instantly froze. Moist. A cold snort thick with the smell of alcohol and murderous intent exploded right behind Obito. Obito's whole body stiffened and his neck turned little by little like a rusted gear. Tsunade stood behind him, one hand on her hip. Her golden twintails lashed wildly in the wind and her amber eyes seemed to blaze with two raging infernos. She took one stride forward and grabbed the barbed ridge on the shoulder of Obito's mech. "What did you just say about that fox spirit from the land of water?" Tsunade demanded through gritted teeth, her grip so fierce that Obito's mech was nearly crushed out of shape. "So she's moist, is she? Is she moister than my fist?" Obito was scared out of his mind. "Lady Tsunade. Please go easy. This is a mech. If you break it you'll have to pay for it." I was just repeating hearsay." Aoi, standing nearby, also came closer. She tucked a strand of dark hair behind her ear, her gaze slicing through Obito like a blade. "No wonder Lord Madara is in such a hurry to go to the land of water." Aoi's voice was chilly, laced with thick jealousy. "So it turns out he thinks the women of Konoha aren't appealing enough and goes across the sea to find some wild woman who spits acid." Rin Noera stood behind them, not as hot-tempered as Tsunade and the others. But her fingers twisted tightly into the hem of her clothes and her delicate features were etched with unwillingness. "No." Tsunade flung Obito aside and strode rapidly toward the bridge. "The land of water is shrouded in fog year-round and the environment is terrible. What if Lord Madara suffers from the change of climate? We must go with him." "Right. We're a professional logistics and medical team, we absolutely can't let Lord Madara face danger alone." Aoi immediately echoed, leading a crowd of chattering women in a grand procession behind Tsunade. Obito rubbed his aching shoulder and looked at Kakashi on the verge of tears. "Kakashi. We're finished. This isn't going to war, it's a full-blown adulterer-catching scene." Kakashi walked away expressionlessly. "You're on your own." On the warship's bridge, Madara stood before the enormous panoramic command window, hands clasped behind his back. His scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan stared coldly at the shrinking Konoha below. The warship's star energy engines let out a deafening roar and enormous thrust carried the massive hull up into the clouds. This should have been a solemn moment brimming with the iron-blooded aura of war. Yet at this moment Madara's face was darker than the bottom of a pot. Listening to the chattering racket on the deck behind him, his brow twisted into a tight knot. From the corner of his eye he saw Tsunade directing a group of kunoichi to carry crates of homemade sake and cosmetics aboard the warship. Aoi went even further, setting up a parasol on the deck, fiddling with several boxes of premium rouge and comparing whose lipstick color was more vivid. These women had utterly mistaken this interstellar warship, a symbol of destruction and death, for a luxury cruise liner on a sea vacation. "Lord Madara. Lord Madara, this lipstick color, do you think it matches my complexion?" Aoi held up a bright red lipstick and called out to him from across the deck. "Shut up." Madara spun around, the veins on his forehead bulging and throbbing. He ground his teeth, squeezing the words out between clenched jaws with barely suppressed fury. "I am going to launch a war. Oh Lord Madara, fighting and beauty care aren't mutually exclusive." Tsunade hugged a jar of sake and waved her hand dismissively. Madara's roar was completely drowned out by the deafening roar of the warship's engines as they broke through the clouds. A fierce wind swept across the observation window of the bridge. Faintly he could still hear the chattering laughter of those women on the rear deck along with the crisp clinking of bottles and jars. Madara felt as if his brain were being slowly chiseled by a hammer pulsing with each strike. He abruptly turned around. He strode purposefully through the metallic corridors of the bridge. The hem of his black robe trailed a gust of chilling wind in its wake. Orochimaru engaged automatic cruise on the warship. Madara's voice carried a suppressed intensity, heavy and strained. Kakashi Obito and that one in the red armor. Get your asses to the conference room for a meeting. Throughout his life Madara had fought countless battles. Not a single one had been without carnage and devastation. Today they were going to crush the land of water. Yet these women had turned it into some sort of island vacation. This was the greatest insult to his reputation as the demon of the shinobi world. 10 minutes later. In the spacious well-lit metallic conference room in the ship's hull. Madara sat commanding the head of the table. His hands folded upon the tactical surface. Those crimson Sharingan eyes brimming with killing intent sharp as blades locked onto the holographic sea chart before him. The land of water is shrouded in blood fog year-round with treacherous terrain. Madara extended a finger pressing it against an island on the map's edge. According to Orochimaru's intelligence they've deployed extensive water release barriers surrounding them. Our objective this time isn't to conquer that miserable place. But rather to deliver a harsh lesson in physical force through absolute power. Madara lifted his gaze scanning the mech squads positioned on either side. Kakashi, you'll breach their defenses from the eastern flank. Obito, you useless bastard, draw out their main forces. Kai, Lord Madara, please sample this. The conference room's automatic metal doors slid open with a sudden chirp. Tsunade entered carrying an exquisite miniature clay brazier, her hips swaying as she moved. A pot of sake warmed atop the brazier, releasing an intoxicating aroma. This is a 10-year vintage I've been saving. The sea breeze gets chilly, so have something to warm you. She pulled out a chair and settled in close beside Madara. She completely disregarded the stunned mech warrior standing nearby. Obito swallowed hard and shrank back. Kakashi turned his head away, the data streams on his tactical visor flickering erratically. Madara's expression darkened instantly. I'm conducting a military briefing. What business has a drunkard like you intruding? Oh come now, there's no need to sacrifice drinking for a meeting. Tsunade didn't retreat, in fact she leaned even closer. She even reached out to adjust the collar of Madara's garment. Before Madara could unleash his wrath. With a swift whoosh a figure materialized from behind Tsunade. Aoi Kiyono held a purple clay teapot in one hand and a steaming cloth in the other. Lord Madara, drinking damages your health. You should try my freshly brewed clarity tea instead. She pushed past Tsunade and set the teapot on the opposite side of the table. She then moved naturally to stand behind Madara. Her delicate hand soft as silk pressed gently against his shoulders and began a soothing kneading motion. The maritime humidity is quite oppressive, it must be making your shoulders ache. Aoi's voice carried the same gentle persistence as a cat's scratch. What do you think you're doing, you brazen girl? Tsunade rose abruptly, her glare fixed on Aoi. Lord Madara's formidable physique hardly requires your servile attentions. I'm merely fulfilling my duty as logistical and medical support. Aoi stared back without backing down. Meanwhile you reek of alcohol, don't poison Lord Madara with your breath. Are you asking to be struck? Tsunade slammed her palm onto the tactical table. The projected holographic map of the land of water flickered violently, nearly crashing. Just as the two women traded barbs, Rin Noera entered cautiously carrying a small tray. Several plates of delicate pastries rested on the tray. She glanced at the combative Tsunade and Aoi, then at Madara, whose face had darkened to pitch black. With no other option she silently set the pastries at the table's edge and stepped aside. The formerly spacious conference room had become unbearably cramped with these three women. The air grew thick with the rich scent of sake, the delicate fragrance of tea, and the cloying blend of expensive cosmetics. Where was any trace of military solemnity now? Kakashi, Obito and Kai, three fully armored men, had been forcibly relegated to the most inconspicuous corner by these women. The three armored figures stood shoulder to shoulder in a rigid line like schoolboys sent to stand in the corner. None dared breathe too loudly. Obito. Kai whispered in a barely audible metallic synthesis. I swear the killing intent in this room is more terrifying than facing 800 stone ninja. Obito nodded with a pained expression. Shut up. All I want is for this single-man mech to stay out of it. Madara closed his eyes and drew a deep breath. He felt his patience had reached its breaking point. Stellar energy began surging uncontrollably within him. The metallic walls of the conference room groaned under the mounting pressure. All of you, Madara's eyes snapped open. His crimson Mangekyo Sharingan bore into the clamoring women before him. Get out. A violent gale erupted, overturning sake pots and teacups on the table. Tsunade and Aoi were driven back several steps by the sheer force of his aura. They exchanged a glance, still harboring some resentment, but dared not challenge the furious Azura before them. Reluctantly they retreated from the conference room. Rin quickly followed, tray in hand, slipping out behind them. The conference room doors sealed shut once more. Finally silence. Madara pressed his fingers to his brow. Throughout his life he had never considered women such troublesome creatures as he did now. He turned his head toward the three armored figures huddled in the corner. His gaze revealed profound exhaustion. The operation is cancelled. Madara spoke those 6 words coldly. Kakashi froze. Lord Madara, but when we reach the land of water. Deploy my ass. Madara kicked aside the chair before him. He strode purposefully toward the conference room door. Take the warship directly above their Mizukage tower. I have enough rage burning inside me right now. Upon arrival. Madara turned his head, his eyes vicious. Smash whatever we see. The Shura-class interstellar warship thundered through the clouds at full speed. Its massive hull tore through the sea of clouds. Ahead. A patch of dark chilling mist appeared at the horizon. Within it lingered the faint scent of blood. This was precisely the blood mist that perpetually shrouded the land of water. At the edge of the hidden mist village. Upon a towering watchtower. A reconnaissance ninja of the mist half-board was idly cleaning his kunai. He instinctively raised his head and looked at the sky. The gloomy sky, usually shrouded in blood mist, was suddenly torn open by an indescribably massive black shadow. The cold metallic bow. Like a ferocious steel behemoth it slowly emerged from the clouds. That eerie blue luminescence blazed menacingly through the blood mist. The reconnaissance ninja's mouth hung open. His eyes bulging from their sockets. Clack. The monocular telescope he'd been gripping slipped from his rigid fingers. It fell from his frozen grip, hitting the wooden platform before bouncing away, plummeting straight into the churning seas below. Shrill air raid sirens shattered the long-held silence of Mist Village. The shrill air raid sirens tore through the stillness of the blood mist. The sound was like a rusty dull blade scraping madly against a sheet of scrap iron. Even the stench of blood in the air seemed to grow thicker with the piercing alarm. The colossal warship Shura slowly pressed its bulk down through the clouds. Its jet-black metal hull gleamed with a cold luster, and its sky-obscuring shadow completely swallowed the Mizukage building together with the plaza in front. Sunlight was cut off completely. The hidden mist village plunged into a suffocating gloom. Massive anti-gravity engines spewed pale blue flames, and their displaced air sent the blood mist on the plaza fleeing in every direction. Enemy attack. All hands on alert. A captain of the mist Umbu roared hoarsely. Dozens of Umbu ninja wearing water ripple masks swarmed into the plaza from all directions like a nest of startled vipers. They clutched shinobi blades and kunai, tightly raised their heads and fixed their gazes on the steel behemoth above that seemed capable of devouring everything. And yet before this interstellar warship, a thing akin to divine miracle, their cold steel weapons appeared laughable and utterly powerless. No one dared to strike first, even the hands shaping hand seals trembled beyond control. Opening the hatch. Orochimaru's raspy voice echoed over the plaza through the warship's broadcast system. From the warship's belly a colossal metal plate slowly lowered, forming a broad platform. Blinding azure starlight burst across the platform. Madara clasped his hands behind his back. Treading the void, he stepped down from the warship one stride at a time. His black robe snapped violently in the Engin's gale while his scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan swept down from on high over the mist ninja below. Behind him 3 figures clad in mecha suits followed in his wake. Minato wore a suit of flash storm mecha shimmering with golden light. His originally gentle face was hidden behind a frigid metal mask exuding a chilling killing intent. Kakashi carried a high-frequency short blade on his back while frenzied arcs of electricity danced across his white fanged thunder armor. Obito was clad in a black flame armor bristling with spikes. Though a mortifying marquee light still blinked on his back, the black flames gave off a dreadful heat that could incinerate everything. Guy, owing to his questionable aesthetic judgment, had been kicked into the warship's hold by Madara to reflect on his choices. At that moment he was weeping at the wall. 4 peerless badasses. Combined with that futuristic awe-inspiring mecha, the instant they landed, the raw aesthetic of violence and the pressure of their presence annihilated the mist ninja's last will to resist. Gulp. One Umbu swallowed hard and the kunai in his hand clattered onto the stone. Behind the windows of the Mizukage building several mist kunoichi stared at the four men descending from the sky, their eyes going wide and locked on them. Someone couldn't help but whisper. This isn't an invasion. This is just a male model runway show, isn't it? That long-haired man in the black robe is so handsome. Madara's feet landed steadily on the plaza's stone pavement. He raised his chin slightly and swept his gaze across the surrounding umbu like they were a pile of garbage. This old man is in a foul mood today. Madara's voice was not loud, but borne by star energy it reached everyone's ears with absolute clarity. I'll give you 3 seconds to call out the one in charge. Otherwise I'll sink this lousy island into the sea. The umbu captain gritted his teeth, forcing down the fear surging in his chest. No matter who you are, this is the hidden mist village of the land of water. Water release water dragon bullet technique. He roared and launched the first attack. The dozens of umbu around him, as if finding their backbone, quickly followed suit and formed hand seals. Dozens of colossal water dragons rose roaring from the plaza. Bearing world-ending momentum, they came crashing down upon Madara and the mecha squad from every direction. Madara didn't even raise an eyelid. Noisy. He didn't even bother to act himself. Obito, standing behind him, let out a cold laugh. Water release. Before my black flames it doesn't even count as a splash. Obito abruptly took a step forward. The spikes on the mecha's shoulders spun at frightening speed. He slammed his fist toward the sky. Boom. Frenzied black flames exploded from his knuckles and coalesced into a savage black dragon. The black flames and the water dragons collided violently in midair. There was no standoff, no vaporizing steam. The instant those dozen-odd raging water dragons touched the black flames, they were burned into nothingness. Not a single drop of water fell. Kakashi meanwhile drew the white fanged short blade from his back in a backhand motion. The blade carved a blinding blue lightning arc through the air. Crack. A lightning blade arc swept along the ground. The dozen or so umbu in the front rank couldn't even see how the sword had been swung. Their proud steel shinobi blades, which they trusted so much, were neatly sliced in half. The cuts were as smooth as mirrors and still crackled with blue electric sparks. The umbu stared blankly at the half-hilts left in their hands, their minds completely wiped clean. Their vaunted water release had been burned to nothing and their weapons severed in a heartbeat. There was no damn way to fight this. Minato was even more decisive. His golden mecha turned into countless afterimages across the field. He didn't use a single jutsu, only the terrifying speed and sheer physical impact granted by the mecha. Like a golden storm he wove through the crowd of umbu. Thump. 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 A continuous stream of dull impacts rang out. In less than a single breath the remaining dozens of umbu went flying like bowling pins knocked away by a strike. They lay strewn in every direction, howling endlessly. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. The hidden mist village's elite umbu force had been unilaterally crushed to scrap by these 3 iron cans. And the most terrifying man of them all, the one in the black robe, had never once taken his hands out of his pockets. Madara looked at the mist ninja rolling on the ground, the annoyance in his eyes growing even more intense. Is this all you've got? You're not even fit to warm this old man up. Madara raised his hand and azure star energy began to condense in his palm. He was about to blast the Mizukage building to the ground. Just then, the heavy solid wood door of the Mizukage building was kicked to splinters from within with a single explosive kick. Wood chips flew in all directions. A small-statured figure holding a hooked short staff strode out through the doorway. The fourth Mizukage, Karatachi Yagura. By now Yagura's eyes had turned an eerie dark red. A viscous red chakra cloak like clotted blood covered his entire body. 3 enormous dark crimson tails lashed madly behind him, pulverizing the rubble around him. In the next instant violent-tailed beast chakra swept across the entire plaza. Even the blood mist in the air was forced to surge backward by that overwhelming aura. Yagura tightened his grip on his short staff. His eyes were as savage as a cornered beast's fixed on Madara atop the high platform. No matter what kind of monsters you are. Yagura's voice, twisted by his semi-tailed beast form, was hoarse and contorted, dripping with killing intent. The hidden mist village is not a place for you to run wild. Behind Yagura 3 dark crimson tails lashed the ground madly. Each swing tore through the air, unleashing a dull yet piercing sonic boom. The hard bluestone slabs shattered like tofu and stone shards flew in all directions with sharp whistles. The rampaging tailed beast chakra forced the surrounding blood mist aside. Prepare to die. A roar unlike any human sound tore from Yagura's hoarse throat. His eyes, flooded with red chakra, locked fixedly onto Madara. The muscles in his legs swelled in an instant, then exploded with force. Boom. The stone slab beneath his feet shattered completely, leaving a deep pit. Yagura turned himself into a cannonball blazing with dark crimson chakra, charging straight at Madara's face with terrifying kinetic force enough to shatter a city wall. His speed was such that he left a trail of afterimages in the air. This power is rather interesting. The data on Kakashi's tactical visor flickered frantically. He reversed his grip on the white fanged short blade and the arcs of lightning on his mecha began to flash uneasily. Lord Madara, let me test his mettle. Obito rubbed his fists excitedly, his black flame armor grating with clicking sounds. Kakashi, don't steal the show. A thick-skinned tough bastard like him is perfect fuel for my black flame. Minato said nothing, but his golden flash storm mecha had already crouched slightly, ready to charge at any moment. Just as the three mecha warriors were about to step forward to meet him, Madara slowly raised one hand. His slender fingers waved casually in the air. All of you stand down. Madara's voice was not loud, but carried by star energy, it held an authority that allowed no defiance. This little beast can't even control its chakra. It is not worthy of dirtying the mecha I just issued to you. The three of them checked their movements, then obediently stepped back a few paces, yielding the main battlefield. Madara did not even reach for the star energy blade on his back. Nor did he activate his bone-chilling Mangekyo Sharingan. He simply stood there casually, drawing both hands out of the sleeves of his wide black robe. His dark eyes were as calm as stagnant water as he watched the crimson cannonball draw closer. No matter who you are, if you dare look down on the Mizuki, you will pay the price. Yagura roared in midair, his three tails spinning wildly behind him, pushing his charging speed up yet another level. His fist wrapped in viscous red chakra slammed toward Madara's chest on a fierce bloody wind. Madara watched the fist and a cruel sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. Look down on you. I have never once looked at you directly. Just as Yagura's fist came within less than half an inch of Madara's chest, Madara moved. There were no complex taijutsu movements, no flashy hand seals. He merely angled his body, evading the punch's core impact. At the same time, his right hand traced an afterimage through the air. That pale slender right hand, seemingly without much muscle, was wrapped in a layer of azure star energy the instant it touched Yagura. That was not chakra, it was a higher dimensional power that stood above every energy system in the shinobi world. Smack. A crisp, almost comical slap exploded across the empty plaza. Madara delivered a heavy backhanded slap, landing it solidly across Yagura's face. This slap stirred up no earth-shaking shockwave, nor did it produce a deafening roar. But in that infinitesimal instant when his palm met Yagura's cheek, that three tails chakra cloak, reputed to be impervious to ninjutsu and as viscous as blood, was like butter touched by a red-hot iron. It vaporized in an instant, vanishing without a trace. In the ceiling space, Isabu the Three Tails had just been trying to use Yagura's body to slip out for a breath of air. The moment he felt that familiar terrifying pressure of star energy, his colossal turtle body shuddered violently and a flicker of almost human terror passed through his single eye. This aura is that madman who treated the Nine Tails like a dog. The Three Tails was so frightened it did not even dare blow a bubble. It severed its chakra connection with Yagura at maximum speed, shrank deep into the innermost depths of the seal and pretended to be a dead turtle. Yagura, stripped of tailed beast chakra support, was like a rag doll hit head-on by a charging rhinoceros beneath Madara's seemingly casual yet mountain-heavy slap. Crack. The sound of bones shattering was unmistakable. Yagura could not even let out a scream. His small frame spun rapidly in the air more than a dozen times. Then, like a meteor, he slammed hard into the solid ground in the center of the plaza. Boom. The earth was gouged into a huge crater several meters deep. Dust flew everywhere. The entire place fell dead silent. The fourth Mizuki, who had been insufferably arrogant just moments before, now lay miserably at the bottom of the crater like a broken toy, with no one knowing whether he was alive or dead. If not for the faint rise and fall of his chest, he would be no different from a corpse. With his small stature and that miserable state, he was the spitting image of a child labor worked to death by a heartless boss. The Kirigakure Anbu around them, who had just recovered from the mecha squad's crushing onslaught, watched their own Mizuki get taken down in a single slap. The ninja swords in their hands clattered to the ground. Their mouths hung wide open as if they had forgotten to breathe. Madara unhurriedly drew a black square cloth from his robe. He carefully wiped the hand that had just slapped Yagura. Tailed beasts really are getting less and less tough these days. He tossed the soiled cloth aside and threw a cold glance at Yagura in the crater. Not even enough to warm me up. Just as everyone thought this one-sided slaughter was over, the terrifying residual star energy contained in Madara's slap had not actually been fully unleashed on Yagura's face. That violent energy, riding the ripples of the air, blasted straight toward the Mizuki building behind Yagura. Creak. A piercing sound of timber snapping broke the silence with jarring abruptness. That old building which had weathered who knew how many storms was like a teetering tower of building blocks under the impact of the residual star energy. The exterior walls of its upper floors were instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Immediately afterward rumble. A large section of the load-bearing wall collapsed with a thunderous roar and massive stones and wooden beams rained down. The entire Mizuki's building shook violently and half of it caved in at once. Dust shot skyward blotting out half the sky. Amid the deafening collapse a soprano scream of sheer terror suddenly broke through the churning dust. Madara frowned and looked up. He saw a graceful figure amid countless stones and rubble from the highest point of the collapsing building. Plummeting straight down. The slender figure flailed wildly in midair, plummeting at breakneck speed. Amid the thunderous collapse of crumbling rocks and her terrified screams, she smashed through the stifling deathly still air. Madara furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of impatience flashing through his eyes. He could have simply ignored her, letting this wretched fool splatter into a pool of flesh and bone. Or with a casual wave of star energy he could have blasted both the woman and the stones into fine dust, leaving himself in peace. But somehow, just as the woman was about to crash into the ground, that damned system's instinctive reaction inexplicably interfered with his movements. The hand that had just sent the fourth Mizuki flying instinctively reached out. No flashy ninjutsu, no intricate hand signs, just a single solid arm extended outward. Bang! The figure landed heavily in the crook of Madara's arm. The immense force of the fall would have shattered the arm of an ordinary ninja. But Madara stood motionless, not even a single crack forming in the blue stone slabs beneath his feet. He held the plummeting projectile steady with one hand, as immovable as a mountain. Dust and stone fragments rained down like torrential droplets, yet not a single particle dared to touch the black robe he wore. An invisible shield of star energy repelled every impurity while also sheltering the woman in his arms completely. Mei Terumi kept her eyes tightly shut, her thick lashes trembling violently with fear. Moments ago she had been in the Mizuki's office, racked with worry over the village's future and the fourth's tyrannical rule. Then before she could even react, the floor beneath her had collapsed entirely. Overwhelmed by the violent sensation of weightlessness and the despair of death, all she could do was scream instinctively. Not dead. Mei waited a few seconds, but the agonizing pain of a shattered body never came. Instead she felt as if she had fallen into a solid warm sanctuary. She cautiously opened a sliver of her eyes. The first thing that met her gaze was the man's sharply defined jawline, as if carved by a blade. Then she saw his deep, unfathomable black eyes brimming with aloof arrogance and untamed dominance. Mei's breath caught in her throat. In her lifetime she had met countless men, some immensely powerful, some treacherous and cunning, some strikingly handsome. But before this man they all seemed like mere boys who had never grown up. The deadly pressure radiating from this man, the overbearing aura of one who looked down upon the world and regarded all things as mere weeds, struck like a potent poison, searing directly into the softest, most hidden corner of her heart. Mei felt her heart like a faulty engine slam hard against her ribs with a thunderous thump. Then it skipped a beat, unable to return to its normal rhythm. The face that was always cold, elegant and ruthlessly decisive in a hidden mist village, now flushed with an irresistible, bewitching crimson. Her gaze grew hazy and entranced, staring straight at Madara's face. Peak charm aura. This passive skill, dismissed by Madara as garbage, once again unleashed its terrifying lethality without reservation. Even on a battlefield strewn with rubble and thick with the stench of blood, it forcefully conjured pink romantic bubbles. Had enough of staring. Madara glanced down at her. His voice was utterly devoid of warmth, cold as iron hauled straight from an ice cellar. Those 4 icy words doused her like a bucket of cold water, instantly snapping Mei back to her senses. She shuddered violently. Reason surged back like a tidal wave. She was one of the Hidden Mist Village's highest-ranking figures, a future candidate for Mizuki. How could she swoon in the arms of an enemy who had just destroyed the Mizuki building and left the fourth gravely wounded or worse? A fierce wave of shame and her instincts as a kunoichi sharpened her gaze in an instant. She forcibly suppressed the inexplicable throb in her chest, biting her lower lip until she tasted blood just to regain complete composure. Let me go. Mei cried out sharply, twisting her body violently within Madara's arm. Using that momentum her hands fluttered like butterflies through flowers, weaving hand signs rapidly across his chest. Her movements were so fast they left only a blur. Madara showed no intention of stopping her. He simply watched with an amused, detached gaze, as if observing the woman's futile struggle in his arms. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, rabbit. The instant the hand signs were complete, Mei took a deep breath, her chest rising high. A ruthless, deadly resolve flickered in her enchanting eyes. Die, arrogant man. She parted her crimson lips. A visible stream of eerie yellow-green high-temperature corrosive gas erupted from her mouth. Lava release melting mist technique. This was the bloodline limit Mei prided herself on. The acid mist's corrosive power was so terrifying that even the hardest steel would instantly dissolve into molten liquid within it. The distance between them was too close, almost face to face. At such a range even an immortal god could not dodge it. Like a clinging curse the acid mist instantly engulfed Madara's entire head and upper body, emitting a piercing hissing sizzle. In the distance Kakashi and the others saw this and their expressions flickered slightly. Obito even took a tense step forward. Hey! The ancestor isn't going to capsize in a ditch and get disfigured by this woman, is he? Minato shook his head. Beneath his golden mechanical mask came a calm analysis. Impossible. That level of acid mist can't even touch the edges of his star energy shield. Within the dense acid fog Mei panted heavily, staring intently at the yellow-green haze before her. She knew the power of this technique. Even if the man didn't die he would at least be severely burned. This would be a measure of vengeance for the hidden mist village, and for the fourth. So this is your trump card. A low deeply mocking voice suddenly echoed from the center of the acid mist. Mei's pupils contracted sharply as her heart clenched. That's impossible. A sudden gust of wind erupted from nowhere, scattering the dense acid mist as if it had encountered its natural predator. Madara remained in the exact same position, still holding Mei with one hand, not even a single strand of hair out of place. His flawless face bore not the slightest trace of burns, not even a speck of dust. The black robe, which had just endured acid capable of melting steel, remained completely intact. Even the faint blue star energy shimmer on its surface hadn't stirred so much as a ripple. You plan to deal with me with that? Madara glanced at the dumbfounded Mei, in his arms, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Think this mist isn't hot enough? How about I teach you what true incineration looks like? The yellow-green acidic mist completely dispersed in the breeze. Faint hisses of corrosion still lingered in the air. A few drops of acid that had not hit Madara landed on the blue stone slabs, instantly dissolving several bottomless pits into the hard rock. Mei Cherumi felt Madara's powerful arm like an unshakable iron band steadily supporting the small of her back. She remained held in his arms. Her captivating emerald green eyes widened little by little, her pupils reflecting the inconceivable scene before her. There was no mangled flesh and blood. No agonized screams. Madara's handsome arrogant face, baptized by the lava release, did not have so much as a single eyebrow moved. His thick black hair drifted freely in the wind. Even the seemingly ordinary black robe he wore remained perfectly intact. A faint azure star energy halo, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, slowly circulated around the surface of Madara's skin. This was precisely that layer of energy, seemingly as thin as a cicada's wing. That effortlessly kept out the bloodline limit Mei Cherumi took such pride in, the one that could melt steel. It was like a trivial spring rain falling upon an indestructible rock. This. How is this possible? Mei Cherumi's red lips trembled slightly and her voice was as parched as if she had gone 3 days without water in a desert. She was fully aware of the power of her technique, lava release clever mist technique. Even the fourth Mizuki Jigura Karatachi would not dare to take it head-on without entering his tailed beast mode. But the man before her not only did not dodge, he did not even form a single defensive hand seal. In the distance. Beneath his mask the corner of Kakashi's mouth curled slightly and the data streams on his tactical visor flickered calmly. Lava release's acidity is certainly powerful, but before higher dimensional energy like star energy it doesn't even qualify to break through defenses. Obito stood nearby with his arms crossed, his black flame armor clicking with friction. See? This woman's acid spit isn't even fit to wash the old ancestor's face. Minato meanwhile remained on guard. His golden flash storm mecha subtly powered up, ready to respond to any sudden development. Madara lowered his head. In his deep black eyes undisguised mockery gleamed as he looked down at Mei Cherumi in his arms. A cold cruel arc lifted the corner of his lips. You plan to use this thing to deal with this old man? Madara's voice was low and hoarse, carrying an innate overbearing dominance. The temperature is so. Are you giving this old man a steam facial? Those mocking words struck Mei Cherumi's heart like a sledgehammer. The pride and confidence she had built up all along. In an instant they were shattered by this man's casual contemptuous words. Her lethal technique in another's eyes was nothing more than a ridiculous steam facial. Fear. Despair. No. After confirming the absolute disparity in strength, the hostility and defiant will in Mei Cherumi's heart, the heart of a high-ranking Kirigakure shinobi, deflated completely like a pricked rubber ball. In its place arose an intense emotion so violent that even she herself was alarmed. It was submission to ultimate power and a fanatical desire to conquer this invincible man before her. The hidden mist village reveres the strong as supreme. And the man before her was unquestionably the most dazzling, most invincible sun she had ever seen in her life. The passive effect of the peak charm aura reached its zenith at the moment her psychological defenses collapsed. Mei Terumi looked at Madara's flawless profile so close before her. Feeling the steady powerful heartbeat coming from his chest, her body, which had been tensed from using ninjutsu, suddenly went completely limp as if all her bones had been removed. Those emerald eyes once filled with killing intent instantly turned into a pool of spring water shimmering with ripples and overflowing with allure. Not only did she not take the chance to flee. She instead wound her two fair slender arms tightly around Madara's neck like a supple water snake. Madara frowned, a flicker of disgust passing through his eyes. Was this woman out of her mind? Her killing move had failed, so now she was switching to a honey trap. He was just about to circulate his star energy to blast the woman clinging to him like an octopus away from his body. Mei Terumi however leaned in before he could act. Her luscious red lips almost touched Madara's ear. A man this powerful. Her breath was like orchid fragrance and her voice carried a coquettish sweetness that made one's bones go weak. Since I can't defeat you, I can only surrender. As she spoke, she deliberately rubbed her face against Madara's chest, putting on the pitiful yet charming air of a delicate little woman. On the plaza. The Kirigakure Anbu, who had not yet been knocked out by the mecha squad, saw their proud aloof goddess, before she had even finished a single move, directly throw herself at the enemy like a decorative keychain. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets and the kunai in their hands clattered to the ground all around. Is this an illusion? Has Lady Mei Terumi defected? The Kirigakure ninja's worldview shattered at that moment even more thoroughly than the collapsed Mizukage building. At the same time, aboard the interstellar warship Azura hovering in the clouds high above the hidden mist village. In front of the enormous screen in the main control room, Tsunade stared fixedly at the enlarged close-up image on the screen. Her twin golden ponytails seemed about to stand on end. When she saw Mei Terumi wrap her arms around Madara's neck, Tsunade's amber eyes seemed about to spew tangible flames. Fox spirit. Shameless. Tsunade snarled through gritted teeth. She seized the warship's steel control railing in front of her with both hands. Crack. Accompanied by a teeth-grating sound of twisting metal, that special alloy railing, as thick as a grown man's arm, was twisted into a pretzel by Tsunade's bare sheer strength. Aoi Aoki, standing behind her, also had a livid face and the teacup in her hand trembled slightly. Tea splashed out and spilled across the floor. I told you the women of the land of water are no easy pushovers. In broad daylight she actually uses such filthy tricks to seduce Lord Madara. Rin Noara swallowed hard in the corner. Looking at the twisted railing in Tsunade's hand, she was so frightened she didn't even dare to breathe. Orochimaru. Tsunade whipped around and shouted at Orochimaru in the pilot's seat. Open the hatch. I'm going down right now to tear that green tea bitch's mouth apart. Orochimaru turned his head in a slow, deliberate manner. His dark purple Ouroboros mecha reflected a cold gleam in the glow of the screen. He extended his long tongue and licked the edge of his metal faceplate. In his golden slit-shaped pupils flickered a faint amused light, as if he were waiting to enjoy the show. Lady Tsunade, please calm your anger. Orochimaru's hoarse voice carried a hint of mockery. Without Lord Madara's orders, no one is permitted to leave the ship without authorization. You dare to stop me? Tsunade clenched her fists and strode toward Orochimaru, looking ready to dismantle the mecha. Just as a jealous catfight was about to break out inside the warship. On the plaza below, Madara finally reached the end of his patience. Get off. He coldly spat out 2 words. His arms swung out fiercely. Without the slightest chivalrous tenderness, he flung the clinging Mei Terumi onto the rubble-strewn ground like a sandbag. Mei Terumi let out a muffled grunt as she hit the ground. But instead of getting angry, she propped herself up on her hands, sat on the ground, raised her head and stared at Madara with a gaze filled with predatory desire and adoration. Lord Madara, I'm serious. Terumi Mei sat half upright in the rubble. The palm of her hand pressed against sharp shards, and a faint sting of scraped skin made her realize clearly that none of this was an illusion. She heard Madara let out an impatient snort. That look of contempt was like someone shaking off a piece of chewing gum stuck to the bottom of a shoe. Terumi Mei, however, felt no anger at all. Instead, like a docile cat, she tilted up that face which could bewitch all under heaven, her emerald eyes blazing with fervent longing. In this blood mist village that believed in the survival of the fittest, Madara had just displayed an absolute power capable of easily tearing heaven and earth. That was more lethal than any sweet talk. Madara-sama, I am serious. Terumi Mei paid no attention to the terrified blank stares of the Mist Anbu around her. She simply stood up straight, brushed the dust from her clothes, and then in front of the entire village raised her voice and declared in a tone of absolute certainty. From this moment on, the hidden mist village unconditionally surrenders to Madara-sama. She extended her hand, pointing at the still smoking ruins all around and at the interstellar warship in the sky that blotted out the sun. The entire land of water shall be my dowry, Terumi Mei's gift to Madara-sama. The moment those words were spoken, the air in the whole plaza seemed to be drained dry in an instant. The surviving Mist Anbu stared with mouths wide open, unaware even as their ninja swords slipped from their hands and fell to the ground. This. Has Lady Terumi Mei gone mad? Our hidden mist village just became a dowry. Their proud blood mist village, the village they had risked their lives to protect. Yet from the lips of their future Mizukage it had become no more than an extra bauble thrown into a man's betrothal gift. That was more agonizing than having been killed. Obito stood off to the side with his arms crossed. The scrolling light display on the back of his mech flashed rapidly with his emotional turbulence. Tisk, that woman is ruthless. Obito lowered his voice to Kakashi. Just to get with our old ancestor, she doesn't even care about her own village. Her shameless desperation to throw herself at him is something else. The corner of Kakashi's mouth twitched beneath his mask. You'd better worry about yourself. The one up on the warship has probably already come down to kill. Kakashi's words had barely died away. Boom! A deafening crash exploded above the plaza. A golden afterimage cloaked in violent chakra currents fell from the sky like a meteor. It slammed onto the open ground between Terumi Mei and Madara. Dust burst skyward. Tsunade, one hand pressed to the earth, slowly rose from the deep crater she had made. Her golden twin tails lashed furiously in the wind and her amber eyes seemed to contain real flames. The green gambler's coat she wore snapped loudly under the fierce wind. Vixen, keep dreaming. Tsunade straightened up and jabbed a finger right at Terumi Mei's nose. Madara-sama's empire, how could a wild girl like you who popped out from who knows where even dream of touching it? The land of water as a dowry. That broken island of yours is nothing but fog and acid water. Even if you gave it to me for free I'd complain it takes up too much space. Terumi Mei blinked at Tsunade's sudden appearance, stunned for a moment, then quickly regained her composure. She looked Tsunade up and down, her gaze lingering for a moment on Tsunade's proud chest with a trace of disdain. I was wondering who it was. It's the legendary Konoha princess who loses every bet she makes. Terumi Mei covered her mouth and giggled, her laughter laced with the delicate yet provoking charm of a scheming woman. What? Did Konoha's Hokage dump you so you've come crawling all the way here to beg Madara-sama for favors? Besides, what's wrong with a man as attractive as Madara-sama having a few more women around him? She deliberately thrust out her chest. I'm young, I know how to please, and I can bring Madara-sama the entire land of water. What about you? What can you offer him? A pile of gambling debts you can never pay off. You're asking for death. Struck in her weak spot, Tsunade was inflamed with rage. She clenched her fist, the joints crackling with a series of sharp pops. The chakra of her monstrous strength gathered crazily along her arms, squeezing even the surrounding air into faint wails. I'm going to tear that sweet-talking mouth of yours to shreds today. Just as the two women faced off on the verge of starting a war right in the plaza, swish. 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 Several figures descended one after another from the warship. Aoki Aoi led a few female shinobi from Konoha, rushing to the scene. As soon as she landed, she immediately took her place beside Tsunade. Although she and Tsunade usually did not get along on the warship, when facing an external opponent the women of Konoha formed a united front in an instant. Terumi Mei stopped boasting shamelessly. Aoki Aoi stared at her coldly, her kunai already clenched tightly in her hand. We are the medical logistics unit that has followed Madara-sama since the days of Konoha. You are nothing but a defeated prisoner. What right do you have to talk terms here? For a time the atmosphere on the plaza became bizarre. What had been a solemn and cruel war to destroy a nation had been forcibly twisted by these women into a smoke-filled harem rivalry drama. Madara stood in place, his brows tightly knotted. He watched the quarrelsome women before him and listened to their absurd arguments over who was more worthy of him, who had bigger breasts and who was more useful. He felt as if 10,000 bees were stinging his brain all at once, making it pound and throb. What kind of farce was this? He was Uchiha Madara, the Azura of the shinobi world, who had led a stellar energy fleet capable of sweeping through the universe to wage war. And now, instead of any battle, he had been dragged into a nonsensical harem melodrama. If word of this got out, how could he ever continue to make his name in the vast star ocean? All of you, Madara ground his teeth, the words squeezed from between them carrying a chill, murderous intent that allowed no defiance. Shut up. That low shout was like thunder from the 9 heavens. A violent stellar pressure blast instantly swept across the entire plaza. Everyone's breath caught. Tsunade's raised fist froze in midair. The coquettish smile on Chirumi Mei's face instantly withdrew and she fearfully stepped back half a pace. Aoki Aoi was so frightened that she could not even hold her kunai steady. Silence fell over the entire plaza, the wind itself seemed frozen by the murderous aura. Just as Madara was ready to erupt and use his limbo technique to pack all these bothersome women up and toss them back onto the warship. Beep, 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 a piercing red emergency alarm suddenly blared from the communicator Orochimaru carried at his side. The shrill electronic sound was especially jarring in the silent plaza. At some point Orochimaru had already slipped behind Madara. His dark purple Ouroboros mech glinted with a cold light in the sun. He lifted his arm and looked at the flashing red dot on the communicator screen at his wrist. Then he extended his long tongue and licked his dry cracked lips, a glint of excitement flickering in his golden slit-pupiled eyes. Madara-sama. Orochimaru's hoarse voice carried an ill-concealed relish for the drama. It seems your quiet days are coming to an end. He projected the communicator's holographic screen into midair. On the screen dense clusters of red dots were approaching the land of water at tremendous speed from the directions of the land of earth and the land of lightning. Intelligence reports say that stubborn old man Inoki of the land of earth seems to have noticed our movements, Orochimaru said in a slow eerie voice. Not only is he personally leading the force, but he has also joined up with the remnants of the hidden cloud village. Now they are leading an army of more than 10,000 shinobi armed with dust release crossing the strait to attack us. At that news the gloomy expression on Madara's face, dark enough to drip water, came to a sudden halt. Then he slowly raised his head. The restlessness and frustration in those crimson Mangekyo Sharingan eyes were wiped away in an instant. In their place was a savage fighting intent that had been suppressed for a long time and finally found an outlet. Inoki. Dust release. The corners of Madara's mouth slowly stretched into a cruel feverish smile. He reached back and drew the stellar energy beam sword from his back. The humming sound of the blade clearing its sheath was shriller than ever before. Excellent. Madara gripped the sword hilt with both hands, his gaze sweeping across the surging sea to the distant horizon. Finally there's a proper punching bag for this old man to beat. The blade of the star energy light sword in Madara's hands suddenly surged outward for dozens of meters. Clang. The sharp metallic shriek of the vibrating blade cut through the thick viscous blood mist around him like the roar of an ancient beast. A suffocating frenzied killing intent flooded the air. Even the broken rubble of the ruins underfoot trembled unceasingly beneath that murderous pressure. The blinding blue light of the light sword not only illuminated the entire hidden mist village but also pierced through layer after layer of the sea of clouds as if it were solid, stretching all the way to the distant edge of the sky. That ominous blue light even crossed a distance of several hundred kilometers, casting a heart-chilling aurora over the village of the land of earth, a village forged from countless piled rocks. Hidden rock village, that Tsuchikage's office. Inoki was hovering in midair, his hand tightly crushing a top-secret intelligence scroll that had just been delivered by an urgent hawk courier. The edge of the parchment was folded into deep creases by his grip. His murky old eyes, so often filled with clever calculations, suddenly shrank to pinpricks when they fell upon the parchment's bold crimson annotations: Leaf Village destroyed, land of water fallen, and the name that made his very soul tremble, Uchiha Madara. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Inoki's voice trembled so violently it barely held together. He shook his head instinctively. He tried to hurl away the nightmares that had been sealed in his mind for decades. But how could they be shaken off? That back clad in crimson layered armor. The perfect Susanoo, 100 meters tall, blotting out sky and sun, splitting an entire mountain range with a single sword stroke. And the arrogant laughter of that man as he looked down from above, treating Inoki like a mere ant. Like words carved into his very bones with a dull knife, those memories writhed back to life stroke by stroke as the intelligence unfolded. My lord, this intelligence is absolutely true. The ANBU intelligence officer knelt on one knee on the floor, his voice thick with a swallowed sob. The Hokage rock of the leaf was leveled with a single sword strike. Hiruzen Sarutobi's whereabouts are unknown, and the entire Leaf Village has now become the base of something called the Galactic Empire. And just now word came from the land of water. The fourth Mizukage was struck into a cripple by a single slap from that man and Lady Mei Terumi. Lady Mei Terumi surrendered without even putting up a fight. A single slap. Inoki muttered to himself. A chill shot straight from the soles of his feet to the back of his skull. Even a Jinchuriki in fully transformed tailed beast form could be killed with one palm. What kind of absurd monster was this? This pure unreasonable brute force crushing was even more despair-inducing than that Azura from years ago. His emotions raged and old nightmares savagely attacked his mind. Inoki's chakra instantly lost control and began reversing wildly inside his body. Crack. A crisp yet dull sound of bones slipping out of alignment. It echoed clearly through the silent Ōtsutsuki's office. I am my old back. Inoki let out a shriek like a pig being slaughtered. The earth-released chakra that had kept him floating dispersed in an instant. He plummeted stiffly from midair like a stone robbed of its buoyancy. Bang! Inoki crashed heavily onto the hard solid wood desk, sending the ink bottle and scattered documents flying in all directions. His hands clamped tightly over his lower back as he curled up on the desk in agony like a boiled shrimp, his aged face twisted into a tight knot. Lord Ōtsutsuki. The ANBU intelligence officer, scared out of his wits, scrambled to his feet to support him. What happened? Old man, did you throw out your back again? The office door was slammed open with a bang. The tall, broad-shouldered Ōtsutsuki and the short-haired, spirited Ōtsutsuki rushed in hastily. Ōtsutsuki stepped forward, carefully lifted Inoki from the desk and leaned him back against the chair. Old man, how many times have I told you? You're old now, stop floating around in the sky all the time. You just won't listen. Ōtsutsuki grumbled, reaching out to rub the small of Inoki's back. Ōtsutsuki came over as well and curled her lip. Grandpa, with your back going out every few days, how are you supposed to lead our hidden rock village to dominate the ninja world? Shut up. Inoki grimaced in pain, hissing through his teeth. He shoved Ōtsutsuki's hand away and pointed a trembling finger at the intelligence scroll lying on the floor. Rule the world, my ass. You're still dreaming here. The ninja world is finished. Ōtsutsuki and Ōtsutsuki exchanged a glance, both shaken by Inoki's unnaturally despairing attitude. Ōtsutsuki bent down to pick up the scroll and quickly scanned its contents. His rugged face gradually shifted from confusion to shock. Finally it froze into an unmistakable expression of terror. Uchiha Madara. He's still alive. And he's got his hands on a monstrous weapon called the Star Energy Mech. Ōtsutsuki swallowed hard, a chill creeping down his spine. Ōtsutsuki leaned in to look. Although she had never lived through that era ruled by Madara. Merely reading descriptions of shattering a mountain with one sword and killing a Mizukage in seconds was enough to make her restless heart tremble with a nameless dread. Grandpa, could this intelligence be fake? Ōtsutsuki tried to seize a thread of hope. How could a legendary monster like that appear out of thin air? And even become this young? Fake. I wish it were fake. Inoki clutched his aching back and cursed furiously. You never saw that madman in his madness. What he used wasn't ninjutsu at all, it was divine punishment. Inoki panted heavily, his chest heaving violently. Now the leaf is gone, the land of water has knelt, and those poor bastards in the land of wind aren't even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Next will definitely be our land of earth. Ōtsutsuki's face turned incredibly grim. Then what do we do? Hold the village. Hold it. With what? Your heads. Inoki slapped the desk in frustration. Against that monster, even if we piled every rock in the village into a mountain, it would still only take one sword stroke from him. He clenched his jaw and a glint of desperate resolve flickered through his murky old eyes. We can't just sit here waiting to die. Since fighting alone leads only to death, we have to drag in every living thing that can still breathe. Suppressing the searing pain in his back, Inoki grabbed Ōtsutsuki by the arm, his fingernails sinking deep into Ōtsutsuki's solid muscle. Ōtsutsuki. Inoki's voice was hoarse, as if he were leaving his final dying order. Go to the communications room at once. Connect me to the chakra communication line of the Hidden Cloud Village. Hidden Cloud Village. Ōtsutsuki hesitated. Old man, we're sworn enemies with the Hidden Cloud. Will they really agree to fight with us? Now's not the time to worry about sworn enemies. Inoki pounded the desk frantically. Get me that brainless brute, the fourth Rinnegan. Tell him that if we don't join forces by tomorrow, we'll all become stepping stones for that old monster. Ōtsutsuki dared not delay. He spun around, dashed out of the office and ran toward the underground communications room. Minutes later, the enormous crystal communication orb in the Ōtsutsuki's office lit up. The instant the chakra line connected, blinding blue electric flashes danced across the surface of the communication orb. Before Inoki could speak, a thunderous roar laced with rampaging lightning released chakra came bursting out. Like a bomb exploding straight out from the other end of the communication orb. Deafening roars burst from the enormous crystal communication orb. The violent sound waves carried a tangible chakra shockwave, rattling the teacups on the Ōtsutsuki's desk and making them clatter and jump. A few drops of scalding tea even splashed onto Inoki's bandage-wrapped waist. Inoki felt his ears ring with a buzzing noise, as if several hundred bees had taken flight inside his skull at once. The vibration shook his already frail body, making him sway twice and nearly slide off his chair again. Through the intricate chakra communication network the view settled on the distant hidden cloud village thousands of miles away inside the Rakich's office. The air was thick with the pungent smell of ozone. Violent blue arcs of electricity writhed through the air like maddened venomous snakes. Inoki. Have those old bones of yours completely rusted? The fourth Raikage, his entire body wrapped in a blinding lightning release chakra armor, stood before the massive communication screen and bellowed abuse like an enraged blue rhinoceros. His thick hand pointed at the cowering old man on the screen. The Leaf Village destroyed. The land of water surrendered. And you actually let the name of a dead man who should have rotted in the ground long ago scare you into running to me to beg for an alliance. A's chest heaved violently and every breath expelled searing white vapor. Uchiha Madara. Even if he clawed his way out of his grave, so what? In front of my lightning release, those old bones of his can't last a single second. Inoki shook with fury on the other side of the screen. Ignoring the searing pain in his waist, he slammed the desk and roared. You brainless brute. This is no ordinary corpse rising from the grave. He holds a monstrous weapon that can split a mountain with a single sword stroke. Mizuki Yagura entered a partial-tailed beast mode and Madara crippled him with a single slap. If we don't unite, none of us will survive this madman. Shut up. The Raikage refused to listen to Inoki's warning. In his mind, steeped in the aesthetics of brute force, absolute speed and power were the only truths of the shinobi world. Stellar energy mechas, dimensional reduction strikes, all of them were only excuses fabricated by the weak to hide their own incompetence. You're afraid of that old fraud who plays tricks with ghosts and gods, but I'm not. A abruptly stepped forward and the solid wooden floor beneath his foot instantly shattered. He raised his right fist wreathed in lightning high into the air. The martial faction of Hidden Cloud Village is invincible under heaven. I don't need some cowardly alliance. I alone will tear that Madara fellow to pieces. Boom. A smashed his fist down hard on the desk carved from a 100-year-old giant tree. Under the fury of the lightning release, the hardwood was as fragile as a rotten cracker and exploded into a blizzard of flying splinters. The tremendous impact spread across the desk. The costly crystal communication orb shattered as well, and the chakra circuits were forcibly cut off amid a piercing crackle of electricity. Inoki's anxious face on the screen vanished into darkness in an instant. Big brother, you're too impulsive. You fool, you idiot. Killer Bee wriggled his bulky body and bounced up from the sofa in the corner of the office. He was still holding a small notebook full of crookedly scrawled lyrics, and he slapped out a bizarre rhythm as he spoke. That Madara fellow, they say even the Nine Tails was led around like a dog by him. Not simple. Really troublesome. Let's gather some intel first and then decide. Yeah. Screw gathering intel. A whipped his head around, his piercing gaze slicing across Killer Bee's face like a knife. The land of water is less than half a day's sea route from Hidden Cloud Village. If we let that bastard regroup his forces at sea, we're next. He strode to the office doorway, grabbed the Raikage's cloak from the coat rack and roughly draped it over his broad shoulders. Mabui. Transmit my orders. A bellowed at the beautiful secretary outside the door, who was still trembling from the thunderous crash just now. Mabui quickly straightened up, clutching her folder tightly, her voice slightly shaky. Our Raikage-sama, please give your orders. Assemble the village's most elite assault force immediately. A's eyes burned with fervent battle lust, a craving for an unknown and powerful enemy. I'll personally lead the team to that blood mist in the land of water. I'll personally crush that old monster Madara and his scrap metal mechas into a heap of junk. But Raikage-sama, Ōtsutsuki Inoki just said. Mabui tried to dissuade him further. After all, the Madara described in the intelligence reports was simply too absurd. Power that could one-shot the Mizukage in a single move. No matter how you looked at it, it didn't seem like something human strength could oppose. There is no but. I cut her off roughly and shoved the office door open. My lightning release is the fastest spear and the mightiest shield in the shinobi world. Whoever dares to block me, I'll strike down first. Before his words had even faded, dazzling blue lightning erupted from A's body again. Boom. With a deafening clap of thunder, the Raikage transformed into a blinding blue bolt of lightning, crashed through the thick glass window of the Raikage tower and shot into the gloomy sky above the land of lightning. He left behind a room full of dumbfounded Hidden Cloud executives exchanging glances, and broken glass scattered all over the floor. Killer Bee sighed and tucked his notebook back into his clothes. Big brother's temper is such a headache. No choice, I'll have to go along. He shook his head and followed out of the office. Meanwhile, on a ruined plaza in the land of water thousands of miles away, Madara had just finished an utterly one-sided no-suspense crushing. He was slowly sliding the dazzling radiant stellar energy laser sword in his hand back into the sheath on his back. Click. A crisp metallic sound echoed across the empty plaza. This was supposed to be a grand posturing finishing move, one enough to make every enemy tremble with fear. But just as Madara was about to turn around and savor the despair on the faces of the captured Kirigakure shinobi, he suddenly felt the air behind him seem to freeze. It was not killing intent. It was an eerie presence even more suffocating than facing an army of 10,000 enemy troops. Madara slowly turned his head. Those crimson Mangekyo Sharingan which had just been casting a condescending gaze across the world twitched uncontrollably twice as they took in the scene behind him. He saw Tsunade, who had just been on the warship pouring tea and comparing lipstick shades with Mei, now standing less than 10 meters away with murderous intent written all over her face. And Mei Terumi, who had just been shamelessly clinging to him and declaring the land of water to be her dowry, was now standing face to face with Tsunade, refusing to yield an inch. The tips of the two women's noses were almost touching. The metallic rasp of a star energy light blade sliding into its sheath echoed crisply through the blood-scented air. Click. Madara's hand had just left the sword hilt and the excitement kindled by Inoki's approaching allied forces had not yet fully dispersed in his chest. Then he sharply caught a strange scent, the strong alcohol of sake mingled with the pungent acid mist left by lava release and the mixed fragrance of several expensive cosmetics. The smell hit his nostrils, making his temples start to throb. He slowly turned around. The terrified hidden mist prisoners or the enemy remnants picking their teeth off the ground that he had expected were nowhere in sight. Instead, what greeted his eyes was a sight that made even him, the Shura of the shinobi world, feel his scalp prickle. It was Tsunade and Mei Terumi, two women famous throughout the ninja world, either of whom could make a feudal lord tremble by simply stamping her foot. At this very moment they were standing face to face, the tips of their noses almost touching. Tsunade stood with one hand on her hip, her golden twintails slightly raised in anger. Her amber eyes seemed to burn with tangible monstrous strength chakra as she glared fixedly at Mei Terumi's face. Mei Terumi meanwhile wore a half-smile. Those seductive emerald eyes of hers shimmered with unyielding sharpness and the corners of her lips carried a hint of coquettish faux-innocent sweetness. Oh my, is this Konoha's Princess Tsunade? Mei Terumi was the first to break the deadlock. She deliberately drew out her last syllables, her voice cloying and sweet. As she spoke she also sidled toward Madara until she almost pressed herself against his black robe. Lord Madara has just arrived in the land of water, so he must still be unfamiliar with the terrain and local customs. Mei Terumi tilted her head up slightly, gazing at Madara with a long lingering seductive look. Her pitiable delicate expression was a world apart from the murderous goddess who had been spewing acid mist just now. To make up for our hidden mist village's fault I am willing to personally act as Lord Madara's guide. Even if it means warming his bed and folding his blankets at night, I won't have the slightest complaint. The moment those words were spoken the surrounding air dropped to freezing point. Obito standing nearby sucked in a sharp breath and instinctively covered the eye of his mecha helmet. Kakashi silently pulled his tactical eye patch lower and shifted 2 meters deeper into the ruins without leaving a trace. They knew Tsunade's temper all too well. This was practically throwing dynamite into a powder keg. Sure enough, the muscles on Tsunade's face twitched violently. She abruptly stepped forward, thrust out that fist of hers capable of smashing mountains, grabbed Mei Terumi by the collar and forcibly dragged her away from Madara's side. "Pa! You withered flower, faded willow, you fox spirit." Tsunade's spittle nearly sprayed onto Mei's face and her voice was so loud it shook loose stones from the nearby ruins. "Stop being so shamelessly seductive. Warm his bed. With that sour-reeking lava release of yours, aren't you afraid you'll burn a hole through Lord Madara's bedboard?" Tsunade flung Mei aside, straightened her back and loudly declared her claim. "We are the professional logistics team that has followed Lord Madara all the way from Konoha. Lord Madara's clothing, food, lodging and travel are all handled single-handedly by me, Tsunade. A defeated, surrendered prisoner like you is only fit to dig stones in the mining area. Don't put on a pitiful act in front of me." After being shoved into a stumble, Mei Terumi steadied herself. The smile on her face vanished in an instant, replaced by a layer of icy frost. "Prisoner." She gave a cold laugh, folded her arms across her chest and retorted without the least restraint. "I came to pledge my allegiance with the entire land of water as my dowry. And you? A Konoha rogue ninja who loses every bet and owes a mountain of debt, what right do you have to yell in my face? Besides, a peerless hero like Lord Madara naturally prefers young, gentle and sensible girls." Mei deliberately thrust out her proud chest and swept a contemptuous glance over Tsunade. "A tigress like you who only knows how to swing her fists probably doesn't even know how to please a man, does she? You're asking for death." Tsunade was thoroughly enraged. Monstrous strength chakra gathered with a rumble around her right fist. The air around the fist warped in visible ripples from the extreme compression. She made a move to smash that pretty face of Mei's with a single punch. Mei Terumi refused to be outdone. Her red lips parted slightly and a hissing sound rose from her throat. A yellow-green highly corrosive acid mist had already formed in her mouth, ready to burst out at any moment. Lady Tsunade is right. At that hair-trigger moment Aoki Aoi popped out from some unknown corner. She was still holding the purple clay teapot she had just used to brew tea for Madara. With the look of a loyal maidservant she stood beside Tsunade. "We are Lord Madara's rightful logistics crew. Who do you think you are, you wild woman, to dare steal our credit?" While fanning the flames, Aoki Aoi did not forget to sneak glances at Madara's expression from the corner of her eye, trying to gain some presence in front of him. 3 women, 1 drama. And it was a high-risk action drama filled with lethal chakra, monstrous strength and lava-release acid mist. The ruins of the plaza creaked under the collision of these 3 women's auras, groaning as if under an unbearable load. The Mist Anbu, who had already been half-beaten to death by the Mecha Boy band, were now so terrified that they scrambled and crawled toward the outskirts to flee, afraid of becoming innocent fish caught in the crossfire of immortals battling. Kakashi and Obito, 2 grown men in heavy mecha armor, were literally forced by the oppressive aura of this jealous, chaotic battlefield to hide behind a massive broken wall. Obito poked half a mecha head out, clicked his tongue at the chaotic scene and said, "Wow, this is even scarier than facing Inoki's dust release. The old ancestor's luck with women is truly enviable. No, truly pitiable." Madara stood at the center of the storm, watching these women fight over him on the ruins of an enemy country, treading on rubble and blood. He listened to their shrill grating and even somewhat shameless quarreling. The veins on his forehead bulged one after another like small green snakes writhing just beneath his skin. He felt as if 10,000 drunk mosquitoes were madly flying and crashing around inside his skull. The noise was driving him insane. He, the mighty Uchiha Madara, was a man meant to conquer the stars and the seas. How could he be trapped in a war of words among a bunch of women now? What was this supposed to be? Star energy inside him began to run wild beyond his control. The blue stone slabs beneath his feet silently turned into fine powder. A pressure 100 times more terrifying than when he had instantly killed the Mizukage moments ago suddenly enveloped the entire plaza. Madara snapped his head up, his scarlet eyes blazing with furious flames. Enough. The roar, laced with rampaging star energy, exploded like a heavy bomb above the plaza, shaking the surrounding ruins until they trembled. Right now this old man just wants to stuff every last one of you into outer space. Madara's roar, suffused with violent stellar energy, exploded like a heavy bomb in the air above the ruins of Kirigakure. The lingering echoes ricocheted between collapsed structures and cold flagstones, scattering the hovering blood mist into nothing. In that instant the air over the entire plaza froze solid. The women's shrill sarcastic quarreling was cut dead as if an invisible giant hand had throttled every sound at its source. It stopped abruptly. Tsunade's raised fist froze in midair. The chakra fueling her monstrous strength lost control and hissed into dissipation. In her amber eyes the flames of rage gave way to a flicker of panic. She forcibly swallowed the vulgar retort that had reached the tip of her tongue. Mei Terumi was startled as well. She had just been deliberately pressing close to Madara, using her impressive assets to assert her claim. Shaken by that roar, she stumbled and nearly fell onto the rubble-strewn ground. The seductive smile on her exquisitely pretty face froze solid and even her breathing became cautious. Aoki Aoi was so frightened that she couldn't even hold her purple clay teapot steady. The lid slipped off, fell to the ground and broke into 2 pieces. Clear tea splashed onto her shoes, yet she didn't dare to wipe it away. She simply lowered her head and bit her lower lip hard like a maidservant caught in the middle of a mistake. In the corner, 2 grown men in heavy mecha, Obito and Kakashi, huddled behind a huge section of broken wall. Obito's mecha scraped against the wall, producing faint metallic clatters. He lowered his voice, even turning the volume on the tactical channel to its absolute minimum. "I told you so, once these harpies anger the ancestor, we're all going to suffer. Kakashi, do you think the ancestor in a fit of rage might just blow up the land of water along with us?" Kakashi's mouth twitched beneath his mask, but he gave no answer. He silently reduced his mecha's energy output to the minimum, terrified that even the slightest movement from his side would draw that world-destroying wrath upon himself. Madara stood at the center of the storm. His crimson Mangekyo Sharingan swept slowly across the now silent women with suffocating pressure. Wind swept across the ruins, stirring up dust tinged with blood and cheap perfume. Madara took a deep breath. He felt as if a sponge soaked in seawater was stuffed in his chest. It was suffocating. What was this? He, Madara Uchiha, had once contended against the entire ninja world single-handedly. His name for decades had been a nightmare that could stop babies from crying. He had never bothered to take even Kaguya Ōtsutsuki the progenitor of chakra seriously, and he could casually squeeze the nine-tails like a weaned dog. Blowing up a planet was nothing more than a couple of extra swings of his lightsaber. But now faced with these women, whom he could neither kill nor drive away, he actually felt a bizarre, unprecedented sense of helplessness. Kill them. Annoying as they were, these women were indeed the only logistics and public face his new empire currently had. Moreover, that damned system's peach blossom luck bound these women tightly around him like an invisible chain. Drive them away. He had already tried that on Konoha Plaza. Yet like sticking plasters, the women had shamelessly boarded the warship under the pretext of logistics and medical support. Madara looked at Tsunade's face, clearly aggrieved but still unwilling to admit defeat, and then at Meiterumi's watery green eyes full of innocence and pleading. He only felt his temples throbbing crazily. Waging war is as simple as drinking water to me. Madara cursed inwardly through gritted teeth. But why is handling these accursed romantic entanglements more exhausting than dealing with Hashirama Senju's true several thousand hands? He closed his eyes, forcing down the impulse to draw his sword and cut someone open. When he opened them again, his Sharingan had returned to the unruffled coldness of an ancient well. He had to maintain his aloof persona as the Asura of the ninja world. He absolutely could not let these women see that he was currently so annoyed he wanted to run away. Orochimaru. Madara turned his head and called coldly. Out of the shadows Orochimaru slid out silently, wearing the dark purple Ouroboros mecha. His golden vertical pupils still held the lingering traces of a spectator enjoying the show. Yes, Lord Madara. Minato. Madara called again. A golden flash illuminated the plaza. Minato, outfitted in his flash storm mecha, landed steadily before Madara with one hand over his chest. What are your orders, Lord Madara? Madara extended a finger, pointing at the trembling Kirigakure prisoners and the devastated ruins around them. Leave this to you and Orochimaru. Madara's voice was utterly flat, carrying an indisputable decisiveness. Absorb all the remaining remnants of Kirigakure. Throw the recalcitrant ones into the sea to feed the fish. Madara paused, his gaze crossing the ruins to the huge interstellar battleship hovering in midair. Within 3 days I want to see the prototype of an interstellar fleet subbase here. Yes, Lord Madara. Minato and Orochimaru acknowledged in unison. Minato glanced at the women beside him, who didn't even dare to breathe, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Lord Madara was not going to make an issue of the earlier farce. However, before he could fully let out that breath, Madara's next word stunned everyone present. As for you all. Madara's gaze fell back on Tsunade, Meiterumi and the others. His tone carried an unassailable authority, but on closer listening it also held a scarcely perceptible hint of evasion. A great enemy is at hand. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Madara slowly turned around, leaving the women a proud and cold silhouette. The allied forces of the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning will arrive within days. My power is not yet perfect. These words sounded high-sounding and grand. To those who did not know him, he would certainly seem like a peerless commander who had everything under control and stood in stern readiness. But in reality, even Obito in the corner couldn't help rolling his eyes. Not perfect. Ancestor, you slapped the Mizukage into the ground so hard she couldn't be pried out, and that's not perfect. Madara ignored the petty thoughts behind him. He raised his chin slightly, gazing into the distant horizon with deep eyes. Before the allied forces from the Land of Earth arrive. Madara's voice echoed across the plaza. I am going into seclusion in the warship's lower hold to conduct the ultimate deduction of stellar energy. He tilted his head slightly, casting a sidelong glance at the women who were about to speak. A sharp, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Anyone who dares to disturb me. Madara's warning, laced with a chilling, killing intent, still echoed through the dense fog hovering above the ruins of Water Country. It hung over everyone like an invisible blade suspended by a thread. A suffocating low pressure pervaded the air, so heavy that even the scattered pebbles on the ground seemed frozen in place. Tsunade bit down hard on her lower lip, swallowing back the curses that had already risen to her throat. Meiterumi likewise abandoned her pitiful and seductive act, obediently stepping half a pace backward and standing demurely at the side with her eyes cast down. Aoi Atsubaki dared not even breathe, holding a purple clay teapot half filled with tea, motionless as a wooden figure. The three women who had been snarling at each other like ruffled hens mere moments before now cowered like thrashed quails. Orochimaru, Minato. Madara retracted his oppressive gaze and turned to his two trusted subordinates standing nearby. Clean up this miserable mess on this forsaken island. In 3 days I want to see the fleet's forward base operational. Anyone who objects, feed them to the sharks directly. Yes, Lord Madara. Minato placed one hand over his chest and bowed respectfully, accepting the order. Orochimaru flicked his long forked tongue, and unmistakable fanaticism gleaming in his golden-slit pupils. Rest assured, my lord. I will extract every ounce of value from Kirigakure through the most scientific means possible. Madara nodded in approval. He cast one final sweeping glance at the women still frozen in place, then turned without hesitation and strode purposefully toward the elevator platform of the Shura warship. With a soft hum, the platform slowly rose. Madara's figure disappeared into the vast black hull of the vessel. The moment he stepped into the lower deck, the massive doors behind him, meters thick and forged from high-density stellar alloy, began to slowly close. Click. Clack. The heavy sound of interlocking gears reverberated through the empty corridor, each strike radiating a deep sense of security. Madara paused and turned. Through the last sliver of the closing door he caught sight of the three women on the deck outside. Though Tsunade and Mei dared not raise their voices, their glances were already dueling hundreds of rounds in midair. Aoi watched from the shadows, seemingly waiting for the next opportunity to throw dirt on Tsunade. Witnessing this powder keg spectacle, Madara's eye twitched involuntarily. He took a deep breath, forcibly restraining the urge to unleash another roar. But he was genuinely afraid that when he emerged from seclusion, this warship, a fortune in hegemony points that he had poured into its construction, might be torn apart by these three unhinged women. Just as the alloy doors were about to seal completely, Madara could not resist issuing a final warning, shattering his own aura of unyielding dominance. All of you women, behave yourselves out there. Anyone caught causing trouble and damaging this ship, I will feed her to the turtles at the bottom of the sea. Boom. The doors sealed shut with an airtight finality, cutting off all noise, bloodshed, and the headaches-inducing scent of perfumed powder outside. Inside the lower deck, only a handful of dim blue emergency lights cast Madara's elongated shadow across the floor. Madara exhaled a long, heavy breath. The muscles on his shoulders finally relaxed, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted. He walked to the center of the chamber, where a metallic disc etched with intricate energy circuits awaited, and settled into a cross-legged position. Who? Madara expelled a breath of turbid air, closed his eyes, and let his breathing gradually steady. Dealing with those women drained him far more than facing armies on the battlefield. Solitude, he mused, was far preferable. Madara stilled his mind and shifted his consciousness ever so slightly. The familiar virtual system interface shimmering with cold light instantly unfurled across his retinas. Ding. Host has successfully subdued the Kirigakure hidden mist village in water country. Ding. Host has demonstrated absolute martial power, significantly intimidating the remaining forces of the ninja world. System settlement in progress. Congratulations to the host for receiving a substantial reward, hegemony points 500,000. Madara stared at the string of zeros on the panel, and at last a genuine smile graced his lips. 500,000 hegemony points. This was by far the most lucrative score since he transmigrated. Those Kirigakure incompetents may have been useless in battle, but they were surprisingly effective at racking up points. Ding. Host's hegemony points have reached the required threshold. Conditions for the ultimate evolution path unlocked. Would you like to consume all hegemony points now to redeem the ultimate interstellar evolution path for Susanoo? Madara wasted no time and responded silently within his mind. Redeem. Back when he was confined to the ninja world's shallow pond, a Susanoo powered by ocular ability and chakra sufficed for intimidation. But now, with ambitions to build an interstellar empire and face unknown formidable foes across the vast cosmos, such archaic contrivances had long been obsolete. He was eager to see what the system would forge from his Susanoo this time. Ding. Hegemony points deducted successfully. Loading ultimate evolution blueprint for the host. Please sink into your consciousness space to view. As the system's chime faded, Madara felt his consciousness slip free from the confines of his body, dragged by an immense pulling force into an endless void. All around him stretched the ink-black backdrop of the cosmos. Countless resplendent stars revolved slowly in his vicinity, radiating an ancient and mysterious luminescence. At the very heart of this stellar ocean, a single point of cerulean glow suddenly ignited, like a newborn supernova. The radiance expanded and intertwined rapidly as countless complex energy circuits and mechanical schematics reassembled and pieced themselves together before Madara's eyes. Madara hovered with his arms folded behind his back in the void, watching the transformation in silence. He had anticipated the blueprint might merely layer his Susanoo with sturdier stellar armor or equip it with sharper plasma blades. After all, the form of Susanoo had remained unchanged since ancient times. However, as the ultimate evolution blueprint unfurled its full magnificence across the void, Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan, those all-seeing eyes that had witnessed even the six paths and Jutsu's outer path planetary devastation, could not help but widen. His pupils reflected the breathtaking blueprint, brimming with utter disbelief. What? Madara drew in a sharp breath, his normally composed voice betraying the faintest tremor. He stared unblinkingly at the colossal entity suspended in the void, feeling as though the worldview he had clung to for decades was being mercilessly shattered by an invisible celestial hammer. What the hell is that? Ban floated in the vast and boundless void of the system consciousness. The harsh tech blue holographic light illuminated his face, which was slightly agape with astonishment. In his ears echoed a series of dense low-frequency buzzes similar to the sound of an oversized mechanical blueprint being reassembled. The sound seemed to be made by countless tiny gears and energy circuits interlocking in the void, causing his soul to tingle slightly in rhythm with the vibration. Ban's experienced Mangekyo Sharingan eyes were fixed on the ultimate evolution blueprint slowly unfolding before him. Those eyes, usually tinged with 3 parts disdain and 7 parts arrogance, now blinked uncontrollably again and again. He somewhat suspected whether it was some strange hallucinatory sequela from being stabbed in the back by Senju Hashirama back then that hadn't fully healed. What the hell is this thing? Ban inhaled the cold air in the void. This sentence, which somewhat damaged his image as the shinobi of the 6 paths, slipped out of his throat. The scene displayed on the blueprint completely overturned his understanding of the power system he had held for most of his life. It was no longer the energy giant of the past, clad in ancient samurai armor and wielding cold weapons formed by chakra as the basic energy. Instead, it was an interstellar war weapon 10,000 meters tall, so colossal that it could drain the deep sea beneath it and crack the sky above. This ultimate creation, named Star God Susanoo, was forged entirely from the universe's toughest dark matter and stellar energy alloy. On the deep dark gold armor, energy circuits flowed like magma, scorching hot yet exuding a cold murderous intent. The most eye-catching thing was the 12 star-destroying floating cannons arranged in a ring behind the mecha, floating like 12 miniature suns. The cold lines filled with the extreme cyberpunk heavy industrial aesthetics and the mechanical texture born solely for destruction and slaughter. Even just looking at the shadow, Ban could feel a pressure coming at him enough to tear this galaxy apart. This thing is Susanoo. Ban looked at the 12 star-destroying cannons, couldn't help but rub his temples. My Susanoo has always been slashing people with swords, hasn't it? What's with this string of glowing cannons on its back? Ding. Detected host's confusion. System begins explanation. The cold mechanical voice sounded in the void at the right moment. To the host, the traditional Susanoo is limited by the shackles of low-dimensional energy like chakra, and its power ceiling has been completely locked. And Star God Susanoo is the ultimate form that deeply integrates the host's high-dimensional soul power dojutsu with the universe's top mecha technology. It abandons the backward melee cold weapon thinking and is equipped with a dark matter engine and stellar energy railgun. The host can understand it as a cyberpunk-style super weapon tailor-made for you, capable of crossing the universe single-handedly and executing star-destroying level strikes. Ban listened to the system's explanation. The astonishment in his eyes, which had been full of shock, gradually faded, replaced by an unprecedented, almost pathological fervor. Technological power surpassing magic and ninjutsu. Crossing the universe single-handedly. Star-destroying strikes. These words were like heavy hammers wildly pounding on his heart. Damn chakra. Weak will of fire. In the face of absolute interstellar heavy firepower, they weren't even a joke. Good. Very good. Ban couldn't help but burst into laughter in the void, a laugh filled with the delight of finally finding a suitable toy. This is the power truly worthy of this old man's ambition. That old wooden Hashirama, if he knew I could now drive an iron lump full of cannons to cruise in the universe, he would be jealous enough to come back to life in the Pure Land. Ban didn't hesitate. He waved his hand fiercely and directly pressed the confirm button on the system panel in the void. System, spend all 5,000,000 hegemony points for me. Start fusion immediately. Ding. Hegemony points deducted. Star God Susanoo, fusion begins. Warning: due to the large span of energy dimensions, the fusion process will be accompanied by intense dimensional remodeling. Please prepare yourself, host. The words just fell. The entire system consciousness space erupted with a light brighter than a supernova explosion. In the ship's bottom cabin, Ban, who had been quietly meditating, shuddered violently. Rampant stellar energy like a breached galaxy crazily poured into his body from all directions. This force was no longer roughly tearing his meridians as before. Instead, it was a delicate yet irresistible high-dimensional transformation. He felt his bones being strengthened by dark matter. What flowed in his veins was no longer mere liquid, but liquid stellar energy containing the essence of the universe. His soul, the dojutsu of his Mangekyo Sharingan, was establishing a flesh and blood bond with the interstellar mecha that only existed on the blueprint. It was an indescribable comfort and dimensional evolution. Ban couldn't help but let out a low roar. His black hair wildly danced in the windless bottom cabin and his black robe fluttered. He felt he could punch through the planet beneath his feet at any moment. Just as Ban was immersed in the fusion of this new power preparing to fully open his eyes and experience the cyberpunk-style Susanoo. Boom! A thunderous roar as if the sky itself was being torn apart suddenly came from outside the warship. Accompanied by the sharp piercing highest-level red air raid siren inside the Shura warship. This sudden commotion forcibly interrupted Ban's dimensional experience. He suddenly opened his eyes and two solid beams of blue light shot out from his scarlet Sharingan directly burning two deep scorch marks on the alloy floor. Which blind fool dares to disturb my pleasure at this time? The next second Orochimaru's hoarse slightly urgent voice sounded through the ship's broadcast system in the bottom cabin. Lord Ban Trouble. That old man Inoki of the Earth Country with tens of thousands of rock-hidden troops and the remnants of the Thunder Country has already pressed to our offshore defense line. They just used a combined ninjutsu to blast our outer energy warning net to pieces. Dashawan's hoarse and urgent broadcast echoed through the ice-cold metal walls of the lower deck. Lord Ban, the rock-hidden forces from Tujigua have arrived. Ban did not respond immediately. He slowly closed his eyes. The air was thick with a pungent ozone-like smell reminiscent of the atmosphere after a thunderstorm. That was the chemical reaction produced by the overflow of high-dimensional star energy as it rubbed against three-dimensional space. The violent star energy just fused within his body surged like uncontrollable magma rampaging through forcibly widened blood vessels. Every cell under the torrent of this power let out a nearly greedy cheer. This was a transdimensional elevation, a complete departure from the life forms of the ninja world. He could even clearly sense that with a single thought. He could transcend space and descend directly onto a battlefield thousands of miles away. Yet the more violently this power churned within him, the fiercer the rage grew in Ban's heart. The frustration of having just pushed open the door to a new world, eager to admire the scenery only to have someone kick the door open and shout, "We're checking the meter." Ban's gaze turned utterly cold. He slowly opened his eyes. Within his once deep black pupils the pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan had transformed into a profound starry sky. An annoying insect. Ban murmured. Boom. The heavy door at the bottom of the warship, several meters thick and forged from high-density star energy alloy, suddenly let out a distressed groan. There was no hand seal, no physical collision. It was merely the unconscious release of the pressure from Ban's star god Susanoo. That alloy door capable of withstanding a tailed beast ball head-on crumpled like fragile cardboard. In a visible blue energy storm. It was blasted outward from within. Twisted metal fragments carrying terrifying kinetic energy smashed through the corridor walls like cannonballs. The entire lower deck of the warship shook violently under the impact. In the smoke-filled corridor, Kakashi Daitu and Gansho, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion, were forced back by the sudden explosion. They steadied themselves, staring fixedly at the massive gap that had been violently torn open. Accompanied by steady, powerful footsteps, Ban slowly emerged from the swirling smoke. There was no wild chakra turbulence, no soul-piercing killing intent. His black robe didn't even have a single crease. He appeared no different from usual. But when Kakashi's tactical visor scanned Ban's body, the series of directly maxed-out data made him inhale sharply. It felt like standing before a dormant volcano about to erupt. The surface was calm as still water. But within lay a destructive energy capable of raising an entire continent. Ban now seemed to have completely merged with the heavens, the earth, and the universe itself. Lord Ban. Are you alright? Chinmu Kue was the first to rush forward, a white silk handkerchief clutched in her hand from somewhere. She attempted to wipe non-existent dust from Ban's shoulder. Gangsho followed closely, her brow furrowed. The situation outside is grim. Reconnaissance just now shows that Old Man Daimyu has not only brought the main force of Rock Hidden, but even Cloud Hidden's warships are visible on the sea. Ban didn't even spare them a glance. He ignored their solicitous concern, walking straight between them as if they were two patches of air. His footsteps did not falter as he headed straight for the outer deck. The oncoming sea breeze carried a briny dampness and a thick murderous intent. Ban stood at the edge of the deck, looking down from on high. On the distant horizon, no longer an empty expanse of blue. Dense warships like a black forest of steel blanketed the entire sea. Every ship was packed with fully armed Rock Hidden and Cloud Hidden ninjas. The glows of various ninjutsu interwove between the vessels, forming a net of firepower capable of sealing heaven and earth. This was the last trump card pieced together by the remnants of the ninja world forged from fear and despair. A cruel smile slowly curled at the corner of Ban's mouth. He didn't turn around, but his voice reached the ears of everyone behind him with perfect clarity. Daitu Kakashi. Ban's voice was low, carrying an indescribable fervor. Have you ever seen the true Susanoo? Daitu and Kakashi exchanged glances, both somewhat bewildered. Susanoo. Of course they knew what it was from the murals at the Valley of the End and the ancient texts of the Uchiha clan. It was the war god condensed from immense chakra, the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan. But why was the clan founder asking about this now? That old thing swinging a sword around like a fool. Ban lifted his chin slightly, facing the howling sea wind. It was too primitive. In my eyes now it's nothing more than a glowing puppet. He spread his arms. His deep eyes fixed on the black mass of the allied fleet below. Today. Ban's voice suddenly rose, piercing through the roar of the warship's engines and the crashing waves. I will graciously show you how my Susanoo can transform. The words had barely faded. Ban's legs suddenly exerted force. Boom. The sturdy star energy deck was dented deeply by his stomp. He turned into a black meteor, leaping directly from the warship deck at an altitude of thousands of meters. The wind cut like a knife across his face. The feeling of weightlessness made the star energy within him boil even more. Daimyo. Ban laughed loudly in midair. His laughter rolled like thunderclaps across the skies above the Shueijigwa Sea. You old bag of bones. Are you ready to dance? Ban plummeted through the air. The wind howled past his ears, 1,000 invisible blades slicing through the atmosphere. Below, on the dark mass of enemy warships, panicked screams and sharp alarms mingled into a cacophony. Amidst the deafening uproar, the turbulent stellar energy began to materialize on his skin. Azure radiance like a cascading waterfall erupted from Ban as the epicenter. His deep black robe fluttered violently in the glare. With his arms crossed over his chest, he exuded an unparalleled arrogance, falling like a doomsday meteor from outer space, plunging straight toward the steel jungle of the fleet below. On the sea surface, Inoki floated at the vanguard of the land of Earth's fleet. His already stooped back was now wrapped in thick white medical bandages. Each breath sent a jolt of pain through his fractured lumbar spine, drenching him in cold sweat, yet he clenched his teeth and uttered not a single groan. His clouded old eyes, now as sharp as a hawk's, locked onto the figure descending from the sky. Sachikage-sama. Is that man Uchiha Ban? On a nearby flagship, Kitsuchi pressed his hands together in a seal, his face full of gravity as he shouted. His chakra fluctuations are too bizarre, the sensor team's instruments have gone dead. Forget the instruments. Inoki roared, his voice cracking from the strain. He knew that face all too well. Decades ago that man had trampled the dignity of the land of Earth underfoot with that same condescending gaze, treating all living beings as mere ants. Everyone form up. Inoki's withered hands flew through hand signs at a speed that left afterimages in the air. Don't let him land. Use mass earth release and dust release to blast him out of the sky. At Inoki's command. Over 100 warships below erupted with the battle cries of 10,000 elite shinobi from Iwagakure. Earth release Earth Dragon Jutsu. Earth release Mountain Earth Jutsu. The sea churned violently as countless giant mud and stone dragons roared up from the ocean floor, their jaws wide open, defying gravity as they lunged at Ban in midair. Then two massive hemispherical rocks, each the size of a small hill, rose from the sea with a thunderous roar, like enormous hands trying to crush the descending black speck into pulp. Inoki floated in midair and clapped his hands together. A translucent cubic barrier rapidly took shape in his palms. Dust release detachment of the primitive world. A blinding white beam of light shot forth from the cube, carrying the terrifying power to disintegrate all matter mixed among the torrent of earth release attacks aimed straight at Ban's head. This was the strongest combined ninjutsu the land of Earth could muster. The entire sky was illuminated by the overwhelming radiance of the jutsu. Even a tailed beast would be reduced to nothing in an instant. Yet facing this net of destruction that could annihilate heaven and earth, Ban didn't even blink. He slowly opened his crimson Mangekyo Sharingan in midair. The complex eerie patterns in his orbits began to spin wildly, even pulling at faint dark purple spatial fissures. Is this all you've got? The mockery on Ban's lips intensified. Inoki, after all these decades, this is your only improvement? Ban suddenly spread his arms. The power of the star god freshly merged and elevated within him erupted from every pore like a nuclear explosion. Boom. Without any hand seals or jutsu startup, pure materialized azure stellar energy transformed into a beam of light over 100 meters in diameter. Centered on Ban, it crashed down into the sea below. The mud and stone dragons that had roared up upon contact with the stellar energy beam were like wax under a blazing flame. Without even a whimper, they were instantly vaporized into dust. The two massive rocks that had closed in like hills were brutally smashed apart by the stellar energy beam. Giant boulders rained down on the warships below like a meteor shower, instantly sinking over a dozen vessels. As for Inoki's proud dust release beam, when it collided with the stellar energy shield, it emitted a piercing hiss of friction, but failed to even touch a corner of Ban's robe, instead being forcibly refracted into the distant sea. Rumble. The stellar energy beam, undiminished, slammed deep into the bottomless ocean. The calm sea instantly boiled. A massive whirlpool hundreds of meters in diameter formed on the seabed. Then a towering wave 100 meters high like an insurmountable water wall roared outward. The violent seawater instantly swallowed the dozens of warships in the front line. Screams, the cracking of timber, and the roar of flooding water wove together into a symphony of despair. Inoki floated in midair, nearly thrown off by the violent shockwave. He clenched his teeth, his face as pale as paper, staring at the chakra fluctuation far surpassing that of the Valley of the End battle. He felt his hands and feet go cold, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. This is power no human should possess. Kitsuchi, standing on a violently rocking flagship, muttered in despair. Inoki suppressed the fear in his heart, the muscles around his eyes twitching wildly. He pointed at the man descending like a demon god and roared hoarsely, "Don't retreat. All forces attack. Even if he is a god. Today we will drag him down from his pedestal." Though terrified, the IWA shinobi, spurred by the Tsuchiki's roar, forced themselves to raise their kunai and explosive tags, readying a second wave of assault. Even if they were to die, they would bite a piece of flesh from the enemy on this sea. In this tense, tragic moment of resolve, Inoki's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of the high sky behind Ban. The colossal space battleship Shura, blotting out the sun, was slowly descending from the clouds. Its massive black hull gleamed with a cold metallic luster. The sense of technology beyond the era was awe-inspiring. But that was not what shocked Inoki. What truly made his eyes widen to the point of doubting whether his old eyes were playing tricks on him were the graceful figures leaning over the ship's wide deck. Tsunade in her green haori held a delicate wine glass. Terumi Mei lounged against the ship's railing, a small fan in hand. Chingmu Kue had even set up a parasol on the deck. The women were not wearing any armor, nor did they show any tension about the impending battle. They simply stood there, chattering and occasionally pointing at the IWA army formed up below. Their demeanor was as if they were watching an inconsequential sea show. Kitsuchi followed Inoki's gaze and froze. He rubbed his eyes. Tsuchikage-sama. Isn't that Tsunade of Konoha and Terumi Mei of the Land of Water on that battleship? What are they doing there? Having a tea party. Daimyo and the IWA ninjas were utterly bewildered. Confronted with a legion of tens of thousands, their nerves were stretched to the breaking point. Every single one of them had steeled themselves for a brutal battle against the elite forces of Konoha or Kirigakure. Yet as the bloodshot eyes of the aged Daimyo followed the slowly descending figure of Ban in the midair, he finally discerned the scene aboard the deck of the colossal Shiolua warship that blotted out the sky. His hands, which had been about to form a seal, froze in midair. He stared at the conspicuously large parasol adorned with a pink and white polka dot pattern on the warship's deck. Catching the faint sound of women's laughter carried by the wind, Daimyo's mind briefly went blank. There was no orderly mecha unit, no murderous elite umbu. On that vast metal deck, broad enough for horses to gallop, stood a group of flamboyantly dressed, alluring female ninjas. Gansho, having somehow procured a rosewood lounge chair, sprawled upon it with an air of dominance. Her iconic green gambler's coat was casually draped over the backrest. In her hand she held a delicate white jade wine cup, her eyes half closed as she leisurely savored the fine liquor. Her amber eyes betrayed not a hint of tension in the face of the tens of thousands of troops. Zaomiming, standing beside her, had changed into a deep blue high-slit sailor suit that accentuated her stunning figure. She had no intention of joining the battle below. Instead she leaned languidly against the metal railing, holding an exquisite wooden comb. Against the raging wind she unhurriedly combed her long brownish-red hair. Looking further back, Chingmu Kue along with several equally attractive female ninjas was bustling about the deck. They were not preparing explosive tags or ninja tools. Rather, on a massive long table they were arranging an assortment of exquisite pastries, fruits, and even a complete tea set. One might have thought these women had chartered a luxurious interstellar cruise ship, specifically venturing into this smoke-filled sea area for a holiday tea party. Lord Ban. Are these tens of thousands of stone heads enough to warm you up? Gangsho tilted her head back and drained the cup of sake in one gulp. Her clear, bold voice, amplified by the star energy amplifier, echoed distinctly across the entire sea. If you find them too weak, finish them quickly. The plum wine I just brewed is still warm, it'll be just right when you return. Zaomiming, not to be outdone, smoothed her wind-tangled hair and cast a flirtatious glance at Ban's retreating figure in the sky. Her voice was as sweet as honey. Lord Ban, please don't exhaust yourself. Just a little effort for this rough work. I've prepared a bath for you on the warship. After you've dealt with these foolish fellows you can come up and relax. These chirping cheers and encouragements mingled with the crashing waves drifted back and forth over the heads of the IWA army. Daimyo hovered in midair trembling like a leaf in the autumn wind. The muscles of his aged face twitched wildly. The pallor of fear had been replaced by a livid humiliated crimson. What was this? The entire IWA village had mobilized tens of thousands of elite ninjas, even Ōtsutsuki himself had taken the field resolved to die. Yet in their eyes this army capable of sweeping any of the 5 great nations was merely a sideshow after a meal. That monster named Yuzhibo Ban had brought a group of women to watch the battle. This was nothing less than tearing down the dignity of IWA village, the honor of these tens of thousands of ninjas. Trampling it into the ground and grinding it underfoot. Bastard, damn bastard. Daimyo cursed furiously, oblivious even to the sharp pain from his strained back. Yuzhibo Ban. You go too far. Do you think you're invincible? Bringing a bunch of support staff to humiliate me. On the main flagship below, Hwangtu listened to the women's laughter on the deck and watched his father's trembling back, his rough eyes blazing with tangible fury. When had a proud son of IWA ever suffered such indignity? Ōtsutsuki-sama. Enough talk with this madman. Hwangtu took a step forward, his legs planted firmly on the deck. His thick hands instantly formed a complex earth release seal. Wild earth nature chakra surged within him, causing the wooden deck beneath his feet to crack under the strain. Bringing women to a war. Hwangtu roared, veins bulging on his forehead. Such arrogance. Tonight, even if he were a god, we will show him the backbone of IWA. With Hwangtu's roar, the fury of tens of thousands of IWA ninjas was ignited. The humiliation of being ignored and toyed with like ants made them momentarily forget their fear of Ban. They drew their weapons in unison and frantically refined their chakra. Kill him. Fight for Iwa's honor. Bring down that ship. The roars of tens of thousands converged into a earth-shattering torrent threatening to shatter the clouds above. Countless flashes of earth release, water release and fire release lit up the sea surface like a net of death about to close. Yet facing this overwhelming killing intent and the impending combined ninjutsu bombardment, Ban, suspended in midair, merely tilted his head slightly. He didn't even glance back at the women on the warship. He only swept his peripheral vision over the IWA ninjas below, driven mad by humiliation. His black robe fluttered in the wind. A chilling, supremely mocking smile curled at the corner of Ban's mouth. He found the logic of these ants utterly laughable. Did bringing women to battle constitute an insult? If they knew that he hadn't even wanted to bring those women, that he had only come here to escape romantic entanglements and find some peace, these stone-headed fools would probably explode in collective rage. Just then, on the high-altitude warship, Gangso suddenly stood up. She picked up a white jade wine cup filled with sake from the table. Then, facing the raging wind and the impending torrent of ninjutsu below, Gangso raised the cup high. The clear liquid shimmered in the sunlight. Her amber eyes sparkled with an almost blind worship and fanaticism. The crystal-clear wine shimmered with a mesmerizing radiance under the sunlight. The translucent jade cup swayed gently between Tsunade's fingers. This scene, if set in a Konoha tavern, might have been a picturesque view. But at this moment beneath her lay the turbulent deep sea, ready to devour everything at any moment. The roaring waves crashed against her ears, mingling with the earth-shattering roars of tens of thousands of Iwagakure ninjas driven by humiliation. Madara-sama. Tsunade's clear and bold voice, amplified by the star energy speaker, pierced through the chaos of the battlefield and reached the ears of Madara, who was plummeting rapidly through the air. Don't have too much fun out there. This flask of fine sake is just warmed. Come back after this battle and we'll continue drinking. Terumi, may not to be outdone, lazily waved her small fan. Indeed, Madara-sama. Dealing with these unromantic stone-headed fools should be quick. I'll await your triumphant return on the deck. The seductive calls of these women were like salt ruthlessly poured onto the festering dignity of the IWA army. Kill that madman. Capture all the women on that ship as slaves. Earth release. Full bombardment. Hwangtu's eyes were bloodshot, his roar even drowning out the waves. Countless earth and stone dragons, thicker and more violent than before, intertwined with a dense swarm of kunai and explosive tags, surged like a torrential mudslide against the current, engulfing Madara in midair. Madara plummeted through the air, his black robe whipped violently by the gale. Hearing the clamorous shouts of those women from the warship behind him, he furrowed his brow in irritation. These troublesome chatterboxes. Madara sneered inwardly. Yet undeniable the women's near-fanatical adoration and the murderous intent erupting from tens of thousands of ants below driven by humiliation. Acted like a fuse igniting the raging battle fury within Madara that had just ascended to a higher dimension and was seeking an outlet. In his crimson Mangekyo Sharingan, the profound star-like pattern spun wildly, his killing intent boiling to the extreme. Facing the torrent of ninjutsu below enough to level a small island, Madara didn't even dodge. He didn't even bother to draw the star energy lightsaber at his back. Instead, in midair he suddenly spread his arms wide. Anoki. Madara's voice, arrogant beyond measure, exploded across the entire sea. The sound was no longer within the frequency of human vocal cords. It carried a metallic texture and a resonance of high-dimensional energy, causing the eardrums of IWA ninjas on the warships to ache, with some even vomiting blood and collapsing on the spot. Didn't you want to see this old man dance? Madara's lips curled into a vicious maniacal grin. Then today this old man shall let you a frog at the bottom of a well. Witness what true despair really is. The words had barely faded when Madara's chest erupted with a sapphire starlight 10,000 times more dazzling than the sun. This brilliance pierced through the clouds, illuminating the entire sea of the land of water. Even the dust release barrier in Anoki's hands paled before this radiance like a dying firefly. Star God Susanoo. Madara growled. This was not the manifestation of chakra, it was the ultimate collision of a high-dimensional soul and cosmic technology. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, a colossal steel behemoth beyond words to describe instantly tore through the bounds of space, materializing around Madara in midair. A deafening metallic clang drowned out all other sounds on the battlefield. A towering body 10,000 meters tall. Could no longer be called a giant, it was a true moving steel mountain range. The feet of star god Susanoo slammed heavily onto the fathomless sea surface. A thunderous boom. The sea let out a despairing wail. The waters within dozens of nautical miles upon the mecha's landing were violently displaced by its terrifying mass and star energy repulsion, creating a vacuum zone several kilometers in diameter directly exposing the dark seabed bedrock. The displaced seawater formed tsunamis hundreds of meters high. Like a collapsing wall, instantly capsizing hundreds of IWA warships on the periphery. The screams and crunching sounds of breaking hulls merged into one. The head of star god Susanoo pierced through the thick clouds towering high into the sky. Its dark gold armor was etched with energy circuits glowing like molten lava. Behind it 12 star-destroying floating cannons like miniature suns rotated slowly in mysterious trajectories, exuding an aura of annihilation that could stop hearts. The immense shadow cast by the mecha enveloped the remaining tens of thousands of IWA ninjas and their warships in a cold dark pall. Those earth and stone dragons that had just roared toward the sky upon colliding with the armor of star god Susanoo's shin, shattered like fragile dough against a steel plate, turning into harmless mud pellets that pattered into the sea without leaving a single mark. Anoki floated in midair, his aged face paler than a corpse. He craned his neck, nearly breaking it just to barely see the knee of this steel monster. What is this? Anoki's dry lips trembled uncontrollably. His proud dust release, his proud army of tens of thousands. Before this cyberpunk mecha that stepped on the deep sea and towered above the sky were like ants trying to lift spears at the feet of a giant elephant. Ridiculous to the extreme. Huang Tu, standing on the teetering warship, let his kunai clatter onto the deck. His proud earth released defenses. Before this mecha probably couldn't even block a single fallen part. Inside the control cabin of star god Susanoo, Madara reveled in the power feedback from this ultimate weapon. This was true domination. The mecha's massive dark gold head slowly lowered its mechanical electronic eyes like two blue suns, coldly gazing down at the trembling ants below. Star god Susanoo slowly raised its right arm, and a star-slaying giant sword gleaming with high-dimensional energy and several kilometers long materialized in the mecha's palm. The mere oscillation of the energy on the blade caused visible black cracks in the surrounding space. Madara's voice, arrogant as a divine judgment, boomed through the mecha's amplification system across the sea, shaking every IWA warship violently. The land of Earth. The star-slaying giant sword was raised high, its light tearing through the sky's gloom, illuminating Anoki's despairing face. Under this old man's blade, Madara coldly uttered the final words, "Turn to dust." The colossal star-slaying sword, spanning thousands of meters, was hoisted high into the sky. High-dimensional stellar energy churned along its edge, rending the surrounding space with hair-thin fissures of blackness vivid to the naked eye. A pressure of near-substantial weight like an invisible mountain crushed down upon the spine of every IWA nin. Hovering in midair, Anoki drew in the heady stench of despair and sea salt that permeated the air. His desiccated chest heaved in violent spasmodic surges, cold sweat had long since soaked the medical bandages around his waist. He stared at that sword of light, a blade seemingly capable of splitting the heavens in two. He knew that his ordinary earth release techniques were not even fit to be called scratches in the presence of this 10,000-meter steel leviathan. All he could pin his hopes upon was the Kekii Toda, that transcendent power able to dismantle atomic structures. Kitsuchi. Pull everyone back. Inoki bellowed, his voice a strangled rasp while his hands blurred through a storm of hand seals before his chest. Old man, you're back. Kitsuchi shouted from the pitching warship, his face a mask of frantic dread. Ignoring his son's entreaties, Inoki bit down savagely upon his lower lip, wringing the very last shred of chakra from his body by sheer force. Dust release detachment of the primitive world. A colossal translucent cubic barrier materialized between Inoki's hands with astonishing speed, radiating a heart-stopping white glow of pure annihilation. At the risk of his aged spine snapping clean in two, Inoki poured every last measure of his chakra into it, holding nothing back. He did not dare aim for star god Susanoo's vitals. At that altitude and range with the body he had left, he could never hope to reach them. His target was the mecha's ankle, that leg planted upon the ocean floor, thick and colossal as a sky-supporting pillar. As long as I can decompose its point of support, this monster is certain to fall. Inoki's eyes blazed crimson, the corners split with ruptured blood vessels. He thrust both hands forward in one violent motion. Boom! A blinding pillar of white light, bearing the devastating power to dissolve all matter, erupted from the cubic barrier with cataclysmic fury. The light pillar carved a deep chasm across the sea's surface, hurtling straight toward the dark gold ankle armor of star god Susanoo. This was Iwagakure's final hope, and Inoki's death-defying all-or-nothing strike. On the deck of the warship, Tsunade's hand cup of sake in grasp paused for a subtle instant. The liquor swirled a full circle within the cup. That old bastard who refuses to die, he's genuinely discarding his own life. Though his dust release has grown considerably stronger than before. Mei Terumi likewise tucked away the delicate fan in her hand, a flicker of solemnity passing through her emerald eyes. Yet within the cockpit of star god Susanoo, Madara did not so much as glance at the scene unfolding far below. He merely tilted the angle of the star-slaying sword by a hair. SZZZZT. The dust release beam slammed with shattering violence into star god Susanoo's ankle armor. Inoki's gaze stayed nailed to the point of impact, waiting for the sight of armor being resolved into atoms. But 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. The dust release beam raged in a frenzy against the dark gold stellar energy alloy, yet failed to leave behind even the faintest, most minuscule scratch. Let alone decomposing the armor, it had not so much as stirred a ripple upon the cerulean stellar energy shield flowing over the armor's surface. That ultimate killing technique, one mighty enough to raise a mountaintop. It struck the foot of star god Susanoo like a toothpick jabbing at a solid slab of steel. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Inoki stood as one turned to stone, his hands still locked in the posture of releasing dust release, yet the chakra within him was nearly exhausted. His proud Kekii Toda, the supreme jutsu that could render all matter into nothingness. Before this steel monstrosity it did not even qualify as the most laughable of scratches. Just as Inoki began to question his very existence, Madara within the cockpit of star god Susanoo suddenly felt an anomalous itch in his nasal cavity. The cockpit's air circulation system had just drawn in a thin wisp of the outside air. Yet mingled within that air was the mellow fragrant aroma of the warm sake Tsunade was drinking upon the warship's deck. To Madara, who had but a moment ago completed his dimensional ascension, his senses honed to a razor-sharp extreme, this pungent nose-searing reek of alcohol was more caustic than the deadliest venom. Troublesome women. Madara cursed inwardly as he reached up to rub his nose. But the itch did not subside, instead it raced upward through his nasal passageway, charging straight into his skull. Achoo! Madara could not hold it back. He opened his mouth and delivered a full-throated resonant sneeze. At any ordinary moment that sound would have been nothing more than a mundane physiological reflex. But do not forget, he currently sat within the cockpit of star god Susanoo, a titan soaring 10,000 meters above the earth. The mech's neural conduction and energy amplification systems advanced to the point of absurdity. Captured with perfect fidelity this infinitely subtle motion of its pilot. Boom, rumble, rumble. That seemingly comical sneeze routed through the superamplifier and energy converter mounted in star god Susanoo's head. Instantaneously transformed into a wave of ultrasonic devastation beyond all reason. The sonic boom detonated in the skies above the sea, forming a ring of white shockwave visible to the naked eye, spreading outward in every direction with overwhelming world-toppling force. The seawater's surface was flattened in an instant by the blast. The IWA warship, still struggling upon the waves caught in the shockwave's full wrath, burst apart one after another like matchboxes crushed by an unseen colossal hand. First to bear the brunt was Inoki, still suspended in midair, still maintaining his dust release. That light pillar which had been thundering against the mecha's ankle now appeared before this sonic boom like some fragile rod of glass. Crack. The dust release barrier instantly veiled itself in a web of fissures, then shattered with a thunderous report. KHGH. Inoki felt as though an entire mountain had charged headfirst into his chest. His mouth wrenched open and a great spray of blood flecked with fragments of internal organs burst forth, drenching the front of his garments in crimson. His aged bones screamed in a chorus of grinding teeth-aching fractures. His entire body spun and tumbled wildly through the air like a tattered rag sack flung backward with no semblance of control. Lord Tsuchikage. Kitsuchi's eyes looked fit to split apart. He howled, reaching out his hands with desperate urgency to catch his father. Amid his uncontrolled backward flight, Inoki struggled to force open his eyes blurred and pasted over with blood. He gazed at star god Susanoo, still utterly motionless, not so much as trembling. His withered lips quivered, releasing a bitter, desolate laugh filled with despair and grief. He merely sneezed. The Tsuchikage thou heart, at this moment keeping perfect time with that resounding sneeze, collapsed outright into a floor of scattered fragments. The jutsu he had prided himself upon could not even block the aftershock of another man's reflex. This battle from the very first breath had been an absurd joke. Within the cockpit of star god Susanoo, Madara rubbed his nose and glanced down at the sea below, a vast expanse scoured clean by the sonic boom, and at that old man flying away like a kite whose string had snapped. The corners of his mouth twitched. This blasted mech, since when did its audio pickup have to be this impeccable? If word of this ever leaked out, what would be left of his title, the Asura of the shinobi world? A swarm of tiresome insects. Madara gave a cold snort, his hands once again tightening around the control rods of the star-slaying sword. Since the pleasantries are over, this old man will show no further courtesy. Inoki tumbled through the air like a deflated ball spinning wildly amid the sky. Blood gushed from his withered mouth, painting a glaring red line above the azure sea. The wind howled in his ears, accompanied by the crisp sound of his own bones breaking. Kitsuchi stood on the violently swaying warship deck, his eyes wide and bloodshot. He stretched out his hand desperately, his thick knuckles turning white from the strain. Tsuchikage-sama. Kitsuchi roared, but could only watch as his father plummeted into the distant seawater like a tattered cloth sack. A small insignificant splash rose. Inside the control cabin of the star god Susanoo, Madara rubbed his nose, his gaze coldly sweeping over the IWA warships below, now thrown into utter chaos by Inoki's fall. I've grown tired of such boring tricks. He grasped the control levers and the star energy within him surged like a river, bursting its banks, flooding the mecha's core. Get out of my way. The star god Susanoo took a step forward with its colossal metal legs, each stride forcing the sea to part wildly while the seabed groaned under the terrifying pressure. The IWA warships blocking the mecha's path were like cardboard boxes before a steamroller. Even without the mecha's active attack, the violent airwaves and towering waves stirred by its metal legs were enough to drag dozens of warships and their ninja into the abyss. Screams, cries for help, and the splintering of wood wove together into a mournful elegy. But to Madara's ears it was just the buzzing of insects before death. The mecha's pace seemed slow but was astonishingly swift. With just a few strides, its colossal steel body, vast enough to block out the sun, had already crossed the wide strait. The heavy metal foot stepped firmly onto the rocky coastline of the land of Earth. Boom! The earth let out a painful groan. The entire coastline shattered into hundreds of bottomless fissures the moment the mecha landed. Seismic waves spread inland like a tsunami. In the land of Earth, the hidden stone village, a ninja village built among towering mountains renowned for its sturdy defenses, was now shrouded in a deathly silence of panic. The civilians and genin left in the village stared up at the sky in terror. The massive shadow even blocked the midday sun, plunging the entire village into a twilight gloom. Madara, piloting the star god Susanoo, looked down coldly upon the village with its mechanical eyes like two blue scorching suns. His gaze did not linger on the trembling civilians. Instead it locked directly onto the towering Tsuchikage building at the village's center, the symbol of Iwa's supreme authority. So this is your backbone? Madara's voice, amplified by the mecha's speakers, thundered across the entire hidden stone village, shaking roof tiles loose. Today I shall grind this backbone to dust. The star god Susanoo slowly raised its right foot. The dark gold armor glinted with a cold, deathly sheen in the sunlight. Then with the force of a thunderbolt it stamped down. No. A crisp, desperate cry rang out from the street in front of the Tsuchikage building. Kuratsuchi had just retreated from the front lines. She still carried the briny scent of seawater and dust, her once fair face now pale as paper. Her eyes wide, she covered her mouth with both hands. Boom. There was no suspense. The imposing Ōtsutsuki building, symbol of the land of Earth's dignity, was like a fragile piece of tofu beneath the mecha's foot. It didn't even resist for a second before being crushed flat. Dust shot into the sky mixed with shattered rock and wood, raining down on the surrounding streets like a small meteor shower. The ground shook violently. Ōtsutsuki's legs gave way and she collapsed onto the rubble-strewn ground, staring blankly at the scene before her. The village that her grandfather and father had always told her was unbreakable, the highest seat of Iwa's glory and power, was it so casually obliterated by a single metal foot? The dust gradually cleared, revealing the star god Susanoo's towering, suffocating form before Ōtsutsuki. The mecha's control cabin was made of transparent star energy glass. Through the azure glowing panel, Ōtsutsuki clearly saw the man seated inside. Madara rested his chin on one hand, his black robe draped loosely over him. His face, flawless as a deity's, bore a mix of 3 parts disdain and 7 parts arrogance. His deep cosmos-like black eyes looked down upon the ruins from on high. Ōtsutsuki felt her heart contract sharply. She didn't cry. She didn't even draw the kunai at her waist. Growing up in the hidden stone village, she had always been instilled with the will of stone, taught to be as tough as rock and to fight all evil for the village. In her understanding, Uchiha Madara was the ultimate, most fearsome villain. But when this legendary villain truly descended in such an overwhelming, crushing manner, Ōtsutsuki found that what surged within her was not fear or hatred. She gazed at Madara's invincible, dominating posture, at the cyberpunk mecha brimming with violent aesthetics. This unrestrained arrogance that trampled the old order. This tyranny that needed no reason to make the world submit through sheer power. It struck her power-worshipping heart like a potent drug. A strange, unsettling fanaticism flickered in her clear eyes, something that made Ōtsutsuki, who had just arrived, shudder inwardly. Ōtsutsuki. Run. Ōtsutsuki, covered in wounds, stumbled over and grabbed his daughter's arm. This madman will destroy the entire village. But Ōtsutsuki didn't move. She let Ōtsutsuki pull her, yet her gaze remained fixed on Madara in the control cabin, unable to look away. She swallowed, her voice trembling but laced with an unmistakable excitement. Father, she murmured, as if asking Ōtsutsuki or herself. You call this a villain? Ōtsutsuki's abrupt mutter was still scattering into the dust-laden gale. Ōtsutsuki looked in astonishment in the direction of his daughter's gaze, his thick arms still clamped tightly around Ōtsutsuki's arm. All he could feel was a reckless, resisting force suddenly surging from his daughter's arm, which had been stiff with fear a moment before. Ōtsutsuki. Are you insane? Ōtsutsuki roared, his rugged face full of terror. That's Uchiha Madara, the devil who's come to destroy our Iwagakure. Come with me now. This place is going to be flattened. Let go of me. Ōtsutsuki suddenly strained like a stubborn donkey whose tail had been stepped on, and actually shook off Ōtsutsuki's vice-like grip. She not only failed to flee in the direction her father was pulling, but turned around instead against the crowd of civilians and genin scattering like headless flies. She staggered toward the enormous mecha, a deity-like colossus, amid the falling rubble and choking dust. Ōtsutsuki. Come back. Ōtsutsuki's eyes split with fury. He tried to chase after her but was blocked by the surging tide of fleeing people, and could only watch in despair as his daughter's figure grew farther and farther away. As she ran, Ōtsutsuki panted heavily. Her lungs filled with the dry sand and earth unique to the land of Earth, yet she felt not the slightest discomfort. A nearly pathological fervor raced wildly through her veins. She looked up at the massive dark gold frame of the star god Susanoo. Sunlight streamed through the 12 star-killing floating cannons behind the mecha, refracting into a cold, mesmerizing cyberpunk glow. In this shinobi world that had always believed that the bigger fist makes the rule. In this village where people were taught from childhood to resist enemies with a will of rock, what else could embody the word power more than the steel behemoth before her that had crushed the Ōtsutsuki building under one foot? And what could satisfy her fantasy of a perfect strongman more than the man sitting in that cockpit, looking down on all things as if they were nothing but weeds? A great villain. To hell with being a great villain. If she could follow a man who could pluck stars from the sky with a single hand. Who would want to stay in this wretched village, spending every day eating dirt and not even having clean water to drink, just to become some damned Ōtsutsuki? Peak charm aura, that infuriating passive skill, once again demonstrated its precision strike ability that crossed species distance and even the bottom line of morality. Ōtsutsuki ran to less than 20 meters from the star god Susanoo's ankle, and then her legs gave way. With a thud she dropped without hesitation onto both knees on the ruins covered in sharp broken stones. Her knees scraped open and blood seeped out, but she did not even frown. She raised her pretty face, dusty but still unable to mask its youthful vitality. Her hands clenched a broken stone slab on the ground. Summoning every ounce of strength in her body, she screamed hysterically toward the cockpit in midair. Lord Madara. Kuratsuchi's voice cracked but carried a desperate hysterical determination. Our Iwagakure is too weak. This broken place can't even withstand one kick from you. It isn't worth my allegiance at all. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva mixed with grit, wild flames burning in her eyes. I Kuratsuchi offer you my absolute loyalty on my own behalf. As long as you'll let me follow you and witness that earth-shattering heaven-destroying power. I'll be your beast of burden. Even if I have to be your maidservant, bringing your tea, carrying your water and washing your feet. Those hysterical shouts echoed back and forth over the empty ruins. Some Iwagakure Anbu who had not yet fled far heard that Tsuchiki's own granddaughter spewing such treasonous words. Every one of them staggered mid-step, nearly falling flat on their faces. Their worldviews collapsed as they stared at Kuratsuchi kneeling on the ground, unable to believe their ears. Inside the cockpit of the star god, Susanoo Madara was resting his chin on one hand, at first about to pilot the mecha and blast the offending rocky mountain in the distance to pieces with a single cannon shot. At this sudden self-offered confession his movement stopped. Madara frowned slightly and a trace of deep speechlessness flickered in his deep eyes. He lowered his head and through the star energy glass looked down at the little girl kneeling amid the ruins like a fanatical cultist. This feeling of being worshipped did indeed please him. But what the hell was this scene supposed to be? This old man is a tyrant who flew here in an interstellar mecha to annihilate a nation. I came to spread fear and despair. I didn't come here to hold a massive fan meeting or to take in these brainless fans who can't even stabilize their chakra. This cursed romantic luck is even harder to deal with than Hashirama Senju's would release. Meanwhile, aboard the interstellar battleship Shura hovering above the waters of the Land of Water, the enormous screen in the main control room clearly relayed a live feed of the battlefield in the Land of Earth. Tsunade was lounging on a leather sofa holding the unfinished cup of sake. Mei Terumi sat on the other side trimming her nails with a small file. When the two of them through the screen saw Kuratsuchi kneeling on the ground and wailing with tears that she wanted to serve Madara as a maid, the air in the main control room instantly dropped to freezing point. Bang! The white jade sake cup in Tsunade's hand was crushed directly into powder and sake dripped down her fingers onto the expensive carpet. She shot to her feet, her twin blonde ponytails seeming to bristle. The file in Mei Terumi's hand also stopped and a layer of frost instantly formed over her emerald-colored eyes. Mei stood up with a cold smile and stood shoulder to shoulder with Tsunade in front of the screen. The two women who had just been fighting to the death over the ruins of the Land of Water miraculously came to a consensus at this moment. This was supposed to be a clean, straightforward conquest of the world. Tsunade gritted her teeth and slammed her fist onto the console before her, making the entire main control room tremble. And yet he's gone and picked up another rustic peach blossom. Mei Terumi gave a cold snort in agreement, her tone heavy with sour jealousy and murderous intent. That Land of Earth place doesn't even have a decent skincare product. Does a little brat raise their deserve to bring tea and water for Lord Madara? That little hussy is even more shameless than I am. The two exchanged a glance. Though neither spoke, the message in their eyes was perfectly clear. Under absolutely no circumstances would they allow yet another inexplicable fox spirit to appear by Lord Madara's side and claim a share of the spoils. Tsunade and Mei Terumi's furious curses from the warship poured unimpeded through the Stellar Energy Network's communication channel into the star god Susanoo's control cabin. The channel was filled with the women's shrill complaints, the slamming of tables, and even Aoi Aoki's sarcastic goading as she fanned the flames from the sidelines. That little wench dug out of the dirt is still wet behind the ears and she dares to throw herself at a man. Tsunade's furious roar made the channel indicator lights flicker wildly. Exactly. Look at her, all grimy and bedraggled. She isn't even fit to carry Lord Madara's shoes, yet she dreams of being his maidservant. Mei Terumi's voice carried a cold, killing intent. Madara sat in the pilot's seat and rubbed his temples helplessly. His brain felt like it was pounding. This system had to be deliberately messing with him. He had clearly set out in a 10,000-meter star-destroying mecha descending on the Land of Earth with an earth-shattering, overbearing arrogance ready to savor the pleasure of a tyrant crushing ants. But no. The act had been perfect and the building had been stomped flat. And yet because of that damned peak charm halo he had been forced to put on a melodramatic performance of a lovesick girl throwing herself at the Demon King before an army of tens of thousands. What should have been a clean war of annihilation had thus been twisted into a farce. Madara took a deep breath and decisively pressed the mute button on the communication channel. He completely shut out those clamorous women. He ignored Kuratsuchi, who was still down below crying and shouting that she wanted to be his maidservant. Nor did her blatant advances rouse the slightest trace of tender-hearted pity in him. In Madara's eyes women could only slow down his sword-drawing speed, let alone a country bumpkin who had not even fully developed. All he wanted now was to wrap up this mess and leave. The star god Susanoo's colossal mechanical head slowly lifted. Two icy almost tangible gazes shot from its blue electronic eyes and swept across the rock shinobi covering the mountainside and plains below. Land of Earth, you have been defeated. Madara's arrogant frigid voice exploded over Hidden Rock Village like rolling thunder through the mecha's super loudspeaker. The sound shook the remaining building fragments loose and sent them rattling down. I have no patience to keep wasting time on you useless trash who only know how to play in mud. Madara's voice carried an unassailable deathly calm. If you don't want to die, put down your weapons and accept integration into the Empire. If anyone wants to test whether their bones are hard enough. Behind the mecha, the 12 enormous star-destroying floating cannons flared to life with blinding red light emitting a chilling hum as they charged. I don't mind erasing this land along with you, small fry, from the map of the shinobi world. Dead silence. A suffocating, despairing silence spread over the ruins of Hidden Rock Village. More than 10,000 rock shinobi looked up at the steel titan that seemed capable of blotting out the sky with one hand and at the 12 giant cannons that could reduce them to atoms at any moment. The last spark of resistance in their hearts was utterly extinguished. Clang. No one knew who was the first to let go of the kunai in their hand. The sound of a weapon falling on rubble was especially piercing in the stillness. It was like the first domino being toppled. Immediately after, more and more shinobi tools were cast to the ground. Long blades, shuriken and explosive tag scrolls clattered down in a heap. Kitsuchi stood nearby watching the desolate scene of an army routed like a collapsing mountain. His rugged eyes were bloodshot and burning with resentment. But what could he do? His father Anoki had been blasted away by the residual shockwave of the enemy's sneeze, alive or dead unknown. His daughter Kuratsuchi was kneeling on the ground like a woman possessed, swearing loyalty to the enemy. The tens of thousands of soldiers he had once prided himself on lacked even the courage to charge before this man. Kitsuchi closed his eyes in agony. Trembling, he raised both hands, slowly unfastened the shinobi tool pouch from his waist and threw it heavily to the ground. We surrender. His voice was hoarse beyond recognition, as if saying those words had drained all his strength. With Kitsuchi's declaration, this great shinobi war, which should have been fiercely brutal, came to an end in a profoundly absurd and one-sided manner. Madara watched from the control cabin and gave a cold snort. At a thought, the 10,000-meter star god Susanoo dissolved into a sky full of blue starlight scattering into the air like a meteor shower. The immense pressure dispersed with it, but the fear carved into the depths of everyone's souls would never be erased. Madara's figure flipped in midair and landed steadily on the rubble-strewn ground. His black robe fluttered gently in the wind. Orochimaru had slipped down from the warship at some unknown point, his dark purple Ouroboros mech gleaming with a cold eerie light under the sun. He walked up behind Madara, a glint of amusement shining in his golden-slit pupils. Lord Madara, it seems you have gained yet another admirer. Orochimaru rasped, deliberately prodding the topic. Madara shot him a cold sidelong glance, the warning in his eyes unmistakable. Orochimaru immediately took the hint, shut his mouth and bowed his head. Madara turned to survey the rock shinobi prisoners crouching dejectedly across the mountains. He then looked at the surrounding rock ruins which had been wrecked beyond recognition. This godforsaken land of Earth had nothing but stones and yellow sand, not even a trace of proper vegetation. He truly had no idea how these people managed to survive here. Madara stroked his chin, his gaze turning deep. To build his interstellar empire, manufacturing mechs and upgrading warships required massive amounts of resources and rare metals. The land of Earth, poor as it was, held the richest mineral resources in the shinobi world. Orochimaru. A cold exploitative smile curled at the corner of Madara's mouth. This bunch of stone-headed brutes, all muscle and no brains, would only waste the Empire's grain if we kept them around. Better to put them all to hard labor. Madara had barely finished stroking his chin when his decree fell from his lips. Immediately a hoarse, chilling, viscous chuckle gurgled up from Orochimaru's throat. That laughter slithered forth like a venomous serpent, flicking its tongue, coiling along the shattered bluestone streets and seeping into the ears of every IWA ninja present. A bone-chilling dread erupted along Huang Tu's spine, drenching his tattered battle garb in cold sweat. Miners. Huang Tu jerked his head upward, his bloodshot bell-sized eyes bulging to their limits. Swallowing the bitter humiliation of recent surrender, he strained to wrest what remained of his village's dignity as shinobi. Lord Madara. Our IWA has laid down its arms and surrendered unconditionally. We pledge our loyalty to your empire and stand ready to charge at your command. Charge into battle. Madara snorted derisively. His crimson Mangekyo Sharingan scanned the sea of dejected IWA captives crouching in the dust, regarding them as one might cast-offs. You think you good-for-nothings who can only huddle inside your stone shells are fit for anything? You couldn't withstand the mere aftershock of my sneeze. On the battlefield, are you planning to fill the enemy's trenches with your corpses? That merciless taunt struck every IWA ninja like a stinging slap across the face. Huang Tu's countenance cycled through shades of green and white. He wanted to retort yet found himself unable to utter a single defiant word before that steel colossus capable of flattening the Ōtsutsuki's tower with a single stomp and severing the ocean with one sword stroke. Their pride in earth-released defenses proved as worthless as paper. The new empire I have forged expands at an unprecedented pace. Madara lowered his hand from his chin, his black robes billowing in the wind. His arrogant gaze pierced through the towering rock mountains surrounding IWA village. Mass production of stellar energy mecha upgrades to interstellar warships and deployment of orbital defense weapons. All of these demand vast quantities of rare metals and special ores. Madara bent his head looking down at Huang Tu kneeling on the ground. Your land of earth suffers harsh conditions and barren soil lacking even decent specialties. All you have to offer are these worthless rocks covering the mountains and the mineral veins buried underground. Madara's voice suddenly rose, carrying irresistible authority. From this day forward the ninja ranks of IWA village are permanently abolished. There will be no more Umbu Jonin or Genin distinctions here. Everyone will be reduced to the lowest tier of imperial miners. The moment these words left his lips, tens of thousands of captives among the ruins erupted in chaos. Despair and humiliation spread through the crowd like a plague. Abolish our ranks. Make us mine. We are noble shinobi. How could we be reduced to such degrading manual labor? Several hot-tempered IWA jonin trembled with rage, instinctively reaching for the ninja tool pouches at their waists. Madara's brows furrowed slightly. A torrential pressure of stellar energy heavy as an actual mountain descended instantly upon those ninja attempting to resist. Bang! 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 Before the jonin could even scream, their knees shattered under the crushing pressure, forcing them to kneel brutally among the rubble as they vomited great mouthfuls of blood. I am not negotiating with you. Madara's eyes turned ice-cold, killing intent surging. Confiscate all their chakra conduction weapons, explosion tags and sealing scrolls. Issue them pickaxes and miners' lamps instead. Should any among you consider yourselves too noble to descend into the mines? Madara pointed toward the scorched earth in the distance where seawater had flooded in from the arrival of the star god Susanoo. I will send him to meet the Rakuto sage right now so he may continue preserving his nobility in the Pure Land. Under absolute military suppression. No one dared make a single sound. The instinct for survival conquered the illusory dignity of being a shinobi. Huang Tu closed his eyes in anguish, two streams of hot tears tracing their way down his rugged cheeks. He let his head droop wearily, his hands digging desperately into the dirt. We accept our fate. Orochimaru, standing nearby, watched these tens of thousands of once arrogant IWA elites reduced to tireless laborers by mere words. In those golden vertical pupils of his a frenzied adoration for Madara's brutal aesthetics blazed fiercely. The dark purple Ouroboros mech emitted the low hum of machinery operating. Lord Madara's decisions are as flawless as cosmic truth itself. Orochimaru spoke in a hoarse voice laced with sinister calculation. He extended his long tongue and licked his lips. However, Lord Madara. Orochimaru inclined his body slightly, gesturing toward the vast multitude of captives stretching across the landscape. With tens of thousands of miners without proper management, efficiency will hardly meet the standards you require. These blockhead fools are both stubborn and stupid. They'll need a foreman who understands them and can keep them in line, someone to constantly whip them into action. Madara raised an eyebrow, finding some merit in Orochimaru's words. He certainly didn't have the leisure to watch them dig earth day after day. Obito and Kakashi must still go about subjugating the remaining forces of other nations while Orochimaru was responsible for mech development. A foreman. Madara's gaze swept casually across the press of heads. The IWA ninja, caught by his look, immediately bowed their heads as though shunning a plague spirit, fearing this thankless task would fall upon them. Suddenly, Madara's gaze halted. At the very edge of the ruins, several medical ninja were hurriedly carrying a makeshift stretcher toward them. Lying upon that stretcher was the third Ōtsutsuki himself, just moments ago sent flying across the sea surface by the sonic boom from Madara's sneeze, his fate unknown. Inoki's plight had reached its nadir. His entire body was caked with seawater and mud, his already diminutive frame curled upon the stretcher like a tattered cloth sack. Those once sturdy bones of his now hung limp. Especially around his lower back, where thick temporary bandages were soaked through, blood seeping continuously from the wounds beneath. His eyes remained tightly shut, painful whimpers escaping his lips. Clearly his lower back injuries had yet to be properly set. Madara regarded Inoki upon the stretcher. A cruel, malicious smile slowly curled at the corners of his mouth. He extended his hand, pointing directly at the frail old man writhing in agony on that stretcher. I believe that half-dead wretch will suit my purposes perfectly. Under the glaring sunlight, Madara's outstretched finger pointing at the stretcher looked utterly merciless, like a grim reaper's staff singling out its next victim. On the stretcher, Inoki let out a pained groan, the muscles on his aged face twitching unnaturally. Even in unconsciousness he seemed to sense the malicious intent that sent chills down one's spine. Kitsuchi followed the line of Madara's finger and his rugged face instantly turned white as paper. Lord Madara. Kitsuchi lunged forward a step, but his legs gave way and he dropped heavily to his knees on the rubble. Lord Ōtsutsuki. No, my father is old and his back is broken. In his current condition he absolutely cannot do the heavy work in the mine. Kitsuchi's voice trembled, almost pleading. I'll take his place. I'll do the work of 2 men. Please spare him. Madara slowly withdrew his finger. His black robe rippled gently in the wind. His crimson Mangekyo Sharingan looked down at the kneeling Kitsuchi with the mocking, teasing gaze of a cat toying with a mouse. Take his place. Madara gave a contemptuous sneer. Do you think this old man is doing charity, arranging a retirement job for you? He strode over to the stretcher. Inoki's shriveled diminutive body looked even more pitiful under Madara's shadow. This old codger was quite arrogant before me back then. Madara raised his foot. Without any warning he kicked the edge of the stretcher with brutal force. Boom! The crude wooden stretcher was shattered to pieces. Inoki tumbled through the air twice like a discarded sack, then slammed heavily onto the cold stone floor. Ag! The violent impact instantly tore apart Inoki's freshly bandaged old back. A piercing pain blazed through his body like electric current. Inoki was jolted awake by the agony, letting out a shrill scream. He clutched his back and rolled wildly across the ground. His clouded old eyes were wet with cold sweat and confusion. When he clearly saw the man in black standing before him, his pupils shrank violently and a terrified choking sound escaped his throat. You! Uchiha Madara! Awake! Perfect timing. Madara shoved his hands into his pockets, his eyes utterly devoid of warmth. From this moment on, this old man is stripping you of your title as Ōtsutsuki. I hereby appoint you chief foreman of No. 1 mine in the land of Earth. Inoki froze. Clutching his back he stared blankly at Madara, certain that he had misheard. Foreman. He was the mighty Inoki of the 2 scales, the oldest and most senior Kaguya in the shinobi world. Now he was supposed to be someone else's mining foreman. This was more humiliating than death. No. Don't even think about it. Inoki gritted his teeth, enduring the pain in his back, and tried to push himself up with his hands. His aged face flushed crimson. Even if I die, even if I am ground to dust, I will never accept this humiliation. This old skeleton of mine would sooner rot in the earth. Madara watched Inoki's death before dishonor, defiance, and the mockery in his eyes deepened. He bent down, leaned close to Inoki's ear and spoke in a demonic whisper meant only for the 2 of them. Death. Death is easy. Madara straightened up, his voice rising abruptly until it rang across the entire ruin. Inoki, I will give you 2 choices right now. 1, you obediently put on a hard hat, go into the mine and watch the progress for me. 2, I give the order right now to have these tens of thousands of IWA prisoners along with your son and granddaughter. All buried alive. The moment those words left Madara's mouth, the distant phantom of the star god Susanoo flickered. It was the charge warning from the main cannon of a warship suspended in low orbit. The shadow of death instantly engulfed the hearts of every IWA shinobi. All the color drained from Inoki's face. He looked at Kitsuchi, who was kneeling in the distance, despair written all over his face. Then he looked at the IWA villagers, once full of life, now like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The backbone that had been straight his entire life. In that moment, along with his broken old back bent completely. I'll do it. Inoki lowered his head. Tears mixed with dust splattered onto the stone floor. His voice was as hoarse as a rusty broken bellows. I'll be the foreman. Cut to 3 days later. Deep in the endless stone forests of the land of Earth. Hurry up. All of you, move it. Haven't you eaten? Obito wore the black flame armor with its scrolling marquee flashing single dog exclusive. In his hand was a leather whip of unknown origin. He paced back and forth at the mine entrance, a petty overseer drunk on borrowed authority. Hey, you short one up ahead. I'm talking to you. Move faster. If this batch of star energy alloy ore isn't dug enough today, nobody eats dinner. Inside the mine the air was murky, thick with dust. Inoki wore a yellow safety helmet. It was so large it covered half of one eye. One hand clutched his old back wrapped in thick bandages while the other leaned on a broken wooden stick as a cane. He stumbled along the dim mining tunnel. Cough cough cough. Even as he walked, Inoki was choked by the dust and coughed without pause. He watched the Iwa Jonin who had once been high and mighty now bare-chested and swinging pickaxes furiously against the stone walls. Every pick strike sent sparks flying, illuminating their humiliated, numbed faces. Inoki's heart was bleeding. Lord Tsuchikage. No, Lord Foreman. A former Umbun ninja sidled over and wiped the black soot from his face. Those men with the whips are pushing us too hard. Everyone's chakra has been sealed. We're digging with nothing but raw strength, our backs can't take it. At the word Foreman, Inoki's old face twitched. He wanted to explode, wanted to curse, but the thought of those tens of thousands of lives outside forced the fury back down. Ow. Inoki clutched his back and moaned in pain. Bear it or not, you must. It's our own fault for not being able to beat that monster. Everyone work harder. Don't give those bastards any excuse. Once he was at Tsuchikage who commanded the winds and clouds. Now he had no authority left, just a poor old man wrung dry to his very limit. Just as Inoki slumped down at the mine entrance gasping for air, the clear sky suddenly turned black with storm clouds. The concentration of lightning-natured chakra in the air was spiking at a terrifying speed. Boom! A thick blinding blue bolt of lightning tore down from the sky. Carrying the destructive might of a world-ending calamity, the bolt struck with unerring precision and shattered a towering watchtower on the outskirts of the mining area. Broken rocks and electric sparks flew in every direction. Obito jumped in fright, even the marquee lights on the back of his armor flickered from the energy fluctuation. What the hell? Someone here to cause trouble. Amid the rolling thunder, a voice burning with fury exploded across the sky above the mine like the wrath of heaven itself. Uchiha Madara. Get the hell out here and face death. Thunderous boom of azure lightning colliding with the ground rolled on and on across the desolate mining field. Savage lightning-natured chakra spiderwebbed through the charred earth, splitting solid rock in its path. Fragments of stone mingled with blinding electric sparks sprayed in every direction, rattling off Obito's black flame armor with sharp metallic chimes. Obito knit his brows, catching the heavy smell of ozone that instantly saturated the air. The single dog scrolling light on his mecha's back flickered even more frantically from the energy disturbance. Which blind idiot dares to raise hell on my turf? Obito brandished the whip in his hand, bellowing arrogantly at the center of the smoke. The smoke was abruptly torn away by a violent surge of air. The fourth Raikage's hulking frame loomed into view, as massive as an iron tower. He stood bare-chested, muscles knotted like slabs of unyielding rock. The blinding lightning-release chakra clung to his body like armor, hissing with shrill crackles. Ice bell-like eyes swept the area. The moment he made sense of the scene, the muscles in his face convulsed. This is Iwagakure. His gaze traveled past Obito and settled on the Iwagakure shinobi, bare-chested, dripping with sweat, swinging pickaxes in the mine. Finally his eyes locked onto a shriveled old man in a ludicrous yellow hard hat, clutching his lower back and rolling on the ground. Inoki. Ice's voice was thick with disbelief and fury. You old bastard. The dignified Kaguya of a hidden village reduced to a mining foreman. Iwagakure's pride has been dragged through the mud because of you. Inoki struggled to his feet, his hard hat askew. He stared at I, whose body shimmered with electric light, his aged face burning red. He wanted to curse back, but the instant he moved his fractured spine screamed and he sucked in a sharp breath of pain. You brainless imbecile. Inoki panted, jabbing a finger at the newly erected steel command post behind I. Run. That monster is inside. Your lightning release isn't even enough to get caught between his teeth. Shut up, you old fossil. I whipped around, his eyes bloodshot, glaring at the command post gleaming with cold metallic luster. I didn't trek all the way here to listen to a losing general spread panic. What monster? Today I'll rip its head off and kick it around like a ball. Before his words faded, the command post's heavy metal door hissed and slid open. Madara Uchiha strolled out of the shadows at a measured pace, dressed in his signature black robe, hands in his pockets. Sunlight spilled across his face, a face untouched by time, wild and unbridled. He ignored the bristling Raikage and threw a disapproving glance at an invisible speck of dust on his shoulder. Obito. His voice was low and lazy, carrying the irritation of a man whose afternoon nap had been interrupted. Didn't I tell you to keep this mining district in order? How did you let a loud, ill-mannered stray dog in? Stray dog. At those words the veins on Ice's forehead bulged as if they might explode. As the supreme commander of Kumogakure, when had he ever suffered such an insult? Uchiha Madara. I roared, and the radiance of his lightning release armor surged, shrouding his entire body in a blinding orb of light. Today I'll make you taste how hard the iron fist of the land of lightning's brawlers is. Boom. The earth beneath Ice's feet instantly collapsed into a crater several meters deep. His body transformed into a blue lightning streak too fast for any eye to follow, rampaging toward Madara's face with annihilating momentum. Lightning release Reijiki Suehei Chiomai. It was so fast even Obito supervising on the sidelines could not react. He merely saw a blur and felt a gust of wind shake his mecha. Not far away Inoki closed his eyes in despair, knowing full well that the brainless Reikage was about to follow him into ruin. Yet within Madara's slowly opening Scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan Ice vaunted speed, the speed he called the fastest in the ninja world, unspooled like a shoddy film in frame-by-frame slow motion. That invincible-looking punch of thunder and lightning was in Madara's eyes full of openings, frail and powerless. He did not even shift his feet half a step. His other hand still in his pocket, he lazily drew the other one out from under his robe. No dazzling ninjutsu was traded. No heaven-shaking collision of power. Slap. A dull sound. Madara's fair slender hand simply and precisely closed around that enormous fist, a fist bigger than a sandbag and wrapped in violent lightning. The terrible forward momentum of ice charged the instant it touched Madara's palm, hit an immovable wall of size. It stopped dead. The wild wind subsided and even the dust raised seemed to hang eerily still around Madara. This. How is this possible? Ice pupils contracted sharply as if his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He felt as though his fist were clamped between two mountains. Even when he pushed with all the strength he could summon, that pale hand remained utterly still. What made his blood run even colder was his most proud combination of offense and defense, the lightning release chakra armor. The moment it touched the faint azure halo of stellar energy on Madara's palm, it was like fragile glass thrown against a hydraulic press. Crack. Sizzle. The raging blue arcs screamed in despair, then collapsed inch by inch into harmless static sparks fading into the air. His lightning release could not even dent the most fundamental defense against stellar energy, an absolute embarrassment. Madara looked at the Reikage, who was frozen in shock and disbelief only inches away. A cold smile full of malicious amusement slowly curled at the corner of his mouth. Too slow. Madara tilted his chin up, unconcealed contempt in his eyes. His other hand was still in his pocket. His gaze swept across Ice's savage face and finally landed on that wild hairstyle standing upright like steel needles. And besides, a trace of cold disgust crept into Madara's voice. That messy hairstyle of yours is a true eyesore. Madara's mocking words, dripping with contempt and disdain, still echoed in AI's ears. AI's heart clenched violently and an unprecedented wave of humiliation laced with terror slithered up his spine like a venomous serpent. He was the fourth Reikage, the sharpest spear of the hidden cloud village. Across the entire ninja world, who dared to look at him as if he were garbage? Who dared to lay hands on his hairstyle? Bastard! Let go of me, damn you! AI's eyes burned crimson, a feral roar tearing from his throat. Every muscle in his body was drawn taut to its breaking point, veins bulging beneath his skin like writhing earthworms. Residual lightning-style chakra surged frantically toward his trapped right fist, straining against that seemingly frail yet ironclad grip with brute force. Yet Madara didn't even deign to glance at him. That right hand, wreathed in azure star energy radiance, remained utterly immovable, as though fused to AI's fist. Before AI could wrench his clenched fist free, Madara's left hand, long tucked within his black robe's hood, stirred. No hand seals flickered through the air, no chakra spilled outward. The hand merely swept through the air with casual indifference. Instantly a razor-thin blade of blue energy, concentrated from pure star force, coalesced at Madara's fingertip. Since your appearance offends my eyes, this old man shall show mercy and give it a trim. A cruel, wicked smirk curled Madara's lips. He flicked his wrist, sending the energy blade carving an eerie, elegant arc through the air straight toward AI's crown. You dare! AI felt a bone-deep chill descend from above his scalp, prickling with dread. He struggled desperately to dodge, but beneath Madara's overwhelming power his body was nailed to the spot, unable so much as to turn his neck. Schlick, a faint delicate sound like a hot knife slicing through butter rang out above AI's head. No blood sprayed, no pain of severed flesh. Only a gentle breeze passed by. AI suddenly felt a coldness atop his head, a sensation like being stripped bare in the depths of winter and thrown into the snow. His signature hairstyle, once standing stiff as steel needles embodying the Kumo brawler's reckless arrogance, lay exposed to Madara's grotesquely precise star energy blade. Sheared flush against his scalp in one clean stroke. Clumps of golden hair drifted through the air like some absurd golden snowfall, landing on AI's broad shoulders in the scorched earth before him. An absolute silence fell across the crowd. Even the wind seemed to halt. All stared dumbfounded at the Rakich's newly transformed head. Doto, who had been sitting amidst distant rubble clutching his aching lower back, had waited to watch the Rakich get beaten into paste by Madara. But now glancing up he beheld a spectacle rivaling any marvel in the ninja world. What? What manner of hairstyle is that? Doto rubbed his dimming eyes, his withered lips trembling uncontrollably. That was the Rakich. The hothead who valued pride above his own life. Now the center of his crown was shaved completely smooth, gleaming like polished chrome reflecting sunlight. Yet on both sides his original upright golden short hair remained. It was the textbook definition of a receding hairline, a true Mediterranean style. Obito stood to the side, still gripping the leather whip he'd used as overseer. He looked at the Rakich's gleaming bald head, then at Madara's expressionless face, as though he'd merely accomplished some trivial task. Obito couldn't hold it back any longer. He clutched his stomach and erupted into unrestrained laughter. Oh my god! I can't, your ancient excellence is simply unmatched. That hairstyle suits you perfectly. Isn't it far more pleasing than that hedgehog mess you had before? That burst of laughter was like a single spark igniting a barrel of explosives. The IWA miners, who had been trembling with fear, could no longer contain themselves as they watched the arrogant Rakich reduced to this comical state. Suppressed chuckles rippled through the crowd. AI's body went rigid. Dazed, he raised his unconstrained left hand, trembling as it reached toward his own crown. His fingertips met nothing but smooth, chilling scalp. Stripped of that wild, defiant mane, his head was nothing but a barren wasteland. Humiliation. A crushing sense of shame 10,000 times worse than death surged through him like boiling magma. The fourth Rakich, supreme commander of the hidden cloud village, had been shaved bald like a sheep before everyone's eyes by a monster risen from the dead. This ultimate desecration of his honor cut deeper than any blade to the chest. Uchiha Madara. Blood mingled with tears as cracks formed at the corners of AI's eyes. A heartrending roar shattered from his throat, shrill as a cornered beast. Overwhelmed by raging fury, he felt his chest churn violently with surging blood and chi. Spurt. AI's mouth opened wide, gushing forth a torrent of blood mixed with organ fragments erupting into a crimson mist midair. Madara snorted coldly, his wrist giving a slight flick. A surge of star energy exploded along AI's arm. Bang! AI's massive frame was hurled aside like a battered sandbag tossed carelessly as refuse. He crashed into a rocky hill dozens of meters away, carving a massive human-shaped crater as gravel tumbled down to bury him. Madara brushed off his hands, gazing at the pile of rubble with no trace of mercy, only weariness from this tedious game. He isn't even worthy of providing this old man with amusement. Such trash doesn't deserve to raise his voice before me. Just as Madara prepared to turn away and check Doto's mining progress. Beyond the mining area's perimeter, an jarringly discordant, piercing metallic clanging echoed through the sky. Accompanying it was a strangely rhythmic, crudely lyricated rap. Yeah. Your big brother got beaten into a bald man, this really shakes me up. But when your Lord Kannabi makes his entrance, the power of the Eight Tails will show you what unstoppable means, you fool, you bastard. Yeah. Big bro got his head shaved bald, that's enough to make a man's heart uneasy. But your old pal Killer Bee is here, and the power of the Eight Tails will show you what can't be stopped, you dumb fool. Killer Bee's clumsy, completely off-key rap echoed abruptly through the silent mining area. With every twist of his pudgy sunglasses-wearing body, the dark red Eight Tails chakra cloak churned like boiling blood, tearing low rumbling roars through the air. The wild energy waves swept up broken stones and sent them rattling against the pickaxes of the IWA miners nearby. Madara frowned slightly. A clear irritation surfaced in those crimson Sharingan eyes that had been mocking him a moment before. In his lifetime he had fought wars, annihilated nations, taken on tailed beasts single-handedly, and crushed mountains in his bare hands. What sort of battlefield had he not seen? What tough bone had he not chewed through? But this noise pollution with no melody whatsoever, forced together purely for the sake of rhyme. It was like a swarm of green bottle flies burrowing straight into his ear canal, buzzing madly against his eardrums. It was a one-sided massacre of his auditory nerves. It was even harder to bear than the Rakich's blinding lightning just now. Noisy insect. Madara muttered under his breath, and the killing intent in his eyes instantly turned cold. Killer Bee had no idea that he had already trodden on the Grim Reaper's final nerve. He even thought his rap rhythm was flawless, and that he could psychologically intimidate the freak who had just shaved his brother's head. His hands flashed through seals, and 8 enormous chakra tails thrashed wildly behind him. The Eight Tails rhythm is already beat, now taste the tailed beast ball's heat, yeah. Killer Bee opened his mouth wide, and a pitch-black tailed beast ball quickly took shape inside it, radiating destructive high-density chakra. He planned to use the rap as cover and hit Madara with a point-blank blast. Too bad. He overestimated his own flow and underestimated Madara's zero tolerance for noise. Just as Killer Bee dragged out that final, yeah. Bang! The flagstone beneath Madara's feet did not crack nor did even a wisp of dust rise. But his entire body vanished from where he stood. This was no profound space-time jutsu. It was a terrifying body flicker forged from pure physical power combined with an eruption of stellar energy beyond the limits of visual perception. The tailed beast ball in Killer Bee's mouth had only condensed halfway. He felt his vision blur. That black robe, the one that even his brother's proud lightning release armor had failed to stop, was already pressed against the tip of his nose. What? The pupils behind Killer Bee's sunglasses shrank violently and the tailed beast ball in his mouth nearly misfired and exploded from chakra turbulence. He instinctively swung all 8 tails to defend. But Madara was too fast. So fast that even the 8 tails' combat instincts could not react in time. Shut up. Madara's voice was as cold as ice frozen for 10,000 years. He could not even be bothered to reach out and strangle Killer Bee's neck. His right leg bent slightly and his knee snapped upward. No flashy light effects. Just one simple straightforward front kick packed with savage stellar energy. Crack. A crisp teeth-grating sound of splintering bone exploded from Killer Bee's jaw. Madara's kick landed with unerring precision and tremendous force on the chin that had still been singing. Killer Bee's body jolted upward and the half-formed tailed beast ball was forcibly shuddered back down his throat by the impact. Then he performed an extremely irregular backflip in midair and slammed heavily into the ruins of the mining pit dozens of meters away. That 8 tails chakra cloak known as an absolute defense was like a pricked balloon under the impact of stellar energy. In an instant it scattered into a sky full of crimson chakra sparks and dissolved into the air. Inside the ceiling space the 8 tails Gyuki was so frightened it did not dare even blow a bubble. It cut off the chakra connection and shrunk into the corner of its water prison trembling. It clearly remembered how back in the Valley of the End this man had walked the 9 tails around like a dog. It had no intention of following Kurama's fate. Silence fell over the mining area once more. Everyone stared blankly at the fat man twitching in the rubble. Killer Bee clutched his chin writhing in agony on the ground. His sunglasses were long gone. The face that had always worn a carefree cynical smile was now twisted beyond recognition. His jawbone had been completely dislocated, perhaps even shattered into pieces. His tongue severely bitten by his own teeth from the massive impact now swelled into a purple-red sausage. He tried to speak. To continue the rap he was so proud of. B.A. B.A. Killer Bee opened his mouth and blood-mixed saliva dripped down his chin. He struggled to piece together a coherent syllable. But his vocal cords seemed to have gone on strike, leaving only a stammering sound like a leaky bellows. Not only could he no longer rap, he could not even speak one full sentence clearly. Much quieter now. Madara slowly drew back his right leg, pulled out a black cloth and wiped his shoe with disgust. As if he had not just kicked Kumogakure's strongest Jinchuriki but merely a lump of mud blocking his path. He raised his head. His gaze swept past Killer Bee still twitching on the ground and past the bald-shaved fourth Raikage. It then fell coldly on the distance. There the 2 beautiful Kumogakure secretaries who had followed behind the Raikage and Killer Bee ready to witness the triumphant moment of Kumogakure's militant faction. Mabui and Samui. Now huddled together like 2 quails drenched in ice water shivering. Their legs gave out and with a thud they knelt onto the dust-covered mining ground. Their beautiful faces, so used to showing efficiency and cool composure, were now drained of blood, pale as paper. Their charms had faded and their pupils were filled with the terror of death. In under a minute the 2 strongest people of Kumogakure had been dealt with, one shaved bald and choking on his own blood from rage, the other kicked into a stutterer so thoroughly that even his tailed beast dared not show its head. This sheer unreasonable crushing violence utterly shattered these 2 women's psychological defenses. Madara casually tossed away the cloth he had used on his shoe. There was no pity for fragile beauty in his black eyes. He strode forward step by step toward the 2 women kneeling on the ground. The soles of his shoes crunched over the gravel, each footstep a death knell. Ban's cold black eyes swept over the 2 women kneeling on the ground like a chilling wind from a glacier. The air was thick with the faint scent of blood and ozone mingled with their rapid fear-driven breaths. Mabai clutched the folder tightly against her chest, her knuckles white from tension. Samui lowered her head, her golden short hair covering half her face, her proud chest heaving violently. Ban felt this tedious farce had to end. The 2 strongest of Yunin village, one had become a bald-headed strongman, the other a stutterer. The remaining 2 trembling secretaries didn't even warrant a gesture from him. He turned ready to call Dai 2 to clean up this mess, then board the interstellar warship and raise Yunin village to the ground. Yet in that very moment Ban turned the passive skill peak charm aura causality level power struck again without mercy in this mining pit filled with masculine hormones and brutal aesthetics. Ma Bai's tightly shut eyes instinctively opened a crack. She had expected to see a hideous demonic face. But what met her eyes was Ban's chiseled perfect profile almost gleaming in the sunlight. His aquiline nose, his eyes that held a worldly weariness yet burned with arrogance. And the invincible stance with which he had crushed the highest combat power of Yunin like 2 bugs in a minute. Ma Bai's heart felt as if struck by a heavy hammer skipping a beat with a loud thud. Her amber eyes, once filled with despair and terror, were suddenly brainwashed by some mysterious power. Fear receded like a tide replaced by a nearly blind fanaticism and worship. Samui reacted the same way. She had always been known for her calm Ice Queen image, even facing the fourth Raikage's rage without flinching. But now, looking at this man who embodied violence to its extreme, a strange blush of girlish pink appeared on her cold, beautiful face. The ninja way and loyalty to Yunin village she had always upheld melted like an ice cream under the sun before Ban's irrational overwhelming charm turning into a pool of sweet sticky spring water. W8. Lord Ban. Ma Bai suddenly spoke, her voice not trembling anymore but carrying a softness and urgency she never had before. She unhesitatingly dropped the folder representing Yunin's highest secrets. Pressing her hands on the dusty ground, she even moved her knees forward 2 steps, shortening the distance to Ban. Ban stopped, tilting his head slightly. His brow furrowed into a tight knot again. Seeing the pink bubbles beginning to form in Ma Bai's eyes, his ominous premonition grew like wild grass. The Raikage. He was too reckless. Ma Bai looked up, her gaze drawing silk threads at Ban, betraying her boss who was still playing dead in the pit without a second thought. He doesn't understand your greatness and mercy at all. This overreaching challenge was entirely his own fault. Samui quickly straightened her back, presenting her enviable curves which had made countless male ninjas of Yunin drool completely in Ban's line of sight. Yes, Lord Ban. Samui's voice was still cool, but her tone softened like a cat's purr. The militant faction of Yunin village should have been eliminated long ago. Only a king with absolute power like you is worthy of ruling this world. The two of them sang in perfect harmony, their faces changing faster than turning pages. Dai too watched, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. He elbowed his own mecha chest plate, producing a dull clang. My goodness, are the female ninjas of Yunin village all this forward? A second ago they were scared to death, and the next they're fighting to throw themselves at him. De Yimu, wearing a crooked yellow safety helmet, crouched at the entrance of a distant mine. Watching the scene, his old face was full of disdain and schadenfreude. Bah! Women of Yunin utterly shameless. I at least got beaten up before surrendering, they haven't even fought and they're already kneeling. Ma Bai took a deep breath, making a bold decision. Lord Ban, Yunin village is now leaderless. If you don't mind. She blinked her watery eyes, her tone heavily suggestive. I am willing to represent Yunin village in unconditionally surrendering to your empire. To express Yunin's sincerity, Samui and I. Ma Bai deliberately bit her red lip. We are willing to stay and personally serve Lord Ban, attending to your daily needs. Samui nodded in agreement. We have received the most professional secretarial training, whether it's handling documents or other needs, we will definitely satisfy you. These shameless words caused a deathly silence to fall over mine area no. 1. The IWA miners, still swinging their pickaxes, didn't even feel the pain when the tool hit their own feet. They gaped dumbfounded at the two ice beauties of Yunin, who had turned a brutal ninja world war into a large-scale speed dating event. Yet just as Ma Bai and Samui were looking at Ban with eager anticipation, waiting for his response far away over the seas of Shui country inside the main control room of the massive interstellar warship Shiluo. Bang! Crack! 2 loud sounds in succession shook the entire control room. Gang Shou smashed the metal console in front of her with a single punch. Her golden twin-tails seemed to burn with fury and her amber eyes shot out tangible flames. Shameless. Utterly shameless. Gang Shou pointed at the 2 Yunin women posturing on the screen and cursed. The secretary that dark-skinned brute Raikage brought up turns out to be a fickle slut like this. And personal service. Even in my gambling days I never saw such a desperate throw. Zhao Meiming also put away her small fan. She sneered, crushing a water glass, her emerald-like eyes full of killing intent. Do the women of Yunin village only know how to negotiate with their chests? How can a wild woman of unknown origin be allowed near Lord Ban? The 2 women once again showed astonishing unity on this matter. They didn't even waste time arguing. They rushed straight to the ship's hatch. Does she want? Set the coordinates immediately. Gang Shou roared at the top of her lungs. I'm going to 2 country right now and tear those 2 fox spirits' mouths apart. Two country mining area. Ban stood still, feeling his blood pressure spike dangerously. He listened to the sweet confessions of the two Yanin secretaries. Then he thought of the women on the warship who must have already exploded. He, the Shura of the shinobi world, a man of great reputation who had slain Senju Hashirama and annihilated tens of thousands of troops. How could it be that now in his second youth he had to deal with these trivial harem conflicts every day? Ban looked up at the grey sky of Two Country. He let out a deep sigh. That sigh was filled with helplessness, frustration, and a strong condemnation of this damn system. Ban gritted his teeth in his mind. What do I have to do to turn off this damn love luck? That sigh full of helplessness from Madara slowly drifted away in the turbid air above the mining area. Immediately after, the system's cold mechanical notification sound rang out emotionlessly in his mind. Ding. Passive skill Interstellar Charmer is a bound attribute and cannot be disabled. Madara felt the veins on his forehead twitch violently again. This damn system. When distributing mechs it was miserly and stingy. But when it came to being disgusting it had a whole set of tricks. Matabii and Sammy knelt on the ground looking up at Madara. They keenly detected the fleeting emotional fluctuation on Madara's face. From their perspective, this cold-blooded demon god who had just crushed the Raikage like chopping melons and vegetables. His silence at this moment was interpreted as some hidden hesitation and tacit approval. In the cloud-hidden village power was everything. Since even Lord Raikage had been defeated. Then they, as elites of the cloud-hidden village, could use their bodies to buy the village a chance of survival and even secure a stronger backing for themselves. In their view this was the most cost-effective deal imaginable. Matabii gathered her courage and shuffled her knees half a step forward on the rough sandy soil. She slightly lowered her head. Her once tight professional attire had become somewhat disheveled during the earlier panic. Seizing the opportunity to adjust her clothes, her fingers seemingly carelessly unfastened the top two buttons that had been securely buttoned. Fair skin dazzled in the sunlight. A profound bottomless crevice was faintly exposed to the air. Lord Madara. Matabii's voice became even softer, carrying the deadly allure of a woman who had long held a high position, deliberately lowering herself. As long as you are willing to keep us, no matter what demands you have, we will do our utmost to satisfy them. The secret techniques and intelligence of the cloud-hidden village and even our persons are all your private property. Sammy was not to be outdone. Her golden short hair swayed slightly. The ice-cold temperament that had once been indifferent was now replaced by a strange softness, creating a striking contrast. She straightened her back, displaying her magnificent curves that dominated the entire ninja world without reservation. The tight outfit was stretched to its breaking point. Women of the cloud-hidden village can not only fight for you on the battlefield. Sammy bit her red lips. In other places we can also resolve your worries and let you experience true imperial pleasures. Obito stood behind, his eyes completely fixed. Drool almost flowed from under his mech helmet. He swallowed saliva and screamed desperately in his heart. Who could resist this? Ancestor's romantic fortune is simply broken. Why does my mech only have a crying dog head? Orochimaru stood in the ruined shadow further away. His dark purple mech emitted a slight humming sound. A trace of mockery flashed in his golden vertical pupils as his long tongue licked the corner of his mouth. These two women truly had no concept of the word death. Madara stood in place, watching these two women performing diligently before him. Madara's emotionless eyes slowly swept over the two cloud-hidden village female secretaries kneeling on the ground in disheveled attire. His black robe remained motionless in the wind like an eternal glacier peak that could never be melted, freezing all those greasy attempts at climbing aboard. The corner of his mouth curled into an extremely ruthless mockery. Imperial pleasure. Madara's voice was low with undisguised contempt. Do you think this old man has ever lacked women in his life? The pretty smiles on Matabii and Sammy's faces froze. Madara took a step forward, looking down at them from above. Want to use this inferior beauty trap to exchange for status? The stunning beauties this old man has seen in his lifetime outnumber the dead you have seen. You kind of people whose bones are completely soft are not even worthy of being entertainment in this old man's eyes. Madara's words were like a loud slap, striking hard across Matabii and Sammy's faces, shattering the fragile confidence they had just built up. Put away your disgusting tricks. Madara turned his head toward Obito, who had been watching the drama from the side. His gaze was cold. Obito. This old man assigned you to be the supervisor here, and this is how you do your job. Obito shuddered and immediately stood upright. The single dog marathon light on the mech's back flashed frantically. Ancestor. I was just seeing you handling family matters. Bullshit. Madara roared angrily. What family matters? This old man's mining area doesn't need idle hands. Throw these two women into the mine shaft together. Obito's mouth hung open pointing at the two delicate beauties on the ground. Ha! Throw them into the mine shaft. Ancestor, these are two delicate beauties. Isn't sending them to mine a waste of such treasures? What? Madara's eyes instantly became extremely dangerous, a trace of red light flashing in his Sharingan. You feel sorry for them? How about this old man strips off your mech and makes you dig together with them? No. Not sorry. Absolutely not sorry. Obito shook his head like a rattle drum. He quickly drew the whip he used as a supervisor and cracked it sharply in the air. Smack. You two. Hear me well. Lord Madara has spoken. Obito walked up to Matabi and Sammy, putting on a ferocious expression. Put away all those schemes of yours. In this mining area, whether you're a Kage or a secretary, you're all miners. Go get your pickaxes. If you don't meet today's quota, you get no food. Madara watched this scene coldly, feeling somewhat satisfied in his heart. Want to corrupt this old man's will with beauty? Absolutely delusional. Uchiha Madara would forever be that ruthless overlord of the ninja world. Madara snorted coldly. Putting his hands in his pockets, he turned to leave this mining pit and trance that troubled his mind. He thought this cruel and merciless humiliation, along with their miserable fate of going to mine, would absolutely make these two proud cloud-hidden village women back down, filling them with endless resentment and fear. However, he had only just turned around, with his back to the two women, before taking even half a step. By his ears suddenly came two strange sounds. Not the slightest fear or despair. Instead, carrying an irrepressible, extremely excited, rapid breathing sound. Ha! Ha! The two rapid breaths like feathers swept gently across the nape of Ban's neck with a searing heat. Ban's body, which had just turned around, came to an abrupt halt. His Mangekyo Sharingan, originally cold as a frozen abyss, now flickered with a hint of astonishment. His tall straight back stiffened slightly beneath the black robe. His brow furrowed into a knot once more, and the veins at his temples throbbed with a violent rhythm. Something was wrong. His words had been sharp, each one a dagger aimed at the heart. Even a clay figure would have felt a surge of anger. He had humiliated these two elite female shinobi from Union Village before everyone, calling them even less than a joke. And now they were to be thrown into a dark mine to dig rocks alongside a group of filthy men. Shouldn't they be weeping in despair or cursing him with venomous hatred? What was the meaning of this breath, seemingly excited to the point of madness? Dai-Tu, holding a whip, was about to step forward and carry out his duty as the ruthless overseer. Upon hearing the sound, his foot froze midair. Beneath the mecha helmet, his mouth gaped wide enough to swallow an ostrich egg. Wah! What's going on? The Shiwan stood in the shadow of the ruins, his golden vertical pupils contracting slightly. He licked his dry lips, a glint of intense curiosity flashing in his eyes. It seems that Lord Ban's cross-dimensional charm has begun to warp the very logic of biology. Ban suppressed the irritation in his heart and slowly turned his head. He had expected to see two faces full of hatred, but the sight before him nearly made the battle-hardened shinobi of the apocalypse curse out loud. Mabai and Samui were still kneeling on the ground. But the fear and grievance on their faces had vanished without a trace. In their place was a frenzied obsession, almost pathological. Their usually cold eyes now sparkled with undisguised starry lights, shimmering with a terrifying excitement. Under the influence of the peak charm aura, a passive ability that defied causality, their neural pathways had been completely reshaped and mutated. In the shinobi world where the strong preyed on the weak, they had seen too many sanctimonious hypocrites and weak-willed men who could not tear their eyes away from their beauty. Those men were merely pawns to be used, or nauseating wastes in their eyes. But now, this man before them possessed not only absolute power capable of crushing even the fourth thunder shadow, but also an extreme dominance that regarded all beauties as mere bones. He was not only unswayed by their allure, but had ruthlessly trampled their dignity and ground them into the dust. This aloof, cold-hearted cruelty struck like a hammer, hammering deep into the hidden corners of their hearts. This is a true peerless powerhouse. Mabai pressed her hands tightly to her chest, feeling the fierce pounding of her heart from overwhelming excitement. What are those men worth who can't walk past a woman? Only a man as cold, ruthless and domineering as Lord Ban deserves my submission. Her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple and her breathing grew rapid. To be humiliated by him, driven by him, even trampled under his feet. This feeling is simply wonderful. Samui too shed her usual icy beauty persona. She bit her red lips, her eyes glazed as she gazed at Ban's flawless face. That's right. Lord Ban's coldness is more intoxicating than the strongest wine. He doesn't even spare us a second glance, proving that his eyes are fixed only on true ambition. Such a man is the king I saw me have always dreamed of. The two women's worldviews underwent a startling self-consistency. Ban's merciless rejection did not discourage them, instead it ignited a fire of conquest and submission within them. Now their eyes held nothing but Ban. Dai Tu, whip in hand, walked up to them. He forced a stern face, trying to appear menacing. Hey! You two! Didn't you hear the ancestor's order? Get up now and pick up a pickaxe. If you don't dig 2 tons of ore today, no one rests. Dai Tu had expected the two delicate beauties to resist and cry. He had even prepared to use force. Instead, Ma Bai and Sami exchanged a glance and simultaneously broke into a radiant, determined smile. Yes, overseer. Ma Bai replied crisply, her voice carrying not a trace of grievance but a strange eagerness. She stood up unhesitatingly, brushing the dust from her knees. Then she turned, her eyes burning with passion as she looked at Ban and shouted. Lord Ban! Rest assured. Though you do not yet recognize us and see us as mere ornaments, we will prove ourselves in the mine. We will show you with our actions that the women of Yunin village can not only fight on the battlefield but are also skilled at mining. Sami stood up as well. Her stunning figure seemed out of place in the dusty mining area, but her gaze was unwavering. We will become the best miners in Mine District 1. We will earn your recognition and be transferred to serve at your side. Lord Ban, just watch. After saying this, the two women ignored Dai Tu's whip. Hand in hand like two spirited hens, they strode toward the mine entrance, even proactively asking the stunned Yunin miners for pickaxes. Dai Tu's hand holding the whip froze midair. He stared blankly at the women's retreating figures, his mouth opening and closing beneath the mecha helmet, but no sound came out. He turned to look at Ban as if seeing a monster. Ancestor. These two women. Did the thunder shadows lightning strike them silly? Going to mine with such excitement? They must be insane. Ban watched the two figures rushing excitedly toward the mine. The veins at his temples throbbed even more violently. He took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to blast the entire mine and the two mad women into nothingness. The power of this peach blossom luck had utterly surpassed his understanding. If this continued, his title as the shinobi of the apocalypse would soon become the #1 social butterfly of the shinobi world. Shut up. Ban glared at Dai Tu. Do your job. If I see them slacking off, I'll throw you into the mine as well. Dai Tu shrank his neck in fright and quickly nodded. Yes, yes. Rest assured, ancestor, I'll keep them in line with the whip. Ban waved his hand in irritation, planning to find a quiet place to clear his mind and study how to disable this damned system passive. However, at that moment, not far from them, from the human-shaped crater in the rock mountain where Ban had casually thrown someone earlier, a violent coughing suddenly erupted. Accompanying the cough was the sound of falling rocks and sliding dirt. The noise was particularly heavy in the silent mine, filled with a desperate struggle of unwillingness and fury. The sound was especially heavy in the quiet mine, carrying a desperate struggle of unwillingness and fury. Gravel tumbled and scraped from the depths of the pit. In the mining area, where the silence was so deep that only the two women's confessions could be heard, those grinding sounds seemed all the more oppressive. A charred, faintly trembling hand clawed over the edge of the human-shaped pit. Faint sparks of lightning still writhed over that hand, crackling with a mournful hiss. The fourth Rakage clenched his jaw. His mouth was filled with the sickening taste of rust and blood. Bearing the excruciating pain of a body whose bones felt as if they were falling apart, he dug the fingers of his one still working arm into the rock at the pit's edge and dragged his massive frame up from the crater by sheer brute force. Thud. A crashed heavily onto the flat ground outside the pit. He gasped for breath in huge ragged gulps, his chest like a worn-out bellows, every inhale stabbing like needles. He shook his dazed head. The faint breeze against his scalp mercilessly reminded him again of that humiliating horseshoe-shaped bald hairstyle. A struggle to his feet. Uchiha Madara. He roared in a frenzy, inside his heart killing intent and humiliation intertwining until his eyes burned scarlet. As the strongest spear of the Cloud Village, he would never accept being tossed aside like a dead dog. Even if he died, he would die standing, using lightning release to blast open a giant hole in this damned mine. But just as he propped up his upper body with his hands and took in where he had landed, an indescribably foul stench slammed straight into his nostrils. Only then did he realize that Madara's careless toss had carried him with perfect accuracy to the edge of the mining area right beside the temporary latrines built for the tens of thousands of IWA miners. The revolting yellowish-brown filth splashed up from the pit now hung unevenly over the muscles he took such pride in, and one lump had even landed with a wet splat on his gleaming bald crown. Ugh! Fought back the violent churning in his stomach. The supreme commander of the Cloud Village, the absolute spiritual leader of the militant faction, had fallen into a shit pit. If this ever got out, he would have no face to see the third Raikage in the Pure Land after death. "I'll kill you. I'll hack you to pieces." A bellowed aloud. Even at the cost of snapping his meridians, he would forcibly gather lightning release chakra again. And yet just as he was about to unleash an earth-shaking roar and restore the Cloud Village's might, from not far away the voice drifting over from before the command post hit him like a basin of ice water poured over his head, quenching every last flame of his rage, and freezing even his soul. "Lord Madara. Please rest assured." It was Mabui's voice. Crisp, clear, and carrying a tone full of vigor and coquettish charm, one this Raikage had never heard from her before. "We'll definitely put on a good show in the mine. We'll earn your approval as soon as possible and be transferred to serve at your side." Then came Samui's equally eager voice chiming in. "Yes. Lord Madara, just wait and see." A's entire body went rigid. The trace of lightning release chakra he had only just gathered scattered apart inside him in an instant. His huge bloodshot eyes bulged as he stared ahead in disbelief. Mabui, his chief secretary, who always wore a cold stare and handled official documents with meticulous precision. The woman he had trusted as the Cloud Village's master strategist and absolutely loyal right hand. Samui, the elite kunoichi, famous for being an ice-cold beauty able to face even the highest-ranking enemies of other nations with poise. And at this moment they were like two hens in heat. They no longer even feared the whip in Obito's hand, instead they snatched two dirt-caked pickaxes from the IWA miners nearby. Then hand in hand with beaming faces and blazing morale they walked toward the gloomy entrance of the mine. Far from feeling humiliated by their demotion to miners. They had instead turned this into a trial, a competition to win that man's favor and secure a place at his side. This. Impossible. A's lips trembled violently. He would rather believe that he had fallen victim to some advanced genjutsu. He, the dignified fourth Raikage and the backbone of the Cloud Village, had been shaved bald in public and thrown into a latrine like trash. And his most trusted subordinates, while it was still unknown whether he lived or died, not only failed to think of saving him or avenging the Cloud Village. Instead, right before his eyes they openly and fervently confessed their adoration to the enemy who had trampled them underfoot, even scrambling for the chance to dig or for him. This double mental blow, this total collapse of faith, was even more despairing than the slap Madara had given him. Mabui. Samui. Pointed at the two figures merrily heading for the mine. It was as if a lump of phlegm that had not been coughed up in decades were stuck in his throat, producing only a rasping whistling hiss. Furious fire stabbed at his heart. Chi and blood surged backward. Combined with the extreme humiliation of body and soul, he felt as if something in his chest had suddenly burst open. Pwah. His eyes rolled back fiercely and a huge mouthful of black blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs sprayed out like a fountain. That iron tower-like frame lost every shred of its strength. He toppled stiffly backward. With a wet squelch. He crashed squarely into the stinking latrine pit beside him and passed out, leaving only a string of murky bubbles churning on the surface. Not far away, Orochimaru, who had been lurking in the shadows and enjoying the show, watched the fourth Raikage, a man who had once cut a sweeping figure across the shinobi world, exit the stage in such a farcical and miserable manner. A flash of undisguised mockery gleamed in his golden slit-pupiled eyes. Orochimaru slid leisurely out of the shade. The dark violet Ouroboros mecha glinted with a cold eerie light in the sun. He walked over to Madara's side and gave a slight bow. His long tongue licked his parched lips and his hoarse voice carried a cold calculating edge. "Lord Madara." Orochimaru spoke softly, gazing at the reeking latrine. "It seems that the Cloud Village's strongest combat force has already turned into a pile of fertilizer. Now those penniless beggars from the land of wind are hardly worth fearing. Of the 5 great nations it seems only a desert remains waiting for you to take over." Orochimaru's chilling words, laced with cold calculations, still hung in the air, thick with the metallic tang of sand and dust. Madara's gaze swept past the fourth Raikage unconscious beside the latrine with half his body soaked in filth. Settling upon the holographic map of the shinobi world spread across the tactical command table. A glint of emotionless light flickered in his pitch-black eyes as his stare, like that of a tyrant surveying his domain, locked fiercely onto the vast golden expanse at the westernmost edge of the map. The land of wind. The scene leaped across thousands of miles. Within the sand village, sandstorms raged mercilessly against the low dome-shaped structures of packed clay, the entire settlement exuding a desolation so profound it seemed ready to be swallowed whole by the howling winds at any moment. Beneath the leaden sky, even every breath carried a bone-dry visceral grit. Gales whipped gravel from the ground, hammering against wooden window frames with the cacophonous crackling of demonic wails. The Kazekage's residence top-floor office. The conditions inside were hardly superior to the streets beyond. A weathered wooden desk groaned beneath towering stacks of requisition documents and supply requests. The air hung heavy with the damp mustiness of perpetual shadow and the bitter dregs of cheap tea. Fourth Kazekage Rasha sat slumped in his severely worn chair. Both hands gripped his auburn hair, once meticulously groomed now disheveled and tangled. Scattered across the desk lay several intelligence scrolls freshly delivered through urgent encrypted channels. Rasha's eyes were webbed with crimson veins. He stared unblinkingly at the damning words on the reports. Konoha had fallen reduced to the ruins of an interstellar capital. The Mizukage of Water Country had been swiftly killed. Tsurumi may surrendered her village. The Earth Country's armies were shattered in a single blow by a 10,000-meter iron colossus, leaving Inoki reduced to a mere mining overseer. Just half a day prior, the fourth Raikage of Cloud Village had launched his assault only to be left shaven-headed and so furious he collapsed unconscious in the latrine while Killer Bee was kicked into a permanent stutter. It's over. All is lost. Rasha's voice rasped like sandpaper grinding against stone. His entire body shuddered as if struck by lightning, and even those hands that manipulated sand gold with the steadiness of bedrock now spasmed uncontrollably. The Sand Village had always been wretchedly poor. Repeated budget cuts from the daimyo meant the village's ninja had to ration even high-grade explosive tags, splitting each one in two. Many genin's ninja tool pouches held nothing but a few rusted kunai and stones scavenged from the desert floor. At such a desperate brink. Not to mention confronting that 10,000-meter mech that had cleaved Inoki's dust release in a single strike. Even merely facing Madara's mech infantry, the Sand Village would lack the funds for a proper defense even if they liquidated every last possession. Is our land of wind destined to perish thus? Granny Chiyo stood beside the desk leaning heavily on her cane, her aged face etched with despair and desolation. Rasha, we possess not even a vessel for escape. Across this endless expanse of yellow sand, where could we possibly flee? They say Uchiha Madara is an 80-year-old monster who clawed his way from the depths of hell. His temperament is feral and capricious, a merciless slaughterer. By the time his fleet arrives, not even a sand rat in our village shall survive. Rasha absorbed his two advisors' despairing complaints, feeling as though countless steel needles pierced through his skull. He released his grip on his hair and brought his palm down hard upon the desk. The kicked-up dust dragged forth violent coughs from his lungs. We cannot win. Surrender is our only path. Rasha ground out each word through clenched teeth. But Granny Chiyo's brow furrowed deeply. Our Sand Village is destitute. What could we possibly offer that tyrant as tribute? Water Country possesses seafood at minimum. Earth Country holds mineral veins. What do we have? Endless worthless sand. Would that ancient monster deign to value our scrap metal? Rasha's breathing grew ragged. His gaze swept the office before settling upon a photograph frame on the desk. Within the frame rested a portrait of him with his 3 children. His eldest son Kankuro, his youngest son Gara, and his eldest daughter Temari. Rasha's expression shifted into something unsettling. He recalled a singular detail from the intelligence briefings. Tsunade of Konoha, Tsurumi May of Water Country, and even the 2 female attendants from Cloud Village, all appeared to have remained at the side of that Uchiha Madara. Who says we lack anything of value to present? Rasha's voice dropped to an unnaturally frigid register, stripped of compassion layered with ruthless pragmatism. He lifted the frame, his thumb tracing slowly over Temari's portrait, youthful, vibrant, her expression defiant. Granny Chiyo froze. Rasha. Have you lost your senses? She is your own flesh and blood. How old is Temari? You would sacrifice her to that depraved octogenarian as a concubine. Granny Chiyo struck the floor repeatedly with her cane, attempting to rouse whatever conscience remained in Rasha. I am not mad. I am the Kazekage. Rasha surged to his feet, his eyes bloodshot as he fixed Granny Chiyo with a burning glare. To preserve the Sand Village, to spare these tens of thousands of villagers from being buried alongside that ancient monster. I would surrender even my own life without hesitation. Rasha gasped for breath. Konoha and Water Country offered women to placate him. Why should our Sand Village refuse to do the same? Temari stands as our village's most beautiful woman, daughter of the Kazekage. Her status renders her worthy as a diplomatic offering. If her sacrifice can satisfy that ancient monster and ensure the Sand Village's survival, then trading one life for thousands is a calculation any rational leader would accept. Granny Chiyo opened her mouth, then closed it again. Confronted by Rasha's twisted, unyielding visage, she could only exhale a helpless sigh, turning away, unable to witness further. In this merciless shinobi world, the dignity of the weak commands no respect, least of all before such transcendent horrors. Morality and familial bonds exist solely as luxuries. Rasha steeled himself, refusing to meet Granny Chiyo's gaze. He sharply pivoted and issued his command to the ANBU station beyond the doorway, his tone bereft of humanity. Go. Summon Temari to me immediately. Rasha pressed both palms flat against the desk, his knuckles bleaching white. Inform her this serves the village's survival. Even if that Uchiha Madara proves to be a tree-barked half-rotten pervert, she will strip bare for him with a smile and attend to his every desire. Should she provoke that demon's wrath, I shall disavow her as though I never sired her. Raza's heartless command echoed through the empty office. Outside the door, windblown sand battered the flimsy wooden window, wailing shrilly as if mourning for the girl about to be offered up as a sacrifice. A long creak came as the scarred wooden door of the office was pushed open. Temari entered, bringing with her the coarse, gritty breath of the desert. Her short golden hair was slightly tousled by the wind and sand, and she wore her signature red sash at her waist. The huge heavy 3-star fan on her back was nearly as tall as she was, bending her spine a little. Temari's face was somewhat pale, yet her gaze was extraordinarily calm. She had clearly overheard Raza's order just outside the door. There was no hysterical wailing, no pleading. In Sunagakure, a village so destitute that it would cast aside anything for survival, the Kazekage's daughter had long been prepared to sacrifice herself for the village. Father, I understand. Temari's voice was clear and crisp, yet filled with a heartbreaking determination. She did not look at Granny Chiyo and Ebizo, who were sighing and covering their faces nearby. She simply fixed her gaze on Raza, who sat behind the office desk with bloodshot eyes. For Sunagakure's survival I am willing to go. Even if that Uchiha Madara is a twisted ancient monster who came crawling out of hell, I will make sure he is satisfied. Those final words were squeezed out of Temari's throat through gritted teeth. Raza looked at the face his daughter was so fiercely forcing to stay strong. His lips moved as though he wanted to say something comforting. But in the end he only waved a feeble hand. Go. The starship is already waiting for you at the village entrance. Remember, your identity now is no longer the Kazekage's daughter but the tribute offering of Sunagakure. Do not provoke him. Temari bowed deeply, turned and left the Kazekage's office. Outside, the fierce wind raged on as before. She walked alone down the sand-covered street. The villagers and shinobi alike bowed their heads as the girl carrying the great 3-star fan passed by. They knew Temari was spending her own life to buy them a chance to linger on, gasping for survival. Temari's steps were steady. Yet in her mind all manner of terrifying legends about Madara Uchiha flickered madly like a revolving lantern. He was the man who had been killed by the first Hokage in the Battle of the Valley of the End. Counting the years, if he truly still lived, he would be at least an 80- or 90-year-old monster, his face covered with age spots and his body reeking of decay. Reports even claimed he could summon a 10,000-meter mecha tear-tailed beasts apart with his bare hands and kill the Mizukage with a slap. A monster like that, with strength beyond reason and a mind certain to be profoundly warped. Who knew what cruel and perverse fetishes he had? Maybe the moment she arrived he would use those horrific stellar energies to torture her to death. Or perhaps she would become some bizarre experimental specimen, alive yet wishing for death. At that thought Temari's heart was crushed by an icy invisible hand. But she bit her lip hard, forcing the tears back. Temari, you are a kunoichi of Sunagakure. You cannot cry. She kept chanting encouragement to herself. Even if I die, I'll die with dignity. Half a day later, at the border of the land of wind, the interstellar warship Ashura, so vast it resembled a moving fortress, hung quietly in midair. Its black hull glinted with a cold sheen under the sunlight. The colossal anti-gravity engines rumbled deeply, scattering the surrounding sandstorm. Temari stood on a sand dune beneath the warship, looking up at this behemoth that completely surpassed the shinobi world's understanding. She had already steeled herself for death. Even so, the destructive aura emanating from the warship made her legs go uncontrollably weak. With a click, a blue tractor beam descended from the warship's belly. Obito, wearing the black flame armor with its flashing, single-dog marquee, slid down the beam. He swaggered up to Temari and looked her over. Yo, a marriage tribute sent from Sunagakure. Obito's voice came through the mech, carrying a mechanical sneer. Not bad, fresh and pretty, though carrying that huge fan makes you look a bit fierce. Temari took a deep breath and looked at Obito with forced composure. Take me to see Madara Uchiha. Her voice was trembling, yet her back remained ramrod straight. You're pretty bold. Obito curled his lip and pressed the communicator on his arm. Follow me. The old ancestor is waiting for you in the command room. Just a warning, the old ancestor has a bad temper, so you'd better stay sharp. Obito turned and walked onto the tractor beam. Temari followed tightly behind. As the beam carried her upward, Temari's heart pounded faster and faster. The image in her mind of the 80-year-old perverted monster grew increasingly vivid and abominable. Walking through the long metal corridor with stellar energy circuits glowing ghostly blue on either side made Temari feel as though she had entered the intestines of a steel monster. Here we are. Obito stopped before a thick alloy door. It slid open slowly to both sides, issuing a muffled metallic groan. The command room was enormous. In the very center stood a massive throne forged from pure stellar energy alloy. Temari stood at the entrance. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, prepared to face a cold, sinister face covered in bark-like wrinkles. Then she snapped her eyes open, lifted her head like one who had nothing to lose, and stared straight at the throne. The next second Temari felt as though she had been struck by lightning, frozen completely solid. Sitting upon the throne was not some decrepit old man on the verge of death. It was a young man in black robes, wild and unruly in every posture. Madara propped his chin on one hand, his dense black hair spilling about like a lion's untamed mane. His face flawlessly chiseled as though by axe and knife bore an overbearing dominance that looked down on all under heaven and regarded everything as straw. His deep black eyes radiated an inviolable majesty. It was a celestial, devastatingly beautiful appearance that wholly exceeded mortal standards. Temari's heart, which had been as cold as ashes and ready for death, at the instant it saw Madara's face clearly, was injected with a shot of adrenaline and began to race madly at an unprecedented rhythm. Thump. 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 Her heartbeat thundered in her chest like a war drum. She stood dazed, and before anyone could blink, 2 rosy blushes flew up onto her originally pale cheeks. She didn't even notice when the heavy 3-star fan slipped from her shoulder and crashed onto the metal floor. The peak charm aura flared up once more, utterly unreasonable, seizing the terrifying image of the perverted old monster in Temari's mind. In an instant that image was pulverized into dust. The dull echo of the 3-star fan striking the metal floor still lingered through the vast command room. That sound shattered the previously solemn atmosphere, seeming strikingly abrupt. Temari's clear eyes stared unblinkingly at Madara's face. The resolute determination she had prepared for a heroic sacrifice had now all transformed into uncontrollable blush on her cheeks. Madara leaned against his throne forged from star energy alloy. Hearing the sound of a weapon falling, he frowned slightly. A pale blue star energy aura spilled from his body, accompanied by a suffocating pressure of supremacy that instantly enveloped the entire command room. Sent by the land of wind. Madara's voice was cold enough to crack ice, his black robes rustling sharply in the forceful wind generated by his aura of dominance. He scrutinized Temari with the detached gaze one reserves for the condemned. You come armed to see me, and it seems the fates of Inoki and the Raikage haven't yet taught you sand-dwelling rats any caution. He assumed another desperate village had sent an assassin foolish enough to seek his death. After all, carrying such a massive fan made surrender seem unlikely from any angle. That star energy pressure bore down on Temari's shoulders like an invisible mountain. Any ordinary ninja would have already fallen to their knees begging for mercy under such overwhelming force. But Temari did not falter. Despite the crushing weight of that domineering pressure, fear never took hold. Instead, her heart raced with intensifying force. The apex charm aura transmuted Madara's killing intent into something far more dangerous, a fatal magnetism capable of shattering a young woman's defenses. Temari swallowed hard, her mouth suddenly parched. As she met his cold gaze, the notion of Madara as some decrepit 80-year-old monster crumbled, completely swept away into the desert like dust. This was no demon. He was a peerless overlord straight from ancient legend. And no. It's not like that, Lord Madara. Temari drew a steadying breath and pushed forward against the oppressive weight, taking an eager step toward him. Desperate to clear any misunderstanding, she waved her hands frantically before her, ignoring the 3-star fan lying forgotten on the floor. I am the envoy from the sand-hidden village. And also the hostage you've been sent. A hostage? Madara raised an eyebrow, impatience flickering in his eyes. Such roundabout political maneuvering was precisely what he despised most. I demand unconditional submission. What use have I for a hostage? Well. Our sand village wishes to surrender. Temari bit her red lip, summoning her courage to meet Madara's gaze directly. But our village is quite poor, we cannot offer proper tribute. My father Rosha the 4th Kazekage sent me to serve you. As she spoke those final words, her voice grew quieter and quieter, her face flushing crimson like a ripe apple, while a faint pink hue spread across her slender neck. Obito, watching from the sidelines, could only roll his eyes. The single dog marquee lights behind his mecha flashed frantically. Ancestor, this Kazekage certainly knows how to play his cards. Obito muttered under his breath, his words dripping with resentment. When they can't win through battle, they send their daughter instead. This is clearly a strategy of peaceful alliance to secure your favor without shedding a drop of blood. Madara ignored Obito's snide remarks entirely. Watching Temari's shy demeanor gave him an unpleasant sensation crawling up his scalp. This cursed streak of romantic entanglement seemed utterly endless. He was about to dismiss this troublesome woman and level the Kazekage's tower with a single cannon blast. But just then Temari made a move that caught everyone completely off guard. She hurried to the tactical console at one side of the command room. As the Kazekage's daughter, she had some familiarity with operating advanced communication equipment. Her pale fingers flew across the holographic keyboard. A sharp electronic chime sounded. The massive holographic projection screen at the center of the command room instantly illuminated. The display split into two sections. One side showed Madara and Temari in the command room. The other revealed the Kazekage's office in the sand village thousands of miles away beneath a sky choked with yellow sand. Even worse, Temari had routed the channel directly through the Shinobi World's public chakra network established by Orochimaru. This meant the entire scene was being broadcast live across the Shinobi World. On the other side of the screen, the fourth Kazekage Rosha sat slumped in his chair, both hands gripping his hair in despair. At the sound of the communicator he jerked his head up, his eyes bloodshot. Temari. Rosha saw his daughter on screen and immediately assumed she was enduring torture. He lunged toward the communicator, his voice hoarse with panic. Have you seen that demon? Has he harmed you? You must endure it, for the sake of the village. Do not resist. Rosha expected to see his daughter in desperate tears. Instead, Temari on the screen showed no sign of sorrow, her eyes lit up with barely concealed excitement, a flushed blush spreading across her face. Father. Temari planted her hands on the console and shouted directly into the screen, her voice ringing clear and loud enough to reach the entire Shinobi world. I'm keeping this hostage position. Rosha froze, his hand gripping the communicator suspended in midair. Ha! What did you say? I mean, Lord Madara is simply perfect. Temari, disregarding the fact that the entire Shinobi world was watching, turned to glance at Madara with dreamy admiration before declaring loudly into the screen. He's no ancient monster. He's a true peerless powerhouse. Father, please lead the village in surrendering right away. Do not resist to the end and delay my opportunity to throw myself at him. This shamelessly bold declaration of devotion detonated like a nuclear bomb across the Shinobi public channel. In the Sand Village office, Rosha heard his daughter's words and felt blood surge to his head. His vision darkened and he nearly collapsed from a cerebral hemorrhage right there. You wretched daughter. Do you have any idea what you're saying? Rosha trembled with rage, his finger pointing at the screen, shaking uncontrollably. He, the esteemed Kazekage, had sacrificed his daughter to save the village, a humiliation pushed to its absolute limit. Yet this unfortunate daughter showed no trace of heroic resolve. Instead, before the entire Shinobi world, she complained that his surrender came too late, costing her the chance to throw herself at a man. The Sand Village's honor was crushed to fragments by Temari in that moment. Father, I'm being serious. Temari paid no mind to Rosha's fury and continued to pour oil on the flames. When encountering a man like Lord Madara, anyone would willingly submit. Rosha clutched his chest, gasping for breath. He was about to curse and disown this disgraceful daughter. But out of the corner of his eye he caught sight of the man seated on the steel throne behind Temari. Madara's crimson Tomo Sharingan locked onto Rosha coldly through the screen. It was the gaze of a superior being looking down upon an ant. And then, Rosha saw beyond the main screen the 12 star-destroying float cannons hovering behind the cosmic deity Susanoo. The cannon muzzles pulsed with a despair-inducing dark red energy charge. That light seemed capable of erasing the entire land of wind from existence at any moment. All anger and humiliation vanished instantly before such absolute destructive power. Rosha slumped into his chair like a deflated balloon. He lowered his head weakly, avoiding Madara's gaze. Sand Village. Rosha ground his teeth, a pained croak emerging from his throat. Unconditional surrender. He closed his eyes, squeezing out 2 tears of humiliation. It's just. Lord Madara. Our village is simply too poor, we even have to borrow from the daimyo to afford explosion tags. We fear we cannot offer any proper tribute. Rosha's sigh, laden with helplessness and the bitter pang of poverty, drifted through the holographic communication frequency, echoing across the spacious command chamber of the Shura warship. It resembled a withered draft wind carrying the distinct shabby fragrance of the desert. Madara reclined upon his throne forged from stellar energy alloy. His obsidian eyes gazed through the colossal holographic screen fixed upon the dilapidated visage of Sunagakure displayed within. Modest mud brick structures, yellow sand swirling endlessly through the heavens, and those sallow-faced gaunt villagers of Sunagakure who could scarcely afford proper ninja tools. This was nothing short of an abandoned refugee camp. A slow exploitative smirk curled the corners of Madara's lips. So destitute you must borrow coin merely to purchase detonation tags. Madara's voice oozed with undisguised contempt. This old one has heard that your wind country yields naught but sand, hardly any viable iron ore can be dug from its soil. Rasha on the other end of the screen lowered his head in profound shame, wishing the earth would open and swallow him whole. As the fourth Kazekage, he now felt like a penniless pauper being berated to his face by his landlord for unpaid rent. Lord Madara, I sincerely apologize. Rasha's voice grew increasingly bitter. Our village's economic lifeline has long been strangled by the daimyo. In recent years our military appropriations have been slashed by more than half. At present the entire village teeters on the brink of collective bankruptcy. Should you demand tribute in minerals or conscripts, we truly have nothing to offer. Obito, listening from the sidelines, curled his lip in distaste. The marquee lights upon the mecha's back flashed twice. Ancestor, these wretched poor souls are hardly worth the trouble. Perhaps we should simply abandon this endeavor. Absorbing them would only drain our grain reserves, it's hardly a sound investment. You possess utterly no understanding. Madara cut off Obito's rambling with cold indifference. He rose from his seat and approached the holographic screen, looking down upon Rasha from above. This old one intends to forge a vast empire that spans the starry seas. The ore veins of the land of earth shall forge the hulls of interstellar warships, while the land of water shall serve as the energy-cooling nexus. And those boundless desolate deserts of your wind country. A glint of fanatical ambition flickered within Madara's eyes. Shall become the perfect site for my ultra-large interstellar mecha assembly complex. Rasha listened utterly bewildered. Interstellar warships, mecha assembly complexes, those concepts lay far beyond the comprehension of a Kazekage still fretting over hundreds of thousands of ryo in military funds. All he knew was that this demon-like man had set his sights upon their worthless wasteland, a place possessing nothing but sand. However, Lord Madara. Gathering his courage, Rasha dared to raise the most fatal question once more. Even if you desire to construct a factory, our village lacks even the slightest startup capital. The daimyo will never allocate funds to us. The daimyo? Does such a parasite deserve to control our economic lifeline? Madara snorted derisively as though hearing the most ridiculous joke. He slowly raised his right hand. That pale elegant palm pointed toward Sunagakure through the holographic screen miles away. Poverty has never been an excuse. Today this old one shall instruct you in the true methodology of wealth. Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan instantly erupted with blinding crimson light. The primal essence of his stellar deity body surged forth powerfully. This transcended mere chakra manipulation, it touched upon the fundamental laws of material reconstruction at the cosmic dimension's foundation. Converge for me. Madara barked, his 5 fingers clenching inward with tremendous force. Far away in Sunagakure, thousands of li distant, those villagers who had been weeping in utter despair over their village's surrender, suddenly felt the earth beneath their feet convulse violently. An earthquake. Run. The Kazekage Tower is collapsing. The villagers scattered in sheer terror. But the epicenter lay not beneath the Kazekage Tower, it was positioned directly beneath the expansive plaza at Sunagakure's very heart. Rasha abandoned his communication with Madara altogether, scrambling and stumbling out of his office to stand upon the corridor peering downward. Only to see the yellow sand at the plaza's center churning outward like a furious geyser. A piercing golden radiance too brilliant to behold erupted from the earth's depths. This light was no ninja technique, it was the pure high-density reflection of metal. Wah! What is that? Granny Chio rubbed her clouded aging eyes, her voice trembling, with the tremors intensifying. Before the horrified speechless gaze of the entire village, a colossal object radiating dazzling golden brilliance tore its way upward from beneath the sand dunes. 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. This was no earthen-style defensive construction. Concrete, it was a genuine mountain of gold, forcibly condensed from matter with a purity of 99.99%. Sunlight struck the golden mountain, refracting rays that seemed to dye the entire sky above Sunagakure in ostentatious gold. Boom! The gold mountain settled firmly at the plaza's center, its immense weight crashing into the yellow sand, sending plumes of golden dust billowing into the heavens. The dust settled upon the villagers' faces and garments, and some even instinctively extended their tongues to taste it. Silence. Desolate, suffocating silence. Throughout all of Sunagakure, aside from the howling wind, no other sound remained. Rasha leaned over the corridor railing of the Kazekage Tower. His eyes, previously bloodshot and weary, now widened beyond belief. The silhouette of that 100-meter golden mountain was clearly reflected within his pupils. The daimyo's restrictions on military funding, the despair of a bankrupt village, before this tangible mountain of gold they vanished like snowflakes under the scorching sun, melted away without so much as a trace. Gold. Rasha's breathing came to a complete halt. He could scarcely believe his own eyes. The man rumored to be the Asura himself had not rained down world-destroying meteorites. Instead, from thousands of li away he had casually extracted elemental matter from beneath the desert sands and hurled an entire mountain of gold down upon their Sunigakure. The villagers in the plaza finally snapped out of their trance. All fear and solemnity dissolved instantly under the overwhelming impact of wealth. Even the most composed jonin gazing upon that gleaming golden mountain found their eyes transforming into the shape of gold ingots. We're rich. Sunigakure has struck it rich. Screw being a Kazekage guard. I'm throwing myself at Lord Madara's feet as his #1 sycophant. Meanwhile, within the command chamber of the Shura worship, Temari stood transfixed, staring at the golden mountain that had materialized from nothing upon the screen. She turned her head to gaze upon Madara seated upon his throne as though he had merely tossed aside a coin. The blush upon her beautiful face deepened. This isn't some perverted old monster. Temari pressed her palms together over her chest, her heart pounding violently. This is a peerless overlord, handsome, overwhelmingly powerful, and capable of conjuring mountains of gold with a mere gesture. I am holding on to this hostage for life. The colossal tremor caused by the golden mountain's landing still echoed through the desolate streets of Sunigakure. The raised dust gradually settled, but a fine dazzling layer of golden powder still lingered in the air. The entire plaza fell into a deathly silence, punctuated only by the sharp hisses of the villagers gasping in excitement. The sound converged like a group of travelers parched for half a month, frantically gulping down a sweet spring. Raza lay slumped against the railing of the Kazekage building's corridor. His eyes, once bloodshot and brimming with despair, now locked onto the blinding golden radiance. The mountain silhouette reflected in his pupils, and even blinking felt like a waste of time. His breath came in ragged gasps like a broken bellows, and his heart pounded against his ribs like a war drum. Gold. It's really gold. Raza's voice trembled uncontrollably. He stretched out his withered hands, clawing at the air as if trying to stuff the entire mountain into his pockets. As the news of the golden mountain falling from the sky in Sunigakure swept through the major nations like a hurricane via the chakra communication network, the fear in the hearts of the leaders of small remote shinobi villages, those who had been trembling in corners desperately clinging to survival, was instantly replaced by an absurd greed. The news spread too fast, too absurdly. Have you heard? That Uchiha Madara isn't an Asura who came to destroy the world. Mifune, the general of the Land of Iron, stood shirtless in his training hall. Upon hearing his subordinates report, his katana clattered onto the tatami. He's a living god of wealth who can conjure a golden mountain with a flick of his hand. The leader of the Land of Grass was so excited he scrambled out of bed in the dead of night. Without even bothering to put on shoes, he ran barefoot to the village square and bellowed at the top of his lungs. Quick! Pack up all the most valuable specialty goods. Those herbs, poison, bugs, box them all up. We must get ahead of the other villages and deliver our surrender to Lord Madara. If we're late, there won't even be broth left to drink. The land of waterfalls, the land of rain, the land of frost. Those small factions that had been hesitating, even plotting to carve out their own territories after the fall of the 5 great nations. Under the enormous lure of surrendering to Lord Madara will make you rich, completely abandoned any thought of resistance. Their worldviews shattered and were rebuilt in an instant. What was the dignity of a shinobi? What was national independence? In the face of a golden mountain it was all worthless. Could dignity fill your stomach? Could independence buy explosive tags? Since they couldn't win, they might as well join immediately. Maybe they could even earn the title of founding hero and feast alongside Lord Madara. The metal corridor outside the command room of the battleship Shura. Kakashi and Obito stood in their power armor like 2 guardian statues at the entrance. They stared at the surreal scene before them, feeling that the shock they had endured in the past 2 days exceeded the sum of the previous decade. A long line had already formed in the corridor. The petty daimyo and village leaders who usually held themselves high now bowed and scraped their faces plastered with ingratiating smiles. They clutched various surrender documents, some even carrying bundles of local specialties, terrified of being at the back of the line and missing Madara's audience. Lord Kakashi, Lord Obito. The leader of the Land of Grass approached with a fawning smile, thrusting a beautifully packaged box of herbs into Obito's hands. This is a small token from our village. Please put in a good word for us before Lord Madara. The Land of Grass was the first to respond to the Empire's call. Obito glanced down at the herbs in his hand, then at the long line. The single dog marquee on his mecha flashed wildly. Holy crap, this is insane, isn't it? Obito muttered under his breath to Kakashi. Are these people all crazy? Do they even know who's sitting in there? That's the old ancestor who'd casually throw people into the sea to fill it. Kakashi, expressionless, took another surrender document and tossed it into the bin beside him. This is human greed. In the face of absolute power, fear makes people submit. But in the face of absolute wealth, even fear is devoured by greed. He paused the data stream on his tactical visor, pulsing calmly. The old ancestor's money power is more terrifying than his 10,000-meter-tall star god Susanoo. This is the true way to subdue the shinobi world without shedding a drop of blood. Inside the command room, Madara sat on a throne forged from stellar alloy, propping his chin on one hand. His deep black eyes filled with boredom gazed at the mountain of surrender documents piled on the table before him. Orochimaru stood beside him holding a latest intelligence summary. His golden slit pupils shimmered with genuine admiration for Madara's methods. He extended his long tongue, licked the edge of his metal mask, and began to report in a hoarse voice. Lord Madara. Orochimaru bowed slightly, his tone extremely respectful. As of now, 17 small nations, including the Land of Iron and the Land of Grass, have all submitted their surrender documents. Along with the previously destroyed Konoha, the Land of Water, the Land of Earth, the Land of Lightning, and the recently surrendered Land of Wind. Orochimaru raised his head, his eyes burning with fervor. All armed forces and state governments of the shinobi world have pledged allegiance to your empire. The de facto unification of the shinobi world has been achieved. Madara listened to Orochimaru's report without showing much excitement. To him, this was merely the first step toward building a stellar empire, not even an appetizer. However, the table full of surrender documents did save him a lot of trouble. At least he wouldn't have to pilot the star god Susanoo to stomp flat every village one by one. Madara slowly straightened up. He was about to rise, proclaim the new order of the shinobi world, and send those petty leaders who had brought gifts to work in the mines. Since they had surrendered, their labor couldn't be wasted. Just as Madara left his throne, ready to savor the brief thrill of being a conqueror. From the living quarters at the rear of the battleship, a harsh, piercing sound of a plate shattering on the metal floor erupted. Crash. The noise was strikingly clear in the quiet command room, even drowning out the sycophantic voices of the leaders outside. Madara's movement froze mid-air. His face, which had been relatively calm, instantly darkened like a burnt pot. The veins on his forehead throbbed uncontrollably. The harsh, sharp crack of a shattered plate echoed through the vast metal corridor. Like a needle, it mercilessly pierced the majestic, sovereign atmosphere of the command room. De Shiwan's hoarse report abruptly ceased. His golden slit-like pupils contracted slightly, and he silently retreated half a step, leaving the battlefield to his soon-to-explode master. Ban frowned with displeasure, his gaze turning extremely dangerous. The veins on his forehead throbbed like restless little snakes. He had just begun to savor the thrill of trampling the entire ninja world beneath his feet. This sense of accomplishment had not even warmed his chest yet. It was ruthlessly shattered by this sudden noise. These foolish women, what madness are they up to again? Ban gritted his teeth, a flicker of uncontrollable anger flashing in his deep black eyes. Ignoring the leaders of minor nations still queuing to submit their surrender documents, he directly shoved aside Dai-Tu and Kakashi, who stood in his way. He strode swiftly toward the living quarters at the rear of the warship. His black robe dragged a cold, lingering shadow across the metal floor, and the air along the path seemed to freeze to the freezing point due to his fury. Bang! Ban kicked open the heavy alloy door of the logistics area's lounge. The moment the door slid open, a thick, strange odor, a mix of various high-end perfumes, alcohol fumes, and pungent acidic mist, rushed toward him like a tornado. The sight before him made this ninja world Azura, who had once faced tens of thousands of shinobi allied forces without flinching. His scalp tingle with numbness. The originally luxurious and comfortable lounge now looked as if it had been trampled by a dozen-tailed beasts. Chaotic and foul. A complete mess. You, this sand fox that crawled out from nowhere, dare to compete with me for position. Gang Shou stepped on the collapsed leather sofa with one foot. Her golden twintails danced wildly in the air. Her iconic green jacket had long been thrown somewhere, leaving her only in a tight sleeveless inner top. With visible monstrous strength chakra gathering in her hands, she pointed at Shouju across from her and cursed loudly. Do you believe I'll smash that broken fan of yours along with you back into the desert to eat dirt? Shouju stood unyieldingly opposite Gang Shou. She held the huge 3-star fan horizontally across her chest, with wind-released chakra already faintly flowing on the ribs of the fan. Humph, you old hag who always loses at gambling, what are you so proud of? Shouju not only showed no fear but provocatively raised her chin. I was sent openly by Sunagakure for a political marriage, a legitimate tribute. What are you? Just a nanny shamelessly clinging to the warship and refusing to leave. Lord Ban's personal maid can only be me. Shut up, you two uncivilized village girls. Zhao Meiming walked out from the other side. She had changed into a high-slit dress that accentuated her figure even more, holding a glass of red wine, her gaze sweeping contemptuously over Gang Shou and Shouju. When it comes to qualifications, I brought the entire water country as my dowry to pledge allegiance. Zhao Meiming's red lips parted slightly, a mouthful of yellow-green dissolving mist acid fog swirling around her fingertips. In terms of background and tactics, what do you have to compete with me for the position of the Empire's First Lady? Lord Zhao Meiming is right. Qing Mu Kuei hid behind Zhao Meiming. Although the two usually didn't get along, in this moment surrounded by external enemies, she decisively chose to band together. You rustic women, how could you possibly know how to serve Lord Ban? Just as they were arguing fiercely, Ma Bu-yi and Sa Mu-yi, the two newly joined female secretaries from Kumogakure, also unceremoniously joined the fray. Sa Mu-yi straightened her impressive figure, a hint of fanaticism on her icy face. We have received the most professional secretarial training. Lord Ban is building an empire. What he needs is a capable helper who can handle his official affairs, not crude people like you who only know how to fight and flirt. 6 women. From Konoha Water Country, Wind Country and Kumogakure Village. 6 stunning beauties who originally had nothing to do with each other. Now, in order to fight for a position by Ban's side, they had completely abandoned their usual aloofness, reserve and dignity. They argued until their faces were red and their necks swollen. It was even more intense and chaotic than the Fourth Great Ninja War. Enough. Ban stood at the doorway, letting out a furious roar. The violent pressure of star energy crashed down like a heavy hammer onto the lounge floor, causing the unbroken cups and plates to tremble with a clattering sound. Hearing this familiar voice, the 6 women simultaneously stopped their quarrel. They turned around and saw Ban standing at the door, his face full of murderous aura. Logically, facing an enraged Ban, normal people would have been terrified and knelt to beg for mercy. But under the effect of this damned peak charm aura, the brain circuits of these 6 women had completely mutated. Seeing Ban angry, they not only didn't show any restraint. Instead, they felt that this man, even when angry, exuded an irresistible domineering charm. Lord Ban. Gang Shou was the first to react. She instantly dropped her tigress demeanor and put on a coquettish expression, rushing over like a swallow returning to its nest. She grabbed Ban's left arm. You're finally back. They ganged up on me and bullied me. You must judge for me. Lord Ban. Zhao Meiming, not wanting to be outdone, immediately stepped forward and hugged Ban's right arm. She even deliberately rubbed her chest against his arm. It was her who started it by flipping the table. I'm so scared. Shouju was more direct. She circled around to face Ban, tilting her youthful invincible face up. Lord Ban, I came for a political marriage. When will you accept me? Ma Bu-yi, Sa Mu-yi and Qing Mu Kuei also swarmed over. They surrounded Ban, chattering and telling their grievances and loyalty. Even to get closer to Ban, they secretly tripped each other and stepped on toes. Ban was tightly surrounded by these 6 women. His ears were filled with coquettish Lord Ban's. His nostrils were overwhelmed by a rich, suffocating mix of various fragrances. His arms were pulled painfully and he didn't even have room to turn around. He looked at these women who were as noisy as a flock of ducks. He looked at his battleship, originally meant to conquer the stars and oceans, now reduced to this chaotic foul harem battlefield. Ban's tightly stretched nerve of patience, finally, at this moment, snapped completely. From Madara's crimson Sharingan eyes, which swirled with the Mangekyo pattern, beams of murderous blue energy lanced forth. The cold light pierced through the dim lighting of the lounge like 2 blades about to be drawn from their scabbards. Madara clenched his teeth, the grinding sound of his molars echoing in the silence. He could feel the turbulent star energy within his body suppressed to its breaking point, surging through his veins like a volcano on the verge of eruption. I've had enough. Madara suddenly raised his head and unleashed a primal roar as fearsome as an ancient beast. The roar required no amplification device, it was a physical explosion born from the resonance between his body and star energy. Boom! A visible blue shockwave erupted from Madara's position, spreading outward in a hemispherical blast. Those women who were clinging to him like octopuses or desperately trying to get closer were sent flying helplessly by that terrifying, unreasonable force like leaves caught in a fierce gale. Ah! Tsunade let out a startled cry as she was thrown heavily onto the leather sofa she had overturned, shattering its frame into pieces. Samui's back slammed against the metal wall, drawing a muffled gasp from her lips. The wine glass in her hand shattered on the floor, its crimson contents splashing across her high-slit dress. Temari Mabuki, Samui and Qingmu Kuei were scattered across the cold floor, clutching their bruised limbs with expressions of utter shock. The lounge's sultry atmosphere, thick with the mingling scents of perfume and alcohol, was utterly obliterated by that single roar. Madara stood motionless, his chest heaving violently. His long black robes whipped wildly in the still settling shockwaves. He extended his finger to point at the women sprawled on the ground, every digit trembling from overwhelming rage. You foolish women, has sand been poured into your brains? Madara's voice was icy, laced with a pressure that chilled one's very soul. I went to great lengths to crush the 5 great nations and seize control of the entire shinobi world. My ambition is the boundless ocean of stars. To forge an invincible fleet that shall sweep across the cosmos. He strode towards Tsunade, towering over her. Not to spend my time on this wretched spaceship listening to you clucking like hysterical ducks over some pathetic title of First Lady. Nor to play neighborhood mediator settling your trivial squabbles day after day. Tsunade, locked beneath Madara's killing intent-laden Sharingan gaze, felt that primordial terror from deep within her soul finally suppressed the intelligence-dampening effect of her peak charm aura. She swallowed hard, instinctively shrinking back, speechless. Madara sharply turned his gaze, sweeping over the other women like blades. My new empire raises no idlers nor vases that only know how to cause trouble. Since you have such surging energy, I'll find you proper work right now. Madara clasped his hands behind his back, his tone merciless. All of you get out there and work. He pointed at Tsunade, who was still rubbing her shoulder. Tsunade. That monstrous strength and medical ninjutsu of yours, stop showing off before me. Get to the interstellar capital and build my first all-weather medical mecha rescue force. I want to see a prototype within 3 days. Tsunade bit her lip. Though resentful, she dared not defy Madara's murderous gaze and simply nodded obediently. Yes, Lord Madara. Madara's gaze shifted to Samui. Samui. You know the water nations mess better than anyone. Return to your mist village and consolidate its resources to build the largest logistics production line for my empire. If the frontline mecha parts are not supplied, I'll hold you accountable. Samui shed her flirtatious demeanor, rose, adjusted her skirt and bowed respectfully. Understood, Lord Madara. I will not disappoint you. Madara then looked at Temari, who held her 3-star fan. Temari. Since the Wind Nation has nothing but sand, you're to go back to the desert and dig your own livelihood. Oversee the construction of a mega interstellar mecha assembly plant. That gold mountain serves as your startup capital. If you fail to build it, I'll shove every inhabitant of your hidden sand village into a blast furnace to smelt iron. Temari's face drained of color. She immediately knelt on one knee. I pledge to complete this mission, Lord Madara. Lastly, Madara regarded Mabuki Samui and Shinmu Kue. You 3. Work alongside Orochimaru to compile those surrender documents and each nation's resource inventories into a detailed interstellar expedition plan. System. Get the hell out here. What the hell is going on? Ban's hysterical roar echoed in his mind, carrying the aftershock of violent stellar energy buzzing deep within his consciousness. He gripped the already deformed armrest of the chair, veins bulging on the back of his hand as if he would crush the cold metal into pieces. The moment his roar fell, a cold, mechanical, emotionless chime rang crisply in Ban's ear. Then a translucent pale blue light screen materialized from the void without warning, stopping squarely in front of Ban's retina. A faint data glow flickered on the screen, casting a pallid hue over the dim rest area. System is online. What is your query, host? A line of bold, impassive font slowly emerged in the center of the screen. Ban stared at the words, feeling a fire raging wildly in his chest. What is my query? He gritted his teeth and squeezed out the words. I ask you, is it you're doing that these romantic entanglements keep piling up? Ban suddenly stood up. His wild black hair stirred in the air without wind. He pointed at the empty break room as if pointing at the system's invisible nose, and cursed loudly. Along my journey, first there was Tsunade of Konoha, then Terumi May of the Water Country. I barely got to the Lightning Country, and those 2 Kumogakure female secretaries, instead of being scared off by my killing intent, cried and begged to dig mines for me in the tunnels. Now even that impoverished Wind Country sends a hostage bride, and she declares in front of the entire shinobi world that she wants to throw herself at me. Ban grew more incredulous and angrier as he spoke. I schemed and trampled the 5 great nations for the grand ambition of the Starry Sea. It was to build with absolute force a cosmic empire where no one dares to rebel. Not to watch a bunch of women like cats in heat clawing at each other over who gets to pour my foot bath on this broken spaceship. This vulgar plot severely hampers my speed of drawing the sword and insults my dignity as the shinobi of the underworld. Speak. Did this broken system tamper with me? Facing Ban's storm of questions. The pale blue screen flickered twice as if performing a data search. Then the cold mechanical voice sounded again in Ban's mind. System detects violent emotional fluctuations in the host. Initiating data self-check. Self-check complete. All system functions operate normally. No involuntary negative status has been applied to the host. Bullshit. Ban slapped the illusory screen in front of him. Though his hand passed through it, the gust of wind scattered the nearby broken glass everywhere. If you didn't tamper with me, how could those women as if under a genjutsu be unable to walk away when they see me? Even that old hag Koharu Yutane who's half in the grave dares to wink at me. Thinking of that eyesore scene in Konoha Plaza, Ban felt his stomach churn as if he would vomit his last meal. The screen flickered again. Host, please calm down. All rewards and attributes provided by the system align with the trajectory of your current strength and status. To resolve your doubts, I now display your personal attribute panel. Please review it yourself. With a whoosh. The original screen expanded instantly, dense streams of data refreshing rapidly. Ban snorted coldly, forcing down his rage. He wanted to see what tricks this damn system could pull. Following the system's guidance, his eyes quickly swept over the astonishingly high data on the screen. Name: Uchiha Ban, age 22, peak physical state, power system stellar energy, higher dimensional cosmic energy, 6 paths, chakra fused, Mangekyo Sharingan, started level, evolution, strength, incalculable agility, transcend spatial dimensions, exclusive mount, star god Susanoo, star destroying class, empire territory, entire shinobi world subjugated. Seeing these virtually invincible attributes, Ban's mood settled slightly. At least in terms of power, the system hadn't shortchanged him. With these stats alone, he could now traverse the cosmos in his physical body and pick a random Ōtsutsuki homeworld to train on. But what did that have to do with those women throwing themselves at him? I know all these stats, Ban said impatiently, frowning. Don't play dumb with me. What's the real problem? Please continue scrolling down the panel to view the hidden attributes section. The system's cold voice rang out again. Ban suspiciously used his consciousness to scroll the screen further down past the dense arrays of combat skills and mecha weapon configurations. Finally, at the very bottom of the attribute panel, an option that had been hidden and folded slowly unfolded. When Ban's gaze fell on this hidden attribute, he froze instantly. It was a term glowing with an eerie pink light, utterly incongruous and even glaring on the cold blue data panel. What's more, the term was surrounded by a dynamic effect of pink heart bubbles constantly popping out, accompanied by a low-frequency heartbeat echoing, thump-thump, deep in Ban's consciousness. Ban's eyes widened as he stared at those pink characters. His throat felt as if a red-hot iron was stuck in it, unable to utter a sound. He even wondered if his Mangekyo Sharingan was hallucinating from overuse. Wrapped in that pink halo, 5 large characters stood out: Interstellar Heartthrob. Ban gasped. He felt his blood reverse in an instant. What the hell kind of title was this? Each of these 5 words was like a loud slap across his proud face. He, the mighty Uchiha Ban, a man of iron who had walked through the Warring States era, slaughtering his way over mountains of corpses and seas of blood, had been saddled with such a sissy, shameful title by the system. Ban's mouth began to twitch violently. He stretched out a trembling finger and pointed at the term still losing pink hearts. System. Ban's voice had turned from rage to desperate hoarseness. Which bastard installed this damn title on me? Madara stared relentlessly at that title, flickering with pink heart-shaped special effects. That glaring pink radiance seemed utterly out of place in the cold battleship lounge. Hearing the system's cold mechanical explanation echo steadily in his mind, Madara's lips twitched violently. His handsome face, usually marked by a blend of disdain and arrogance, now wore an expression of pure torment, and even those all-seeing Mangekyo Sharingan eyes had lost their focus from the overwhelming shock. The Uchiha Madara, who had once trampled the 5 Kage beneath his feet and regarded the people of the ninja world as worthless, now stared at 5 pink characters on the panel, each seeming to sneer with mockery. Interstellar Heartthrob. A surge of fury rose through his chest, his breathing grew heavy, his knuckles whitened as he nearly crushed the air in his grip. System. The words scraped from Madara's clenched teeth, laced with a killing intent, on the verge of eruption. This old man gives you one final chance. Get rid of this disgusting thing for me. Now. Right now. Immediately. Ding. Host command detected. The system's emotionless voice rang out once more. Apologies, host. This title is a universe-level hidden passive skill. Once triggered, it binds permanently and cannot be removed. The conditions to activate this skill are extraordinarily stringent, requiring the host to simultaneously fulfill 2 prerequisites: reshaping the perfect stellar god body and obtaining over 500,000 hegemony points in a single instance. Madara listened to this explanation, yet far from feeling honored, he found the fury in his chest burning ever more fiercely. What use is this broken passive to me? This old man sets out to conquer the seas of stars, to shatter rebellious planets with annihilator cannons. Not to select concubines across the cosmos. Madara slashed his palm across the holographic screen, his fingers piercing through and sending a turbulent current of stellar energy surging outward, reducing the last intact chair in the lounge to shards of twisted metal. System-friendly reminder: the host need not resist too strongly. The interstellar heartthrob aura beyond its dimensional lowering attraction to lower-dimensional carbon-based life forms such as those from the ninja world. As the host's dominion expands and their stellar energy dimension ascends, this aura's allure will transcend species and cross-dimensional boundaries. In future confrontations against silicon-based life forms, energy aggregations, and even deities of higher dimensions, this aura will grant unexpected diplomatic advantages and mental control enhancements. Transcending species. Transcending dimensions. Madara sucked in a sharp breath. Images flashed through his mind: Inoki's weathered face pockmarked with age spots, or Gamamaru, that frog covered in boils. If under the aura's influence they were to wink at him or throw themselves into his arms. Madara shuddered violently. A wave of nausea surged from his stomach, threatening to make him retch on the spot. "You broken system has nothing but useless functions." Madara roared within his mind. "What kind of cursed attributes are you giving me? I'd rather cleave my way through with a lightsaber than resort to such despicable tactics for diplomacy. System functions operating normally. I wish the host prosperity in their ambitions." The system tossed off that perfunctory farewell, and the pale blue hologram retracted with a swift motion, vanishing entirely from Madara's sight. No matter how Madara called out and cursed within his mind, the system remained as unresponsive as a frozen machine, offering no reply whatsoever. Madara slumped to the ground in despair. He covered his face with both hands and sighed deeply. What sort of outcome was this? After exhausting himself to conquer the entire ninja world, instead of the thrill of supreme dominion, he was met with a potentially catastrophic romance that transcended species. An indiscriminate catastrophe of ill-fated encounters waiting to erupt at any moment. This was simply unbearable. No. Madara raised his head suddenly, his eyes blazing with an almost obsessive fervor. This old man will not let this wretched system lead him by the nose. Since this romantic fortune cannot be switched off, then this old man will numb himself with frantic work and endless slaughter. As long as he kills fast enough, those tangled romantic entanglements won't catch up to him. Madara forced his attention away from that repulsive pink title. He rose to his feet and walked to the panoramic window of the lounge. His gaze swept over the boundless sea of clouds falling upon the ruins below, where the former Konoha village had once stood, now flattened by his blade and being rapidly transformed into the interstellar capital's imperial command center. Since women are such a bother. Madara snorted coldly, clasping his hands behind his back, recovering some of his imperial bearing. Then this old man will see if any foolish male ninjas still dare to show themselves. Inoki and the Reikage are already broken. In this vast ninja world there must be a few tough opponents who can give this old man a proper workout. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Madara's mouth. He was about to activate a spatial transfer to descend directly upon the interstellar capital and hunt down surviving remnants of the old factions to vent his frustration. However, just as Madara was preparing to divert his attention at the fringes of the interstellar capital ruins, formerly Konoha village, behind a freshly poured metallic partition wall that was only halfway complete, a towering man with long white hair, clad in a red coat and wooden Geta sandals, was sneaking a half-peering glance from behind. The white-haired man scanned the area furtively. Confirming no mech guards were patrolling nearby, he rubbed his hands together with a lecherous gleam, wearing an expression too grotesque to bear. Muttering under his breath. He. Time to collect some samples. This great one is finally back. I wonder if the view at the women's bathhouse is still as captivating. Jiraiya stealthily poked out half his head. His long white hair danced wildly in the wind, and the headband bearing the kanji 4 oil on his forehead was caked with dust. He sniffed at the pungent scent of motor oil and welded metal hanging in the air. Strange. Jiraiya rubbed his nose in puzzlement, muttering under his breath. When did a blacksmith's shop pop up near the Hidden Leaf's women's bathhouse? This smell. Could some pervert have been leaking engine oil from his camera while peeping? Jiraiya had just returned from gathering inspiration in the land of grass. His new volume of Ika Ika Paradise had hit a creative block, and he desperately needed fresh inspiration and enchanting material to stimulate his depleted brain cells. So he bypassed the Hokage Tower entirely, making his way along the well-worn path to the Hidden Leaf Village's most popular sanctuary of inspiration, the public women's bathhouse. For the past several days he had been isolated deep in the mountains, seeking inspiration, completely cut off from outside information. He had absolutely no idea that within just a few short days, the very heavens of the ninja world had collapsed and flipped upside down. The Hidden Leaf had not only been flattened to the ground, but even the Hokage rock faces had been used as a foundation upon which an interstellar capital had been erected. Jiraiya crept forward along the route etched in his memory. With each step something felt increasingly wrong. The familiar wooden buildings and bluestone-paved streets had all vanished. In their place stood towering steel frames radiating a cold metallic gleam interlaced with crisscrossing energy conduits. Those street vendors who should have been hawking ramen and meatballs were now each wearing hard hats working with feverish intensity. What kind of citywide development is this old man of the third Hokage running? Jiraiya grumbled to himself, coming to a halt behind a newly half-constructed metal partition wall. According to the precise to the millimeter map of Konoha beauties stored in his mind. Behind this wall lay the most central, most scenic open-air onsen area of the women's bathhouse. Jiraiya lecherously rubbed his hands together. A creepily devoted smile spread across his face. He he he. No matter how Konoha changes, as long as the bathhouse remains, all is well. Come now. Let this immortal see which charming little birds are frolicking in the water today. He took a deep breath, grabbed the edge of the metal wall with both hands and kicked off the surface. Like a nimble giant toad he extended more than half his body over the wall, gazing toward the Holy Land he yearned for day and night. Ooh! Jiraiya let out an excited shriek. Then, his smile froze completely on his face. His eyeballs bulged so wide they nearly fell into the colossal metal furnace before him. Behind the wall there was no steaming hot onsen water. No alluring white figures gliding through steam. Nor any little birds at play. Stretching before his eyes was a super-mechanical processing factory spanning several soccer fields. Countless robotic arms swung through the air, sending showers of sparks flying in every direction. Rows of semi-finished medical mechas stood in perfect formation along the assembly line like terracotta warriors. And right at the factory's center, a woman in a green gambler's haori stood atop a towering control platform. Clutching a blueprint, she bellowed furious orders at the workers below. The welding arc on this stellar energy armor plate is wrong. Weld it again. You idiots. These medical mechas are meant to save lives. Did you wire the circuit backwards to electrocute the wounded? Hurry up. If I don't see a prototype within 3 days and Lord Madara loses his temper, old lady will be the one shoving you all into the furnace. Jiraiya lay sprawled on the wall, his brain completely crashing. Tsunade. He rubbed his eyes in utter disbelief. Was this female foreman commanding a crew of muscle-bound strongmen really the Leaf Princess known for always losing at gambling and fainting at the sight of blood? This drastic shift in tone was outrageous. And who was this Lord Madara she kept shouting about? Where had the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen gone? Was this even still the Hidden Leaf Village? Had he wandered onto the wrong set and ended up in the Land of Iron? Jiraiya's mind was flooded with question marks. Instinctively he leaned further over the wall to wave and ask what was going on. Yo Tsunade. Jiraiya waved, habitually flashing his signature smile, one he considered suave and charming but appeared utterly creepsome to everyone else. Long time no see. What are you doing as a blacksmith now? Meanwhile Tsunade atop the control platform was seething with pent-up fury from being shipped down from the battleship by Madara to do manual labor. As one of the legendary 3 Sannin, she had failed to secure even a respectable position within this new empire. Instead she was here breathing dust and hammering metal. Her temper had reached its boiling point over the past few days. She was one person away from beating someone's silly just a vent. Then she heard that familiar lecherous greeting. Tsunade's movements froze mid-motion. She turned her head following the sound. On the metal partition wall, Jiraiya's face plastered with that cretinous grin happened to land squarely in her line of sight at the worst possible moment. The instant she spotted him, the last taut strand in Tsunade's mind snapped with an audible crack. Jiraiya. Tsunade ground out those 3 syllables through gritted teeth. Her amber eyes instantly blazed with solidified flames of pure rage. Her monstrous power chakra wasn't merely gathering in her fists, it had even begun assimilating a shred of the stellar energy she'd brushed against these past few days. You old pervert. I'm down here eating dust and taking abuse. And you've got the nerve to come back and peep at the women's bathhouse. Today old lady is sending you to the heavens. Tsunade's legs drove downward with explosive force. The high-strength metal platform beneath her feet was instantly crushed flat like scrap tin. Her entire body became a green afterimage carrying a terrifying sonic boom that tore through the air, rocketing straight toward Jiraiya on the wall. Painful heaven kick. Jiraiya didn't even have time to wipe the smile from his face before he saw Tsunade's heel, wrapped in frenzied chakra and crackling with blue starlight, expanding infinitely within his vision. W8. Tsunade. I was just saying hello. Jiraiya screamed in terror, frantically forming hand seals to summon a defense. But Tsunade's speed was far too great, even a battle-hardened ninja like him couldn't react in time. Karikoem. A deafening explosion erupted above the factory. Even Madara seated in the central command hall at the heart of the interstellar capital felt the ground tremble beneath him. Jiraiya couldn't even manage a complete scream. Tsunade's heel connected solidly with his chin. A sharp searing pain shot through his jawbone as if his entire skull had been pried loose by that single strike. His brain went completely blank. The tremendous force of impact pulverized that thick metal partition wall into dust. Jiraiya himself launched skyward like a baseball struck by a bat. At a terrifying velocity he rose from the ground. Whoosh! A white afterimage sliced through the clouds above the hidden leaf, leaving behind a long trail of white vapor. Jiraiya's body tumbled rapidly through the air. The surrounding atmosphere grew scalding from the violent friction. He could even feel himself breaking through the atmospheric layer. The blue sky around him gradually darkened into the pitch-black void of space studded with countless stars. A massive gray planet pocked with craters loomed ever larger in his field of vision. It was the moon. Jiraiya tumbled helplessly, his face bruised and swollen, foam spilling from his mouth. The only thought remaining in his mind was pure despair. This modern hidden leaf. Why has even the bathhouse become so violent? Jiraiya resembled a white meteor out of control streaking across the pitch-black night sky. Whistling past his ears was the piercing roar born from meteors fiercely rubbing against the atmosphere outside the atmospheric layer. The tearing agony radiating from his jaw served as a relentless reminder that the kick he had just endured was no enthusiastic greeting, it was outright murder. Violent chakra currents raged around him. He frantically formed hand seals as a flood of white hair erupted and intertwined, spiraling into a colossal sphere that enveloped his entire body in its protective embrace. Minutes later a thunderous explosion rippled through the wilderness beyond the capital's perimeter, sending a miniature mushroom cloud spiraling into the sky. The massive impact carved a crater several tens of meters deep into the earth. The defensive sphere forged by the chaotic lion's hair technique shattered completely upon collision. Jiraiya tumbled from the rubble like a discarded ragdoll. His face was a mask of bruises, his signature red vest torn into shreds, and comical streams of blood still trickled from his nose beneath the grime. Cough. Tsunade's temper has only grown worse over the years, not mellowing at all but escalating further. Jiraiya massaged his nearly dislocated jaw as he struggled upward from the crater's depths. He shook his still dizzy head and spat out a mouthful of blood. The public bathhouse is clearly off limits now. I need to find someone familiar first to figure out what madness has seized Konoha. Why are there giant metal monoliths everywhere? Jiraiya brushed off the dust from his clothes, hunched over like a wary old cat, and slipped silently into the present-day capital through the cover of night and the shadows between buildings. Yet when he finally stood on this once familiar ground, his steadfast heart was utterly shattered by the surreal spectacle before him. The familiar wooden roof gone, as was Ichiraku ramen with its signature aroma of cooking oil. In their place, metropolitan towers of steel rose from the earth, crisscrossed by translucent energy conduits, while holographic billboards cast eerie blue light across the night sky. What truly left Jiraiya's jaw dropping were the academy students who should have been practicing kunai or forming hand seals now standing in the streets. At this very moment, each wore lightweight exoskeleton armor bristling with futuristic technology, riding hoverboards that left trails of blue flame beneath them. They zipped through the air several meters above the ground, even racing to see who could carve the sharpest turns. Is this really Konoha? Jiraiya crouched behind a metal trash can, his eyes bulging. When did Sarutobi, that old rigid conservative, become so progressive? Did he plunder everyone else's budget to fund this infrastructure? Just as Jiraiya was trying to make sense of it all, a raucous commotion echoed from around the street corner. Jiraiya peeked out, hoping to finally find some normal villagers to ask for directions. But what approached wasn't patrolling ANBU or hurried ninja. Instead it was a group of Konoha aunties dressed in flashy attire, accompanied by dozens of young female ninja in their prime. This should have been Jiraiya's favorite sight. But what they held made him suck in his breath. Each woman carried a holographic poster glowing with a soft luminescence. On the posters a young man in black robes with wild flowing hair gazed down coldly and domineeringly. Even if that face turned to ashes, Jiraiya would recognize it. Madara is the most handsome. Madara is invincible. Establish a cosmic empire. We want to bear children for Madara. Madara's support club, eternal and omnipotent, united across the sea of stars. These women and girls moved like brainwashed cult fanatics. They held Uchiha Madara's poster aloft while screaming slogans frantically. The procession was remarkably synchronized, with someone even carrying an enormous pink heart-shaped glow sign at the front. Jiraiya felt his mind spinning wildly as if stuffed into a blender. Uchiha Madara. The ancient monster who was killed by the first Hokage at the Valley of the End. How had he suddenly come back to life and grown so young? What was most absurd was when had the women of Konoha become this crazy. They were treating the greatest traitor in the ninja world as their idol. As the fervent procession was about to pass right in front of him, Jiraiya could no longer contain himself. He jumped out from behind the trash can and grabbed a stout older woman at the edge of the procession. Auntie, wait a moment. Jiraiya lowered his voice, his face filled with anxiety. What's going on? How did that Uchiha Madara become your idol? Where's the third Hokage? Where's that old man Sarutobi? Doesn't he do anything about this blasphemous behavior? The stout woman was startled by Jiraiya's sudden appearance. When she finally took in the bruised, shabbily dressed man asking about leaders of the old regime, the fanaticism on her face instantly melted away, replaced by undisguised contempt and disgust. Pa! The woman spat on the ground beside Jiraiya and shoved his hand away forcefully. Where did you crawl from, country bumpkin? You don't even know the current interstellar situation. Third Hokage. That old liar who filled his mouth with lies and sent us to our deaths was trampled beneath the feet of the great Madara long ago. The woman raised her holographic poster and looked at Jiraiya as though he were an idiot. Now in the entire ninja world who still believes in that bullshit will of fire. Madara, who can provide mechas and mountains of gold and lead us beyond this planet, is our only true faith. If you dare speak ill of Madara again, my sisters in the support club will tear you apart piece by piece. With that, the woman shot Jiraiya a fierce glare, then turned and rejoined the procession, continuing to shout, Madara is invincible, as they marched away in full force. Jiraiya stood motionless where he was. The night wind swept through his tattered red vest, carrying a chill of desolation. He looked at the metal structures lining the streets, at the young ninja soaring past on hoverboards. Then his gaze fell on the Empire Command Center base in the distant square towering into the clouds where the Hokage Rock used to stand. His Konoha, which he took pride in, his will of fire which he had guarded with his life, had been destroyed in just a few days by that man in such a devastating, almost absurd manner. Uprooted, entirely erased, without a trace. Even the hearts of the people on this land had completely defected. No. Jiraiya slumped onto the cold metal floor, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into his flesh. The blood from Jiraiya's thumb dripped along his fingertip onto the cold metallic floor. Drip. The crimson stain stood out starkly against the faintly blue-glowing surface of the star energy alloy. A low suppressed growl escaped his throat like a lone wolf cornered in a desperate situation, trying with its last strength to awaken its sleeping companion. His hands abruptly clasped together in front of his chest, fingers flying into a blur of afterimages. Boar dog bird monkey ram. The complex hand seals were completed in less than a second. Violent chakra surged through his meridians toward his palms, stirring up a visible current of air. For the will of fire. Jiraiya's eyes were bloodshot, with tiny blood vessels bursting at the corners. He slammed his blood-stained right hand heavily onto the metal floor in front of him. Summoning technique. Black tadpole-like runes spread rapidly from his palm outward like a spiderweb. Bang! A dull sound. A thick cloud of white smoke rose up before Jiraiya. Enduring the sharp pain of a fractured jawbone, he forced himself to straighten his back. He knew that as long as the two sages Shinzua and Jima descended and activated the sage mode, he would have a chance to fight even against that madman who had destroyed Konoha, at least to preserve the last ember of the will of fire. Two sages, the ninja world is facing a great calamity, I beg you. Before Jiraiya could finish, a gentle breeze dispersed the white smoke before him. The determination and solemnity on his face instantly froze into a monumental embarrassment. There was no mountain-sized toad Wentai. Nor were there the immortal-like Shinzua and Jima. In the very center of the scattered black runes there was only a small toad, palm-sized, emerald green all over, with a few black stripes on its back. It was lying on the metal floor, its four short legs trembling like sieves. Its two protruding large eyes were filled with terrified tears. Ha! Hama-ji! Jiraiya rubbed his eyes in disbelief. His jaw dislocated, emitted a crisp, click sound, making him gasp in pain. How did you little one come out? Where is Sage Shinzua? Where is Wentai? Even summoning Chien would be fine. Jiraiya grew anxious and reached out to grab Hama-ji and interrogate him. Uncle Jiraiya. Don't touch me. I'm scared. Hama-ji jolted in fright, hopping backward several times to evade Jiraiya's hand. It used its two front paws to tightly cover its own big mouth, as if afraid that making any sound would get it eaten. Its voice was extremely low with a clear sobbing tone. Uncle, stop summoning. If you dare send any more chakra to Miyamu Mountain, you'll get our whole family killed. Hama-ji wiped a tear and looked around in terror at the sci-fi metal buildings. Killed? What is going on? Zilayi was completely stunned. Myamu Mountain was one of the three great sacred lands, a place that even the first Hokage respected deeply. How could his own summoning technique cause its destruction? You still don't know. Hamaji hopped angrily. That man named Uchiha Madara, the strange energy emanating from him. Hamaji swallowed as if even recalling that feeling suffocated it. That high-dimensional star energy fluctuation has already followed the Earth's veins and completely shattered the natural energy network of our Myamu Mountain. Zilayi felt as if struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground in a daze. The natural energy network shattered. That was the very foundation of the three great sacred lands. Not only that. Hamaji continued to sob. Grandpa Shinzua and Grandma Jima said that the man's energy carries an absolute dominance and plundering attribute. Now the big toads of Myamu Mountain are all terrified by that aura. Boss Wentai even took the whole family overnight, dug a mud pit dozens of meters deep, and all hid inside playing dead. Hamaji pointed at the glowing energy pipes around. They said that Madman is looking everywhere for something called bio-batteries and mecha drive sources. If he discovers the coordinates of Myamu Mountain, our whole pond of toads will be caught and stuffed into those iron lumps to generate electricity. Bio-batteries. Zilayi listened to this term completely beyond his comprehension, feeling his worldview being ground against the floor repeatedly. His pride, the summoning beasts that had fought alongside him on countless battlefields in front of that Uchiha Madara, did not even have the courage to resist and were even afraid of being captured and used as batteries. So I beg you, stop summoning. Hamaji made a pitiful bow. I'm just a useless hatchling. That demon probably doesn't care about my meager energy, so I dared to sneak through the cracks to bring you a message. Uncle, you should run away quickly. This ninja world is hopeless. It's all that man's territory now. Then with a soft bang, Hamaji directly cancelled the summoning contract, turned into a puff of white smoke and fled back to Myamu Mountain without looking back. On the empty metal street, only Zilayi remained sitting alone on the cold floor. The night wind blew, carrying a few fanatical posters with Madara's portrait slapping against his face. He clutched his messy white hair in despair, looking up to the sky with a long sigh. Old man. Minato. What can I still do now that I'm back? He had become completely isolated in this land, with even his last trump card too scared to show itself. At this moment, in a distant unknown space deep within Myamu Mountain, inside the enormous temple shrouded in perpetual mist, an old toad as massive as a mountain with a string of giant prayer beads inscribed with the character "Immortal" around its neck was sleeping with its eyes closed on the grand throne. It had been sleeping for centuries, only awakening when it foresaw a major upheaval in the ninja world. Suddenly the ancient decrepit great toad sage shuddered violently. Its huge body jolted on the throne, causing the entire temple to tremble. Ribbit. The great toad sage let out a shrill, strange cry. It suddenly opened its murky, enormous eyes. The old toad sage's two clouded, bulging eyes now resembled a crumpled spiderweb crisscrossed with terrified red veins. This ancient toad, who had lived for over 1,000 years, usually carried an aloof expression, as though even the collapse of the heavens held no concern for him. But now a tangled mass of barbed wire seemed lodged in its throat, producing rapid labored gasps as its massive body shivered upon the throne. The very air within the temple turned unnaturally damp and frigid, saturated with an uncontrollable dread so intense it seemed as though even moisture itself might freeze. Elder Fukasaku sage materialized in a flash upon the stone platform before the great toad sage. His aged face was etched with panic and even his white whiskers trembled. What troubles you? Have you foreseen the destruction of the shinobi world? Shima sage leaped up as well, her eyes heavy with deep concern. Husband, the elder's reaction is completely abnormal. Could this man Uchiha Madara truly intend to destroy this world? The failed summoning technique of Jiraiya earlier, along with the terrifying news brought back by Gamakichi, had already sent shockwaves through Mount Mayabu. Now even the great toad sage himself had been awakened. This drove both ancient toads' anxiety to their throats. No. It is not destruction. The great toad sage struggled to swallow, his massive eyelids twitching involuntarily. His usual mystical drawn-out cadence had fractured into incoherent stammering, carrying an almost unspeakable absurdity. I saw in my dream a mass of pink light. The great toad sage's voice trembled. His enormous claws gripped the throne's edge like iron vices, leaving deep claw marks carved into the stone. That man Uchiha Madara radiated an eerie pink aura around him. He does not merely seek to rule this planet, he intends to break beyond the stars and conquer the cosmos. Fukasaku sage watched, utterly bewildered. Conquer the cosmos? How is that any different from destroying the shinobi world? Does he seek stronger weapons among the stars to annihilate us instead? If it were only simple destruction, that would be preferable. The great toad sage suddenly raised his head, his aged face contorting into an expression of tragic indignation, as though witnessing the ruin of his own legacy. That pink halo carries a terrifying attraction spanning dimensions and species. I saw in my dream. The great toad sage's voice grew fainter, laced with the tremor of weeping. All maternal creatures across the universe, any being of the female sex, whether human deity or even alien monstrosities with tentacles. They will throw themselves at him like creatures gone mad. Even our Mount Mayabu. Even the female toads, serpents and slugs of the 3 sacred clans who have not yet taken human form. The moment that halo touches them, they will weep and wail like victims of illusion, desperate to bear his toadkin. The great toad sage's words struck like a ten-tails bijou dama detonating within the temple itself. Not only did Fukasaku and Shima Sage find themselves blown inside out by the revelation, but the hundreds of toads lurking in the mud pools eavesdropping all drew in sharp collective gasps. The entire temple echoed with the sound of horrified inhalations. What manner of cursed prophecy was this? Destroy the ninja world, so be it, they would perish together. But abducting every female toad in the universe, what kind of fate was this? This meant severing the very lineage of Mount Mayabu. This was an extinction-level calamity 10,000 times more vicious than mere physical destruction. Elder. Is this prophecy truly real? Fukasaku Sage collapsed onto his haunches upon the stone platform, clutching his head tightly with both forearms. He glanced at Shima beside him, whose face was already flushing crimson and whose gaze growing slightly unfocused. His sense of crisis spiked to critical levels. Wife. Regain your composure. You are a mother with a family. Shima, startled by Fukasaku's roar, snapped back to awareness, her old face burning red as she slapped him across the back of the head. You foolish old man, shouting nonsense. I am merely contemplating how to deal with that man. Fukasaku Sage had no time for sparring with his wife. This was no longer merely a matter of the shinobi world's survival, it was an existential battle concerning the ethics, morality and continued existence of the 3 sacred clans. No. We must never allow that man's pink halo to reach Mount Mayabu. Fukasaku Sage sprang to his feet, eyes wide with resolve, his voice absolute. We must send envoys to make contact with him before he arrives. Elder, I will perform the reverse summoning technique now and confront this Uchiha Madara. Fukasaku Sage's mind raced. He intended to employ Mount Mayabu's traditional tactics, using their cryptic rhetoric of child of prophecy and the one who will change the world to manipulate Madara. He aimed to sway him through spiritual persuasion, or at minimum dissuade him from extending his allure to non-human species. Even if it meant playing the subservient fool, he would thwart this deranged, cosmic romance disaster before it breached their gates. Fukasaku, be careful. The great toad sage murmured weakly. Closing his eyes now, his mind replayed the horrifying vision of a bridal-clad horde of female toads chasing after Madara. That man's soul exists on a dimension too high, I cannot pierce his intentions through dreams alone. Fukasaku Sage did not hesitate. Both palms slammed together before his chest. Sage mode chakra surged through his body, the surrounding air humming with a low resonance. Reverse summoning. Yet. Just as Fukasaku Sage's hand seals neared completion. Just as he prepared to transcend space itself and confront the shinobi demigod in full wrath. Above Mount Mayabu. The heavy auspicious clouds that had hung perpetually overhead, symbolizing the sanctity of the sacred mountain, suddenly froze still. Then. An invisible sword, intent of terrifying sharpness, capable of cleaving both space and soul, descended from the heavens with a piercing sonic boom that tore through the air. Eshich. A sound like tearing silk grating upon the teeth. That millennia-old cloud formation split cleanly. Bisected right down the middle by that furious blade intent. Piercing sunlight poured through the resulting fissure like a luminous sword thrust into the dim heart of the temple. Through the split cloud layer, dazzling sunlight pierced through. Fukasaku Sage's hands, which had been forming a seal halfway, froze stiffly against his chest. The sky emitted a creaking sound of space being forcibly torn apart, as if some colossal being was squeezing its way into this world. Fukasaku Sage felt a terrifying, killing intent descending upon him like a mountain, crushing even his breath into stillness. Boom! The spatial rift shattered completely. A tall figure strolled out from within. He was not piloting the heaven-shading star god Susanoo, nor did he bring any mecha army. Clad in an immaculate black robe, Madara carried a star energy lightsaber that glowed with an eerie blue light, stepping out of the spatial rift like a peerless god of slaughter risen from the abyss of hell. His toes hovered above Mount Mayaboku, his Mangekyo Sharingan deep as the cosmic starry sky coldly surveyed the sacred land below, one of the 3 legendary sanctuaries revered by the ninja world. Seclusion had been unbearably boring. Having just merged with higher dimensional power, he was itching for a somewhat durable punching bag to stretch his limbs. Since these toads were skulking in the shadows scheming in secret, he might as well make an example of them. Uchiha Madara. Shima Sage let out a sharp shriek, instinctively hiding behind Fukasaku Sage. Fukasaku Sage swallowed hard, forcing down the terror in his heart. He knew that retreat was not an option. If he gave ground, Mount Mayaboku would be erased from the ninja world today. Taking a deep breath, he raised his head, striving to make his voice sound full of a sage's dignity and wisdom. Conqueror from afar. Fukasaku Sage cleared his throat, deploying the ancient persuasive rhetoric of Mount Mayaboku. The great Toad Sage foresaw your arrival. Your power is formidable, but your path is filled with destruction and solitude. If you persist in your delusion, you will surely encounter an irresolvable. Shut up, you toad. Madara interrupted Fukasaku impatiently. He flicked his wrist and the star energy lightsaber emitted a chilling hum. I traveled across spatial nodes all the way here not to listen to the sermons of beasts like you. Tell that old almost bald great toad to crawl out. Deep within the shrine, the great Toad Sage sat on his enormous throne. Hearing Madara's words, his already agitated heart, frightened by his own dreams, pounded wildly. He knew that ordinary rhetoric would not deter this tyrannical despot. He had to drop a bombshell to intimidate him. Descendant of Uchiha. The great Toad Sage's voice, drawn out and melodramatic, echoed from within the shrine, reverberating across Mount Mayaboku. Do you think you are invincible? I have seen your miserable future in the river of fate. Madara raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. Oh. Do tell. Let's see what nonsense this old thing can fabricate. The great Toad Sage thought Madara had taken the bait, and a secret sigh of relief escaped him. He deliberately lowered his voice to create an air of profound mystery. Your ambition, your empire will ultimately crumble. Because you are fated to encounter an inescapable peach blossom calamity. The great Toad Sage grew more excited, as if he could already see Madara retreating in fear. This peach blossom calamity is no ordinary romantic entanglement. The ominous pink aura on you will bewitch all female beings across the entire universe, even those of the three sacred lands. Completely, utterly, madly infatuated. In the end you will be utterly overwhelmed by countless frenzied females, leaving not even bones behind. The great Toad Sage closed his eyes in satisfaction. He awaited Madara's panic and plea for guidance. In his view, this perverse prophecy transcending species would surely shatter any normal man's psychological defenses. However, what he got was not Madara's surrender, but a terrifying killing intent so violent it could vaporize all of Mount Mayaboku. Midair. Madara's face was as black as a pot bottom. Veins bulged on his forehead, writhing like green snakes beneath his skin. His fingers gripping the star energy lightsaber turned white from excessive force. Nails dug deep into his palms. In his entire life nothing infuriated him more than others meddling in his affairs. And this old toad right in front of him had precisely stepped on his absolute minefield. Peach blossom calamity. Being chased by every female toad in the universe. Was this a prophecy? It was blatantly rubbing salt in his wounds, dancing wildly on his nerves. You old beast. Madara gritted his teeth, his voice like a winter wind from the depths of hell. Originally I only planned to demolish your shabby temple. Now I've changed my mind. Whoosh. The star energy lightsaber in Madara's hand blazed with dazzling light. The azure blade swelled as it soared. 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying lightsaber hundreds of meters long like a colossal pillar spanned the sky above Mount Mayaboku. The icy sword light burned the surrounding air, emitting a pungent smell of scorch. Shut your filthy mouth. Madara grasped the hilt with both hands without hesitation. With devastating momentum he swung the sword in a horizontal arc. Rumble. The earth-shattering strike cleaved through everything in its path. The giant toad statues that symbolized Mount Mayaboku's majesty were as fragile as tofu before the lightsaber neatly sliced in half, collapsing with a thunderous roar. The sword energy undiminished slammed into the main peak of Mount Mayaboku. The hard mountain mass let out a pained groan. Crack. A large chunk of the mountaintop was sheared off. Colossal boulders rained down like a storm. Oh my god. Run. Fukasaku Sage, scared out of his wits, abandoned all pretense of sage dignity. He grabbed Shima Sage and kicked off with all his might. With a plop, the two old toads plunged into a nearby mud pit used for cultivating summoning beasts at the fastest speed of their lives. They burrowed deep into the mud, not daring to let out a single bubble. Deep in the shrine the great Toad Sage screamed in terror. The throne was shattered by falling rocks. His massive body rolled clumsily on the ground, finally finding a deep pit where he buried his enormous head, playing dead. A single sword strike reduced this once arrogant sacred land to a desolate silent ruin. Only the echoes of crumbling rocks remained in the air. Madara hovered in midair, looking down at the toads burying themselves like ostriches in the mud. A cold contemptuous smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. A bunch of useless frauds daring to blather before me. He turned his wrist and with a clang, the star energy lightsaber dissipated into the air. Madara stepped into the spatial rift, leaving the devastated sacred land behind without a backward glance. Only the trembling toads remained silently congratulating themselves on surviving in the mud. However, the terrifying star energy fluctuation from Madara's sword did not fade with his departure. Instead, like the epicenter of a super earthquake, it surged through the complex natural energy network deep underground. In a violent manner, it directly transmitted to the other two deeply hidden sacred lands. Terrifying stellar energy fluctuations furiously transmitted along the Earth's veins. This force was not as violent as an earthquake, but possessed a penetrative quality unique to high-dimensional energy, directly inducing high-frequency resonance deep within the rock layers and soil. In the dark and damp underground palace of the Dragon Vein Cave, large clouds of dust fell profusely from the ceiling. Accompanying the falling dust were the dull, crack sounds of several massive stone pillars breaking under the unbearable resonance. Upon the throne, the massive white serpent coiled there suddenly shuddered. The white snake sage's yellow serpent eyes, usually half-closed and gleaming with cold scheming, were now wide open. The iconic long-stemmed pipe it held in its mouth fell with a clatter onto the cold stone floor. Tobacco scattered everywhere, and the embers quickly extinguished in the damp air, mirroring the depths of its despair. Is this the direction of Mount Myaboku? The white snake sage flicked its red forked tongue, its massive head uneasily extending from the throne. Through its keen earth vein perception, it clearly saw what was happening thousands of miles away. The main peak of Mount Myaboku, which had stood for over 1,000 years. Those giant toad stone statues, harder than rock, were sliced like tofu under that man's casual sword strike, leveled flat along with the great toad sage's throne. Moreover, the sword aura contained not only destruction but also an upper-level pressure that made all natural energy submit or even collapse. He's insane. That man named Uchiha Madara is completely insane. The white snake sage's massive body writhed uneasily on the throne, its scales scraping against the stone with a teeth-grating rustle. What is he trying to do? Demolish the 3 holy lands one by one. Even the great toad sage, that old fox who has lived for 1,000 years, could only pretend to be dead and hide in the mud. If he comes to my Dragon Vein Cave. The white snake sage shuddered. It knew too well the temper of these shinobi demons. Ordinary submission or offering a few giant snakes as summoning beasts would never satisfy a tyrant of this level. Moreover, through the network of natural energy, it had caught wind of the great toad sage's prophecy about the cross-world peach blossom tribulation. Peach blossom tribulation. A strange glint flashed in the white snake sage's serpent eyes. The desperate will to survive, teetering on the edge of life and death, drove this thousands-year-old snake spirit to instantly make a mad decision that defied its ancestral principles. Since that man's aura can transcend species, then I shall follow his lead. Dignity is worthless, survival is what matters. The white snake sage suddenly raised its head and opened its massive maw. An extremely dense white sage chakra surged from its body, instantly enveloping its enormous serpent form. This was the most fundamental source sage technique of the Dragon Vein Cave, the transformation art. Moreover, it was not merely turning into a human form but directly burning the source to reshape a perfect vessel. The white smoke dissipated. The terrifying white giant serpent on the throne had vanished. In its place stood a barefoot exquisite Mo girl standing on the cold stone floor. She wore a loose white kimono, its front half open, revealing large expanses of snowy skin and alluring curves. Her long white hair cascaded softly over her shoulders. On her delicate face there was both the innocence of a young girl and a seductive charm unique to serpents. Most striking of all, between her white hair 2 small white snake horns perched playfully. With this appearance, even if he were a 10,000-year block of ice, I will melt him. The white snake sage glanced at her new reflection in a puddle of water, licked her red lips with satisfaction. Then she immediately closed her eyes and began searching her mind for the summoning contract coordinates left by Orochimaru. Meanwhile, inside the newly risen Imperial Command Center Hall in the interstellar capital, Madara sat arrogantly on the steel throne, one hand supporting his chin, his eyes coldly gazing downward. He had just summoned Orochimaru and a few core subordinates to discuss the next interstellar resource extraction plan. Buzz. On the metal floor at the center of the hall, a white reverse summoning array suddenly lit up. Orochimaru was stunned. He hadn't activated any summoning jutsu. What was this array? The white smoke dissipated. A petite delicate Mo girl in a white kimono stumbled out of the smoke. She didn't even glance at the fully armed mecha guards around her. Instead she locked her gaze directly on Madara seated on the throne. Then under the shocked, bewildered, even life-questioning stares of everyone present, the white snake sage stumbled, accidentally, on her feet. Like a light white butterfly she threw herself straight toward the throne. Without using a single move or technique. Without even daring to utter a harsh word. Right at Madara's feet she executed a textbook-perfect, incredibly smooth slide kneel. Schwa. Her two pale arms tightly wrapped around Madara's left thigh. She tilted her face up, tear-streaked and pitifully charming. Her big watery eyes were filled with undisguised adoration and pleading. Madara-sama, the white snake sage crooned, her voice so sweet it could drip honey. I am the white snake sage of the Dragon Vein Cave. All of us in the Dragon Vein Cave have long admired your great reputation. I rushed here overnight to tell you that the Dragon Vein Cave is willing to unconditionally pledge allegiance to the Empire. Our territory is vast, cool and quiet, perfect as a pet breeding base for your interstellar warships. Please don't demolish our Dragon Vein Cave like you did Mount Mayaboku, okay? Orochimaru stood at the foot of the steps, his golden vertical pupils instantly dilated several times. His dark purple Ouroboros mecha even emitted a slight gear stutter due to extreme shock. This was the white snake sage. That old monster who was lofty, eccentric and often ate people in the Dragon Vein Cave. How had she turned into a soft girl clinging to a man's leg and acting spoiled? What kind of evil power was this interstellar heartthrob aura? It could even trigger a cross-species transformation. Madara sat on the throne. He looked at the extra white ornament on his leg. He listened to the unbearably sweet coaxing voice and felt the astonishing soft touch on his leg. The veins on his forehead began to throb merrily again. The corners of his eyes twitched wildly, almost losing control of the Mangekyo Sharingan in his sockets, which was gathering killing intent. In his life what he hated most was this kind of soft, sticky, stubborn plaster that refused to let go. What's more, this was a thousand-year-old snake spirit in disguise. Get lost. Madara ground out the 3 words, his leg muscles tensing, ready to mercilessly kick this old spirit out of the hall. However, before his foot could exert force, the smooth metal floor of the hall suddenly, without warning, bubbled up like a fountain, producing a patch of viscous transparent water. On the smooth metal floor of the grand hall, the pool of viscous water that had inexplicably appeared was expanding at a visible rate. Gurgle. Transparent bubbles rolled across the surface of the water, the boiling sound a stark and eerie contrast to the previously silent hall where only the coquettish voice of the white snake sage had echoed. Orochimaru stood at the foot of the steps, his golden vertical pupils fixed on the pool of water, a hissing intake of breath escaping from beneath his dark purple mecha mask. As one of the 3 ninja who had once maneuvered among the 3 sacred lands, he was all too familiar with this gentle yet unfathomable sage chakra. Even the slug sage of the Shikatsu forest, who usually never shows her face, can't sit still, huh? Orochimaru marveled inwardly. It seemed that Lord Ban's single sword strike had not only leveled Mount Mayaboku but had also torn apart the last veil of mystery in the entire ninja world. These ancient monsters who had lived for over 1,000 years had completely thrown their dignity and pride into the trash in a desperate bid for survival within this terrifying new empire. As the boiling grew louder, a water-blue pillar of light slowly rose from the center of the pool. What manifested from within the light was not the sluggish acid-spitting giant mollusk that Orochimaru remembered. The light faded. A woman in a sea blue tight-fitting cheongsam with a slit walked out of the puddle with graceful steps. She had long blue hair that cascaded like a waterfall, with glistening droplets of water among the strands exuding a fresh fragrance like a forest after rain. Her face was gentle and intellectual, her eyes radiating a maternal light that seemed to embrace all things. And what was most impossible to ignore was her voluptuous figure, barely contained by the cheongsam, which swayed with a mature woman's stunning charm as she walked. The master of the Shikatsu forest, the slug sage. She too had chosen to burn her primal sage technique, transforming her vast divided body into this alluring human form of a big sister. Clearly she too had felt the call of that cross-species interstellar heartthrob aura and had made the most survival-logical choice of clinging to him without hesitation. The moment the slug sage appeared, her gentle watery eyes locked onto Ban, who sat on the throne. She didn't even glance at the white snake lowly clinging to Ban's leg, who was staring at her with hostility. Instead she strode directly up the steps of the throne with her long elegant legs wearing high heels. You spineless slug! Trying to steal my territory. The lowly form of the white snake sage panicked. She let go of Ban's left leg and stood up, trying to push away the approaching slug sage big sister. However, her petite lowly body was no match for the slug sage's overwhelmingly full chest. The slug sage merely thrust her chest forward slightly. A surge of sage chakra, seemingly gentle but concealing monstrous strength, shoved the white snake lowly stumbling back, sending her tumbling to the floor at Ban's feet. Little white snake, don't be so rude. Lord Ban is very busy handling the Empire's military and political affairs every day. The slug sage's voice was as gentle as a hot spring with a magic that soothed all irritations. She showed no hostility toward Ban as the master of a sacred land, instead she moved with practiced familiarity as if she had done it 1,000 times, naturally walking behind Ban's throne. Lord Ban, your shoulders seem a bit stiff. The slug sage big sister breathed softly, her warm breath lightly brushing against Ban's ear. She extended her fair slender hands which felt cool and moist directly onto Ban's broad solid shoulders. Sage chakra flowed through her fingertips, slowly seeping into the muscles of Ban's shoulders. This was no attack but an ultimate healing and relaxation. The slight muscle tension from days of battle and fusion of stellar energy began to ease under the kneading of these skillful hands. While gently massaging Ban's shoulders, the slug sage leaned slightly forward, her proud curves subtly pressing against his back. Although our Shikatsu forest is not as spacious as the Ryuchi cave, she whispered in Ban's ear, her voice laden with undisguised flattery and implication. I can not only heal your physical wounds but also relieve all the loneliness and boredom of this long interstellar journey. If you wish, the entire Shikatsu forest is willing to become the exclusive medical massage technicians of your empire. And I will be your personal technician. These words were flawlessly spoken, showcasing her value while perfecting the art of self-abasing devotion. Orochimaru, standing at the foot of the steps, watched this almost surreal scene and silently recorded this precious, sacred land survival footage, with his mecha mask. The white snake Loli, who had fallen to the floor, saw her spotlight stolen and grew frantic. She pounced again like a snake woman and tightly wrapped herself around Ban's other right leg. She pressed her delicate petite face against Ban's knee, her hands restlessly stroking his leg. Lord Ban. Don't listen to this old woman. What's so good about her slimy body? The great snakes of Ryuchi Cave can not only serve as battleship mounts, but I can also dance for you. I can also. The white snake Loli was so anxious that her fake voice almost broke, desperately acting cute. On the throne, one on the left, one on the right. A sexy seductive Loli snake spirit clung tightly to his leg, refusing to let go. A gentle considerate big sister massaged behind him, breathing softly. This scene would have made any man in a ninja world spray blood and sink into this sensual paradise. But Ban was no ordinary man. He was Uchiha Ban, who regarded the world as mere grass, bent only on piloting a star god Susanoo to shatter planets in the cosmos. He sat on the cold steel throne, his body as stiff as unyielding eternal ice. His eyes, which had been ready to erupt in anger and kick someone, were now filled with deep confusion and self-doubt about this absurd world. He listened to the chattering coquettish voices around him, feeling the two completely different yet equally fatal sensations on his body. The interstellar heartthrob title shimmering with pink heart effects in his mind seemed to mock his current predicament. Ban said nothing. He slowly, with a heavy motion, raised his right hand. The muscles in his arm tensed to the limit and his joints cracked loudly from the excessive force. Ban slowly raised his right hand, condensing a mass of black stellar energy that had reached the apex of violence. The energy was so compressed that even the surrounding light was devoured. A faint crackling sound echoed through the hall, the sound of frost forming in the air, shattering inch by inch under the pressure of an invisible killing intent. In Ban's eyes, deep as the starry cosmos, the usual disdainful gleam that overlooked the world had vanished completely. Only a chilling, desperate madness remained, sending shivers down one's spine. This old man. Ban gritted his teeth, the veins on the back of his hand bulging like writhing dragons. Get down. He swung his arm violently. He did not use his lightsaber, nor did he summon the phantom of the star god Susanoo. It was pure physical strength combined with the vibration of stellar energy. The white snake immortal and the slug immortal did not even see how Ban moved, they only felt an irresistible colossal force slam into them. Ah! Two delicate cries rang out. The two peerless beauties clinging to him, one on each side, were like discarded rag dolls. They were torn directly from the steel throne and tumbled clattering down to the cold metal steps below. The white snake cutie rubbed her sore shoulder, looking up with tearful eyes, her small snake horns drooping in grievance. The slug elder sister, however, gracefully adjusted her slit cheongsam, her eyes showing not anger but a dazed fascination conquered by that overbearing power. Orochimaru stood to the side. Under the dark purple mecha mask, his golden slit pupils had contracted into two thin lines from sheer shock. He watched the two sacred land masters he had once revered as gods now sitting at Ban's feet like concubines who had failed in their bid for favor. His scientific faith was struck again. This was the ninja world. This was a plot so absurd even the cultivation world couldn't write it. Ban did not spare a glance at the two women below the steps. His body went limp and with a thud he slumped back against the cold steel throne in despair. He tilted his head back, gazing at the energy circuits on the dome of the hall that glowed with a faint blue light, and let out a deep long sigh. That sigh was filled with a lament against fate and a sense of powerlessness toward this absurd world. System. Ban questioned in his mind, his tone almost gnashing his teeth word by word. This old man asks you one last time. Which psychopath programmed the code for this damned, interstellar universal heartthrob aura? I could tolerate human women throwing themselves at me, they're just inexperienced. But what in the world are these two below? Ban pointed at the white snake and the slug on the steps, his fingers trembling slightly. A snake spirit that's lived for over 1,000 years, reeking of stench. A pile of slimy mollusk that only spits acid. You tell me, why can even these non-human summoning beasts be affected by this damned aura and even transform into human form to throw themselves at me? Is my aesthetic bottom line something you can test at will? A cold mechanical voice rang out in Ban's mind right on time. It carried no emotion, only a perfunctory businesslike tone. Ding. Detected that the host's emotions are on the verge of collapse. System will explain again. The interstellar universal heartthrob is a cosmic-level hidden passive. Its mechanism does not depend on the physiological structure of the species but on the suppression of energy dimensions. The three sacred land masters, having absorbed natural energy for years, have soul dimensions higher than ordinary ninja world creatures. After sensing the high-dimensional male pheromones emitted by the host star god body to comply with the cosmic law of the weak attached to the absolute strong, their origin immortal arts spontaneously performed a physical mimicry transformation that catered to the host's subconscious aesthetics. In short, the system's voice even carried a tone of concluding remarks. They believe that only by becoming like this can they be worthy of giving birth. Ahem, be worthy of attaching to the host. System is functioning normally. Please adapt quickly to the dull yet tempting daily life of an interstellar overlord. Adapt your grandmother's leg. Ban nearly devoured the system alive in his mind. He finally understood completely, as long as this high-dimensional power of the star god body remained on him. From now on, whether it's toads, snakes, or even if he drove a warship into space and encountered silicon-based life forms or even a conscious meteorite. As long as that thing had a gender, it would transform under the aura's influence and come to hug his thigh. What conquest of the universe! What grand ambition of the stars and seas! He couldn't even step out of this interstellar capital's command hall. Every time he opened the door there were countless romantic debts fighting to serve him tea, make his bed and warm his blankets. This kind of mental torment was more despairing than when Hashirama Senju smashed him with the 1,000-armed cannon at the Valley of the End. For the first time in his life, Ban understood what it meant to be so invincible that it's lonely and annoying. He was numb. Completely numb. Below the throne, the white snake cutie, seeing Ban silent, began to wriggle restlessly again. Lord Ban, please take us in. The secret arts of the Ryuchi cave are really fun, the slug elder sister chimed in. Yes, Lord Ban. The gentleness of the Shikatsu forest, once you experience it you'll never forget. Ban listened to the chattering coquettish voices. He closed his eyes, pinching his throbbing temples, feeling the blood vessels pulsing at his temples. Suddenly Ban opened his eyes wide. In those Mangekyo Sharingan eyes, which had just been filled with despair and numbness, now burned a mad flame of destruction. He crushed the stellar energy alloy armrest on the right side of the throne. Bang! Metal fragments flew everywhere. Ban stood up abruptly, his tall figure exuding a bone-chilling dangerous aura. He didn't want to stay on this planet full of romantic traps any longer. Since the women and monsters on this planet were all abnormal. Since even breathing air attracted a pile of trouble, then he would shift the battlefield to a place absolutely devoid of women, a place of cold merciless slaughter. Orochimaru. Ban's voice thundered like a thunderbolt, shaking the entire hall. Get over here. Orochimaru quickly stepped forward and knelt on one knee. Lord Ban, your subordinate is here. Immediately deliver my orders. Ban pointed at the holographic star map on the dome of the hall, his gaze resolute and ruthless. Launch the Azura-class interstellar planet destroyer. Gather all mecha units. Lock onto the coordinates of the Ōtsutsuki clan's home planet. Orochimaru was stunned, his golden pupils filled with shock. The Ōtsutsuki home planet. But Lord Ban, our interstellar navigation technology is still in the testing phase. No buts. Ban drew the stellar energy lightsaber from his back, its tip pointing straight into the deep void of space. This old man doesn't want to spend another second on this damned planet. Since I can't stay here, I'll go chop up aliens. The light of the stellar energy blade in Ban's hand cast a deep blue glow across the hall's ceiling. The blinding radiance pierced through the thick stellar energy alloy armor like a miniature blue sun rising indoors. From deep underground came the dull roar of the warship's main engines, warming up the low-frequency hum vibrating through the floor and making everyone's souls tingle in the great hall. Ban felt the blood he had just suppressed within him begin to boil wildly again, driven by the impending galaxy-spanning slaughter. He had grown tired of this wretched planet, a constant source of romantic entanglements. All he wanted now was to pilot this warship into the cosmos, find a place without women, and unleash a massacre. Lord Ban. You must not. A shrill hoarse cry abruptly shattered the soaring ambition about to take flight. De Shiwan scrambled up the steps like a snake whose tail had been stepped on, all dignity forgotten. Forgetting his status as chief scientist, he lunged forward and grabbed the metal lever beside the throne that controlled the main engine's energy output, holding it tight. The dark purple Ouroboros mecha scraped against the violent energy turbulence, sending out dazzling sparks. De Shiwan's pale paper-like face was now covered in cold sweat as large as soybeans. His golden vertical pupils narrowed into thin lines from sheer terror. Lord Ban. Calm down. Our planet-destroying main cannon is only half-welded and the energy pool for the anti-gravity engine hasn't been fully debugged yet. Still clutching the lever, De Shiwan shouted hoarsely, if we force a galactic crossing now, we'll be torn apart by cosmic rays before we even reach the Datong-Mu homeworld. We need to first consolidate the resources of this continent, mass-produce mechas, and establish a stable interstellar jump infrastructure. These words were like a bucket of cold water dousing Ban's blazing battle fervor. His hand holding the light blade paused mid-air and his chest heaved violently twice. Reason told him De Shiwan was right, the Empire was still a makeshift team and a reckless attack would be suicide. But the mere thought of staying here facing the daily entanglement of those fluttering beauties made the fiery rage inside him impossible to suppress. Glancing at De Shiwan's pale, terrified face and feeling the stellar energy that had just settled within him, Ban finally forced down the savage urge to rampage across the universe. He frowned and sat back down on the cold iron throne. Clang! The light blade dissolved into specks of blue light. The rumble of the warship's underground engines gradually faded. All right. Ban gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and his tone was tinged with impatient, killing intent. Since we need to consolidate resources and build infrastructure, then don't dawdle, old man. Issue the order. Ban waved his hand, his gaze sweeping over to Shiwan below the dais as well as Gang Shou and Zhao Meiming, whom he had just summoned for a meeting. Hold a continent-wide submission commendation ceremony in the central plaza of the capital. Distribute all the first batch of mass-produced mechas that De Shiwan has been cranking out day and night. Once they take my equipment, they'll all get the hell out and build my bases and mine my ores. One day later, in the central plaza of the interstellar capital, formerly Muyi Village. The area had been transformed into a massive steel review platform. The plaza was packed with representatives of ninjas from all over the ninja world. Those once proud daimyos, kages, and even elite from various shinobi villages, now like a bunch of elementary school students waiting for job assignments, craned their necks, staring with fervent eyes at the rows of gleaming stellar energy mechas on the high platform. Ban sat on the throne in the center of the platform, arms crossed, eyes closed in meditation. He left the tedious task of distributing mechas to De Shiwan and the system's auto-matching. Next batch mecha model allocation in progress. De Shiwan's hoarse voice echoed across the square through a holographic amplifier. Medical logistics and command support mecha beginning adaptation. This batch of mechas was high-grade equipment mass-produced by De Shiwan according to the system blueprint. Not only were they lightweight in armor, but they were also equipped with small energy wings that allowed free gliding in midair, looking exceptionally cool. Gang Shou and Zhao Meiming stood at the front of the line, full of anticipation as they awaited the system scan. A blue scanning beam descended from the sky, enveloping Gang Shou. Ding! A crisp system prompt sounded. Gene sequence match, energy affinity, extremely high, appearance score S. Adapted model Valkyrie, healing wings. As the system broadcast, a streamlined mecha gleaming with a pearly white luster and edged with golden energy patterns instantly descended from the air and clicked and clacked as it covered Gang Shou's proud figure. Behind the mecha, two golden energy wings like angelic feathers unfurled suddenly. Gang Shou clenched her fist excitedly, and with a flap of the wings she hovered gracefully in midair. Her posture was stunningly beautiful, like a warrior goddess from myth. Wow! So cool! A burst of exclamations erupted from the audience below. Next the scanning beam fell on Zhao Meiming. Appearance score S. Adapted model Phantom Siren's breath. A deep blue high-slit mecha covered her, and from behind Zhao Meiming extended two flexible tentacles condensed from water, attribute stellar energy shimmering with a captivating halo in the sunlight. Next came Qingmu Kue, Samu I Ma Bu I, and even Shouju. Every female ninja that was scanned. Without exception, they were all assigned high-grade mechas with splendid designs, bright colors, and equipped with wings or special effects. For a moment the entire platform shimmered with rainbow lights and fragrant breezes. These women clad in their new mechas flew around above the square, competing over whose mecha had a smoother line and whose wings were more dazzling. They had turned a solemn military parade ceremony into a grand interstellar mecha Victoria's Secret fashion show. The Shiwan stood at the console staring at the data on the scanner. A hint of helplessness flashed in his golden vertical pupils. He stole a glance at Ban on the throne. This was no scientific allocation. Under the influence of the interstellar heartthrob aura, the dam system had long since tampered with the underlying distribution logic. It was clearly forcing the most dazzling mechas based on appearance ranking and degree of admiration for Lord Ban. The women were basking in glory up in the sky. Meanwhile Dai-Tu and Kakashi standing below and eating dust craned their necks to look at the shimmering Valkyrie mechas above. Then they looked down at themselves. Dai-Tu was wearing the spiky black flame armor with a bachelor's exclusive marquee light flashing on the back. Kakashi's white fanged thunder armor, though stylish, looked utterly drab next to the Valkyrie wings. These two grown men completely broke down. Why? Dai-Tu shook with rage, pointing at the gaudy mechas in the sky. We followed the ancestor through thick and thin, took the worst beatings, bore the heaviest injuries. And when it's time to distribute equipment we don't even get a pair of wings. Kakashi's mask twitched slightly and his exposed eye turned red. Though he was usually a man of few words, what man doesn't have a romantic dream of piloting a Gundam with wings? Watching those women show off in the sky, sourness surged in his heart. Dai-Tu and Kakashi exchanged a glance. In their eyes blazed a fire of defending male mecha dignity. With red-rimmed eyes they burst out of the crowd. The black flame armor beneath Dai-Tu's feet made the bluestone slabs crackle with each step, as if every stomp was venting his pent-up resentment. His heavy unwilling gasps were clearly audible even through the thick metallic faceplate. Dai-Tu felt the astonished gazes of the surrounding civilian ninjas piercing into his spine like poisonous thorns. Especially when he saw Yi Yuan Lin gliding gracefully in midair, clad in a light mecha that shimmered with a soft green healing glow and bore two pairs of translucent butterfly light wings on its back. His masculine pride shattered into 1,000 pieces. Elder Ancestor. This is unfair. Dai-Tu burst through the crowd like a frenzied black cannonball, charging straight to the foot of the platform steps. He pointed at the flamboyant glimmering Valkyrie mechas in the sky, then at his own pitch-black spike-covered iron shell. We brothers have followed you through hell, taking the harshest beatings and bearing the heaviest wounds. Why is it that when equipment is issued those women all dress up like celestial maidens descended from heaven? Dai-Tu grew more aggrieved as he spoke, his voice even taking on a hint of tears. And my mecha, not only does it look like a burnt coal ball, but it even has a taunting scrolling text on the back that says, "Exclusive for single dogs." Look at the way those civilians stare at me. How am I supposed to hold my head up in the Empire? Although Kakashi was not as outwardly emotional as Dai-Tu. His white fanged thunder armor had also ceased its lightning leaps, looking rather downtrodden. He silently followed Dai-Tu, knelt on one knee before the steps. Lord Ban, I am not seeking vanity, Kakashi said in a low voice, his gaze behind the tactical visor somewhat evasive. But as the Empire's first mecha pilots we represent your dignity. If only the Logistics Corps' mechas have flight wings and cool paint jobs, while we frontline warriors look so shabby. Kakashi paused as if searching for a dignified word. This might stir up unnecessary gossip within the military. Ban sat on the cold iron throne. He listened to Dai-Tu's raspy howling and watched Kakashi's suppressed hesitant expression. He felt the nerve that had just relaxed begin to throb again. Ban took a deep breath. Of course he knew there was something wrong with the logic behind the mecha allocation. When the Shiwan was operating the backend, his Mangekyo Sharingan saw it all clearly. Under the influence of the interstellar heartthrob aura, that damn system forcibly altered the resource allocation code. It prioritized the top-tier paint materials and flight modules for the female ninjas who met the beauty standards, euphemistically called, enhancing the Empire's visual deterrence. In reality it was just the system adding special effects to his damnable love luck. But could he admit such a humiliating reason? Obviously not. A cold mischievous smile slowly curled at the corner of Ban's mouth. He leaned forward slightly, looking down at his two subordinates kneeling at the steps. Those abyss-like eyes glinted with a chilling sharpness. Shabby. Ban's voice was not loud, but it instantly overpowered the women's cheers in the square. Do you think those flashy wings and paint jobs are all there is to a mecha? Dai-Tu froze, stopped his howling and looked up in bewilderment. Isn't that right? Elder Ancestor, those women's mechas can fly and even set off fireworks. Foolish. Ban snorted coldly, resting his wrist casually on the armrest of the throne. The true battlefield is a meat grinder, a clash of steel and blood. Do you think a few thin glowing sheets of iron can block the Ōtsutsuki clan star-destroying cannon? Ban suddenly stood up. His black robe fluttered gently in the breeze and a domineering aura of a commander swept across the entire scene. The reason I gave you these seemingly crude mechas is that I have high hopes for you. Both Dai-Tu and Kakashi's eyes lit up at the same time. High hopes. Was the elder ancestor testing them? Although the Empire has now unified the ninja world, Ban's voice became low and solemn as if entrusting a great mission concerning the fate of the universe. But in the vast sea of stars countless unknown powerful enemies are lurking in the shadows. We must build an indestructible interstellar fortress as our forward base for conquering the universe. This will be the Empire's greatest and most hardcore top-secret mission. Ban extended 2 fingers pointing at Dai-Tu and Kakashi from afar. I need 2 men who can shoulder this heavy responsibility. If you dare to accept this mission I will grant you a true man's romance. The universe's strongest most violent heavy mecha. A man's romance. Dai-Tu's eyes instantly turned into starry eyes and even the scrolling light on his mecha's back turned an excited red. Heavy mecha. Just the name sounded 100 times more domineering than those women's flimsy light wings. If he drove this out wouldn't it drive Lin wild with infatuation? A flash of barely perceptible bloodlust also flickered beneath Kakashi's mask. Though he was calm under this fervent atmosphere the flame of male competitiveness was thoroughly ignited. Swear to complete the mission. Dai-Tu and Kakashi exchanged a glance without any hesitation. Simultaneously they knelt heavily on one knee on the stone slab, their fists pressed against their chests, their voices booming to the sky. Ban watched these 2 subordinates who had been thoroughly fooled and nodded in satisfaction. The mischievous smile on his lips now bloomed without any concealment. Good. Ban's palm faced upward and a thick mass of Earth attribute star energy rapidly gathered in his hand. Amidst the flickering light, 2 star energy cores emitting a thick lust color and a size larger than ordinary cores materialized out of thin air. Catch. Ban flicked his fingers. The 2 earth and yellow star energy cores transformed into 2 streaks of light cutting through the air with a dull roar. Replace them. Ban's voice carried a capitalistic coldness. Go build the interstellar base for me. 2 earth and yellow star energy cores accompanied by a dull piercing sound accurately embedded themselves into the chests of Dai-Tu and Kakashi. A heavy earth attribute starlight like a mountain crumbling and the earth splitting exploded violently upon them. This radiance was not as light and ethereal as the Valkyrie mecha but carried a weighty texture that seemed capable of crushing the very ground. Dai-Tu felt every bone in his body groan under the immense pressure, emitting a creaking sound. It was as if a massive mountain had suddenly been hoisted onto his back, causing his legs to tremble and nearly forcing him to his knees. But driven by a fierce vanity and a fervent fantasy of heavy mecha he stubbornly straightened his spine. Ah! Power! This is the power of a man! Dai-Tu shouted excitedly within the earth and yellow pillar of light. Kakashi! Can you feel it? This overwhelming sense of heavy armor that can annihilate heaven and earth. This is the real battlefield bulldozer. Lin. Are you ready to cheer for your future Grand General? Kakashi remained silent. He tightly shut his exposed right eye, but his brow furrowed gradually during the process. Although the power was indeed immense, his keen ninja instincts told him that the mecha's construction seemed somewhat off. There were no sharp chakra conduction circuits as expected. Instead there were strange mechanical joints seemingly designed for physical labor. The light gradually dissipated. All eyes in the square, even those of the women still flaunting their light wings in the sky, turned curiously to witness what the strongest heavy armor bestowed by Lord Ban truly looked like. The dust settled. When Dai-Tu and Kakashi's new appearances were fully exposed to the sunlight, the previously noisy square fell into a deathly silence. Dai-Tu opened his eyes excitedly, eagerly looking down at the long-awaited invincible battle armor he wore. Then the ecstasy on his face froze as if drenched by a bucket of liquid nitrogen. Instantly frozen. His original black flame armor, though dark, had at least some killing intent. In its place was a set of bulky ultra-large metal exoskeleton painted in a glaring bright yellow. That was bad enough. But the most devastating part was that his right arm had been transformed into a massive excavator bucket filled with metal teeth. And his left arm had become an ultra-large spiral electric drill spinning at high speed with a deafening roar. The core on his chest, which once burned with black flames, was now a holographic warning light flashing the 4 red characters, safety first. Dai-Tu stared blankly at his still spinning electric drill left hand. His mind was a complete blank. Kakashi was not much better off. His prized white fang thunder armor had been forcibly replaced. Now he wore a similarly bright yellow tracked mecha. Behind the mecha extended a heavy crane arm over a dozen meters long with a mechanical claw at the front capable of lifting tens of tons. The combat data in his tactical visor was gone, replaced by engineering data for geological surveys, load calculations and concrete mix ratios. What the hell was this? They weren't heavy war gods. They were just two anthropomorphic construction mecha. The first to lose composure in the sky was Gang Shou. She held her stomach, laughing so hard she nearly stumbled and fell off her Valkyrie mecha's light wings. Oh my! This is hilarious. What battlefield bulldozer? It really is a bulldozer. Zhao Meiming also laughed uncontrollably, covering her mouth with her hand, her gaze at Dai Tu filled with undisguised pity and mockery. Lord Ban's aesthetic taste is truly unique. The representatives and leaders of the various ninja villages below were struggling to suppress their laughter, their faces flushed red and shoulders shaking, but they dared not laugh out loud out of fear of Ban's authority. Dai Tu's eyes turned red. Not from emotion but from anger and grievance. He raised his right hand, the excavator bucket, and pointed at Ban, who was seated on the throne. His voice carried a thick sob. Ancestor! You tricked me. Where's the romance of men you promised? Where's the strongest heavy armor? What's with giving me an excavator bucket? How am I supposed to cut people now? Ban propped his chin with one hand, looking at Dai Tu's mournful expression, and the malicious smirk at the corner of his mouth finally bloomed without restraint. Who said you were meant to cut people? Ban's voice carried a matter-of-fact capitalist tone. He stood up and walked to the edge of the platform. He pointed at the vast endless construction site on the outskirts of the interstellar capital, a massive ruin left behind after he had shattered the Hua Ing Yen with a single sword strike. I am establishing an empire that spans the starry sea. First I need an ultra-large interstellar fortress capable of docking millions of warships. Do you think those steel bars, concrete and heavy star energy bases can be built by those women up there who only know how to pose? Ban's gaze swept coldly over Dai Tu and Kakashi. The Empire's greatest, most hardcore secret mission is infrastructure. These two sets of construction mecha were specially tailored for you by the Shiwan, combining star energy technology. Each one can do the work of 1,000 ninjas. Isn't this the strongest heavy armor? Isn't this the ultimate romance of men sweating it out? Dai Tu opened his mouth only to find himself speechless, trapped by this robber logic. What the hell kind of romance of men is that? Whose version of manly romance involves moving bricks at a construction site? But. Dai Tu tried to make a final struggle. No buts. Ban snorted coldly, having lost all patience for further nonsense. He raised his right leg and delivered a fierce kick to Dai Tu's bulky mecha's rear. Bang! Dai Tu, along with his mecha like a heavy yellow tin can, was kicked directly off the platform by Ban. He traced a miserable parabola in the air and crashed heavily into the distant construction site, raising a cloud of dust. Go! Ban pointed at the ruins, his voice like thunder. Take those captured soldiers and work day and night for me. You won't take off this iron shell until the fortress is built. Kakashi, seeing Dai Tu's plight, wisely chose not to protest further. He silently sighed. Manipulating the tracked mecha carrying the long crane arm on its back under the sympathetic gazes of those around him, he clanked and clattered, slowly but steadily heading toward the construction site. A few hours later. The scorching sun hung high. Dust flew across the vast construction site on the outskirts of the interstellar capital. Dai Tu operated the giant excavator bucket, shoveling away the huge rock debris left by the collapse of the Hua Ing Yen. His left hand's spiral electric drill bored into the hard rock layers frantically. Sweat soaked his clothes and the intense heat inside the mecha suffocated him. I hate infrastructure. Dai Tu gritted his teeth, muttering with tears in his eyes. Not far away, Kakashi used the crane arm to lift a 100-ton star energy alloy steel plate. Cooperating with hundreds of trembling captives from the Iwabikure village below, he assembled the foundation. He glanced at the Valkyrie mechas in the distant sky, which occasionally flew by, leaving behind trails of dazzling light wing contrails. Silently he turned the light shielding mode of his tactical visor to maximum. Meanwhile, inside the luxurious and cold hall of the Imperial Command Center, Ban had just finished handling the lengthy report submitted by Deshiwan regarding the progress of star energy or mining. He leaned wearily on the throne, rubbing his throbbing temples. These administrative trivialities consumed far more energy than fighting on the battlefield. On either side of the hall, several corps kunoichi, Gang Shou, Zhao Meiming, Qingmu Kuei, had already removed their dazzling mecha. They had changed into light, revealing attire that accentuated their figures and allowed easy movement. They looked at Ban, who was resting with his eyes closed on the throne. Exchanging suggestive and meaningful glances, their eyes held a fervor like wolves spotting meat or a starving leopard fixing its gaze on prey. Under the continuous influence of the interstellar heartthrob aura, these women's thought processes had completely deviated from normal tracks. The only thought in their minds now was how to firmly occupy the position closest to Ban and most irreplaceable within the new empire's power center. Gang Shou made the first move. She adjusted the deep-plunged green silk robe she wore, then ascended the steps of the throne with a languid graceful stride. Instead of her usual boisterous shouting, she quietly circled behind Ban. A warm breath mingling the faint scent of alcohol and expensive cosmetics gently brushed against Ban's neck. Lord Ban. Gang Shou leaned forward slightly, her impressive curves almost imperceptibly pressing against the back of the throne, her breath as fragrant as orchids. Rough work like construction and mining can be handled by Dai Tu and Kakashi, you don't need to worry too much. Her voice was as soft as water. The Empire's newly built Interstellar hot spring pavilion has just been completed. The Shiwan has channeled the purest living water from the depths of the earth vein. Gang Shou extended her fair fingers, gently placed them on Ban's shoulders and began to knead slowly. You have been working hard for days. Why don't we go and relax? Tsunade's tempting proposal echoed through the great hall. With a lowered soft voice it brushed against Madara's ear like a fluffy little brush. Madara caught the scent of wine and fine powder lingering in the air, blending into an intoxicating aroma that left him slightly tipsy. He felt those soft yet astonishingly strong hands on his shoulders, gently kneading his tense muscles with just the right amount of pressure. After days of slaughter star energy fusion and being driven mad by these women, Madara realized his nerves were stretched far too thin. Wearily he pinched the bridge of his nose and exhaled a long breath. A hot spring. Madara weighed it in his mind. Since he no longer had to pilot a warship across the cosmos to slaughter people, taking a bath to wash off the lingering scent of blood after these past few days seemed like a reasonable choice. To his own surprise he nodded. Lead the way. Madara coldly spoke those two words, rose to his feet and strode purposefully toward the hall's exit. Seeing her plan succeed, Tsunade's amber eyes flickered with cunning satisfaction. She turned to face the impatient Mei and Xingmu Kuei standing nearby, raising her brows in a taunting gesture. The message was clear, she was claiming the prize first, leaving them to wait and watch. With light triumphant steps like a victorious warrior, Queen Tsunade followed close behind Madara. Mei watched the pair disappear, her teeth grinding with frustration. She glanced sideways at Xingmu Kuei, whose dark expression mirrored her own, then to the two newly transformed figures, the White Snake Girl and Slug elder sister, both watching with obvious longing. Without exchanging words, the women forged a fleeting strategic alliance through nothing but shared glances, aimed squarely at thwarting Tsunade's plan to monopolize Madara. Half an hour later Madara stood before the newly completed Interstellar hot spring facility. Overseen personally by Orochimaru, the hot spring was constructed entirely from high-transparency stellar energy glass, drawing pure flowing water from deep within the Earth's ley lines, with a delicate mist of dimensional energy hovering above the surface to nourish the cells. Perched on the edge of a cliff overlooking the interstellar capital, the facility offered panoramic views through its expansive glass walls. Bathers could soak while taking in the Empire's rapid construction unfolding below. This blend of luxury and futuristic design suited Madara's position as hegemon perfectly. That serpent has proven somewhat useful after all, Madara mused, pushing open the heavy wooden door carved with stellar energy patterns and stepping inside. The changing room stood empty. He shed his black robe stained with dust and speckled with blood and tossed it carelessly onto a nearby shelf. His physique, sculpted like an ancient Greek statue, was revealed in full under the soft lighting. He pushed through the inner door and stepped directly into the expansive hot spring pool, vast as a small lake. The warm water enveloped him instantly. Trace minerals and higher dimensional energy from the ley-lined spring seeped through his pores, delivering such profound comfort he nearly drifted into slumber. Madara rested his head against the smooth stone ledge and exhaled deeply. He thought at last he might enjoy a moment of peace. But before he could finish that breath, bang! The heavy wooden door was violently kicked open from the outside. Madara's eyes snapped open, his brow furrowing into a deep knot. I told you none were to disturb me. The words died in his throat. The sight before him, enough to make the Azura who once faced the Shinobi Alliance without flinching nearly rise from the pool, was a flood of people pouring through the doorway. Tsunade, Mei and Xingmu Kuei. Even the White Snake Maiden and Slug elder sister in their transformed forms were present. But that wasn't all. What truly shocked Madara was that every one of these women was wrapped only in a thin white towel. Patches of snow-white skin and curvaceous silhouettes emerged and vanished through the rising steam, a dazzling spectacle that made his eyes ache. You mad women! What do you think you're doing? Madara gritted his teeth, snatching a large towel to cover his broad chest, his gaze sharp with wariness. This is the men's bath. Oh Lord Madara, the Empire is newly founded and conditions are crude, we haven't had time to separate the baths by gender yet. Far from intimidated, Tsunade approached with a grin, a scrubbing cloth in hand, and confidently stepped into the hot spring. The water quickly reached her calves. I noticed your shoulders were stiff from sitting on the throne. I brought my sisters to help scrub your back and help you relax. Exactly, Lord Madara. Mei followed, descending into the water with a bottle of premium essential oil she'd somehow acquired. Water Country's massage techniques are unmatched in the shinobi world. I promise you'll experience true comfort. Chinmu Kue pushed forward with a bar of soap, unwilling to be left behind. The white snake maiden slid into the water like an eel, swimming over to Madara and clinging to his arm poutingly. Lord Madara, shall I wash your hair for you? Meanwhile, the slug elder sister knelt gently at the pool's edge, reaching out to massage his temples. Get away from me, all of you. Madara tried to rise and drive these women out, but the moment he moved, several slick arms pinned his shoulders and arms firmly in place. Each of these women was among the finest masters in the shinobi world on her own, but combined with their coordinated attack and that soft fragrant assault, they proved overwhelming. Madara found himself momentarily unable to act freely, fearing that if he unleashed his star energy he'd blow the entire hot spring facility, and these women, skyward. The women vied openly and covertly for the privilege of scrubbing Lord Madara's back. You vixen, where do you think you're applying that cheap oil? That's where I was going to scrub. Tsunade slapped Mei's hand away, sending water splashing everywhere. Old woman, your grip is as strong as an ox's, don't scrub Lord Madara's skin raw. Mei retorted sharply, pressing her body against Tsunade to shove her aside. Chinmu Kue eagerly scrubbed Madara's back with soap while the white snake maiden clung to his legs underwater, refusing to let go. The entire hot spring churned with splashing water, and the white towels threatened to slip free in the tussle. The once clear water boiled and roiled as their chakra agitated it. It was like a miniature tsunami had erupted in the pool. Madara was pressed into the center, surrounded by slippery arms and curvaceous bodies. His ears filled with the women's mutual insults and playful squabbles for his attention, while his nose was overwhelmed by increasingly intense powders and body wash fragrances. Through the rising steam, Madara watched the chaotic, suffocating scene unfold, a sense of profound absurdity suddenly gripping his mind. Ban stared at the chaotic scene before him, water splashing, steam rising, veins bulging on his temples. The once crystal clear hot spring, rich with mist of high-dimensional energy, was now a mess. The women's chakra had churned the water into a boiling cauldron, waves crashing against the pool's edge in relentless succession. You vixen! Where are you touching? How dare you touch Lord Ban's back? Get lost! The air was filled with their shrill quarrels and merciless curses. Tsunade and Mei Terumi had already exchanged dozens of blows beneath the surface, their hidden current strong enough to pulverize ordinary rock. On the right, Aoi Aoki tried to slip through the chaos but was swept aside by a sleek tail from the white snake girl. The slug big sister, taking advantage of the confusion, squeezed in behind Ban, her voluptuous form brushing against his back. Ban felt hands groping his back, now a rough scrubbing cloth, now a strangely scented massage oil. He sat rigid in the center of the pool. Those Mangekyo Sharingan eyes, once the terror of the ninja world, now held an unprecedented weariness and deep helplessness. What was this? He, Uchiha Ban, the demon of the shinobi world, supreme ruler of the Star Empire, was now a lamb to the slaughter, pinned down in a bathtub by a group of women wrapped in towels. Enough. Ban gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to unleash his star energy and blast this entire hot spring into the sky. He knew these women were counting on him not to use his ultimate move in such a place. At his low growl, their movements paused momentarily. But soon the brief silence gave way to an even stranger and more outrageous assault. Lord Ban Tsunade suddenly changed her demeanor, shedding her tigress persona for a sweet, coquettish expression. Instead of retreating, she leaned against the pool's edge and produced a thick stack of imperial documents still damp from the steam and thrust them in front of Ban. Don't be angry, please. She gently massaged his shoulder while pointing at the top document. This is the budget approval for the Imperial Medical Mech Corps I designed. See, the star metal ratio needs to be increased by 30%, and here's the site selection for the largest beauty salon in the continent. I mean the Battlefield Psychological Intervention Center. Tsunade's breath was sweet, her voice cloyingly sugary. Just sign here, won't you? Ban looked at the wrinkled document, his brow furrowing again. This woman, daring to bring government affairs into the men's bathhouse. Before he could refuse, Mei Terumi approached from the other side. She also carried a stack of papers and even produced a special waterproof pen from somewhere. Lord Ban, don't listen to her. Mei pushed aside Tsunade's documents and shoved her own into Ban's hands. The material list for rebuilding the Imperial Logistics Pipeline from the Hidden Mist Village is the most urgent. Especially this batch of high-grade ocean algae mud mask. I mean the mech armor anti-corrosion coating. Her emerald eyes were filled with pleading, and she pressed her body against his arm. This concerns the dignity of the Imperial fleet, so please approve it quickly, Lord Ban. And mine. Mine. Aoi Aoki, unwilling to be left out, also produced a scroll. The budget for the Imperial Propaganda Department. Lord Ban, this is the expansion plan for the pet base at Ryuchi Cave and Shikatsu Forest. The White Snake Girl and the Slug Big Sister joined in the clamor. In an instant Ban's face was piled high with a jumble of document scrolls and application forms. The women's coquettish cries and requests mixed with the hot spring steam and various fragrances formed a dizzying barrage. Ban felt his mind about to explode. These women were 10,000 times more terrifying than the most formidable enemies. They didn't fight fair, they used this tender trap of cajoling and seduction to force through internal approvals. Fine. Just give them all to me. Annoyed beyond reason, Ban wanted nothing more than to get rid of these pests and enjoy a quiet bath. He snatched the waterproof pen from Mei's hand. Without even glancing at the absurd requests on the documents. Shwa, he signed his name with a flourish on every document and scroll. He didn't even notice the hidden item in Tsunade's application, a costly interstellar luxury casino. Nor did he see the acquisition plan for all the precious pearls in the ninja world hidden in Mei's list. Take them. Now immediately get out of my sight. Ban threw the signed documents back at them like trash, pointing at the bathhouse door, his voice unmistakably commanding. The women took their documents and exchanged glances. Though they hadn't secured the privilege of scrubbing Ban's back, they had obtained real benefits and budgets. This was a win. Thank you, Lord Ban. Tsunade grinned from ear to ear, carefully protecting the documents against her chest. We'll go now. Have a good rest. Mei also tucked her list away with satisfaction, casting a flirtatious glance at Ban before leaving. Aoi Aoki, the White Snake and the Slug also knew when to quit. The group of women clutching their approved documents like victorious bandits chattering happily retreated from the bathhouse. The doors slammed shut. The bathhouse fell into a deathly silence. Only the steam from the pool still rose in wisps. Ban sat in the empty pool. He let out a deep turbid breath. Finally peace. He leaned against the stone wall, eyes closed, trying to relax his weary nerves. But then, just seconds after he closed his eyes, an absurd yet crystal clear thought struck his mind like lightning. Ban's eyes snapped open. In those Mangekyo Sharingan a flicker of disbelief and humiliation flashed. What had he just done? He, Uchiha Ban, the demon of the shinobi world who had crushed the 5 great nations and built an undefeated empire spanning the stars, who wielded star energy and a 10,000-meter Susanoo of divine power. And yet while bathing he had been coerced by a group of towel-clad women into approving a mountain of imperial affairs he hadn't even glanced at. What was this? He wasn't a tyrant ruling the world, he was an incompetent pleasure-addled ruler completely manipulated by his harem in daily affairs. A wave of intense shame and humiliation surged from his soles to his crown. Splash! Ban stood abruptly from the pool. He sent a cascade of crystal water flying. His star energy erupted, instantly evaporating all moisture from his body. The lingering scents of oil and soap were incinerated by the violent energy. He strode out of the pool, grabbed a black robe from the rack and draped it over himself. His long black hair billowed in the windless dressing room. His crimson eyes blazed with an icy murderous resolve. He couldn't go on like this. If he continued to be entangled by these mad women, his grand ambition, his sea of stars, would soon become a perfume-laden joke. No. Ban gritted his teeth, his voice freezing. I must find someone with a sane mind to discuss my ambitions. On this broken ship, other than that fool Obito, there's only a bunch of crazy women. It seems. Ban's gaze passed through the dressing room's glass walls, staring into the vast starry sky. I have no choice but to exercise that authority. Madara draped himself in the oversized black robe and strode out of the Stellar Energy Hot Spring Pavilion. He did not look back. Only the sound of the heavy high-transparency starglass door slamming shut echoed behind him. The dull impact reverberated through the empty corridor as if sealing off that powdery absurd hot spring pool in another world entirely. Barefoot he walked across the metallic floor paved with stellar energy alloy. A faint chill rose from the soles of his feet, cooling the slightly overheated nerves from the hot spring. Madara quickly crossed the long corridor and returned to the command hall, which symbolized the Empire's highest authority. The hall was empty. Only a few small drone mechas responsible for cleaning and guard duty emitted faint operational sounds in the corners. Madara walked to the cold steel throne at the center of the hall. He did not sit down. Instead he paced restlessly before the throne. What kind of situation was this? He, Uchiha Madara, had carved his way out of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood from the Warring States period, stepping over the bones of countless strong foes to reach today's position of unifying the shinobi world and pointing his sword at the stars. He had believed that with absolute military power and resources, establishing an empire where no one dared to resist would be a matter of course. But reality had dealt him a brutal slap. Military power he had. Those remnants of old factions like Daimyo and the Raikage couldn't even withstand his sneeze. But governing an empire was not something that could be solved by simply killing everyone. Especially when by his side were nothing but fools like Obito whose heads were full of thoughts of romance and a bunch of women brainwashed by the system's romantic luck scheming daily to vie for his favor. This sense of despair was more headachesome than facing 10 Hashirama Senjus. In my heart there is only that vast ocean of stars. Madara stopped pacing, grinding his teeth and growling in the empty hall. What I need are right-hand men who can share my burdens and manage this bunch of madmen and fools with an iron fist. Not a bunch of fox spirits who only know how to swindle me into signing messy approval forms in the bathhouse. He recalled that humiliating scene in the hot spring pool. He had not even seen clearly and had rashly approved funds for Tsunade's casino and budget for Mei Terumi's pearls. If this got out, this Azura of the shinobi world might become the laughingstock of the entire universe. I can't continue like this. Madara took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He had to find someone with a normal mind and absolute loyalty to take over the Empire's daily internal affairs. Orochimaru was clever, but that snake was sinister to the core and his mind was entirely on mecha research. Expecting him to manage people was a dream. Minato was too gentle to subdue those women. Madara closed his eyes and countless familiar faces flashed through his mind. Finally, all faces gradually faded, leaving only the youthful figure of one wearing traditional Uchiha attire, smiling shyly yet immensely resolute on the battlefield. That was his only weakness in this world. And also the only person he could trust without reservation and who possessed exceptional political acumen. His dear younger brother Izuna Uchiha. If only Izuna were still alive. Madara slowly opened his eyes and a rare tenderness and nostalgia flashed in his scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan eyes. He would surely help me organize this messy empire with ease. Madara no longer hesitated. With a thought he immediately summoned the system panel on his retina. In the Empire Building and Hegemony Achievement sections, having unified the entire shinobi world, he had accumulated an astronomical amount of authority points. Madara's gaze swept quickly through the system store, directly locking onto the option at the very top, radiating brilliant golden light, perfect revival permission. This permission required no living sacrifice for Edo Tensei nor the life-draining cost of Rinne Tensei. It utilized high-dimensional stellar energy to forcibly reshape the target's flesh and soul from the rule level of the universe's origin. True flawless resurrection. The cost was 10 million authority points. It almost exhausted all of Madara's savings from conquering the shinobi world. But Madara didn't even frown. Exchange. Madara issued the command coldly in his heart. Ding. Authority points deducted successfully. Perfect revival permission activated. Please lock onto the target's soul imprint in your mind for revival. The system's cold mechanical voice echoed in the hall. Madara closed his eyes, clearing all distracting thoughts. In the deepest part of his memory he found that fragment of Izuna's soul cherished for decades. Izuna. Return. Madara whispered softly. Boom. The stellar energy flow pipes on the hall's dome instantly erupted with blinding light. The underground energy matrix of the entire interstellar capital emitted a low hum of overload at this moment. A blast of extremely violent azure starlight like the Milky Way pouring from the heavens directly pierced the hall's roof and crashed onto the empty space before Madara. Within the light pillar countless complex energy circuits and molecular structures intertwined and reorganized frantically. From void to bones, from flesh to skin. Stellar energy with a power beyond mortal comprehension forcibly dragged back a life that had dissipated decades ago from the cracks of time. Madara stared fixedly at that dazzling light pillar. His hands, which never trembled even when gripping a sword hilt, were now slightly shaking. Even facing 1,000 armies he had never experienced such emotional fluctuation. The light gradually dimmed, finally dissipating into specks of blue starlight in the air. At the center of the hall appeared a young man. He was dressed in a neat dark blue traditional Uchiha high-collared robe. His short black hair was slightly disheveled, his features handsome with a striking resemblance to the later Uchiha Sasuke in his eyes and brows. Yet those eyes lacked some of Sasuke's extremism and darkness and instead held the calmness and wisdom unique to that turbulent era. The young man slowly opened his eyes. They were pure black eyes not yet awakened to the Sharingan. He looked around with some confusion, taking in this unfamiliar hall full of sci-fi metallic texture. Finally, his gaze fixed on Madara standing before him in the black robe. Izuna was stunned. In his memory he had clearly died under Tobirama Senju's flying thunder god slash. Before dying he had even given his eyes to his brother. But now he not only felt no pain but even the chakra flowing within him was more abundant than at its peak in life. He looked at the man before him who had grown younger but whose familiar domineering aura he would never mistake. Bro. Brother. Izuna's lips trembled slightly, his voice carrying a disbelief-laced probe and ecstatic joy. Quan Nai's voice trembling with disbelief cried out, brother. The sound echoed through the empty cold hall as if the very air solidified in that moment. The star energy circuits which had been humming seemed to sense the bond of blood that transcended life and death, their glow softening. Ban stood still, his crimson Mangekyo Sharingan eyes now devoid of the arrogance that once looked down upon the world or the irritation of being driven mad by a mess. Only a deep weathered warmth of something lost and regained remained. He stepped forward, his hands which had always wielded a lightsaber with decisive violence now trembling slightly. He opened his arms, wanting to give his younger brother who had sacrificed himself to protect him during the Warring States period a solid embrace. Quan Nai, welcome back. Ban's voice was hoarse, his Adam's apple rolling with difficulty. I have built a new empire. Now I need your help. Quan Nai looked at his brother, familiar yet strange. Familiar was the bone-deep aura of dominance, strange was his brother's youthful, even more perfect body than his own. But he did not hesitate. His eyes grew hot and he opened his arms to meet him. Yet just as this touching moment of brotherly reunion was about to unfold. Bang! The heavy alloy door of the hall was pushed open from outside without warning. Accompanying the sound was a crisp silver bell-like yet chattering headache-inducing laughter of women. Lord Ban. We're back. Tsunade's bold voice pierced through before she even arrived. She wore a low-cut green silk robe holding a budget document just approved at the beauty salon. Behind her came Mei Terumi, Aoki Aoi and the White Snake and Slug big sisters who had also just finished work. These women had apparently reached a temporary truce outside, laughing and chatting as they entered together. The air instantly filled with the pungent mix of various high-end perfumes and powders. Ban's outstretched hands froze mid-air. His face, which had held warmth, turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Veins on his forehead throbbed. These crazy women. They came neither early nor late but precisely at this moment. The tough guy tenderness he, the shinobi of the end, had barely mustered was blown away by this fragrant breeze. Tsunade, walking at the front, stopped. Her amber eyes looked over Ban's shoulder, landing on the unfamiliar young man in the blue Uchiha robe standing in the center of the hall. Lord Ban, who is this handsome guy? Tsunade looked Quan Nai up and down as if examining a curious work of art. Mei Terumi also came closer, her emerald eyes flashing with surprise. He looks a bit like you, Lord Ban, but seems more gentle. Quan Nai was still in the midst of emotion. Suddenly he was surrounded by this group of scantily clad fragrant women whose strength made even him, a Warring States elite, feel alarmed. He was completely stunned. He instinctively stepped back half a pace, eyeing these unknown women warily. Bro. Brother. Quan Nai turned to Ban, his eyes filled with immense confusion. Who are these women? Why are they in the command center? In Quan Nai's memory, the Uchiha clan's council hall absolutely forbade women from entering freely, let alone dressing like this and shouting. Ban coughed awkwardly, about to explain that they were the Empire's logistics staff. But those women had ears sharper than rabbits. Brother. Tsunade and Mei Terumi exclaimed in unison. Their eyes instantly lit up like hungry wolves spotting chicks. Oh my. So it's our little brother-in-law. Tsunade was the first to react. She completely ignored Ban's murderous glare and dashed to Quan Nai in one stride. Without a word she grabbed Quan Nai's hand. No wonder you're so handsome. I'm your brother's. Coughed the Empire's medical director Tsunade. Nice to meet you. If you ever have a headache or fever, just come to sister-in-law. Me. Mei Terumi was not to be outdone. She immediately squeezed to the other side, gently brushing non-existent dust off Quan Nai's shoulder. Little brother-in-law, you must still be adjusting after being revived, right? I'm Mei Terumi from the Mist Village, now in charge of the Empire's logistics. If you want anything to eat or use, just tell big sister and I'll make sure it's arranged perfectly. Aoki Aoi, the White Snake girl, and the Slug big sister saw the situation. How could they lag behind? This was a golden opportunity to curry favor with Lord Ban. Winning over the little brother-in-law meant gaining an edge in the harem competition. They all swarmed over. Little brother-in-law, you're so good-looking, just as handsome as Lord Ban. Little brother-in-law, are you tired? Let me massage your shoulders. Little brother-in-law. Poor Uchiha Quan Nai, this fierce warrior who once dominated the Warring States era and terrorized countless Senju ninja. Now looked like a little lamb fallen into a spider's den. He was surrounded by a group of women with various slippery hands pinching and poking him. The pungent perfume made it hard for him even to breathe. He wanted to form hand signs to resist, but these women's chakra fluctuations were all terrifying, especially the one calling herself Tsunade, whose grip was like iron tongs hurting his bones. Stop. Don't touch me. Let go. Quan Nai's face was bright red as he struggled desperately among the women. He had never experienced such a situation in his life except for bayonet fights on the battlefield. Ban stood by watching his brother being mauled like a rag doll by these women. He clenched his fists wanting to kick them all away. But he remembered he had just calmed them down. If he acted now, the hall would likely become a battlefield again. He gritted his teeth, turned his head and pretended to study the star energy circuits on the hall's dome. Enough. Quan Nai finally couldn't take it anymore. His three-tomo Sharingan instantly activated. With the inside of the Sharingan he spotted an opening. His hands formed seals rapidly. Bang! A cloud of white smoke exploded among the women. Quan Nai used the body flicker technique to escape that terrifying warm nest appearing 10 meters away at the foot of the throne steps. He gasped for breath, his originally neat deep blue robe twisted and crooked with a bright red lipstick mark on the collar. Quan Nai tidied his disheveled collar somewhat awkwardly, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He looked up first at the chattering, still unsatisfied women. Then turned his gaze to Ban, who was sitting on the iron throne guiltily staring at the hall's dome. Quan Nai's expression changed. Gone was the excitement and admiration of their reunion. Instead there was a plaintive complex look, as if his entire worldview had been shattered. Quan Nai harshly wiped the glaring lipstick mark off his collar with the back of his hand. The fabric of his sleeve rubbed against the cloth, leaving a visible red streak. In the great hall the women were still murmuring in low voices about how to please him, like a swarm of persistent flies buzzing around his ears. That was the perfume from the land of water, wasn't it? The scent is too strong. Next time I'll bring some specialty from Konoha for our brother-in-law. Gang Shou's boisterous voice rang out especially loud. Quan Nai pushed up the glasses that were not actually on his nose, his gaze cold and sharp as a blade. He did not look at the women still casting flirtatious glances his way, but fixed his eyes directly on Ban, who was seated high on the steel throne. In the depths of Quan Nai's memory his brother was always the ruthless Azura of the Warring States era, cold and merciless with eyes only for the glory of the Uchiha. He was the peerless hero who wielded the gunbai and struck terror into the hearts of the Senju clan. But now this Azura sat comfortably on the throne, allowing a group of heavily made-up, scantily clad women to shout and laugh in the sacred command hall. He even tolerated them, leaving lipstick marks full of strong implications on the body of his newly resurrected younger brother. Was this the overlord who was supposed to lead the Uchiha to the pinnacle? This was clearly a debauched ruler who indulged in wine and women, unable even to manage his own harem. Brother. Quan Nai spoke, his voice low, yet it cut through the now silent hall with startling clarity. Every word was like a blade dipped in ice. I still remember every word you taught me back then. Ban shifted uneasily on his throne, feeling a chill creeping up his spine. He knew his younger brother too well. Whenever Quan Nai used that cold flat tone, it meant he was about to unleash a torrent of poisonous sarcasm. Quan Nai, let me explain this matter. Ban cleared his throat, trying to salvage some of his elder brother's dignity. You don't need to explain. Quan Nai cut him off without mercy. He took a step forward, staring directly into Ban's scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan. You once told me that in the world of shinobi there is only life and death, and any superfluous emotion is a fatal flaw. Quan Nai pointed at the women nearby who were eavesdropping with their ears pricked up. You also said that women only slow down your sword drawing speed. The atmosphere in the hall plummeted to freezing point. Gang Shou's smile froze and Zhao Meiming put away her small fan. The women's gazes darted back and forth between Quan Nai and Ban. Quan Nai took a deep breath, his voice laden with deep disappointment and accusation. But what about now? The moment I was resurrected I didn't see your majesty commanding thousands of troops. Instead I saw you floundering surrounded by a bunch of women. Brother, you lied to me. Did all those ruthless principles you spoke of get devoured by dogs over time? Ban's face flushed crimson instantly. Not from shame but from rage. When had he, the Azura of the ninja world, ever been called a debauched ruler to his face in front of so many people? And the one scolding him was his most beloved younger brother. He wanted to retort, to shout at Quan Nai that it was all because of that damned system's interstellar heartthrob aura. He had never wanted to court these women, they were the ones who clung to him like mad dogs. Quan Nai. Don't talk nonsense. Ban slammed his hand on the armrest and stood up. I have absolutely no interest in these women. This is force majeure. Ban gritted his molars at a loss for how to explain the transdimensional concept of a system passive skill to a resurrected ancient man. However, his feeble explanation sounded completely different to the women. Oh Lord Ban, don't be shy in front of your brother-in-law. Zhao Meiming giggled, covering her mouth, a sly glint flashing in her emerald-like eyes. She deliberately swayed her hips as she walked over to Quan Nai, speaking in the tone of a sister-in-law instructing her younger brother-in-law. Lord Ban has a tender heart beneath his iron exterior. Although he says he doesn't care just now at the hot spring, he let us attend to him for quite a while. Exactly. Exactly. Gang Shou chimed in, not to be outdone, and immediately threw more fuel on the fire. Lord Ban even approved the budget for us to build a casino. Brother Quan Nai, don't misunderstand your brother. He dotes on us too much. At these two remarks a loud buzz seemed to explode in Ban's head, and the thread of reason within him snapped completely. These stupid women. They were pouring oil on a powder keg. Shut up, all of you. Ban roared, and a violent burst of stellar energy pressure swept through the entire hall. The metal dome of the hall groaned under the strain, and several lighting fixtures shattered. The women were startled, quickly shutting their mouths and retreating to the sides. But the expression on their faces, though we understand Lord Ban is just being thunder in front of his brother, made Ban wish he could draw his lightsaber and cut them all down. Ban took 2 deep breaths, forcibly suppressing the rage in his heart. He looked at the Quan Nai standing at the foot of the stairs, trying to make one last-ditch effort. Quan Nai, listen to me. These women. Enough, brother. Quan Nai shook his head slightly. He did not continue his interrogation. Instead he let out a deep sigh filled with helplessness at the situation and grief for his fallen brother. He reached into his bosom. Under Ban's bewildered gaze he pulled out a pair of black-framed glasses filled with a modern sci-fi flair from somewhere unknown. He put them on his high-bridged nose deliberately and slowly. The moment the glasses were on the sharp edge of the warring state, samurai within Quan Nai instantly retracted. In its place was an elite ascetic aura of absolute rationality and coldness. A cold white light reflected off the lenses, concealing the emotions in his eyes. Never mind. Quan Nai pushed up the frames, his tone becoming flat as a machine. Since brother has completely sunk into this nest of softness, then I have no other choice. He strode up the steps and stood beside Ban, his gaze coldly sweeping over the women below who were still whispering among themselves. From today onward, the internal affairs of this new empire and all these messy matters around you, brother. Quan Nai's voice was resolute, carrying an undeniable authority. I will have to take charge of them myself. Quan Nai put on his sci-fi black-framed glasses, gently pushing them up with his middle finger. In an instant a piercing cold light streaked across the lenses like a blade drawn from its sheath, slicing away all the warmth that had been in his eyes. The air in the great hall seemed to have its temperature sucked away. The group of women who had been whispering about how to ingratiate themselves with the newly arrived younger brother-in-law, buzzing like ducks. Due to Quan Nai's sudden shift in aura they all gasped in unison, falling into a silence so profound that the drop of a needle could be heard. Ban stood before the throne looking at his brother, who was familiar yet strangely dangerous, and felt an inexplicable shiver run down his spine. Brother, since you are so indulged in these perfumed women, Quan Nai's voice was like an emotionless machine, cold, rigid, and carrying an oppressive force that could not be refuted. He turned around, his gaze cutting like a blade across the women standing in a row below. Then the empire cannot be run by a commander whose reason has been drained by a nest of soft pillows. From now on internal affairs are under my control. Gang Shou opened her mouth, but her usually fiery temper faltered under this absolute rational suppression. Younger brother-in-law, we were only doing logistics. Shut up. Quan Nai didn't even lift his eyelids, directly cutting off Gang Shou's words. He swept his hand through the air, and the hall's star energy system immediately responded to his command, projecting several dense holographic task lists. The medical mech factory is 30% behind schedule. 2 nodes in the water country logistics line are still unopened, and the desert assembly plant's foundation is still eating dirt. Quan Nai adjusted his glasses, his black eyes behind the lenses cold and devoid of any human warmth. Since you claim to be logistics, then get the hell back to your posts and shine. Don't let me smell any perfume in this command center during work hours. Otherwise I'll stuff you and your budgets into the reactor of a starship as fuel. The women were stunned by Quan Nai's barrage of reprimands and his relentless iron fist. Even Zhao Meiming, who was usually the most competitive, could only grit her teeth and lower her head in defeat. This was Ban's most beloved younger brother. If he was truly angered, no one could bear the consequences. Yes. Chief Steward. The women slunk away with their tasks like a flock of quails being driven off, fleeing the hall. The hall finally fell quiet. Ban let out a long sigh, and just as he reached out to pat his brother's shoulder and praise him for a job well done, Quan Nai sidestepped, avoiding Ban's hand. He turned his head, looking at Ban with the expression of someone scrutinizing a tyrant. Brother, you have changed. Quan Nai sighed. Your old black armor though worn radiated the glory of blood and fire. Now this robe. The wrinkles and the scent of perfume are truly nauseating. Ban's hand still extended froze. Quan Nai, listen to your old brother's explanation, this is really not. No need to explain, I understand. When a man grows old he always seeks some comfort from his youth. Quan Nai pushed his glasses again, his tone filled with magnanimous understanding and infuriating sarcasm. But please brother, in public maintain a little bit of the dignity of the demon of the shinobi world. A vein bulged on Ban's forehead. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the impulse to slap his own brother away. He had thought resurrecting Quan Nai would bring him a caring little helper. Unexpectedly he had given himself a 247 ruthless sarcasm machine. In the following days Ban fully experienced what it meant to be living in hell of social death. Early morning. Ban had just sat down on the throne and was about to sip his tea. Qing Mukue walked in with freshly brewed tea, set down the cup, and before she could even cast a flirtatious glance, Quan Nai slid out from the shadow of a pillar like a ghost. Brother, do you need a personal maid to feed you tea? Quan Nai expressionlessly flipped open the small notebook in his hand. According to ancient records, only the severely disabled who have lost self-care ability or the last emperors wallowing in hedonism would have such a need. Which category does my brother belong to? Pfft, Ban spat out a mouthful of hot tea. Qing Mukue fled the hall in panic. Noon. Ban went to inspect the newly established Star Energy Weapon Depot. The manager Sa Mui, wearing a tight uniform, was reporting weapon parameters in detail, her chest inadvertently brushing against Ban's arm. Before Ban could step back, Quan Nai's icy voice sounded behind him again. Brother, your line of sight just now tilted 45 degrees forward. That was the blind spot of the weapon parameters, but the highest point of the human curve. Quan Nai pushed his glasses, a cold gleam flashing across the lenses. Do you need me to get you a pair of reading glasses or directly schedule an eye correction surgery for you? Ban, trembling with rage, kicked a nearby star energy bomb into the air. I wasn't looking at all. Evening. Ban hid alone in the warship's restroom, staring at the starry sky outside the window, trying to calm his explosive emotions. The door opened. Gang Shou entered, tiptoeing with a plate of midnight snacks. Before she could speak, Quan Nai's voice blasted through the restroom via the warship's broadcast system. Brother, meeting a female subordinate in the dead of night severely violates Article 3, Item 2 of the Supreme Commander's Code of Conduct. If you can't control yourself, I can immediately activate the restroom's vacuum air extraction system to help you cool down. Bang! Ban punched through the restroom's bulletproof glass. A gale rushed in, whipping his long hair wildly. He had had enough. This kind of life, being nitpicked with a magnifying glass every day, being ruthlessly roasted by his own brother as a tyrant, was even more maddening than being beaten by Qian Shou Zhu Jian's wooden golem. Now he felt that even the system's interstellar heartthrob halo was less lethal than Quan Nai's sharp tongue. He desperately needed a slaughter. A pure, emotionless and pointless punching bag. To vent the depression and rage that had been building up inside and threatening to drive him insane. Just as Ban stood before the shattered window, eyes bloodshot, ready to go blow up some asteroids in space to vent his anger regardless of anything else. Hiss. Hiss. Accompanied by the sticky sound of a snake crawling. Deshiwan, wearing his dark purple Ouroboros mech holding a just decrypted black intelligence scroll, slid into the restroom like a loach. Lord Ban. Deshiwan ignored the embarrassed Gang Shou and the broken window. He extended his long tongue, licking the edge of his metal faceplate, his golden vertical pupils sparkling with the joy of finding amusement. Just received intelligence. In the rain-soaked wasteland of Yujigua there is a mercenary organization called Shao that refuses to accept the Empire's surrender edict. Deshiwan paused, his tone carrying a clear hint of schadenfreude. Moreover, the leader of that organization is extremely arrogant. He calls himself a god. God. At that word, Ban's Mangekyo Sharingan, which had been dimmed by frustration, instantly flared with a terrifying tangible crimson light. He spun his head, glaring at the intelligence scroll in Deshiwan's hand. A slow, cruel grin spread across his lips, the first genuine bloodthirsty smile in days. A rebel. And dares to call himself a god. Ban clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. Excellent. The moment crimson bloodlust ignited in Madara's eyes, a sharp tearing sound rang out as he snatched the intelligence scroll from Orochimaru's hands. The edges of the parchment tore instantly under Madara's grip. An unguarded surge of murderous intent permeated the air, crushing the room's lingering feminine fragrance. Even the cold draft swirling into the chamber seemed to freeze before that killing aura. Madara cast a glance down at the scroll's contents. Akatsuki. The leader claims to be a god. Madara's lips curled into a cruel sneer as he read those lines, then erupted into unrestrained laughter that echoed throughout the room. Ha ha ha. A god. Madara crumpled the scroll in his hand, channeling star energy through his palm until it disintegrated into black ash that drifted between his fingers. I've expended considerable effort unifying the 5 great nations, and with star-powered mecha I've completely upended the entire ninja world. Even stubborn figures like Anoki and the Raikage now obediently crush stones in my mines. Now in this ditch where even the sun cannot be seen, a group of rebellious upstarts claiming to be gods dares to emerge. Madara whirled around abruptly, his black robes carving a sharp arc through the air. Bloodthirsty excitement danced within his crimson eyes. The pent-up rage from recent days bottled up by his brother and those women finally found a perfect outlet. Orochimaru, prepare a small hovering airship for me. Madara ordered coldly as he strode out. No need to bring the main force and no need to deploy the Star Destroyer. Dealing with these delusional fools living in their dreams, I'll go myself to loosen their bones. Madara paused at the threshold, turning to regard Shirsue's cold watchfulness from the hall. Shirsue, you'll come with me. Madara raised an eyebrow, urgency coloring his tone. I want you to see with your own eyes that your elder brother remains the Asura who showed no mercy on the battlefield. Those women were merely a distraction. The blood of combat runs through my veins. He had grown weary of his brother's mockery and now desperately needed a swift, decisive slaughter to reclaim his dignity as the greatest of the Uchiha. Shirsue adjusted his black-rimmed glasses, a cold gleam passing across the lenses. If you believe that picking on mercenaries from some backwater region will prove you haven't fallen. His tone remained cool, laced with undisguised mockery. Then I wouldn't mind wasting some time to witness your so-called decisive slaughters. Madara's eye twitched as he swallowed a curse. And that Obito, he roared toward the outer hall, his voice echoing through the corridor. Have him strap into that rusted mech with the drill and get over here as labor. After we're done fighting he'll be moving bricks and scrubbing floors. Half an hour later. A sleek black hovering airship sliced through the clouds above the interstellar capital like a dark dagger. The airship's engines hummed deeply as it sped toward the land of rain. On the deck. Madara stood at the forefront with his arms crossed, his wild black hair whipping in the gale. Beside him Shirsue stood quietly, jotting down the airship's star energy consumption data in a small notebook. Obito was encased in the cumbersome yellow engineering mech, its excavator bucket dragging behind him. The phrase, "single dog exclusive," emblazoned on his back stood out sharply against the gloomy weather. Ancestor, please don't underestimate the Akatsuki. Obito cautiously crept behind Madara, attempting to assert himself before the two powerhouses. Drawing on rumors he'd heard back in the village, he launched into an exaggerated explanation. They say every member is an S-class fugitive who defected from their respective villages, murderous psychopaths who don't blink at killing. Their leader is even more enigmatic, no one has ever seen his true face. It's said he wields the power of the Sage of Six Paths, capable of commanding life and death itself. And they've established their stronghold in the secluded Rain Village, where even the 5 great nations dare not provoke them. The more Obito spoke, the more uneasy he became, his mech's tread scuffing nervously against the deck. Aren't we being rather hasty sending just the 3 of us? The power of the Sage of Six Paths. Madara let out a cold snort without so much as glancing back. Even if that old man crawled back from the Pure Land, I could slap him right back into his coffin with a single strike. Madara's gaze pierced through the windshield, fixated on the towering anvil clouds in the distance that seemed destined to never cease. Before stellar combat power and absolute physical dominance. All those self-proclaimed gods and their theatrics are nothing but punching bags begging for a thrashing. The airship surged forward like black lightning, plunging directly into the dense storm clouds. Icy rain lashed mercilessly against the vessel's energy shield, crackling in rapid succession. Darkness and the curtain of rain swallowed all visibility. There below them lay the Rain Village, suffocating, damp and steeped in despair. The airship gradually slowed. Hovering above the tallest tower in the village, which rose like a steel behemoth through the downpour. The powerful currents from the anti-gravity engines forcibly dispersed the surrounding rain, carving out a brief pocket of clear air. Madara inclined his head. His gaze penetrated the rain curtain, fixing upon the tower below. Among the intricate network of metallic pipes near the summit, several figures draped in black robes adorned with red cloud patterns, their wide-brimmed hats adorned with ringing wind chimes. Facing the gale unleashed by the airship's engines, they stood with heads tilted upward, braced for confrontation. The airlock door of the airship creaked open with a heavy mechanical exhale. A frigid wind saturated with the distinct moisture of rain country surged into the deck in an instant. Rainwater drummed against the intricate network of metal pipes on the tower below, producing a dense patter of drops that echoed like a cold, monotonous funeral dirge. Madara stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His deep abyss-like Mangekyo Sharingan pierced through layers of rain, gazing down upon the figures clad in red-clouded black robes perched atop the tower. A bloodthirsty sneer curled at the corner of his lips. He had anticipated some semblance of resistance, hoping to vent the frustration he had been simmering over from his encounters with Izuna these past few days. Yet as his eyes truly registered the condition of those below, the sneer froze on Madara's face, twisting into something beyond words, a profound bewilderment. Could this truly be the legendary rogue ninja faction that Orochimaru's intelligence had described, those who claimed divinity? Wasn't Obito's report claiming they slaughtered without hesitation and held Rain Village as their stronghold, feared even by the 5 great nations? From any angle this looked like a ragtag troop on the verge of collapse. At the tower's peak, without Obito, known as the masked figure Tobi, orchestrating their schemes from the shadows and providing the war funding that had sustained their operations. The Akatsuki organization that Nagato had assembled was now so destitute it was almost obscene. Even their iconic black cloaks embroidered with red clouds had faded to pale streaks from relentless exposure to the rain. "Kakuzu! You miser!" shouted Haiden, a man with slick back hair wielding a bloody 3-pronged scythe as he perched precariously on a pike, directing his venom at a masked figure beside him. "Where's my bounty from that head I collected in the neighboring village yesterday? You've skimmed off the top again, haven't you? That was meant for premium offerings to the Lord of Terror." Kakuzu counted methodically on his abacus amid the downpour. He did not even raise his head, his voice carrying the calcified stinginess of someone ground down by hardship. "That covers the base utilities and our rations this month. Say one more word about that bullshit deity of yours and I'll sell you apart to the black market organ dealers." Beneath the rain shelter on the other side, a boy with a spiky blonde ahogue, Deidara, crouched on the ground, frantically kneading 2 masses of white explosive clay. His expression radiated pure frustration. The funds for his art were dried up. "Sasori, when will the organization finally approve our budget? My explosive clay is almost gone. Without the art of explosion, what kind of artist am I?" From within the vermilion gourd, Sasori emitted a low, gravelly voice. "Be quiet, Deidara. If there's no money for supplies, dig some clay from the mud yourself." These were S-rank missing men whose names echoed throughout the shinobi world. Now beneath Madara's interstellar airship they were squabbling over trivial sums in the howling wind and driving rain. The dark world-ending menace they once projected had completely shattered. They looked like a ragged circus troupe on the verge of dissolution, unpaid and ready to scatter at any moment. Obito, encased in that cumbersome yellow construction mech, stood behind and to the side of Madara. Watching the spectacle below, he awkwardly scratched his helmet with the excavator's bucket. The single dog running lights on the mech's rear only amplified the forlorn atmosphere in the rain. Ancestor, this intelligence might be a bit outdated. Obito cleared his throat twice, attempting to salvage his credibility after all that exposition. They were genuinely terrifying in the past, perhaps because the recent unification of the shinobi world left no bounty contracts available. They've had no work, so they've gone completely broke. Izuna stood on Madara's other side. He adjusted his black-framed glasses, a cold glint flashing across the lenses. In that flat, piercing tone that cut straight to the bone, he spoke softly. "Brother." Izuna's gaze swept over the mercenaries below, fighting over a meager bounty of hundreds of thousands of ryo, then turned back to Madara. "This is what you called worth training against? This is the decisive execution you brought me to witness to prove you haven't lost your edge?" Izuna let out a long sigh. "They don't appear particularly bright, and they seem somewhat malnourished as well. Brother, if you're now bullying homeless drifters who can't even afford food, the Empire's prestige may truly crumble under your rule." Madara felt the veins on his forehead bulge instantly. He whirled around and glared viciously at Izuna. "Shut your mouth, old man. That bastard brother showed absolutely no respect." Madara took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the impulse to hurl Izuna off the airship. His chest was already brimming with pent-up fury. Regardless of whether these rebellious dogs were true gods or mere comedians, they would be punished today. "You insects below, hear me." Madara's voice, laced with raging stellar energy, rolled forth like thunder, instantly overpowering the squabbling on the tower and the howling storm. "I have come to claim this territory. Those who wish to live will kowtow before me at once." The members of Akatsuki on the tower, their eardrums pierced by the sudden sound, looked up toward the sci-fi-laden black airship in the sky. Kakuzu's eyes lit up instantly. An airship? That thing would fetch a sky-high price on the black market. Haiden waved his scythe with fierce excitement. "Just what I need to sacrifice to the Lord of Terror." Just as Madara deemed these creatures heedless of their own fate and prepared to order the airship's main cannon to fire, reducing the tower to rubble. Deep within the tower below, a chill chakra fluctuation radiating an absolute force of rejection suddenly erupted skyward. The rain curtain seemed to be forcibly parted by an invisible hand. A man with orange hair and black receivers piercing his face, Pain, drifted slowly from the tower's shadows into midair surrounded by floating white sheets of paper. His pale violet Rinnegan held no trace of human emotion. Like one gazing upon lifeless stones, he coldly observed Madara standing at the prow of the airship. Pain halted in the air level with the vessel. He slowly raised both hands, his voice low and ethereal as though spoken from the farthest reaches of the heavens. I am God. Pain's tone carried an air of supreme arrogance. You should not have trespasses upon the divine realm. I am God. The words hung in the air with an imperious weight. You ought not have entered the realm of the divine. The self-proclaimed godly words of the heavenly Tao Pei-En slowly dissipated amidst the unending cold rain of the rain country. In the air, besides the drip of rain hitting metal pipes, there was also the dull hum of the airship's hovering engine, forcibly suppressed by star energy. Ban stood at the bow of the airship, letting the cold rain trace his chiseled profile. He was not angry, not even a hint of fury at being offended. On the contrary, the corners of his mouth slowly curled into a cruel, bloodthirsty smile that chilled one to the bone. God. Ban's voice was soft yet carried a piercing quality that could penetrate souls, echoing throughout the tower. His scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan stared fixedly at the pale purple ringed eyes within Pei-En's sockets. Those eyes had concentric wave-like patterns. Rinnegan. That was the supreme power that Yuzhibo Ban had barely awakened at the end of his life after biting off the flesh of Qiansho Zhujian following the Battle of the Valley of the End, clinging to life for decades. For that ridiculous Infinite Tsukuyomi plan, he had transplanted these eyes into an orphan of the Xuanhua clan. He had originally hoped this brat would be a qualified worker collecting tailed beasts and resurrecting him. But look at the result. Now this brat wielding his eyes not only failed to do his job but came before his original owner and put on the airs of a god. This was the most absurd and laughable joke Ban had ever heard in his life. Using my eyes to play the god. Ban slowly raised his right hand, his fingers suddenly clenching, knuckles cracking like popping beans. It seems that waste Heiju has brainwashed you thoroughly, you pitiful puppet. Below, upon hearing these words, a faint ripple finally crossed Pei-En's expressionless face. Yet he did not retreat, instead he raised his hands. Ignorant one. Pei-En's voice remained ethereal, carrying a coldness that looked down upon all beings. Your power is indeed strong, but before a god all resistance is futile. A visible repulsive chakra began to gather furiously in Pei-En's palm. The rain was forcibly repelled, forming a huge hemispherical vacuum zone in midair. Shinra Tensei. Pei-En shouted lowly, pushing both hands outward. The terrifying repulsive force, enough to repel all physical attacks and ninjutsu, slammed toward the airship in midair like an invisible giant wall with devastating momentum. Below, the metal pipes of the tower shattered inch by inch under the residual force. Jiao Do and Fei Duan, frightened, quickly hugged the lightning rods nearby to avoid being blown away. Ancestor, be careful. This move is sinister. Dai Tu shouted a warning from the airship. He had heard from Baiju about the Rinnegan's ability, which could even deflect tailed beasts with ease. Quan Nai adjusted his glasses, his gaze cold and sharp, ready to form hand seals at any moment. However, faced with this overwhelming repulsive force, Ban did not even summon the shadow of the star god Susanoo. Bang! The airship deck beneath his feet showed no damage at all. Yet Ban himself vanished from the spot. There was no fluctuation of spacetime ninjutsu, it was merely pure speed surpassing visual limits unleashed by infusing star energy into his legs. Pei-En's Shinra Tensei, that invisible wall that could repel everything when it encountered the solid azure blue star energy shield on Ban's body. It was like a fragile paper window being pierced by a red-hot dagger. No pause. No stalemate. What? For the first time disbelief appeared in Pei-En's purple Rinnegan. His proud absolute defense had been torn apart by the opponent's bare body. Before he could react further, Ban's black robe accompanied by piercing cold wind was already in front of his face. That arrogant untamed face was almost nose to nose with him. Since you like playing God so much. Ban's eyes flickered with violent red light, his right leg leaving a blur that the eye could not catch in midair. Then today I will let you experience what divine punishment truly is. Boom. There was no flashy ninjutsu clash. Ban's simple yet savage flying kick infused with violent star energy landed squarely on Pei-En's face, which was studded with black rods. The crisp sound of bone cracking exploded in the rain. The black rods on Pei-En's face used to receive chakra shattered into dozens of pieces of scrap iron under the terrifying kinetic energy of this kick. He didn't even let out a scream. His entire body, like a cannonball fired from an anti-aircraft gun, flew backward at a speed 10 times faster than the previous Shinra Tensei. Bang! Crack! Boom! Pei-En's body like a meteor smashed through the hard outer wall of the tower. 1 floor, 2 floors, 3 floors. He smashed through 7 or 8 thick reinforced concrete partitions, plowing a long human-shaped tunnel inside the tower. The sound of flying rubble and twisting metal drowned out the rain below. Dai too was stunned on the airship. He looked at his own black flame armor, then at the ancestor who had killed the leader without even shouting a technique. He silently swallowed. This is star-level combat power. Beating a Rinnegan user like a soccer ball. Quan Nai nodded in satisfaction, a glint of approval flashing behind his glasses. Although his behavior increasingly resembles a tyrant, his martial skills haven't rusted yet. Inside the tower. In the darkest, dampest secret room at the bottom filled with various thick pipes. The giant demonic statue of the outer path stood like a dead object in the darkness. The red-haired man sitting in the wheelchair was emaciated, with dozens of black metal tubes inserted into his back to connect to the statue and control the 6 paths of Pei-En. That was Changmen, the true leader of the Ōtsutsuki. At the moment the heavenly Dao Pei-En was kicked in the face by Ban, Changmen jerked his head back. Pfft. A mouthful of blood sprayed from his withered mouth. The terrifying star energy backlash that the heavenly Dao Pei-En had suffered traveling through the chakra connection tube struck his already frail body without reservation. Changmen's eyes rolled back, feeling his organs displaced, nearly fainting on the spot. Changmen. Xiao Nan, who had been standing guard, paled in alarm. She quickly dispersed, the paper wings behind her rushed forward to support the tottering Changmen. What happened? How could the heavenly Dao be defeated so instantly? Xiao Nan's eyes were filled with terror. Changmen was a god with the Rinnegan. How could anyone strike him so severely in one blow? Just as Xiao Nan was about to form hand seals to control the other 5 Pei-En for support, a teeth-grinding cracking sound came from the ceiling above. Boom! The sturdy roof collapsed directly. Amidst the swirling dust, a tall figure accompanied by falling bricks and stones like an elegant black eagle slowly descended into the dark room. Ban brushed non-existent dust from his black robe. He didn't even glance at the wary Xiao Nan nearby, but walked straight to the specially made wheelchair. Ban looked down at the red-haired man, whose face was ashen and full of terror. His scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan narrowed slightly. The mocking sneer on his lips appeared especially eerie in the dim light. Red-haired boy. Ban's voice was low, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. My eyes, are they useful? Madara's words like a demonic whisper from hell echoed through the dark, damp room. Nagato lifted his head in terror, meeting those Mangekyo Sharingan eyes as deep and fathomless as an abyss. He felt the air around him drain away in an instant, as if even the oxygen in his lungs was ruthlessly plundered by this murderous intent. What? What are you saying? Nagato's withered chest heaved violently and his pale lavender Rinnegan eyes lost their focus in shock. This is the power I awakened since childhood. This is the eye of God that shall guide the ninja world toward peace. The eye of God. What a gullible fool you are. Madara sneered coldly, stepping forward to look down upon the broken figure seated in the wheelchair. That trash Kakuya who only knows how to scheme in the sewers shoved my eyes into the eye sockets of a Uzumaki brat like you, all to deceive you into becoming a battery for my resurrection. Your pathetic suffering, your self-righteous doctrine of a god of peace, in my eyes they are not even worth a third-rate stage play. This cruel truth struck like a heavy hammer, shattering the faith Nagato had built over 30 years. The connecting tubes of the outer path demonic statue behind him emitted a mournful groan. Nagato clutched his head in agony, his mind going completely blank. So all he had sacrificed, his life, Yahiko, everyone, had ultimately been nothing more than a disposable pawn on someone else's chessboard. His Dao heart collapsed entirely. Just as Nagato, stripped of all hope, prepared to close his eyes and await death, Madara withdrew his killing intent. He raised his hand wreathed in azure star energy and without mercy struck it against Nagato's emaciated shoulder. Since I lent you my eyes for so many years, now is the time to pay your rent. Violent vitality brimming star energy surged into Nagato's limbs and bones like a river pouring in reverse. The vitality drained by the outer path demonic statue, the atrophied muscles, the shattered leg bones. Under the reshaping force of this transcendent energy they emitted a crunching sound of regeneration. In merely a few seconds Nagato's withered legs grew full and strong once more. He rose from the wheelchair in utter disbelief, staring dumbfounded at his own hands. This is a miracle. Nagato's knees buckled and he fell to the ground before Madara with a heavy thud. All pride and pretense were crushed beneath this absolute power and divine grace. The Ōtsutsuki pledges itself to serve Lord Madara, facing fire and water without hesitation. Nearby Konan watched Madara's rough yet divinely charged gesture. The peak charisma aura enveloped her without a single blind spot. The origami angel, usually as cold as ice, now blushed crimson. A hazy mist of longing clouded those previously frosty eyes, her gaze toward Madara dripping with devotion. Lord Madara. If you would have me, Conan offers everything to serve you. To express her feelings she formed hand seals, and countless sheets of white paper surged from beneath her robes, forming a giant pink explosive tag in the shape of a heart blazing with fire above Madara's head. Madara watched the ticking bomb hovering above him, his eye twitching uncontrollably. With a wave of his hand he annihilated the explosive tag into ash with star energy. Put away that life-threatening confession. I have no interest in paper dolls. Bang. The room's door was kicked open. Kakuzu, abacus in hand with only gold flashing in his eyes, pointed at Madara and roared, "How dare you harm our leader? Pay with your life for the bounty." Haydn followed closely behind, scythe in hand, shouting, "The Lord of the Curse will punish you." Madara didn't even bother speaking. With a mere thought his star divine body's matter reorganization ability activated. Thousands of heavy gold coins materialized in midair and rained down on Kakuzu like a storm. Bloodied and bruised Kakuzu still happily scrambled to collect the coins on the ground, eventually suffering a severe concussion from the golden deluge and passing out with his eyes rolled back. As for Haydn, Madara sent a blast of star energy coursing through the air. The furious force incinerated Haydn's prized curse of the Lord of the Curse in an instant. Haydn writhed on the ground in agony from the burns, but when he felt that overwhelming power surpassing even the gods, he immediately dropped his scythe and grabbed onto Madara's leg, shouting, "Lord Madara. You are the true god. The Lord of the Curse is nothing. From now on I worship only you." Outside the hole in the ceiling a white clay bird swooped past. Deidara screamed from above, "Art is an explosion." Madara didn't even lift his head. Using the shadows of his Rakuto, Chibaku Tensei, he crossed space and appeared above the white bird. With a solid flick of his finger he snapped the back of Deidara's head. Deidara and his clay bird spiraled hundreds of times through the air before being launched like a meteor toward the horizon. A bunch of misfits. Madara snorted coldly, grabbing several star energy cores from his system space and tossing them to the ground. "Suit up in the mecha I've provided. From this day forward the Ōtsutsuki shall be incorporated into the Empire's interstellar vanguard force." Starlight erupted. Nagato donned the Six Paths Azura armor fitted with floating cannons, and Conan's back sprouted beam angel wings. The bitter vengeful rogue ninja instantly transformed into a cybermecha boy band and girl group radiating neon light. Madara turned and walked out of the tower, boarding the floating airship. Behind him Izuna adjusted his black-framed glasses and coldly recorded the scene. 5 minutes to incorporate the stragglers. Brother, you've wasted enough time for a cup of tea. Madara shot his brother a glare and waved his hand. Notify Orochimaru. Activate the Shura-class interstellar planet destroyer. Target lock the Ōtsutsuki homeworld. This universe shall bear the name of Uchiha from this day forward. The colossal Azura-class warship burst through the planet's atmosphere. The high-intensity stellar energy armor on the hull scraped violently against cosmic rays, emitting a sharp piercing sizzle and trailing a magnificent blue tail flame through the pitch-black vacuum. Ban stood with his hands behind his back before the wide bridge window. Gazing out at the boundless dark starry sky, the long-dormant savage battle intent in his veins finally erupted into a full boil. The ninja world was too small, so small that even stretching his arms would shatter several mountain peaks. Not to mention having to evade that hair-raising peach blossom purgatory. Only this vast boundless cosmos, only the Datong Mu clan, who styled themselves as gods and reaped planets like orchards, were worthy to be the whetstone for his interstellar empire. The warship entered the highest level of warp mode. Space folded under the tearing of the stellar energy engine. Just half an hour later. A colossal celestial body radiating a deathly white light and hundreds of times larger than the ninja world's planet appeared in the warship's view. The Datong Mu homeworld. Alert. Detected high-dimensional life-form energy fluctuations. The Shiwan sat in the pilot's seat, his golden vertical pupils fixed on the frantically flashing radar screen, his hoarse voice carrying a rare note of gravity. "Lord Ban, something is coming out." Above the homeworld the void split open without warning, revealing a massive rift. A phantom figure radiating blinding white light with closed eyes and a golden Rinnegan on its forehead slowly descended into the starry void. The Datong Mu god Jiju. He had abandoned his physical body, evolving into a high-dimensional consciousness life form. The pressure enough to crush a planet even made the hull of the Azura-class warship groan under the strain. Lowly vermin. Jiju did not open his mouth, but his ethereal cold mental voice exploded directly in the minds of everyone aboard the warship. Bearing those stolen inferior energies, you dare challenge the majesty of a god. Your planet, unworthy even to be a seedbed, shall turn to dust. Jiju slowly raised his ethereal finger. Countless meteors and stellar debris in the universe drawn by the high-dimensional laws transformed into an all-destroying meteor shower hurtling toward the Azura-class warship like a tidal wave. A god. Ban looked at the pretentious white phantom, a curl of arrogant contempt tugging at his lips. I am most annoyed by your lofty condescending tone. Quan Nai, hold the ship. Ban stepped out of the bridge, his figure directly exposed to the cold vacuum of space. He spread his arms, raised his head and let out a savage roar that shook the galaxy. Get down here. Star God Susanoo, ultimate form. The brilliant azure starlight instantly drained the dark matter energy from hundreds of thousands of kilometers around. A cyberpunk-styled steel giant 100,000 meters tall manifested with a thunderous presence in the depths of the cosmos. The 12 star-killing drone cannons on the back of the star god Susanoo simultaneously lit up with a blinding red glow. The Tongmu Jiju's closed eyes snapped open, and for the first time a look of terror appeared on his expressionless face. He felt that his proud high-dimensional laws were as fragile as paper before this steel colossus. These few broken rocks dare to block my path. Ban's voice amplified through the star god Susanoo's speaker array rippled visibly in the vacuum. The star god Susanoo slowly drew the star-slashing giant sword from its waist. The sword light swelled to 1,000,000 meters like a blue galaxy spanning the star system. No intricate ninjutsu, only a physical slash that pushed absolute force to its extreme. Die. Ban gripped the control levers with both hands and brought the sword down. This single sword strike annihilated the entire meteor shower. The star-slashing giant sword, its momentum undiminished, carried the domineering force to shatter everything. SSSH. In Jiju's despairing scream, this arrogant Tongmu god, together with the giant homeworld behind him, was pierced by the blue sword light that traversed the universe. Cleanly and ruthlessly split in two. The planet's core was cut open, triggering a supernova explosion that shook the cosmos. The blinding white light engulfed the entire star region. When the light faded, only the towering steel body of the star god Susanoo remained, along with the floating debris of the Tongmu homeworld scattered across the void. The Tongmu clan, these rampaging predators of the cosmos, had become nothing but dust under Ban's sword. Ban sat in the control cockpit and let out a long breath. He felt the power surging to its peak within him, a satisfied smile curling his lips. This was the battle he had craved. This was the dominion he had sought. However, just as Ban was about to disengage the mecha and return to the warship to savor his victory, suddenly chaotic voices flooded the warship's communication channel. Lord Ban, that was so cool. That sword strike pierced straight into my heart. That was Gang Shou's hearty voice. Lord Ban, I've prepared interstellar chilled red wine for you. Come back quickly and let me serve you. That was Zhao Meiming's koi tea spilling coup. Don't fight me. Lord Ban's mecha needs maintenance, I'm first. Even the white snake immortal squeezed in with a strained voice. The smile on Ban's face instantly froze. He looked at the warship deck where his passionate admirers gazed at him through the observation windows, their faces brimming with fervor. And his younger brother Quan Nai, pushing up his black-rimmed glasses, coldly muttered on the side, "Brother truly is a tyrant who attracts women with his brute force." The title Interstellar heartthrob flickered with pink heart effects. On his system panel it seemed to flash even more cheerfully. Ban slumped back in the pilot's seat in despair, covering his face with his hands. He suddenly realized a tragic truth: he could split a planet with one sword strike, could blow up a god. But in this life he would probably never escape this pack of ravenous women and this purgatory that pushed him to the brink of social death every single day. Ah! A sigh full of resignation, yet tinged with a hint of concession he himself didn't notice, slowly drifted away in the silent depths of the cosmos. Enough. Ban lowered his hands, gazing at the fleet that belonged to him in the starry sky and those lively chattering lives. A slow, resigned yet domineering smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Since I can't escape it, then I shall become the strongest peach blossom star god of this universe.